Yep. Earth changed
Well-
shape.
What else we got in here? I got 10 minutes to spare.
You would have more if you stopped raking leaves.
Yeah,
Sorry.
right.
Sorry, I had to.
I've been raking leaves for about a year now. Actually, I'm going to be joining the morning shift crew, so soon. I'm going to be working day shifts. Freaking night shifts are killing me. I feel like a vampire. Sleep during the day, wake up at night.
I personally know how that kind of affects people. I didn't necessarily work overnight, but I worked long into the wee hours of the morning as a bartender, so it sucked after a while, that's for sure.
Yeah, does suck. Hey, we got some Globers in here. We got Agent 085, Pilgrimage. Who else we got? Cupine, Joe Hope. What else we got in here? Knuckles, Malika, whatever the hell. Any of those guys want to chime in? Probably not, huh?
Well, considering the powerhouses that we've had in here all night, they're probably just cowards.
Yeah, they don't want to get on the mic. That's fine.
Although, the heavy hitters that were here are now gone, so I don't
They're
know.
sleeping.
We could have some genuine folk in the background listening and learning, but
Your mic is fuzzy, Shaggy.
yeah, sorry mate, it's probably the wind. Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little better. Yep.
Yeah, it's the wind. Yeah, I was just saying, we might have some genuine folk in the background listening and learning. That's why they're not speaking up, but highly doubted.
We have Wake Up that just joined us. What's up, Wake Up?
I almost want to ask the last dude regarding his last name. Or, not his last name, but his profile name. If he even has kids to be having that profile name, but I don't know. It's probably just best to leave it alone.
He's a server admin or mod. I think he's just looking. He doesn't
Yeah, he's
like any of us.
looking to poke the bear, right?
Yeah. He doesn't like any of us, so he just comes in here to make fun of Flat Earth.
and ends up being the dumbest person in here.
Probably, yeah.
Doesn't even know what a debate is. Thinks that debate can be something you can have with objective topics.
Well, it's usually about something that both parties agree on objectively. Like, right, there's a foundational view, but opinions or interpretations built upon that differ, right? Like two politicians, they can identify that there is a concern amongst the constituents, right? And it could be whatever, healthcare, roadworks, whatever, right? And they can have a debate about the best way to address that issue. But they both agree there's an issue.
Yeah, so debate can't really apply to a physical object, can it?
What you up to, T-Dub?
Not much, mate. Not much. Really.
It always sounds like you're outside, man. I hear the crickets chirping back there.
Kind of is outside.
Enjoying the nice, beautiful night, huh?
It's dusk, kind of. Bit overcast though. Yeah. It's just like got a little room that's off the back of the house. Like it's enclosed, but it's basically outside. Might as well say.
It's about to be fall over there for you guys, huh?
Yeah, I think we've entered into it. Yeah. Well, according to like because we go by the beginning of a calendar month instead of like the actual season change. But yeah.
We don't need a
Yeah,
soundboard now. We just need T-Dub around, yeah? Whenever
Yeah,
someone's dragging on, just hit your mic, T-Dub. You don't have to say anything. We'll get the crickets. Fuck, they're
yeah.
full on, man.
I'll just stay from my mic and let the crickets talk. Yeah.
Now, if somebody was ever to be in the outback, it would be T-Dub.
Yeah, he looks like Ned Kelly. Have a look at him.
Yeah.
Now that's a mustache.
Yeah. And if you're ever looking for Matrix, I reckon you find him at the pub.
He's at the pub.
Yeah.
Or the
He's having-
club. I kind of pick him as a club guy.
He's having himself a couple of schooners, eh? Fucking,
Yeah.
fucking schooners are like dad mugs over here, aren't they? Big ass mugs.
Yeah, we get pots, schooners, and pints.
Fucking hell, dude. But you guys ain't drinking no Fosters.
I actually don't really drink beer, yeah. I drink cocktails. I'm a little bit fancy like that.
Hello, Chad. How are you? What are you talking about?
We're talking about how India is not really mentioned.
Chad, I'm not from India. What are you talking about?
Sounds like you are.
I'm not from India yet.
Okay. Now I gotta get going.
What?
Break's over.
Yo, what up, guys? Can you hear me? Hello? Is there any flat earther in here? Yo, what is this, man? You hear like 100 people and nobody speaks?
Yeah, man, we're here. It's just be quiet at the moment.
What did you say?
I said we're here. It's just a bit quiet at the moment. That's all.
Okay, I want to speak with an African flat earther right now. Is somebody in here African, black, American? Hello? We got a black flat earther in here? Come on, man. We got no black flat earther in here? Oh, I see one over there, man. Hey, flat earth ranger. Can you hear me, flat earth ranger?
Yeah, I hear you.
What up,
I don't
man?
want
How
to
are you
talk to
doing?
you. I hear you. I don't want to talk to you.
Okay, what did you say? Hello?
What's up, bro? Go ahead.
So you
Go ahead.
believe in the flat earth?
No, I know it's flat.
Okay, I know it's a fact as well. So today is speculation Sunday, so I want to know what's outside of the flat earth.
Oh, you're a little too late. It's Monday now. Sorry. Play again
No, the
tomorrow.
title still says speculation Sunday.
Oh, you're a day late. Sorry.
Come on, my black brother. Don't do this to your German black brother. Nobody want to speculate with me what is outside of the dome? Yo, what is going on, man? Why is this always full in here, man?
Bye. Y'all come back now, you hear? Why don't you guys have this discussion in the VC instead of in the side chat?
That's a good point. This guy is a coward, probably though. So if you want him to, it'd be great if he would pipe up.
Why don't you mic up, Nate? You and Flatsy can have this discussion right here. It's really quiet at the moment. I doubt you're going to get many interrupters. I promise I'll just stay muted. Let you guys go at it. Unless I need to interject, like for moderation reasons.
Yeah, this guy's gonna be a coward. Chat skanker. Why are we dealing with a lot of chat skankers? That's why I'm even in chat. When I was in voice, I was kind of talking over people, so I wanted to yield my speaking to other people. Anyways, 4, 5, 8, and 8, you're an idiot.
Alright, well, he says he's got reasons, so I don't know. Like, yeah, 3 hours he can mic up. That's cool.
Yeah, him and his work buddies are listening in, is what, I mean, pretty much what he's implying. So if he's got any indication that the Earth is a globe with direct measurement, that you have a direct measurement of movement of the Earth, like axial rotation, or maybe you have some sort of evidence that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't work when it comes to gas or gases and gas behavior, sorry, buddy. Gas behavior would completely debunk your idea of a globe Earth in the vacuum of space. By the way, there's no such thing as geometric science. That's silly. And you're ignorant.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go to university and get a degree in geometrical science.
What a goofball.
But yeah, you can't take photos of something that is
Sorry. He said
gone.
that he spoke pure logic to me. I bet he doesn't even know the laws that make up the principles of logic on the spot without his Google fingers. Sorry, T Dub, you can go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say you can't take photos of something that would be a natural law violation. Yeah, that's right. Because that thing doesn't exist. So it seems like he's just applying the word science to like a field of study, like a topic which
Because he's an idiot.
involves the study of something. So, like in its etymological sense, the word science meaning acquisition of knowledge, right? I guess you could apply that.
Doesn't even
Yeah.
have to resort to that. You can just
No.
know that natural science deals with cause and effects in nature. And if you don't have some sort of mechanism like the scientific method to elucidate your cause and effect in nature, then it is by definition pseudoscience. And you're an idiot because you don't know that.
There you go. He's talking about geometry and its involvement in the construction of things, astronomy, navigation. Yeah, I agree with those things. Yeah. Yep. They
AI
establish
just
a.
gave you, AI just gave you, he said, geometry, a branch of mathematics. Not
Oh.
science. Not science, buddy.
Oh, there
Sorry
you
about
go.
your luck.
But yeah, the geometry is applied in construction and engineering, astronomy, and navigation. Yeah, I think that fundamental principles there involving geometry in those fields.
But it's not science.
Absolutely. No, that's not science. No, it's not natural science. There's no, applying the scientific method there. Yeah.
See, their problem is they don't know what natural science is, and they're like, oh, it's science. They don't understand what natural science is. And that's what they're um, implying when they say there's some sort of cause to some sort of effect in nature. They're the ones implying natural science. So we have to elucidate these terms and parse them out with them.
Yeah, because we have people coming in saying, yeah, you don't believe in science, bro? Well, put down your cell phone. Yeah, not science, technology. These people are, yeah.
Ignorant.
Mathematics. But those fields he brought up, they all require, establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? Like, construction and engineering, they're going to need to, gauge elevation change over distance with reference to a horizontal plane that they will establish. And astronomy, they will measure the apparent angle differences between a celestial object and the plane of the Earth, particularly above the horizon in a given direction. And navigation, they're also establishing a horizontal reference in order to navigate the Earth in relationship to things in the sky. So, yeah, good job, man. Good flat Earth proofs.
These people always think that they can come in here and be the smartest person in the room. And they fall so short of even being considered the dumbest person in the room. Maybe they are. Maybe they can contend with the dumbest person in the room. Let them have that competition.
Nate, what's your response to what AI Overlords posted there? What's your response, man?
It was posted and given to me. Are you talking about me?
No, I'm just wondering because, Nate would have to agree with that sentiment, right? All those fields are, a field of science, right? So just S, 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 S. It's not STEM anymore. It's just S, right? We don't have to distinguish the difference between those things. There's no differences.
Yeah.
They're all
Sorry.
science, right?
Sorry, it was a message directed to me. It's highlighted like to Flatsy Clot. So
It
I was
was.
like,
Yeah, it
oh,
was.
you mean me?
No, yeah, it was a message to you, but I'm just wondering what his thoughts are on that statement. He didn't actually bring up STEM; someone else brought it up, but STEM often gets brought up, right? Yeah. So yeah, because Nate's saying that geometry is science, so where AI Overlord has shown that it's a field of mathematics, right? It's a branch of mathematics. So in STEM, right, we'll just say that you learn about geometry in the science part of STEM, not the maths part, right?
These people are idiots. They don't know the difference. So they think that mathematics is science. That's their problem. It's not. It's not even a branch of science. Natural science, when you're claiming some sort of cause in nature, when you are claiming some sort of cause in nature, you're dealing with natural science. And you don't have any mathematics. because it's not quantifiable, it's qualifiable. So you need to qualify your findings, not quantify them.
Right, but if you go to STEM, let's say, and you learn about geometry, right, and then you go out into the real world and you apply it, right, practically, are you applying science or are you applying mathematics? What do you say, Nate? Is it applied math or is it applied science? Geometry, that is. Within your fields. Construction and engineering, astronomy, navigation, technology. What say you? Give us a response.
It's crickets from them. They're keyboard warriors, and they will hide behind their keyboards because they're at work and whatever else excuse they have.
Yeah. Well, Nate, pretend you didn't hear. That's okay. I'll just repeat it. If you go to a course like STEM, right, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, right, and you learn about geometry, right, and then you go out into the real world and apply it practically, are you applying science or are you applying mathematics? Applied science or applied mathematics? Give us a response. No, not my own ignorance. I'm asking for a response for you. Which is it? Is geometry applied practically in the real world applied science or applied mathematics?
Hello?
Hello? Is it me you're looking for?
You're looking for? I can see it in your
I ain't
eyes.
looking for shit, nigga. I ain't looking for shit.
Whoa.
Yeah, watch it with the N word, bro.
Yeah, dude,
So
we got
bannable,
Jordan, we
Yo,
got Dr.
bannable here,
Jordan
man.
B.
there's
Peterson.
some guy in the text chat talking about geometric science, dude. Listen to this guy.
Oh, bro. 45, 8, and 8. Oi, Goobler, aren't you mates with him? I sort of met him not that long ago. Maybe not. Oh. Who muted Gloobler?
Yeah, he's got a loose mouth, man. He's got to review the
Yeah, I'm
rules of the
glad. I'm
server.
glad he has to be muted. Are you kidding me? Why are you asking why he was muted? He was clearly a troll.
And he's staying in the corner for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Gloober, go review the server rules and the channel rules, and then maybe like when your 40 minutes of mute is up, you'll have a better way to approach.
Address the actual topic of the
40 minutes?
Yeah, mute's 40 minutes. Yep.
Damn. Why is it so quiet in here?
Don't know. People are getting up, having breakfast, going to work, going to school. Maybe getting ready for dinner time. If they're in another part of the world, getting ready to go to bed or sleep, etc., etc., etc. People have lives, I guess.
Ah. So you're telling me you don't have a life because you're on here?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, totally, bro. Yeah, I don't have any, like responsibilities. I just have all spare time. Yep.
True. True.
Anyway, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? You think you're living on this big spinning ball in a ever-expanding universe?
Yeah.
What's your grounds for that?
I just really think that we are on a spinning ball. Literally.
Like, is that something that you came to, on your own?
No, I just want to come in here to listen to people talk about it. To be honest, I don't really debate about this shit.
Oh, don't have to debate. We can just discuss,
No, I prefer not to discuss. I'm more of a listener than a discusser.
No, listen.
Are you Aussie, by the way?
You hear me? Yep. Did I say fish and chips? No.
No, I can just tell that you're Aussie because I'm Aussie as well, mate. Did somebody say?
What? Did someone yeet him? Is he, yeeted?
I don't know. I was going to answer his question about did someone want KFC?
It's fucking, this mid-sentence, he's, gone.
Who knows, dude? Had some weird ones this afternoon. I've been listening for a while.
Yeah, a bit crazy, isn't it?
Yep. Those crickets are crazy at your place. It's too cold here. They're all frozen.
Wait, what? Where are you?
In Jindy.
Oh, shit. Ah. Jeez, you get around.
That's where I live. I live in Jindabyne. Up in the
Wait,
mountains.
I thought you were living up north.
No. I haven't moved yet. I've been trying to move for months. Everything keeps going wrong. We had a bit of a cold change yesterday. It was like 0 this morning when I got up.
Dang, man, dang. I'm not looking forward to that, bro. I hate those mornings.
I know. I just so didn't want to get up. Yeah. No, I'm going north Wednesday. I'm leaving to go on a holiday for 4 weeks, but we'll be back here again after that until after winter now. Just get one more sunny holiday in before the snow comes.
Nice, yeah. Are you in the gem country there? Sapphires and that?
I've never heard of anyone actually really looking for gems up here.
Okay.
I don't know where's that around?
You got to go probably a little bit north of you, I think. Around Tumut.
Oh yeah, I know Tumut. Yeah, it's not far.
Yeah.
Yeah, righto. A lot of people used to do gold here. I know that. Look for gold. A little bit of that going on, but not much. It's all about the snow now. Got to go to the resorts, mate.
Yeah. I think it was Threadbow I crossed over. I went up a range over the mountain and down in through Bega to Bermagui.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you might have. If you came over Threadbow, you would have had to have gone through.
It might have been
Yeah,
Jindabyne then.
yeah, because we're right at the base of Threadbow.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Went up
so
over that range and down. Yep.
yeah.
And Bega, it stunk like fertilizer, like dynamic lifter, man. It was putrid driving through
Really?
there.
They must have.
Yeah.
They must have just done. They must have just maybe fertilised it then, because Bega, it's not usually too bad. I was only past there last week. But yeah, they do have a lot of cows and stuff there, obviously. They're probably fertilising. So you would have went out through the back then. I don't think you would have went through Coomera. If you came over Threadbow, you probably went out through Dalgety, and then you would have hit a dirt road and went out that way. Yeah,
You know what? I
through all the
can't remember.
windmills.
I don't. It was probably before the windmills were even up, man. Like, yeah, it was a long time
Yeah,
ago.
righto.
Over 20 years,
Yeah,
probably.
because as you come in through there, you can duck back out the back way, and it takes another hour off getting down that to that coast. You can either get on the highway and go back towards Coomera or Canberra and turn off at Coomera, or you can take a back road, but it's all dirt and it takes an hour off it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, actually, we might have gone through Kuma. I can't remember now. So long ago. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, beautiful. Beautiful forest and country, though. Actually, shouldn't have gone. I think, if I got pulled over, I probably would have gotten in trouble because you're supposed to have chains on, but I didn't. And I was just in this little fucking Datsun thing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. As long as you got them in the car, it doesn't matter. Like in winter, if you went in winter, yeah, you got the car. But unless there's snow on the road, you have to put them on. But they probably weren't real strict on those rules back then, like they are now. They pull everyone over and check now. Easy way of making money, giving tourist fines.
Right. Yeah.
Why are these people such idiots? I not being a flat earther versus me being a flat earther. I never ask these stupid ass questions that they ask. They're so ignorant. It's not even funny. Like, can you at least be somewhat intelligent? I don't know. It just seems like they're lost causes.
Yeah, all y'all niggas gotta sleep, nigga. Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
My bad. I ain't mean to say the N word. I'm sorry.
You just said it twice.
No, I said it. Okay, I didn't mean to. I forgot what sir. I'm sorry, bro. Dead ass. I'll leave.
Gotta love your racism in the morning.
Rush Cup. Hey, has anybody know about that Pikes Peak experiment that was done, or whatever you want to call it?
Called Pikes
With the someone brought it to my attention today. I've been looking at it, but I don't understand what the hell. It's somebody took a grabbed a theodolite and was looking up the Pikes Peak. I forget what star it was. Can't remember. But anyways,
Polaris.
one of the star. No, it wasn't Polaris. But anyways, it goes. I guess he got it at 2 degrees, and then it went behind the mountain, right? And then the alleged thing is he went up on the mountain and shot the angle again, and he got 2 degrees. I was wondering if anybody in here knew the details of that.
What did he do the second time?
He went up to the. See, this is my understanding of it because I don't think I fully comprehend it. But he went up to the point of the mountain where the star disappeared behind, and then shot the star again, or got the angle of the star again, and he got the same exact degree.
How long did it take him to go to the mountain?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the details, man. I wish I did. I was hoping someone in here could, give me the rundown on it.
He didn't actually go up to the mountain, from my understanding. So from his backyard, he took an angle measurement to basically to the top of the mountain, right? At the exact same time, right, that he noted the time that a star was occulted by the tip of the mountain. So as soon as he could not see that star, he noted the time, right, and the angle that he gets to the top of the mountain from his backyard. And then he went on Stellarium, placed the viewer, the observer, on top of the mountain, and observed the angle to that star from the top of the mountain, which is like 51.7 kilometers away or something like that. And then, and that angle in Stellarium, from the top of that mountain to that star at the exact same time in that exact direction, was exactly the same as the angle measurement that he got from his backyard to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, that's what I originally thought. Somebody was telling me in the hell's that say about Earth Awakenings that he was on the mountain and telling me all this shit, and they gave me a link to his space audits and stuff. But yeah, I didn't think he did. I didn't think he went up because I remember hearing the story. I think Omni was telling me about it, or somebody. I can't remember.
Hang on, I got a diagram here somewhere. I saved them this time. So, where is that? Here we go. Sending it through now. Loaded. There you go.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So he never went up to the mountain, huh?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think so.
Ergo, there's not a sky vacuum. To be breathing, the gas must be contained.
Stop letting them use gravity.
Also, in the centrifuge, it's the movement of the container. The gas is active.
It was like, and I was saying the conversation, I was like, it didn't matter though if they did see it or not. Because I was like, I am highly doubtful that they are going to see it when they go there. I said those words. Because, what we received from people that were, reportedly over there was like these edited footage of, what they were saying the witness of the 24-hour sun was. So I was like, okay, so it seems like there's not many videos or, people that are actually reporting back on this. So to me, I was just highly doubtful that was going to be the case. But one thing that was an indication that there was the solar analemma. So I was like, I don't know, it don't make sense. Why would they be faking videos if it looks like the analemma kind of leads us to think that you would have the same phenomena happening in the north as you do in the south? So I was just saying, like, I don't know, I doubt it, but it could be. It's a possible thing that could occur.
And now do you think there is that it's probably the case there is a 24-hour sun in the south or not?
Sure. I mean, it is because they did.
Oh wow!
They did more of like the I would say just people went down there and just like the whole purpose was witnessing the sun. But there's an argument right now to be had about whether or not it's been faked, and the conversation has been shifted from what the witness of the 24-hour sun was all about, like that whole thing, into like this whole other conspiracy as to whether or not they actually did it. And in my estimation, I think that's a bit of a distraction away from the point, because now the conversation isn't being had whether or not the whole reason why they went there was for the evidence gained from whether or not they're going to be able to ascertain an answer to the question, right? The question is of most importance to the people that were going over there, wasn't it? Or am I mistaken on that?
Well, I was saying just earlier today, I was really disappointed with Whitsitt because I kept talking to him a month out and then weeks out where I kept saying, what tests are you doing, Whitsitt? You've been saying for years we need to go to Antarctica. What fucking tests are you doing when you get there? And he goes, well, he's told us we're going there to look at the sun. And I was like, it doesn't fucking matter what some mysterious billionaire says you're there to test. You're a fucking flat earther. You're the test things people. And he didn't do a test. And I was confused by that. I'm really confused by that.
I don't know if you've heard or not, but weren't they saying that they were going to do like their own tests? Like McToon was going to do what he was going to do, and a lot of the other guys that went there had like their own type of thing they were going to do. And then, of course, the flat earthers side were doing their own thing, like their own tests. And I was like,
were they doing anything?
I haven't heard it. Like I'm just being straight with you,
so
man.
The one I heard from Jaren, which I think is genius, which I only just heard about an hour ago, is Jaren went to see, he brought a large magnifying glass and went to see, can the sun burn paper? And I was like, I'd never thought of anything like it. And the moment I heard it, I was like, that's fucking genius. Because if you're going to fake the sun, you might be able to fake the luminescence of the sun. But there is no way you can fake the heat of the sun concentrated into a point, right? Where you can burn something with it, and in a sub-zero temperature you can cause paper to burn. And he tests that at midnight and midday. I was like, that's a really good test. Whitsitt did 0 tests. None.
I don't know.
One.
I don't know, to be honest, because like I'm not up to the whole kind of like seeing what they actually did. To me, I think it was just not needed, I guess, in my opinion, because there was a lot of people that were claiming there was a 24-hour sun prior to this thing. So prior to them going over there was a lot of claims that there was, and I think 1 or 2 videos that we have. I'm reverberating back. I don't know if are you hearing me?
Is that me? I'm not hearing you twice, but if I'm not hearing, there's a chance of doing it.
It's echoing through you, Eggshells.
Is that?
Oh, right? sorry. I'll mute.
Yeah. So prior to the event of them going over there was a lot of speculation whether or not there was video footage of like the 24-hour sun, because nobody really cared to actually video that anyway. And the thing that we actually had was more of just like edited footage because you could see cuts in the video, which I don't like. Honestly, I don't care. But
in one video,
yeah, but because of those,
there are uncut videos. Would you agree with the statement? There are many uncut videos.
well, not. Listen, when we were searching for these videos, the only thing that came up was maybe 2, and those 2 were edited for sure. They were edited.
I can so fine, but we agree there are airbrushed photos of Elle Macpherson, but Elle Macpherson probably exists.
No,
so there
that's
could
not the
be.
point.
There could
That's
be.
not the
So let me finish. There could be videos of that, but like there are footage. There is footage that exists that isn't edited.
Well,
I agree. There is footage. You don't think already there was 360 footage?
No. That's the whole point.
I don't think there was.
Listen, let me tell you something, Eggshells. The reason why everybody was up in an uproar when it came to like what they were witnessing over there was because of all the edited footage that we had currently. So a lot of people like you and everybody else will say like we have so much footage of the 24-hour sun, and that's just not the case because like for years people have been like trying to figure out what can we look at so that we can have this 24-hour footage of the sun, and there wasn't anything like that. So because if there was, if there was, that footage would have been like circulating all through Flat Earth. Like everybody would have been seeing like the 24-hour, uncut footage. Like, and what we have received by way of that uncut footage, it looked fake, edited. It looked like somebody didn't try too hard to actually get it down. So it wasn't like their best foot forward when it came to the footage. It might have been, but it wasn't like because all the cuts. Yeah, go ahead.
Eggshells, can you stick yourself on mute when you're not talking, dude? The feedback's terrible.
Sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Or put some headphones on, dude. Yeah, thanks for that, Jedi. But yeah, what we get from them, it was just like it wasn't like we had their best efforts at video capturing, the 24-hour sun. So I would say that to that effect, we had a lot of skepticism. I did as well, but that somebody went over there now and actually witnessed it and recorded it, and they made their whole point about going to Antarctica just specifically about that and nothing more, then yeah, of course, if they witnessed it, I wouldn't have any qualms with that. The problem is there was a lot of things being said about what they were doing, and there's tests that are going to be done outside of the 24-hour sun, being witnessed and such. And we were here waiting to hear back for like all these wonderful things about whatever else they're going to test. But now what we're seeing is just kind of like this drama between are they faking it from a soundstage? Dude, it's blown up on the FE side. There's
it's gone epic, hasn't it? It's gone absolutely stratospheric epic.
Yeah. You think that it's like like when people find something that's not like real things, right? You find something that's not true and you expose it. Like there's certain certain conspiracies that do get like for real, like real one, like the things that people are doing, they're hiding things, the government's doing some shady shit, and it gets 100%. Exposed. Like, so you think that it took on those levels of like exposure, and I'm like, it's not. I don't. Okay. I'm looking at what they're putting forward because I myself, like I said, I'm a skeptic, right? But there's a level to my skepticism. I want to make sure that if something is being done and there's a lot of things that if there's an answer for the thing that what it could be, like what you're seeing, what you're witnessing, then there's a possible reason why it couldn't be the thing you think it is as a skeptic, right? So if let's say I'll use one for example, like just recently. And I don't want to talk about this too much because it's another thing people are really skeptical about. But the fires in LA, and they're being caused by DEW weapons, direct energy weapons, right? Yeah. So there's a lot of people that are skeptic about like what's going on with that, and is the government conspiring against its people, and are they just like destroying these homes to collect some type of are they getting these gains from insurance companies or whatever it is, right? They're doing this on purpose, for whatever reason. And so there's people that are on the side of thinking they're direct energy weapons, right?
Yep.
But then
I've heard
again,
this a
there's I've seen, like, because I was pouring myself over social media a couple hours ago, and I'm looking at like what people are saying on both sides. Some people are saying it's a natural phenomena. Some people are saying it's a direct energy weapon, and some people are saying there's natural fires. There's no, just
Can I
started.
make a guess?
Yeah, but
my guess is everybody who says it's a directed energy weapon is using all the same one argument, and that one argument is, I do not understand how a wildfire could burn something like this.
Yeah, but here's what I'm trying to
100%
get to,
of
right?
them.
What I'm trying to get to is that there's people on. It's not both sides. It's like many sides, right? It doesn't matter what position you take, whether it's natural, whether it's man-made, whether like you think it's a direct energy weapon, something like that. It doesn't matter. The point that I'm saying here is the skepticism, the level of it, right? And then to what extent are you going to take that? So I'm going to use the analogy from that to like move into what people are talking about with this 24-hour sun. And so you got like the flat Earth community. I hesitate now to say that because it's not really a community. It's just a bunch of people that either agree or disagree on certain
verticals
points.
are parallel. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's kind of like it's a stereotype fallacy to say community because not all of us
It is a
agree on
community.
the
It is a
very same
community. Many people say the same things. They go to the same places. You can recognize a flat earther when they say the sky is not the ground, or like
Yeah, but
it's
I would say like this. I would say like this. You can also label or mislabel them because you would say, hey, those guys that are going to the Flaktoberfest, like those guys are flat earthers. Those guys going to that flat Earth convention, those guys are flat earthers. And then when you would speak to them, they're talking about domes and ice walls and whatever. And then you'd come in here and you're like, hey, you guys are flat earthers like those guys. And it's not the same. We're not. There's very different like examples of people that would say the Earth is flat. So it's not a community per se. And India was always talking about this for the longest time. But we use it kind of colloquially because it gets us to like talk about groups of people that talk about the Earth not being, a curved surface and such. But anyway, like those people, right? So they got a hold of this, going to Antarctica, seeing a 24-hour sun.
Sure.
And then those guys are now in an uproar about like, why do we see a 24-hour sun? If the sun, like some of the footage shows us, I'm going to give you one of the points.
The south is the center.
No. One of the points that they're saying right now is that the sun, as it's moving across the sky in that 24-hour footage, it looks like a circle. Then all of a sudden it gets elongated, like it looks oval. And they're like, "What is causing this? Right? What is making this an appearance to the
360 camera
like,
for sure."
Yeah. So what we're getting from the people that are skeptical about this is saying that it could be right. A soundstage, like a 360 soundstage, akin to what they've used.
How big? How big do you reckon?
Well, I'm
it's got to be thousands of kilometers in size, right?
No. This like, okay, so it's akin to the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian had used a soundstage that looked similar to a 360 degree soundstage, and what it did was you can incorporate features on the ground and in the near area. Kind of like props that were, just like looks real, right? But the soundstage, the extent of it anyway, would be able to be used as a background or the backdrop for the scene. So what happens is like because of all of the technology that's being utilized here, it looks like because up close they can use the props that make it seem like they're in a certain location. Like the Mandalorian looks like he's in a certain planet or whatever. Like it's just it's
I've used
movie
green
magic,
screens.
right?
Yeah. I'm with you.
But what happened when people started talking about it? It like that took hold, and now it seems like that's the dominant kind of thing that they're saying overall as to like why it was faked, and don't trust these guys and such. So now what the people who are saying the Earth is flat, some of them who are saying they're flat earthers, are jumping on the bandwagon to do is to like not focus on the fact that they went over there and they were talking that the 24-hour sun was going to prove something, but now they're more leaning on the fact that they've lied about it. The flat earthers, they're not upset. They don't even care about McToon and all those guys. Like screw those guys. Like they're looking to the flat earthers. Like you guys were supposed to represent the people who say the Earth is flat, and now when you went over there, you're faking all of this. This is a big slap in the face, like to us,
Sure.
right? Like we were waiting for you guys to be, the beacons of truth, and this is kind of like we're taking this as you betrayed us. You went over there, and it kind of. And so when I'm looking at all these comments and stuff, and I'm like, I think you guys are. To me, it's a bit emotional. I think because it's taking the eyes off of like what they actually went over there to do, the purpose of the trip, like the whole reason why it was called the final experiment. I think we lost complete focus on that. There's no more focus.
Do you think it was any meaningful experiment? Do you think whether there was a 24-hour sun does mean something?
Well,
I think it does.
Yeah, well, you might think it is. So, like, listen, the people who think the Earth is a globe think it's meaningful, right? Yeah. And I'm looking 100%. At it like I know that. I'm looking at it like Indio and the rest of the guys here, our friends here. We've already talked about this as in a proposition to the response of the final experiment, which you've already met because I told you
proposition.
already.
Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah, you got to put it in a syllogism.
And so what we did was, and I had my show on Twitter, right? You can find me AV_overdrive on Twitter. What I did was for 2 shows anyway. I had 2 parts to it. I called it the final proposition. Nathan Oakley was on the second part, by the way. If you guys want to hear that. He's on the second part. So I had just a calling out to anybody, and really it's recorded there for anybody to go back and check out. But I'm calling the people who believe. And then check this out, man. I said it this way. I had it on both sides. I'm like, look, if they went to Antarctica and they saw the sunset, I said, and the flat earthers came back and said, look, we saw the sunset. The Earth is flat. The proposition would have still stood for them. I would have had beef with them. I would have been like, okay, that's cool. Sure. The sunset, now you as a flat earther are going to have to be able to provide in a logical syllogism how this provided to anyone that the Earth is flat. And I would have charged them with the same thing that I'm charging the Globers now. So it's not any different from them to the Glober. Like for us in this group here, 24/7 has always represented like the arguments of like what truth is. Like we don't care
what truth is.
The only thing that we care about, the only thing we care about is how somebody can be logical, reasonable, and consistent in what their arguments are. Once they divert from that and they're getting into these conspiracies, and it divulges into like just complete anarchy, dude. It's a shit show right now. Is what it looks like. It's a bad look.
Why?
And I think,
why do you think it's a shit show right now?
Because, dude, like when you shift focus from what the argument is paramount. The argument is paramount. I don't care what anybody says. The argument is paramount. If you're not going to talk about what the reasoning behind why they went over there, the whole purpose of the reasoning behind why they went over there, then you're distracting against the point that we should be talking about. And all we're going to be doing, and it is a distraction. I mean, I look at it myself. I'm like, yeah, the shit it's not a good look for either side. Like, I mean, you
for
could
either
argue
side. Why is it not a good look for the globe?
Because you could argue the case like, yeah, you could conjure up this whole theory that it was a soundstage and like this yada yada. I mean, you could do that.
But you're just clearly insane at that point. You're just clearly the nothing.
well-
If like they've got to accept that the final experiment was an absolute parody. I think the ISS is a parody. I think Himawari is a parody. But the TFS is a parody because I've been in this community since just when the virus that we cannot name for stupid reasons happened, and I joined the community because I wanted to hear what crackpots were saying. And since then, people have been dreaming up, going, why can't I test it myself? And they've been saying this, and you agree with this. And they say, my limitation is financial. I can't get there, blah, 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 blah. We can't go beyond the 60th parallel. We can't freely explore. Fine, they didn't freely explore. I still would concede that point. That's fine, they weren't free. But they got to go and explore a celestial phenomenon that Robotham has said is impossible, that Nathan Oakley has said is impossible, that multiple people have denied, and every single time anything is tested to see can this work on a flat Earth, it's centered on the North Pole.
Yeah, I'll put it to you like
we go to test one thing if it's on the South Pole, and I don't think it's. I think what you're saying is agreeing with me. It's not a good look for the community to pretend like I don't remember saying that.
No,
what you're doing is impressive, which is saying we need to figure this out.
No, I know, but listen to this, man, because I know what you're trying to say, and certain people have said, I don't think that we're going to witness that, and when they go into South, I myself has said that, but I never.
You didn't think they would say it?
I never closed the door on whether or not it could be the case because of the solar analemma. Like, I always thought it was a possibility. I was like, yeah, but because everything that we got from like people that went over there, there was the guy who was a plumber that was, went to Antarctica and worked over there, and he had the conversation with Nathan Oakley. There's a lot of people that said, because they weren't paying attention to the sun anyway. Like, who was actually trying to like just witness that?
Nobody had good footage of it. Yeah.
Well,
nobody had even been there trying to record it.
It was on nobody's mind that they were going to be, because it was. I'm saying it like this. I'm thinking that people it was just happening. So it wasn't like, wow, look, the sun's up for 20. They already it was like, so what? Like, it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not going to record that. I'm here to do other things. I'm with you. I think you're saying it very well too.
So what happened though was because of that, it was getting misrepresented as it's not happening. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? So a lot of people
because they're not recording it very clearly, it might be that it's not happening at all.
Yeah. So what
aren't spending enough time? Yeah.
What we're getting from
from
what we're getting from the other side is that this conversation that took place from the guy who was over there was more akin to like, well, I know that there's daylight out, but I wasn't witnessing the sun because maybe he wasn't paying attention. 100%. Who knows, man? Like, I'm not faulting the guy for not like, did you videotape the sun for 24 hours to actually say what you're saying is true? But then from there it was like, because we don't have a lot of I'm telling you this because I know I've been through it. We don't have a lot of footage that's covering the 24-hour sun per se, because all the footage we're getting was edited. So there was
all of it. All of it is.
Well,
when you say all of it, you found some edited footage. I think is true.
Yeah, the things that were circulating between. Sus. Yeah, it does, and you can't deny that. Like, if you were somebody,
I agree with that. It looks sus.
On the outside.
It really looks sus.
So we were just mainly skeptical on that, but it wasn't like hyper skeptical.
Why now do you think they did that? What would you go, okay, so it looks now, they've released the full footage of that looped footage. They've explained why, and now somebody on your side is saying it. Do you now see, like, it did look sus, I agree with that, but my point, the thing that led me away from conspiracy theories is going, actually, if you just look for things that are confusing, everything looks sus.
Yeah, but if you're looking for...
Do you get what I mean by that?
Yeah, and if you're looking for...
Even if you don't agree with it.
Kind of. If you're looking for something to be skeptical about, you're probably going to find it.
Exactly. Do you think that's the case now? Do you get where I...
Well, I'm telling you, maybe you're not hearing me. That's what I'm saying right now. There's a level to which people can take something where they're skeptical about it, and to the nth degree, they're going to make it sound like what they feel like in their mind is exactly what they think it is. So they're gonna make it sound like, okay, yeah, this is all fake. It's a soundstage. It's my reasoning behind it is because we've seen something akin to this being utilized in Hollywood and such. But outside of that, I wanted to address the Nathan Oakley thing. So he was having a conversation of that, and everybody had, even myself, we all had reason to be skeptical about it, and that's just saying to the effect of okay. We don't have that evidence that we could say, okay, here we go. We got somebody who's making it their business to make the 24-hour sun the only thing they're going to be like focused on. Nothing else, nothing more. It wasn't like some guy who just was over there and maybe he did see it, maybe he didn't see it. No, it was this is what it's all about, right? Going over there to go witness that. So now that we have the people that actually made it their business to say, okay, this is what it's all about, and they witnessed the sun for 24 hours or, see up in the sky. So now, what does that bring to the table for the conversation, right? That's what I think was the most important part of them going over there. Okay, let's talk about it. What did they do? They went to because there's people that are like, okay, it doesn't really have anything to do with any conversation. I confront these topics because I want people to realize if there's any truth within them, you're going to find out in the context of logic and reason, right? We're going to be able to have this conversation and figure out whether or not they provided evidence of something. And so when we have the conversation, you're going to be able to know in any way that, you know, whatever they provided as their quote unquote evidence, right, is going to substantiate a claim. What claim are you going to say it substantiates? That's all I care about. And so the things that happen.
I'm so sorry, Alpha. Can you go back again 30 seconds? My missus came home. There's a family drinks, but I'm so fascinated to hear what you're saying right now. I need to go back again because I had to run away. So can you go back 30 seconds and say it all again?
Well, I don't know what part you missed. Like that was. I was only talking about just hyper skepticism and like the reason why people feel the need to go to that degree where it seems like it's becomes a witch hunt and such. And it's like people do what they do in social media. It's fine, right? I mean, you can't stop somebody from being that way. But the thing is, there's one thing to have that and have the evidence to back it up, or you're just using speculation as a fuel for your fire.
To try to get out of it. To try to get out of a problem.
Let's say I had something against the DEW weapons or whatever. You know, this isn't a topic, but if I had hard evidence that for example, the military were carrying out this weapon that was utilized to burn homes in LA or whatever, I had documents, I had, paper trail, money trail. I had all this stuff to kind of solidify a position. It wouldn't be skepticism no more. It would actually be facts. I was showing you something that was really there.
Here's the device. Here's how it works. Here's the wavelength. Here's the effect. Here's not the effect. It would take it out of the realm of skepticism, right? So it would it wouldn't be just me speculating. Oh, well, I think it's direct energy weapons. And then they're like, how do you know? Not just speculating, but I want to add to speculating. Sorry to join in with you, but it's speculating based on, this is what stopped me being a 9/11 conspiracist, where I went, I'm speculating based on what I don't understand. There are some things I do understand, there's some things I don't. And I don't understand building implosions, right? So I need to, and because it sounds like that's some of where you're at, where it sounds like you're going like, well, how can this happen? I would say, what am I expert on? And I'm pretty fucking good at some stuff, but that means there's other people that are better at me. And if I disagree with the experts,
I know what you mean.
There is a chance they're wrong.
Yeah, I know. So the speculation would cover kind of a vast majority of topics, but I would just say what it leans to is that whatever the narrative is for whatever happened, like we all get the narrative, right? We all get it. Like we get the mainstream, story. This is what happened on the news today, and then you hear what's going on, right? And there's
you're told what to think. You're told who the good guys are. Yeah.
And in most cases, some of the things we can challenge, we can find out whether or not that stuff that we're being told is real or not, like it's true or not.
I tell you, males can be females, and there are certain points where you get to where you're like, I don't even need to. I don't need scientific experiment to tell there's a difference between a man and a woman. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's a level. There's a level at which you can carry the skepticism to where it becomes, and I would say, unhealthy. Like it's like, okay, guys, like I mean, if there's any truth in what's being done, there has to be a point. Like we have to reach a point to where it means it has some value, right? Otherwise, it's just people, had to say it this way, but like have their tinfoil hats on, and what
we're just finding an excuse to rescue flat Earth rather than say, actually, maybe there is a 24-hour sun. Maybe the Earth is still upside down. This is the other thing. Like maybe still there are groups of fucking weirdo pedophiles in control who have inordinate amounts of power. Maybe like 99% of flat Earth is true, but all verticals aren't parallel. All verticals maybe point into a point. But 99% of the rest of what they say about shuffling out an untested medication on a group of non-consenting adults and all of the rest of it, maybe 90% of it is true, but just all verticals might point into a single point.
Yeah, but that's kind of a good indication. I don't know if that's a comparison I would use. I would say like
fair enough.
I would say like if I'm gonna delve out some type of speculation, then I I have to cover whether or not I've researched the topic, what type of information I have to substantiate the speculation. So if I have a good reason to speculate as to why this could be the case, then I wouldn't say it's a far-fetched speculation. I would say it's practical. I mean, it's reasonable. It's reasonable to say that this speculation can take hold because of the fact that there's instances where the speculation could be analogized to like something that we do already. Like for example, the sound stage that somebody brought up. I think Eric Dubay used it. And he's like, well, the Mandalorian uses his soundstage, and it's a 360-degree soundstage, and that's fine, right? You could say that. But if it's too far into we're sure that this is what's going on, I think that's just too much. That's a leap.
But it's not just we're sure. What it is you need to gauge it on probability, not just possibility. What you're talking about is possibility, where you're saying we can't say it's possible unless we've got evidence for it. I agree with that. But what is the probability? Because I heard someone say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a 24-hour sun. It doesn't do anything for the flat Earth because we measure water to be flat. That was his first point, okay? Then his second point was, I think Whitsitt faked being in the south, right? Because of something to do with breathing out air. And then his third point was, I think they had a sound stage kind of set up where they filmed some things indoors, but also at the South Pole. I've heard individuals who hold all three of those positions, which is, if it doesn't matter, why would you have a soundstage, right?
No, I know, but I get that.
What you see is a community just going, if there's a South Pole...
No. There's a conflation here happening. The conflation is the people that are trying to figure out what's going on, because all we can do is kind of research what happened. So what you get is you hear them hearing other people that are with Flat Earth, like a lot of us that are here with 24/7, we're like, it doesn't matter if they saw it or not. The sun up for 24/7. I know for you because you're a Glober, but I'm saying people in 24/7. Yeah, just let me get through this. Actually,
sorry. Yeah,
so I would say the people in 24/7. It doesn't matter to us whether the sun was being witnessed for or not. Like it was, most of us were skeptical that it would be, in the sky for 24 hours because of all the stuff that I'm telling you prior to the fact that they actually went over there, but that they went to go witness it and saw it. To us, is like, that's fine. Good for them. I mean, it matches the celestial sphere. I mean, it also matches the Analema. Everything about it just okay. It's fine. But then again, you have the other side of the argument where it was faked, right? So I'm just telling you from the side of where people coming from with Flat Earth. So there's like the people that are not with 24/7, right? You got just your average Joe out there that's a flat earther. He's like, okay, there could be a soundstage. But then again, it doesn't really matter. I'm like, dude, you got to pick a lane here. If you say it doesn't matter, those two
lanes are so far apart. If it doesn't matter, they wouldn't make a soundstage. You cannot have it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they wouldn't need to make a soundstage. So you could say.
Think about how many employees would be required.
Yeah, I don't
how many scaffolders and brickies in Antarctica have been there for years, and these people are like, "Yep, sounds good." And what you've got is, I think is what you're starting.
I get what you're saying, man, but hold on, man, because I think you're stealing my thunder right now. If you realize that people go over there to Antarctica for a specific purpose, and that's what they're gonna go do, and they went to go fake it on a soundstage, then you gotta ride that train all the way to its logical conclusion. And you're gonna have to provide the overwhelming evidence that was the case. But if it's all built on skepticism and everybody's on board, right, the skepticism train, then just like I mentioned prior, when I was talking about, like, if I was talking about direct energy weapons, I would have to have substantiation of this, and not just like comparing video footage against video footage. So what it does is me show you, okay, space is fake because we got bubbles in space. Now, that's cool. That's cool, right? That I said that bubbles in space and bubbles are going up and stuff, and you're like, dude, yeah, but that all had to deal with some, strange space phenomena or whatever. You could explain as a Glober. You could probably explain something to. Well, that was just lighting that happened. Yeah. That was just blah 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 blah.
I just Google whatever the official line is and then repeat it.
I couldn't
admit that. Yeah.
And how could I defend against it when I'm only using what's been shown on a video format against what you're claiming it could be, or whatever the official answer is?
Sure. Yep.
my skepticism against bubbles in space or something could be met with, the narrative says this. Now what? Because it's a debate. What happens is it becomes a debate. So the whole thing that I'm saying, that people are riding the skepticism train and they're all aboard, and you got all the FE that are saying that, it's a fake, it's a soundstage and stuff. You're gonna have to bring the evidence. I'm talking about not just compare videos against videos, but you're gonna have to provide what, how, and when, where, and all that good stuff. And it's a lot of work. But hold on, eggshells.
Sure.
But if you don't need to do that, if you say, okay, so it happened, right? And then if it did happen, then what are the implications of that? So that means, okay, if you witnessed the 24-hour sun for a flat Earth, and you're not riding that skepticism train, like, oh man, it's a soundstage or whatever. So what is the defense over here on this side? And I'm telling you, it is exactly what we've been saying prior to this even occurring. It's the proposition, the logical syllogism that anyone who says that something has been provided as evidence when you witness the 24-hour sun, then you're going to have to state in any way coherently, logically, right? It's got to be sound, and something that's sound is valid and true. So something that's valid and true that was witnessed in Antarctica for the duration of the 24-hour sun, put it in a logical statement, how it provided evidence of something. So the something is the conclusion. The conclusion is the whole reason why you go to Antarctica to go witness the 24-hour sun. That's the conclusion. It's the meat and potatoes. It's the reason why you even thought of going over there. That's what I'm saying.
That's the reason why you thought of going over there, but it doesn't mean that's got to be your only conclusion.
Because I'm on a rant. So when when you go over there for that specific purpose, and the whole heart of the aim is to make sure that gets covered. Okay, you got Flat Earth, you got Globe Earth, and they're both going over there to witness this thing. Then when they come back, or it's all said and done, and say, okay, we saw the 24-hour sun, we got video, we got for the naysayer, and it's taken care of. Now we have to deal with it in a way that's going to be a response to that, and the direct response to that is what we've been saying so far. So all we have right now is people being able to argue for the fact that it provided evidence of something, and so that right there is the
evidence for.
What's that? What
do you think it did provide evidence for the globe?
No,
it didn't.
No, but Jaron went on record to say that it sky phenomena. It clearly matches the globe. He's on record saying that. So he said it to everybody. I think he.
Do you agree with that statement?
No.
You don't think the sky phenomena matches the globe?
No, the globe equals the terrestrial sphere. It matches a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial sphere. There's a big difference, and the celestial sphere is only hemispheric, so it's only half of a sphere. That's what a person like. If you there's a lot of misconceptions.
The celestial sphere is a full sphere. That's just not true.
It's conceptually thought of that way, but the only visible thing that
it's called the celestial what?
Yeah, that what I'm telling you though, dude. Like what the person witnesses at night. So you can't see a celestial sphere. It's a concept. So the only thing you can see is half.
The concept is the sphere.
It's a dome. You only see a dome of vision. So let's take, for example, somebody goes out into mid-ocean, right? Mid-ocean, you see a sky full of stars. That sky full of stars will encompass you, all about you, in a dome. It's not a sphere. It's a dome. You see a dome about you, not a sphere. You don't see a sphere. It's not what's witnessed.
That's not the question, though. The question is, do the stars fit into a sphere?
Yeah, it fits into a conceptual model called the celestial sphere.
Right. And can you, using the celestial sphere and the observation of stars you can see, can you calculate with high accuracy the position of stars you cannot see? Yes.
Yeah, I would say that has been done ever since the 6th century BC. It's been noted that people that are sky gazing it's been noted that people that are sky gazing will witness certain phenomena in the sky due to the fact that it can be predicted based on cyclical nature of the heavens to be done in this manner. So what sky phenomena actually does, it models out to angles of vision, right? So we've covered this many times over here on
What goes
24/7.
beyond your vision is the point I'm making. Is I can say, if I am a Scorpio and I'm born in November, I can say that a Capricorn is going to be about like 3 months away from me on the celestial sphere. And what I'm saying by that is I know that star sign is below the horizon.
No, you can't say that.
Can I not say that? So you denying that is possible?
No, it's not below the horizon. It's not in your. So what you're saying
is that not what the celestial sphere says? Is that what you're claiming?
You're saying that it's below the horizon. That's an absolute. Is it an absolute fact that the Scorpio that you're saying right now, is it below the horizon? Could you say that as an absolute?
I would say the celestial sphere model.
I need to answer the question. You know me when I ask you a direct question. Okay, so provide the evidence that it's an absolute.
Please. So what I would say is the celestial sphere model. You've said something,
dude. You can't lock in with me because you know the way I am. So you're gonna have to provide evidence that Scorpio is below the horizon. What is the evidence of this?
So that's what I'm saying. Is the celestial sphere? What you're right about saying is at any given point you can only see 180 degrees of the sphere.
Of course.
What I'm saying is, if the next sign that comes after Scorpio is Capricorn, when Scorpio starts rising, I know that Capricorn's next because Capricorn's always next.
That's fine.
And Capricorn rotates through the sky.
You can't tell me with all assurance.
Please let me finish.
I know where you're going with this. I have to cut you off because it doesn't. It's of no consequence to me for you to bloviate.
Let me say it. I think.
Yeah, it's no consequence to bloviate. It's the only thing that people need to hear right now from you is that you're assured that it is a sphere that surrounds you. And that's not what's happening. It's thought of as a sphere, but it's not known as a sphere. Because I tell you why. The radius of that celestial sphere is infinite, which means it doesn't have a definite linear representation. So there's no way of you saying that the celestial sphere is, 10,000 miles or whatever. You can't. There's no way you can do that.
What are you just making up stuff now? What are you saying?
Celestial sphere has always been. Celestial sphere has always been what conceptually looks to be, as from the observer on Earth, a dome that supports the vision that they see. So from an observer's perspective, there's nothing more than that. But then conceptually, you could think of it like a giant sphere that encompasses the observer. The observer is encompassed by this giant celestial sphere. And so that's what they can conceptually think of it as, but it's never observed that way.
Well, my challenge to you is this, is if I see the tail of Scorpio just cresting the horizon, can I know that Capricorn is behind it? Can I detect the position? And the celestial sphere, the model of the celestial sphere says there are constellations below my feet.
Yeah.
You have to accept
even if you say they're below your feet, even if you say they're below your feet, you've never witnessed that, so you can't affirm.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does matter.
The model
because at the end of the day, you're not telling us what you actually observe. You're not observing stars below your feet. You're not doing that.
True.
Yeah, that's a true statement. You're not observing stars below your feet, so you cannot say when you argue for the celestial sphere that it's arguing for globe. It's not. Because if it was arguing for globe, you'd have to substantiate the fact that stars are actually below your feet. And you don't witness that. So the witness of what we see,
Antarctica.
The witness of the witness of what we see has always been in like a dome of vision. The dome that we see at night, that's true. You can surely see that, right? Every observer sees a very specific set of stars in whatever geographic location they are.
So
it's never true. It's never true that they see a complete entire celestial sphere. That's untrue.
That's true. That's untrue. Anybody on the equator can see the fullest celestial sphere. That's just untrue. Anybody who lives on the equator can see the full celestial sphere.
Yeah,
and most people live
I want the
what
evidence.
You said just then was false.
I want the evidence of somebody seeing an entire celestial sphere.
Anybody on the equator can see the full celestial sphere.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
He means it once.
Definitionally true.
He means what he said.
Eggshells. He means it once.
But obviously you can't see it all at once.
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm saying.
He's not that retarded, Bacon, is he?
You cannot see the entire celestial sphere, and you're greasing the skids
That
to make the
is
conversation sound like it is.
disadvantage. To say, how can you look up into the sky to see stars and see all of them at once when you only see half of it? That's ridiculous.
What you said.
Surely that's not what he means.
No,
I just didn't think you were asking.
What do you mean what I mean?
I'm sorry. You're right, Alpha. That is on me. I did not expect that you were asking such an apocalyptically stupid question.
Well, it wasn't a stupid question. It's just the way your interpretation was. Your retort was that we can see
generations
the entire celestial sphere. No, we
died.
cannot see that whole thing.
If somebody lives on the equator, if somebody lives on the equator, throughout 6 months of the year, they will see every star that exists. That is enough. That satisfies what you're talking about. And if what you're talking about is not that, then what you are doing is just playing no true Scotsman fallacy.
No,
they see the whole celestial sphere. That's the thing that you said they didn't see. They do see.
It's how you're.
So the thing you said didn't happen does happen. You as flat earthers are just wrong about everything.
No, listen. What you're doing is basically saying at some point I see all of the celestial sphere. Okay, but that's not what we're arguing. Because for it to be a real celestial sphere, you'd have to witness the entire thing encompass you all around you, 360. What do you mean why? That is the burden of proof that you would need to actually substantiate the claim that it's an actual celestial sphere and not a conceptual model, which has been already through the ages, dude. Through the ages, been understood as it's a conceptual tool that astronomers and people that utilize celestial navigation will use to actually navigate with. It's the dome of stars that are all about them. 180.
The imaginary dome.
Not imaginary. Magically. No, it's not imaginary. You go outside. If you go, listen, dude. If you go to the middle of the ocean, what you witness is a dome of stars. You cannot disagree with that.
Sure,
you cannot disagree with that. It's what people witness.
I'm agreeing with that.
All right. So because
you keep going back to the point that we agree with, but the question is, can you complete that other dome? Can you make a hemisphere? Can you?
That's a logical fallacy.
You need to.
Completing the
dome. The question is clear. The question is clear,
fallacy.
Alpha.
You don't witness the complete dome.
Can you complete it?
Conceptually, yes.
Can you?
Conceptually.
Okay. And conceptually,
but it doesn't appear that you can observe that. It doesn't appear that you can observe that.
Fine. Would you agree that celestial phenomena
listen, dude,
work perfectly with a globe?
Right now, you need to realize something. Observation is paramount. If I'm not witnessing that as an observer, then I can't say that's what it is. I can only say, well, I can think of it like this, and that's totally fine. If I use it like a conceptual tool, it can be useful for my geographic location. I can assure you that. But as far as me saying I observed something, that's not what's happening. So there's a little bit of sleight of hand that's happening with how somebody can use this conversation to say that they're turning that conceptual model into a real experience. It's not a real experience. You don't experience a complete ball that surrounds you. It can be thought of that way and utilized in a.
But that's like saying if I drew a map from Sydney and I said if I went north, the moment I lost sight of Sydney, I couldn't no longer say I was near it. Right? We know. You are setting I think you are setting a silly standard to try to rescue a very obvious point that I think, like Robotham said, there is that he denied a lot of phenomena that are claimed below the South Celestial Pole. We have argued in this channel about the validity of other videos, which, to be fair, you're right. Like, it's a bit weird that they, like, if it's real, why do they fake it? I think that is a valid question. Like, they have faked it. But once you think for a bit, you go, there's reasons for that. But it doesn't make sense. At a certain point, which I think it sounds to me tonight like you might be close to, which is why I should be at some drinks across the road, but I want to be here, is you might be willing now to consider, like, let me just sell to you giving up flat Earth. When I gave up conspiracy theories, I got so good.
You're not going to sell me that. It's a hard stop right there. Your foot might be at my door, but I'm going to slam that.
No, hold on. Let him sell to a customer not interested. Go ahead. Let him drone.
By proxy of go ahead. Try to.
You will be so good at spotting legit fallacies. You get better at your job. You still spend the same time in the same communities. You just switch sides, which is what they all do. It becomes just as enriching, but clearly, you're now on the side that anytime anybody does a test, what did all the Globers say before they went to the South Pole? Did you ask me? I asked a bunch of Globers. All of us said 100% the same thing, which is what McToon said, even though I'm not super a fan of him, which is, if the sun is more than 5 degrees out of position, I'll abandon the globe model. If the sun sets at any time, I'll abandon the globe model. If it's dark in the sky, I'll abandon the globe model. Like so many, the sun just could be the tiniest bit out of position. A bunch of us would have gone, you've done it, guys. And all of us said, we will adhere to it, should do a loop that is slightly higher at one side. All of us said that must be the case, and Robotham said it can't be the case, and Nathan Oakley said it can't be the case, and Nathan Thompson said it can't be the case, and everybody said it can't be the case, because obviously it can't be the case, because if the sun goes around the equator either turns east to go around the North Pole or it turns left to go around the South Pole. It can't turn left and right at the same time. If all verticals are parallel, the equator's got to circle one of these 2 points. And if both of the points have equally good claim for being the centre of that circle, the only way to make that work is on a sphere. And I think you know that at this stage. You're
talking about a terrestrial sphere, right?
Yeah, we obviously live on a sphere.
Let me give my. I don't know, Brendan, if you feel moved by that.
Oh no, please no. I think he's not going to bury the sale anyway. It's just interesting to fucking let him go.
He couldn't sell this pen if he tried. So listen, man. If you're thinking about a terrestrial sphere, which would be the thing that you're saying is the requirement for this sky phenomenon to take hold, my retort to you would be simply the thing that we've been talking about so far, the celestial sphere, what it appears to the observer from a ground position.
Yeah,
it appears as if the sky itself looks like a dome that surrounds you. Like if I said if you were in mid-ocean, you'd be witnessing a dome of stars encompass you. So what it seems to me is that you're kind of conflating the fact that what's observed in the sky and what you're equating to what the ground is are two in the same. So you're saying that what you witness in the sky and the ground, comparatively, is exactly the same thing, but you're making a false analogy.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that.
So we can witness things.
Can I say what I am saying?
Hold on. We can witness. Well, if that's not what you're saying, I'm telling you like this.
Distasteful to say you're saying X and don't let me collect.
Look, even if that's not what you're saying, what we witness when we see the sun move about the sky is that the sun appears to us as it goes up over and around our heads in an arc. It looks like an arc in the sky, and this has been represented in dioramas everywhere. So the Native Americans did a diorama where it appears that the sun arcs overhead. So the sky phenomena clearly represents an angle of vision from the observer. From the observer's perspective, it looks like everything's at an angle to our vision. But see, let me tell you a little bit about how we see things, Eggshells, and I think this is most important for you. We see everything in an angle of vision concentric to our vision. And that's the reason why everything appears to us to move the way that it does. So, for example, if you see, like you're driving down your highway and you see these light posts that are like farther away in the distance, you could say that the light posts that are above you are at a different angle than the ones in front of you. But that's because everything's converging to your eye line. Your eyes, the way that you see the world, it has like a lot to do with how everything converges off into the distance, which means that everything will be at a different angle to your vision. And that doesn't mean that those lampposts are curving in any way. That's not what that means. So conceptually, you could think, hold on a minute, man, dude, because I'm on it right now. So when you look at the sky, it's the very same thing. Your eyes are converging everything to your eye line, the far distance, which means that everything's going to look like at a different angle when you see it at a distance. That's just the way your eyes see the world. And then you're saying because of how we see, that's the reasoning behind why you think that the sky and the ground are a complete, spherical ball. And that's not true, because that's how our vision works off into the distance. We can say that with all assurance. People have studied this. They understand this is the way vision works. And you're trying to use that as a catalyst for how we witness things to be exactly what you might consider as a model of globe. And that's where you're wrong, because that's how we see everything's converging to the eye line. So as it goes off into the distance, you could say that thing in the far distance is like akin to, 40 degrees. And the thing that's right above me, the light post, that thing's about 80 degrees as I'm driving up to it. So everything's at a different angle, but that doesn't mean the light posts are curving.
That just means that's how you see the world.
But what's the point? What's the point you're making?
My point is that you're trying to equate the celestial sphere being a real one. And not only that the celestial sphere is a real one, where you got stars underneath your feet, but that the ground is actually a sphere, which is in no way representation. Which is in no way representation to the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is separate from the terrestrial sphere, which you're trying to make a point as to what it actually. So you're going from the celestial sphere and then now making the Earth a terrestrial sphere, which is completely it's insane for you to do, because what we see with our eyes, how we interpret the information, can only be done such that when things get at a far distance away from us, everything looks like at an angle degrees to our vision. But so now we have the reasoning behind why some things look the way they do, and now we're going to have to put them to the test. So if you think that something on the ground is curving, like you know the Earth is curving and it's blocking your view, then you're going to have to test it. Well, how can we do that? Is there any way to figure out sorts of tests that we can do?
You're just making up a difficult test now. What's going on? You're just ranting. You're not even letting me respond. You're
difficult test.
Ranting about a test that you won't do. Wait. That will prove it to you.
Here's the thing. Eggshells, because you've already misinterpreted. You couldn't sell me to the globe. Number one. Number two, you're misunderstanding.
Nothing could sell you to the. If Flat Earth is getting flown to Antarctica, doesn't sell it to you. Nothing's going to.
That's not it.
Fair.
I don't care.
It is
24/7.
If that's not it, nothing will get you there.
No, because it's not about people going over there and witnessing a sky phenomena. Because I already told you the celestial sphere would be the reasoning why they see things arcing overhead, why they see sky phenomena.
The same method everybody uses.
What it does.
Because it's the thing that helps you tell you that you're on a sphere. That's the best way to tell you're on a sphere.
It doesn't. You're equating the celestial sphere to the terrestrial sphere. See what you're doing right now? Yes, you just did.
I'm saying
you just did right now.
If you treat
you and Jaren and everybody else.
Let me tell it for you. Let me tell you what Jaren's doing. If Jaren and everybody else and I are treating this terrestrial sphere like a globe of 3959 and the celestial sphere is an infinitely large circle that is concentric on that, and then you make predictions and observations of the celestial sphere from that terrestrial sphere. If you assume it's got that radius, let me finish. Let me finish.
You didn't do that.
Please let me finish.
No, you didn't.
Please let me finish. Show that you're scared of this.
No, what I need you to do right now is show the relevance to the terrestrial sphere that it needs to be there in order for there to be predictable sky phenomena with the celestial sphere. That's what I need you to do right now. I need you to equate, some way, draw the comparison to having a terrestrial sphere needed for the celestial sphere existence, because it doesn't need the other one. Celestial sphere is apparently separate from the terrestrial sphere. I need you to make the connection. Connect the terrestrial sphere to the celestial sphere. That's what you're not doing. I need you to do that right now. Connect them.
Sure, they're concentric. They're part of the same model.
Concentric to what?
Well, you're right in what you're saying. One of the things
I know I am.
Yeah, what you're saying is the celestial sphere can exist in absence of a terrestrial sphere.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
But that doesn't make sense.
That'll be all. Mic drop. I always get my opponent to agree with me.
Wait, can you let him elaborate? Because I want to know why.
Let me tell you, for the rest of the people in here, this is not a debate. This is me teaching you guys how to understand logic and reasoning.
But can you finish though? I want to hear.
You don't know how navigation works, dude.
Sorry, that's not.
But I want to hear him finish the rest of his point.
I know I don't care because
you're giving up. You're giving up.
No. You can say whatever you want. Here's what happened though. The point of all of this, his discussion, his being.
No, you didn't listen to him. I'm not listening to you.
Well, you don't have to listen to me. You could leave. That's a beautiful thing about Discord. You can actually hit the exit.
Yeah, Alpha, if what you're saying is true, why not just let him respond and you can refute it?
The whole point was that it has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. And he said he was all up in the tizzy about it having to do with something with the terrestrial sphere. And guess what? It doesn't. He admittedly said so.
Yeah, but you have to silence your opponent. Why can't you just let him respond? If you're right, let him respond.
I was
right. Stop silencing.
He did respond. He said it.
No, he didn't. You muted him.
Terrestrial sphere. Yeah,
God, why does everybody have to listen to you blabber? I want to hear writing on eggshells.
You can get upset. Well, then go have a private call with him. How about that? Tell him to call Eggshells.
I want to hear
No.
you and Eggshells have an
It
actual
was done.
conversation.
It was done. Callie, it was done. If you want to hear more about it, go into another call with him or to another channel and discuss it with him.
So you're running away. So you're a coward.
He gave up the ghost, dude. The ghost was given up where he said it doesn't have anything to do with the terrestrial
He's
sphere.
still here. He hasn't given up. He's just muted.
Over.
He's muted.
Game
That's all
over.
that's wrong.
Game over, dude. You know it and everybody else knows it.
Yeah. Stick your flag in the ground.
Oh, it isn't in the ground. It's always been there. I didn't even stick that flag
You've
anywhere. It's always
muted
been
it.
there.
You've muted him. That's not convincing anybody of your position.
I don't need to convince anybody.
You're right.
That's not the point of this.
No,
It makes you look stupid. It makes you look like you can't debate your opponent.
All right, here's what's going to happen. You're going to reconcile the fact that he admitted that you don't need to have the terrestrial sphere equate to the celestial sphere. That's what you guys... I want everybody in here who's naysaying to agree with me on that. Did it have anything to do with the terrestrial sphere?
Yeah, every star has a geographical position on Earth.
That's not the question. I need you to answer yes or no to what I'm asking. Did the celestial sphere need the terrestrial sphere? Does it need it?
What do you mean need it? What does that mean?
Okay, you don't know the question. How about you, Paza?
I think they're contingent on each other. I think one is concentrically ensconced in the other.
How?
How can you have a sphere of stars above a plane?
Do you want me to show you?
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
I posted it earlier.
Go ahead and show them. They don't know this, and I love it. I love that they don't know this. Look in the
successfully.
Hold on, Bacon. Don't interrupt. Look at the
celestial sphere. Celestial sphere. You'll notice there's a horizontal plane below a dome. This is the arc of perspective described in the celestial sphere. It's not actually a sphere, it's a hemisphere, half a sphere. You standing on a horizontal plane, taking angle measurements from that horizontal plane up to the things in the sky. So yeah, it works. That's how we use it.
You lose, Globers. Once again, epically too. I've demonstrated that your inability to articulate your point was such that you can't even understand the conceptual way that people look at the sky. And it's angle measurements. You can't have that without a flat plane. It's essential. It's paramount. It's the whole reason why people make observations and say that they can take angle measurements to stars. You fools.
No, but Alpha, you got his concession, but you
That's it.
still lose.
Yeah, I got his concession. He conceded to the point.
What's wrong with these people?
No, and see, that's the only thing I do. I get them long enough to where they tangle themselves up into their own kind of like explanations. Because see, Eggshells was in here and he didn't go have dinner drinks because he wanted to stay here and figure out if there's some way he could sell me to the globe. And in fact, he conceded the point about the globe existence, in regards to the celestial sphere. No, they don't need each other. Boom. That's all they needed him to say. Game over.
Yeah, well, it's easy to say your opponent lost when everybody that wants to respond to you is muted.
Don't get all up in your feelings, Bacon, just because he lost his point. And see, this is important for you, Globe.
No, it's because you muted him.
Yeah, of course. I got what I needed. What else do I need to hear him say? I just needed him to concede that the terrestrial sphere is needed for the celestial sphere, and he said it's not needed. Boom. That's it. And Jedi showed you an example, a depiction of why it's not needed. I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah, you made your mic drop argument, but you just didn't allow him to respond, and everyone was calling you out, and everybody did call you out on that, got muted.
I don't give a shit.
And I'll probably go to
care. I don't care.
Oh, it seems you do since you muted them.
No, I don't. He's still.
Oh, if you didn't care, you wouldn't have to mute them.
Okay, Bacon, let me unmute him so you can hear him speak. He lost.
If you didn't really care, you wouldn't mute them.
Bacon, to paraphrase back his argument, you're the fourth person to say you didn't win because you muted him. And what happened was he didn't allow his opponent to rumpus the living crap out of his win. Maybe you could paraphrase back his win that he's told 4 different people, rather than just appealing to the same garbage response, which is what his globe-believing opponent didn't get the opportunity to talk straight through his win. Therefore, he didn't win. He did. That's measured flat for the celestial sphere, and your globe's based on it. Acknowledge me saying it, because he just said it. Alpha Veritas said it to you. He said it to the last 3 people. No one's acknowledged it. Does your cope level mean that appealing to the mute button makes you feel like you didn't lose?
Thank you, Nathan. They're salty when it comes to this.
You're lost, Bacon. Alpha Veritas just handed him his ass. Eggshell's ass. I did yesterday. We did the day before.
Of course.
The same thing. Exact same thing. Bacon, do I need to mute you? I'm still talking.
I guess so.
Do you need to be muted? The question is not rhetorical. Do you need me to mute you? Because you seem to be talking while I'm talking about how badly defeated Eggshells has been recently. You seem to be flashing away like you need to be adding things while I'm talking. Mute yourself, you stupid dick. Bacon,
Y'all know the difference between a sphere and a dome, right?
I'm talking to you. Whoever's talking, shut up. Bacon, I'm talking. I mean, have some respect. Go on mute while I talk about how badly Eggshells has lost to me, Alpha Veritas, Quantum Eraser. You pathetic cope-seeking bitches need to appeal to the mute button. No. Earth's measured flat. The globe's based on it. Alpha Veritas is pointing that out. He's won. And all you pathetic sad little twats can do is appeal to him having to mute and shut up his opponent to stop him interrupting his victory.
Yeah, you wish, dude. We all heard you say that a sphere is a dome. It's two different shapes.
This guy.
What a fantastic rebuttal that was. So, sphere, dome, different shapes. Okay, we measure Earth flat for the elevation angles in the celestial sphere. It's two hemispherical systems, north and south, sandwiched antipodal in a model.
So what? Earth is like a coin? Like heads or tails?
Another asshole. Don't need to mute you, or you appeal to the mute button. You're talking through me, you stupid little cope-seeking bitch. I'm still talking, answering your stupid frigging question that demonstrates how frigging...
Sorry, I was compelled to respond to you saying that Earth is a quarter.
Dick brain. Do we need to appeal to the moderators to shut you bitches up? Yeah, we do, because then you can cope. You had to mute me. Now, I'm telling you how your celestial sphere is created with two hemispherical systems that you interrupted, because you're a cope-seeping, glurf bitch. And you need shutting up with the mute button. You bitches can't cope. You have to chant through a flat Earth victory. And when you're shut up, you've got an excuse to cope. Oh, he was muted, it means he didn't win. Did any of you steal Manny's argument? Paraphrase back his victory? No, you all appeal
Yeah,
to
he
the
said a
mute
sphere is a dome.
There you go again, sad little glurf bitch who has to mute me. This is your mute button, you sad little twat. Muting me, aren't you, you sad little bitch? You're muting me, bitch. I haven't finished. Talking about the hemispherical systems that you talked about. You haven't got a fucking clue what you're on about. That's obvious. I'm trying to detail it through your interruptions. You need cope. Lost. Earth's measured flat. You all know it.
Earth is topographical. It's certainly not a horizontal plane.
Really? What about the angle measurements that create the celestial sphere that the globe's based on? That was Alpha Veritas's point, you stupid dick.
Yeah, it's not angle measurements to a dome. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, so Earth's measured flat, dickhead. I got your tongue. Protracted silence after that fact's pointed out. Yeah. Alpha
I don't know, you
Veritas.
keep threatening to mute me. I don't know if it's okay to jump in yet.
Me reiterating the point. Mute buttons needed by the glurf bitches. Your celestial sphere creates the globe. How's the celestial sphere measured? With angles off a plane. I just pointed that out. Not one of you sad cope-seeking bitches could affirm what was said to you by two different people. All you could do was appeal to the mute button, you sad little twats. I got your tongues, bitches!
Yeah, the horizontal plane is tangential to the
I'm talking now after the protracted silence. Yeah, pointing out how there was a protracted silence, you pathetic sad little bitch. And now I'm talking in that protracted silence. Time to talk was when there was silence, dickhead. That silence was induced by me pointing out the 2 victories, now 3, from me, Jedi, and Alpha Veritas. Your globe is based on the angle measurements to create a hemispherical view north and south that creates the celestial sphere. Earth is measured flat to create the globe you seek cope for now. You know it's measured flat.
Earth has elevation changes. It's topographical.
With respect to sea level, you'll need a flat Earth for those elevation changes. They're described with respect to sea level. You stupid idiot. Earth is measured flat for all elevations.
Earth to be flat to measure.
I'm still talking. Mute button needed for a bitch seeking cope. I'm talking.
You're never going to be done.
You need to mute me, bitch. I heard you. You talked about topology. You talked about elevations. Yeah, I'm responding to you, globe. Bitch, seeking cope. I know it's painful. Don't need to fucking mute me. Pathetic, cope-seeking bitch. Yeah, you'll need a flat earth for those elevations. They're described from sea level. You don't need to interrupt me with a mute button. You don't need to accuse Alpha Veritas of not winning when he details explicitly his win. Same as mine. And your response is to tell me about a flat earth measurement with respect to sea level. Elevations? Heights of stuff? You'll need a flat earth for it, dickhead. Hello! Another protracted silence! You bunch of dickheads. You are all ignorant of the facts when it comes to Earth's measurements. Alpha Veritas seems to know them. Jedi seems to know them. You can be damn sure I know them because I'm telling you, bunch of dicks, about how Earth's measured flat. And when I do...
So you can only have a dome.
Without interruption from cope-seeping glow.
Yeah, you say Earth is a dome?
Cope-seeking glurf bitches who need to interrupt me with their mute button.
Stop interrupting him, bro.
Finish detailing without interruption from cope-seeping glurf bitches. They leave protracted silences.
Well, he wants me to respond, right?
I did. I left a silence and no words came. Then I shouted hello and started talking again after you left a nice little silence.
Well, you're in a room full of people that are going to try to talk.
You only seem to want to talk when I'm talking, dickhead. Yet you accused Alpha Veritas of muting somebody.
Talking.
Guys, just stop this, you stupid glurf bitch who needs a fucking mute button now, don't you? There was a silence, mate. There it is again, dickhead! Is it only when I fucking talk? Yeah, because you're a globe-seeking, cope-seeking bitch who needs to interrupt when I point out Earth's measured flat.
You need to go back to kindergarten and learn your
shapes. There it is again. Maybe you bitches can appeal to the mute button. We need to stop you fuckers doing this. Keep interrupting me, sir.
Yeah, you don't know the difference between a sphere and a dome.
No, I was detailing the north and south hemispheric measurements of a flat plane that create that sphere. It's then converted to globe by Haversine conversion. Yeah, I do know the difference. I was halfway through detailing it when a cope-seeking glurf bitch started interrupting me, sir.
So, are you saying that the entire southern hemisphere is antipodal to the north and that Earth is like a coin, heads or tails?
I'm saying it's measured flat. It's two different separate systems. Measured flat in both instances. You can then, after the fact... Is it just me?
You have two hemispheres.
Interrupted.
Two hemispheres make an entire sphere.
You stupid glurf dumbo. Yo, fuckwit. I'm in the middle of fucking talking. Maybe when someone shuts your dumb ass up with a mute button, you can appeal to me not winning.
I hope your kid isn't listening to this.
Hey, dickhead, I'm still talking, dickhead. Yeah, I'm telling you to stop interrupting me while I answer you, you stupid globe-believing dickhead. Yeah, this is why we fucking mute you stupid spastics. You think appealing to the fact we have to shut your dumb asses up when you can't help yourselves? Yeah? You feel the need to talk straight through the middle of that which proves Earth is measured flat. And somehow interrupting it will stop it being a fucking fact. Then when we stop you doing it, oh no, he had to mute the wanker that couldn't stop interrupting him. Grinning. Yeah, he did eventually, didn't he? Did that make you feel better? None of you steel-manned Alpha Veritas's point. That was why I stepped in. Not one of you reiterated his point. All of you appealed to the mute button, and while I was reiterating his point and redeeming the win, same as Jedi did, what do you know? I'm getting interrupted by these globe bitches seeking cope. Who can't help themselves. That's why you got muted. That's why Eggshells got muted. I hope you understand that, you bunch of spastics. It's not rhetorical. I hope you understand that. I'm seeking affirmation from globe heads. They understand that people...
I believe in flat Earth.
They can't shut themselves up. Another interruption during me taking charge of the protracted silence. I hope you understand, meaning I'm seeking an affirmation that you understand why you dickheads have to be shut up with a mute button when you can't fucking stop interrupting. A victory from a flat earther.
Why are you so mentally unstable?
Do you understand wasn't the invitation to start talking before the question came? Stupid dick. Do you understand?
You're mentally unstable.
I'm not. Now, that's an ad hominem attack. Now, when I go through the motions of explaining why you dickheads have to be shut down with a mute button because you can't help yourselves, you tell me I've got a mental incapacity. No, I'm concisely detailing why you fucktards have to be shut up with a mute button because you can't help yourselves. It's been demonstrated 5 times in the last 3 minutes, you stupid dickhead. Now that I've explained it and it's happened 5 times in 3 minutes, do you now that I've reiterated it for the 3rd time, having suffered an ad hom from a dickhead, why you fucktards have to be shut down with a mute button because you can't help yourselves?
I'm more interested in your blood pressure.
Mentally retarded when I point out your obnoxious behaviour, you bunch of globe-believing dickheads seeking cope, who are now for the 3rd time being asked if you understand why you've got to be shut down because of your egregious behaviour.
Yeah, you're saying that on a flat Earth you could have a celestial sphere. Are you saying that on the other side of the flat Earth,
we're saying it's
that's
measured
the other
flat
hemisphere?
to create it? No. We're saying Earth is measured flat to create it. Do you understand what I just said?
Okay, so how do you have a celestial sphere above a flat plane? How does that make sense?
Why are you asking me a question? You understand then? Just say yes or no.
What's wrong? You can't answer questions?
Seems that I didn't get an affirmation, I got an okay. So it's okay Earth is measured flat then? Yes?
No, it's not.
So you don't get elevation angle measurements to create the celestial sphere, the very topic we're talking about that I'm answering in regards to Earth being measured flat to create the celestial sphere. You deny the flat Earth measurements required to create it. A minute ago it was okay.
That's not measuring the
your
Earth.
question that seems to take precedent and the interruption that's coming afterwards before a pause for breath.
Yeah, let me respond.
Oh, I still haven't taken breath, and yet this wanker, Glurf, is interrupting.
Okay, hold on, dude. Let me respond.
A shock. Maybe this dickhead will need explaining why he needs a fucking mute button to shut him up. No, you stupid
run away, run away.
Shut him up. Moderators have got to appeal to him, because now I'm having to do the same thing that Alpha Veritas did. Shout down an opponent that's using his fucking mute button on me. No, wanker. Not mentally handicapped. Detailing the answer to your stupid globe-tard question. Aren't I? And how am I doing it? With fucking interruptions from a cunt. Yeah, that's what's happening. Yeah. So we've had to have a moderator step in. Maybe this is a reason to justify how I didn't win. After I explain. Elevation angles. Okay, you say? Given that you've said okay, that's not a yes or no. When we get to the point that Earth's measured flat with those elevation angles to create the celestial sphere that your globe is dependent on. So, is it okay that we measure Earth flat, sir, 2nd time's a charm? Seems to be a protracted silence. It's just me, right? I ask a very direct question about
I don't know when you're done, dude. You're never done.
After the protracted silence, he then starts talking through me. Is it okay that we measure Earth flat then, sir? You said okay.
All right, are you done?
Is it okay that's non-responsive, asking me if I'm done when there's a clear, protracted
Okay,
silence?
I'll respond then. Hello?
Question that I'm now having to reiterate with him just talking while I'm talking. Because he only wants to talk while I'm talking. Non-responsive, asking me if I'm done during a silence when you're talking and I'm not, is a stupid question from a globe-believing dickhead that clearly doesn't understand simple communication. Yeah, I'm fucking done, you stupid dickhead. When I asked you if it is okay that we measure Earth flat.
Whoa. All right. So, a hemisphere is half of a sphere.
It's non-responsive. Shut this asshole down. He doesn't know how to communicate.
Hey, hold on, dude.
Wanker, you're going to get muted. You're a dickhead. You're not answering me. You said okay and then tried to brush past it with a new question that you're trying to attempt to ask. 2nd time. What a wanker. No, it's not just okay that Earth's measured flat. It's the end of the fucking argument. Not a new question about how hemispheres work. No, we measured Earth flat to create that hemisphere that your globe's dependent on. And when you just affirm with a tacit, okay, let's move on with a new question, it doesn't get stressed that Earth's been measured flat and you're accepting that fact with an okay. Let's move on. And this is where we have to shut you wankers down and mute you, don't we? Because you're desperate to interrupt me pointing out that the okay I got was Earth is measured flat. But okay, we can stop talking to you now. Once we get you to acknowledge that fact without a tacit, okay, let's ask something new, like that doesn't matter. It matters. Earth's measured flat. You absolutely, without question, require it to be so. Not just going to move on with you interrupting me. We're going to get you, the fundamentalist, globe-believing dickhead seeking cope here, to acknowledge that fact about Earth's measurements that you want to discuss. When it comes to the dome itself is just a calculation based on angle measurements from Earth, proving we are on a flat plane. That's how we friggin' measure it and create your stupid globe belief.
So where does the other half of the other half of the sphere
Why
go?
isn't he acknowledging? Third time. It's okay that we measure Earth flat.
Acknowledge
Yes?
that you turned a sphere to a dome.
I'm not going to do a damn thing, sir. I'm in charge. You will acknowledge Earth's measured flat. We were having a conversation. You accepted it with okay. That wasn't good enough. And I won't be moving.
Do you know the difference between a sphere and a dome?
Oh, just the chanting, Asa. Just the chanting through the middle of it. Me re-attempting to get you to affirm that which you just said okay to. Was it okay? Earth's measured flat, sir? It's that silence! You're gonna ask
I
me
got
if it's your
it already
talk-
nice. Okay, so a sphere is not a dome.
Maybe talk through me after the silence, yeah? Maybe ask me if it's
Stop
your turn to
talking so
talk when
much.
I'm done. I'm still talking, he's still talking while I'm
Yeah,
talking.
for no reason.
There was a silence and now an asshole talking through me. I
Here's
picked
not
up
a
the
dome.
reins. There was a long silence, and this asshole's now only talking while I'm talking. The winner that has to mute arsehole globe believers seeking cope when they can't fucking talk during a silence. They have to talk while I'm talking. Oh, dickhead, I asked you for the fourth time if it was okay, end quote you, that we measure Earth flat for you to then move on with a different subject. Is that okay that we measure Earth flat? If so, it's the end of the frigging conversation.
You know the difference between a sphere and a dome?
Don't need a question. Need an affirmation. You said it was okay. It's okay we measure Earth flat, right?
It doesn't measure flat.
Does it not? What's an elevation angle? Define it.
An elevation angle is not measuring any type of
Making the celestial sphere we're discussing with elevation angle measurements with respect to a plane to create this dome we're talking.
An elevation angle does not tell
Why is
you
someone out
the
talking?
surface
Why am
of
I
the
getting
Earth.
rumpus?
It tells you the elevation angle of the star.
I leave plenty of silences. I'm not muting this asshole talking through him. I'm talking. He's talking while I'm talking. We do measure elevation angle measurements to create this perspective view called a dome, which gets turned into an antipodal sandwiched view called the celestial sphere. It's based on measurements of Earth. They are elevation angles to the stars. That is a fact. Now we're going to define what that is, because you say okay, and then suddenly no, we're not measuring Earth when we create this calculated dome. Yeah, we do measure Earth with elevation angles. Now we're going to define them. Not you yammer through me winning with the mute button. You understand, sir? We're going to define elevation angles. Something that was okay a minute ago when we were measuring Earth flat with them.
Yeah, typically an elevation angle. Yeah, typically an elevation angle is determining the angle between horizontal plane and the star.
And if he talks again before the question's concluded, he won't have to answer it. I'll try again without the interruption. You define an elevation angle, sir?
Yeah, it's the angle difference between a level plane, like horizontal plane, and the height of the star.
Definition from? Can you post it so we can check that what you're citing is correct?
You posted it enough. A bunch of people posted it.
Right. Is this a cited definition, or are you just making this up?
Nope, that's really what an elevation angle is.
Is it a that doesn't answer me, does it? This
calm down, dude. Your blood pressure must be raging.
You don't need to interrupt and chant. That was non-responsive.
I'm worried for your health. You sound horrible.
Keep chanting and it will mean you're not losing. Mute me. Keep muting me, bitch.
I don't have the ability to mute you.
This isn't a citation. This guy's a liar. He's just making shit up. Doesn't matter how many fucking times he yammers through me, muting me like a glurf bitch.
Yeah, the horizontal plane that you reference when you take an elevation angle
he'll be talking
created by a leveling instrument.
He'll be moaning about how he has to be fucking muted. I'm still talking. One in charge telling you to define an elevation angle, and then that being preceded by you making shit up on the spot that isn't a cited definition. I've got 20, sir. I don't need you to make it up. Do you want to try again defining that which is proving Earth's measured flat to create the system we're talking about? That'll be the celestial sphere that the globe's dependent on. That'll be the flat Earth measurements of elevation angles we're going to be defining. Do you want to have another go, you little liar that makes stuff up on the spot?
Yeah, if I sight the horizon, that's not a horizontal plane. My line of sight is not
I
a
asked him
horizontal
to define an elevation angle, not the horizon. This is non-responsive.
But you're claiming that if I sight the
Idiot,
horizon,
it's
that's my horizontal
non-responsive.
plane.
I'll try again. Without him interrupting me, objecting to him not responding for a third time when I asked him to define an elevation angle. He made stuff up about an elevation angle, now he's talking about the horizon.
It's the angular difference between
losing, bitch.
The angular difference between the
Tell
star
me where you got
and
the
a horizontal
citation.
plane established by a leveling
Make you win. Hammering through me, hammering this point home is not going to make
you make it that way. Why don't you stop talking? Elevation angle between a horizontal plane
I'll
of
go on
reference
mute.
create with a leveling
You
instrument.
appeal to the mute button for a fit. Go on. I'll go on mute. You appeal to how you've been shut down. Go on.
Yeah, go on mute. Relax your blood pressure. The elevation angle is a horizontal. First, you establish a horizontal plane of reference, which is not the surface of the Earth. You need a leveling instrument.
Oh, I asked for a definition. Telling me
you need a leveling instrument to acquire.
You appeal to the mute button. Can you shut this guy up? Because this is not where this is going to go. He hasn't won.
Stop coping, dude.
No, you're not making stuff up about an elevation angle. Define it, cite it, post it. We'll have a look at it. I've got 20 if all we've got from you is you making it up off the top of your head. Second time I've said it.
I thought you were going to go on mute and relax.
No, we're going to get a definition of an elevation angle, or you're going to appeal to how you're being
the angular difference between the horizontal plane of reference and the height of the star.
You talk through me to attempt to obfuscate.
Because you're not listening.
You made stuff up about twice. You're going to appeal to the mute button. Tell me to mute while you yammer through me, having ignored the definition that you haven't cited and keep making stuff up about. I've
told you what an elevation angle is like.
While you appeal to how you're being shut down by me. No, you're not. You're yammering through me when you fail repeatedly to define that which you've disagreed with. The point that up until about 5 minutes ago was, quote, okay, but now is suddenly contentious. But when it comes
to elevation angle is not measuring the ground, you're measuring the height of the star.
I get talked through and muted. These bitches need to moan at Alpha Veritas for having to stop this, but he's still muting me, isn't he? No, we're still at the point where I've asked him 4 times to define an elevation angle, not just make shit up off the top of his head. Now, I've got 20 and I've told him that 4 times. Now, are we going to tolerate this arsehole liar making shit up off the top of his head about horizons, or is he going to cite it? If not, I will cite how an elevation angle measurement is defined so we can clear up whether or not Earth's measured flat to create your globe. That's what we're doing.
It's the angular difference between a horizontal plane and the height of the star. For the 5th time,
we'll need a horizontal plane then. Earth will be measured flat as that
horizontal plane is created by a leveling instrument. The ground is not a horizontal plane.
Being obfuscated.
The ground is not a horizontal plane.
Or do I have to appeal to the moderators because I'm being muted in my victory like Alpha Veritas? Is it just me? It seems like when I win, the actual cited definition comes referencing how we'll measure. Is it just me or I'm getting multiple mute buttons used on me? I'll just summarise my attempt to summarise this win about Earth being measured flat as a horizontal plane as defined by my opponent. So it is okay to measure Earth flat for this then. We got there in the end with lots of muting from wankers, didn't we? Lots of fundamentalist religious zealotry trying to obfuscate this truth and fact about what's okay when we measure Earth as a plane for these angles to create the celestial sphere that the globe will be based on. So we start by measuring Earth flat, don't we, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, that's correct. This is my victory. There's a lot of zealots that need to shut this down. And if I even attempt to stop them doing it, I'll be called as the heinous instigator of the mute button. I'm just winning, bitches. Earth's measured flat and you all fucking know it. That guy knew it. Okay, right? So now after lots of obfuscation, sir, you concede, like I was attempting with lots of attempts to get away from it, it's okay, end quote you, to measure Earth flat, like defined by you, to create the celestial sphere. We'll be measuring Earth flat for that, won't we, sir? You want to ask me if I'm done, you dumb shit? I'll ask again in the protracted silence. Maybe you'll start yammering through the top of me. Is it okay, end quote, you, to measure Earth as a flat plane, end quote, as per the citation, and you reading it? Okay to measure Earth flat, sir?
Yeah, the Earth is not a horizontal plane.
So why are we measuring it as such to get these elevation angles?
You're not.
Is it just me? Is it just he's answering I'm not before the questions come? Is this going to be a long, drawn-out process where you deny elevation angle measurement? Yeah, we absolutely measure elevation angles to create the celestial sphere. Stupid, idiot, globe-believing numpty.
So where does the other half of the sphere go?
Are you asking me something? You just told me no. Is it you disagree, or I accept your disagreement in spite of the fact that we've had a protracted period of you trying to obfuscate the fact you said was okay, and then you defined as such? It was okay, defined as a level plane, but no. Let's move on to a new question.
I don't know, maybe you don't know how shapes work.
Maybe the introduction will change the fact that you tried to dodge this fact with a new question. It's okay then. We will be measuring Earth flat. You just disagreed after defining it, you stupid numpty.
Except Earth is topographical, so it's not flat.
When we measure elevation angles with respect to a what again? What are we measuring to create this?
A leveling instrument is going to create a horizontal
or is
plane of
my
reference.
question being interrupted by a guy seeking cope? It's okay, sir. I don't need my constant...
So take a deep breath and shut up for a second.
I still haven't taken breath than this guy seeking cope because he knows he's on a ball that's made with flat Earth measurements. That'll be elevation.
I want to see how red your face is. Can you take a...
Maybe if you interrupt incessantly, you can appeal to the mute button when one of the moderators shuts you down and stops you doing this. Zealot! I'm still talking, you stupid monkey. Why's your malfunction? Do you think it's your time to talk while I'm taking a shit on your globe face by pointing out how Earth is measured flat to create your globe face? Do you think that needs a non-stop stream of interruptions to the point where you piss me off so much that someone mutes you and then you can go, they only won by muting me? It wasn't the flat plane necessitated in my globe face. It was measured as per the definition that I simply cannot concede to, will rumpus and say no to. It's by this long process of getting you to define terms, make it explicitly clear Earth's measured flat. So that is the end of the conversation. We measure Earth flat. No ifs, buts, or maybe.
No, you don't.
Globe. It's not just me summarising my victory. It's this dickhead's time to talk after that long silence, of course. The time
Show me where Earth measures flat.
Shithead. Yo, shithead. The time to talk was in that silence after my conclusion. You didn't take the opportunity. You were dumbfounded. Now you
show me the measurement.
Acquiring a mute button that you wankers think that makes it your victory when we shut your stupid ass up for doing it. There was a silence for you to talk in.
Why can't you reference a measurement?
You're still doing it with your mute button now. Like we need to hear you while I'm talking. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't. We need to hear how Earth's measured flat. It's a necessity for you to believe in a globe. When I point that out, there's long protracted silences, followed by interruptions and me re-summarising our victory here. Dickheads that think appealing to a mute button that they are using is going to somehow win them the day. And they have to be muted because they can't shut up. Why can't they shut up? Because someone like me is telling Earth's measured flat. They can't cope with it. Mute button time.
Yeah. If I look at the horizon, how do I know that my line of sight is a horizontal plane?
Can't have a horizon on a globe.
That's pretty weird.
Flat plane for a horizon. Define horizon.
Where the sky meets the ground.
And that's useful in practical terms for what?
Well, your leveling instrument creates the horizontal plane.
So all horizontals are parallel with the horizon?
No.
No?
Nope.
Just a hand wave of all parallels are planes that are parallel with the horizon. That's not true according to you.
If you really want to take an elevation angle to a star, you're going to establish a horizontal plane of reference, which is going to be created by a leveling instrument, not the surface of the topographical Earth, which is clearly not a horizontal plane.
Earth. I'm responding to you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yeah, we will measure a horizontal plane of reference. Yeah, we
No,
will
you
measure
won't.
Earth flat. Yeah, we will be leveling things.
It won't be the
There
Earth.
is no
It'll be from a leveling instrument.
Or am I responding? And while I'm
I
responding,
don't care
please
anymore,
carry
dude. I'm going to try to speak through you because you keep talking.
So you paused, I responded. You made a statement, I responded. Is it just me, or is it you need your statements to come out unimpeded? As in, nobody challenges them. It came out, I heard what you said. You're defying principles that a horizon's used for. The axiomatic principle of a horizon, with things being parallel with it. Planes. Ones we're measuring. You defined it. Now you're denying it. It's pathetic.
Yeah, the horizontal plane of reference to establish an elevation angle is not the surface of the ground. You could take an altitude angle and reference zenith. It has nothing to do with the ground.
How high you are off the surface, you stupid dickhead. I think altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. Are you demented? I think maybe
an altitude angle. You don't know what an altitude angle is?
It's definitely his interruption. I was accused of having a mental inefficiency. Is it just me, or is
I can reference a vertical plane and get it?
Is it just me, or is he projecting his own mental ineptitude onto me? It seems to be the case because he's constantly interrupting whenever I've got something to say. Hello, dickhead. I put something to you. Altitude. Yeah, that's with respect to the ground that you say it's got nothing to do with, you stupid.
I said altitude angle.
I'm still talking, dickhead. I'm berating you for your stupidity. Now, we all heard you say I need committing. But in reality, you're saying altitude, what, the height of stuff off the fucking ground, has nothing to do with the ground? You stupid globe-believing dickhead. You seem mental. The altitude of stuff is how fucking high it is off the ground, you stupid spastic. I'm done talking.
Altitude angle is when you reference
I haven't finished talking and you're still talking while I'm talking.
You don't know what an altitude angle.
I haven't finished, retard, that says altitude's got nothing to do with the ground, fucking retard. Shut up. You aren't worthy of my time, you fucking spastic. Telling me that altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. Elevation, that's how fucking high things are, off the ground, has nothing to do with the ground. You're a spastic. Fuck off, you stupid globe-believing retard. I'm done talking to you, fuckwit. Altitude's got nothing to do with the ground. What kind of fucking retard are you? It's got everything to do with the ground when we measure elevation angles. Altitudes have got stuff to do with the ground. You're just a fucking globe-believing retard. Thinks that what how high stuff is has got nothing to do with the ground. How high off what? Spastic brain. We're measuring Earth flat. All you can do is squirm and say stupid shit like you just did. Canting through me like you got a fucking right to be talking while I'm talking. You stupid spastic that thinks heights of stuff, altitudes of stuff, elevations of stuff has got nothing to do with the ground. You're a retard. Globe-believing spastic being told off by me, a flat earther. Finally unimpeded, he's finally been put in his fucking place with his own stupid spastic words about heights and altitude angles not having anything to do with the fucking ground. Why? Because it's measured flat. In a globe-believing dickhead's brain, when Earth's measured flat, it can't have anything to do with the ground. In spite of this whole fucking discussion being about the principle that we measure Earth with angles to create a celestial sphere the globe can be created from. That's how we measure Earth to create your stupid globe model. But you're more than willing to deny the measurement that creates your system, that creates your globe. Has anything to do with measuring the ground? Idiot! My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm the one berating you and chastising you for being stupid, as you just demonstrated. I'm the one chastising all of you idiots in this server for telling flat earthers off for winning because they have to shut your dumbasses up when you can't stop interrupting, because you want to hear the sound of your own voice telling a flat earther, that's me, altitude angle's got nothing to do with the ground. Do you feel stupid? Not rhetorical, you may respond.
Well, he got server muted, but I think he meant to say co-altitude angle.
Nobody asked you what you thought he meant to say. It can be taken off fucking server mute and it can answer me. Do you feel stupid, shit for brains, retard? Elevation, altitude angles, nothing to do with the ground. Unbelieving wanker who kept interrupting me. Do you feel stupid? I'm telling you off for it.
It's a vertical plane of reference when you get an altitude
Do you feel
angle.
stupid's the question, retard?
I'm just making sure you know what an altitude angle is.
I understand that altitude angle, elevation angle, and heights of stuff when measured will be with respect to a surface.
You're referencing a vertical plane.
You stupid man that's definitely inexplicably stupid. You said it had nothing to do with the ground. That makes you retarded.
Yeah, I don't have to reference the ground as a horizontal plane
altitudes of
when
things.
I take an altitude.
Put him back on mute. His stupid spastic reiterating the dumb fuckery made me berate him. Nothing to do with the ground, you say, you stupid retard. Now the White Knight, who was stepping in to tell me that it needed interpretation. No, that stupid wanker thinks that elevations and altitude angles have got nothing to do with the ground, making him retarded. Who needs some interpretation about what you thought he was saying. He said it again, didn't he? Yeah, because he's dumb. Good, that shut down the White Knight, so I can make my conclusion unimpeded. Earth is measured flat. We need to measure Earth flat to create the systems that the ball's based on. Hope that's clear for anybody who has a misapprehension about how their ball came to fruition, because some dickhead Glurf who kept interrupting suggested that elevation angles... Elevation? What's that? Like height of stuff. How high things are above other things. What, the surface in this case? They've got nothing to do with the ground. No, he was just a spastic. So we're clear, Earth's measured flat. It's a shame it took such effort on my part, dealing with a self-righteous spastic on the globe side who felt the need to interrupt this, obfuscate this, ask stupid questions like whether I'm done in silences, interrupt the reiteration of points that he couldn't concede, get definitions after he made stuff up. You've got to lie to be a globe believer. You've got to make shit up. It defies how Earth is measured. That's what's just happened here. It's a terrible shame I should be put to such imposition, made to feel so frustrated by a spastic globe-believing wanker who doesn't know a fucking thing about how Earth's measured, and will fundamentally deny the base premise of measurements of Earth when it comes to Earth being measured flat to create his globe. Why do we have to endure that? Why did I have to endure that? Why did Jedi and Alpha Veritas have to endure that shit from you assholes? Can you answer me that, please, globe-believing assholes? Why do we have to endure that type of shit? Not rhetorical, you bunch of White Knight interrupting asshole Glurf scum. Why did I have to endure that shit from that spastic? Answer me.
Because you came out your mom's pussy.
That's what we got? Another Glurf scumbag? Because I was born? No, it's because we challenge your zealotry.
Your face is as red as when you smack your baby.
That's what we get. Accused of
Your
child
baby smacker.
abuse.
You smack your baby around.
Remarks from White Knight fuckwits. You, sir,
You commit acts of violence on your child.
Oh, I do not. Remove this asshole.
Yep, baby smack.
Remove him. That's what you've got. In the face of me detailing at great efforts with a wanker interrupting me constantly how Earth's measured flat with his own citations from his own lips. Yeah? What I get is called a child abuser. Told I've come out my mum's pussy. That's your rebuttal, is it, wankers? You're all fucking retards. Ain't no mistake about what's happening here. You're spastics. Cuckold spastics. Cucking to a globe that you haven't got a fucking clue how it even works. Any more accusations of child abuse in the face of the flat earth measurements? Feel free. Bunch of cowards. The question on the table was, why did I have to endure that shit as well? We'll add that to the list. Only being talked through constantly and shouted down with lies and made up citations, defiance of the actual measurements as per real citations. I've got to be accused of what? Coming out my mum's pussy? Yeah, that's pretty much true. Being a child abuser? No, that's definitely not true. And being constantly interrupted. Why have I got to endure this shit from you spastics? Simply because you're ignorant of how the globe works.
Hey, good morning, Nate.
Morning.
Did you just call it a globe?
Said you spastics don't know how your globe works. It's created with flat Earth elevation angle measurements that I've just taken great efforts to explain to you, bunch of idiots. What I got in return was interrupted, chanted through, and lied to. Citations were made up and measurements were denied. And then I was called a child abuser. And I'm asking, third time, why I'd have to put up with that shit. Why?
How do you explain this?
Oh, sorry. Protracted silence wasn't your opportunity to talk.
How do you explain this?
Because you're all wankers that have a religion in a globe and are indoctrinated into that religion, and anything that challenges it needs the most egregious behaviour to be exhibited in defence of your indefensible globe created with flat Earth measurements. We get treated by shit because you're funded.
What's this thing?
What's this means?
Like on the stream, what's this?
The cartoon?
What's this?
What's this
about?
about?
Looking in our chat, you dummy. We told you that already.
Don't know what he's talking about.
He's just shown a picture. He's just shown a picture of a globe. That's all it is. In his
Is there a black, just out of interest to
What's
the guy,
this?
Freedom Man. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, Freedom Man. We'll see how we get on. I'll reset. Nice to meet you, Freedom Man. And my name's Nathan Oakley. How you doing?
Oh, hi, I'm also a Nathan. How are you doing?
Fantastic. I'll call you Freedom Man just for the ease of confusion.
Thank you. Okay.
No worries. Your globe picture, does it have a black area around the globe?
Yeah, it's floating in space.
Space, like a vacuum?
I guess so.
There's like pictures of clouds on it and that, right?
Yeah.
Do you tend to find that high pressure gas... Let's try that again, hopefully without the interruption. Tend to find that gas doesn't fill areas of volume. Like you can have a high pressure gas next to a vacuum without it dispersing. Is that something that you're acquainted with in general life?
No.
What your picture represents is something called a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas on that globe that you didn't take the picture of and isn't a real picture, it comes from a fake place, violates a law of nature. Gas would fill the vacuum. Nothing containing the gas in that picture.
It's like the gas wouldn't be able to like stay in the atmosphere.
No, just try that once more. Say it slower for you, Freedom Man. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Entropic dispersion. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. And a violation of that law is a representation you've given us in the form of that picture with clouds, representative of the high pressure gas, not filling a 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum, represented by the black area. That picture is bullshit. I hope you understand, Freedom Man.
So why did they make this?
Could you just affirm that you understand that that law of nature's violated in your picture before you ask me something, please?
I don't know, I'm not like a lab coat.
Okay. Have you ever farted?
Yes, sir.
Did the fart form a sphere shape, or did it disperse throughout the available volume?
Oh, look, I'm not really like a science person. You know what I'm saying? I just do a fart. I don't really think about it.
It's not a complicated question, Nathan. Did your fart form a sphere shape, or did it disperse throughout the house, letting everybody know how stinky and dirty you are? Which one?
Well, I don't really know if it's either or. I mean, it could have like...
Well, then you're stupid. Then why are you having this conversation with us? You have no place at this table if you don't know what happens when you fart. It spreads out and fills the volume. That's what gas
why can't you just like walk me through it? Why do you have to be so mean to me?
You don't need to interrupt me while I'm pointing out something you didn't understand. You can shut your fucking mouth. Yeah, don't need to be a fucking lab coat to understand that gas fills space when I example it with a frickin' fart, I am without question certain that you've experienced that at least once, sir. If you're going to say, oh no, I don't know whether or not it formed a frickin' sphere in front of me or spread out throughout the house eventually dissipating, I don't really know, well then why the fuck are you talking to us, you stupid spastic?
But I'm trying to learn about, like, the flat Earth.
All right, well, I'm telling you, gas fills space. It's a law of fucking nature. It's the third time I've told you. Your law of nature violating picture is bunk.
Gas. Cool.
Could you acknowledge that before we move on to other stupid shit you want to talk about? Your space picture's fake. Gas fills space. It violates the law of nature. I've told you five times.
Okay.
I don't need your interruption, Freedom Man. I don't need this.
Oh, you're good at that. Why do they...
Wanker, I'm not done talking. I've asked you 4 times. You keep asking me questions in response. Like a complete wanker. I'm going to try a 5th time, Nathan. Attention. You now understand, like the fart, gas-filled space, making your picture fake.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know that gas fills space? Bit too much to cope with? Down and shut up.
I guess it does. I guess it does. All right, we'll go with you. We'll go.
Nathan, you're getting told to do something. Go on mute. You no longer have a place in this discussion. You're just too stupid.
Why not? Why not? That's just really rude. That's just really rude.
Shut up, you stupid dickhead. Too fucking stupid to take part in this conversation, so you've been server muted by the mods, because you're a fucking retard. Hey, you can't comprehend gas filling space when I example it with a fart. Fuck off! Go and listen to some globe-believing numpty like Simon Dan bullshit to you. Too stupid to be here. For a moment, you felt cocky sending that picture, Freedom Man. I'm in no doubt. Look, what's this then? What's this picture of a globe from space then? Sorry, why were you posting that? For cope? What, did you think that we would all suddenly bow down and worship at the altar of heliocentrism because you posted a fucking picture and then couldn't shut your mouth and failing to understand how gas fills space? It's not a difficult concept to wrap your head around. Everybody here can comprehend that. Except that Nathan guy who's stupid. Like, really slow. I don't really understand. Even with an example with a fart spreading out, it's really hard to get my head around this. Gas filling space. I don't really understand. All right, like, fuck off, retard. Any other fuckwit retards need to ask questions about sky vacuum-based globes? After I've detailed how that globe mathematics was created with flat Earth measurements? Feel free.
All right, as it's gone a little bit silent, I'd like to invite, because there's a lot of people in the channel at the moment, so welcome one and all to the 24/7 channel here on the Politics server. We're visited by Nathan Oakley today from FED. Welcome to the dojo. If anybody's got any questions or points of view that they'd like to raise, then this would probably be the best time to do so. It's going to give a warm welcome to everybody. Hope you're all doing well. This last hour and a half has been absolutely hilarious. I appreciate you all being here, but like I said, if anybody wants to raise any points or ask any questions, then now's the time to do so.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Nathan. I just wanted to make an example of their gas pressure. I think if you had like a regular rubber balloon that you just blew up, the air's inside of it. If you pop that balloon, the air would disperse. It wouldn't stay in the balloon shape. Does that make sense? Did I come through?
Yes, that came through. Thank you for that, mate.
The balloon is contained.
There's also lots of citations in the side chat if anybody's confused to what we're referencing. The definition of gas pressure, second law of thermodynamics. You're going to need a container to stop the gas dispersion into the vacuum space. You're going to need a container to achieve pressure. So if anybody's confused, please see the side chat.
Yeah. Do you guys have jobs?
You don't. You're always in here.
Well, do you guys have jobs? It has nothing to do with the surface of the earth. Somebody can have job and somebody cannot have job, but it will not curve the water.
I have an answer to that. Yeah, we do. And it's destroying your fairy tale globe. That's our job. Any questions? Didn't think so.
Oh, Alpha Veritas, what are we going to do with these people, mate? I just do not know.
Eviscerate them on the daily. Eat, sleep, flat earth, repeat. That's on the agenda.
I loved your little victory earlier, mate. That was stunning.
Wasn't it?
It was just brilliant. Eventually, you will get everybody to concede and agree with you.
He tried to sell me his pen, globe, but in return, he actually conceded the globe. It was a wonderful victory, yeah.
I have a question of something I don't understand. Why do balloons with helium float and go up in the sky, but when I blow them up with my lungs, they don't?
The helium in the balloon makes the entire solid object less dense than its surrounding medium, so it floats. The regular balloon that you blow up with just regular air is more dense than its surrounding medium, so it would fall.
Now, why would density matter if gravity's not real?
Nathan's doing his opening, right? He's coming back.
Yeah, I was, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gravity's not real, and balloons still go up. So now what?
Yeah,
that's what I said.
Let's let the question go to Nathan right now, because Nate wanted to ask a question. But Nate, go ahead, repeat your question, please.
No, I mean, I don't really want to go on too much about this. I'm just curious because we're talking about gases basically acting the same way, but for some real reason, a balloon with helium floats up, and a balloon that's filled up with my lungs doesn't float up. So it seems like...
What does this have to do with gas filling space? All gases disperse into volume. That's what they do.
It seems like they disperse differently, though.
We can definitely agree that the space is claimed above our head is fake, because gas would be filling it.
So then balloons with helium won't float up, or they shouldn't.
Just before we discuss helium, you appreciate that there's a claim that the sky is a vacuum, and gas disperses into vacuums. We just get that pegged down before we move on.
Sure, but this helium gas seems to be dispersing.
Nate, just 1 second. Like the last time, right, where I was here earlier talking with a guy, and he was like, okay. And it's like, Earth's measured flat. Yeah. So it's not just quickly accept that there is no space. It'd all be dead. Gas fills space. If the sky was a vacuum, is it just me, or is it this point that I laboured a minute ago is now getting interrupted? Is it just
gas fills its container?
It's all right, Nate. I was in the middle of a sentence, buddy. I'll say it with a smile this time, like it's not extremely irritating. Be irritated, yeah. I'll try not to be. Just reiterate it without the interruption from you, Nate. We accept, you and I together, based on how gas, without exception, always behaves. It always disperses into vacuums. That's what gas does. Therefore, there is no sky vacuum. Gas would have filled it. Can we just stay there for a second with you accepting space is fake based on that law of nature I detailed earlier, second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space, right? You accept that.
The gas fills its container, yes.
Right. So there's no sky vacuum because there is no container around a globe Earth. That bullshit is violated when we describe second law of thermodynamics. You agree with that, right?
Well, it seems like these gases are acting differently. Shouldn't it just fill the space like all other gases? Seems like helium is very different from what's in my lungs.
Yeah, I'm answering you. Yeah, don't ask rhetorical questions in the middle of something. Yes, they would, they should, they do. It's a law of nature. They would. It just means that the pictures they claim of Earth from space are fake because they violate a law of nature. Gas would fill the space. That's what gas does.
What this nigga's talking about, bro?
So space is fake. Right.
Can we get a concession on this, do you think?
I don't understand what this nigga's talking about.
Just need Nate. Yeah. Just Nate. The guy with the protracted silence is him leaving the... After I point out that outer space is fake, there is no sky vacuum, it violates the law of nature. Don't need the answer to my question while I'm answering it. Ideally, it would come in the protracted silence you left, Nate, rather than in the middle of me talking. Is that okay with you, Nate? Do you want to pop yourself on mute while I finish this statement, rather than you answering it while I'm asking it?
You were looking for a response, no?
I was looking for it during that protracted silence you left earlier, then a load of white knights started answering for you because you didn't say a fucking word. I'll just say it again, hopefully without you yammering through the top of it and then leaving another protracted silence. You understand that outer space is fake then, Nate? As gas fills space.
I didn't talk about acknowledging that. I simply asked. You said that gas...
That's the only reason we're talking about this, Nate. It's the only reason this is on the table.
I asked my question and you're completely shifting the conversation.
See, so you're non-responsive. So you're now insisting that you ignore me and ask a new question.
I was talking about an orange and you bring up an apple, buddy.
Nate, I'm talking. Don't want to talk to you anymore, Nate, because you're an unreasonable prick. It's only the question that you want to ask after the fact. The only reason we're talking about gas behaviour is because there's a claim there's a sky vacuum. A guy came with a picture of Earth in a sky vacuum, Nate. Therefore, we're talking about gases. Now, they behave. Now, you don't want to concede the actual point here. You want to leave protracted silences, interrupt me reiterating that point that you left a protracted silence after, and move on to something else. No, this is your last chance. Then I'm going to ask the server operators to kick your ass to the curb because you're an intolerable dickhead. Unless you acknowledge. You understand, outer space is fake, it violates the law of nature. Gas would have filled that space in line with entropic laws of nature, Nate. You understand that?
What I understand is that you said that gas should fill its container, but helium is floating up, so it's not really filling the house that it's in.
Stop! Not should. Stop. Misinterpret what I said. Bullshitter. Should. Oh, it's a law.
It does, okay. Yeah, you said it does.
Excuse me. I interrupted you because you egregiously reinterpreted the fucking words I said to should. I didn't say should, asshole wanker that I don't really like talking too much anymore because you're a cunt. I'd rather not talk to cunts. Misinterpret what I say and reinterpret them into different fucking words I didn't say. No, I didn't say it should. Might.
It does.
I didn't finish talking or take a breath either, Nate. What I did do was describe a law of nature 4 times to you, and you don't seem to want to concede it, because conceding it ultimately means that your entire worldview fails based on a law of nature. And you're telling me what you're not here to do. Couldn't give a shit. I'm telling you. Ass fills space, it's a law of nature.
I agree with that.
Yes, so space is fake, Nate.
What's interesting to me, though, that you were talking about...
What's interesting is that lack of concession again. What's interesting is you not acknowledging it for the 5th time.
So you want me to finish,
Nate,
are you afraid of being challenged?
Nate, I don't want to hear what you find interesting. The point is space is fake. That area of black that picture of a globe was in, what we were discussing, the only reason this is on the table. I don't give a shit what you think is interesting. The only thing that's interesting is something you failed to concede 6 times. So, Nate, Space is fake. Gas would be filling it. We'd be dead. We'd have no gas to breathe.
If you're going to give me loaded questions like that, it seems like a bad
Hello,
thing.
that wasn't a question. Stop.
You were before saying that.
Stop.
So space is
Asshole,
fake.
Stop. It was not a question. That was not a question. Excuse me, dickhead that's interrupting me by rephrasing that statement of fact into a question. Oh, when I say gas fills space, I sound like a question to a retard. Really? Because you're a retard, Nate. No, when I say it's a law of nature, gas fills space, it's not me asking anything. You stupid little man.
So if you didn't understand, loaded question was in regards to you saying that so space is fake, right?
Yeah, it's just like the last asshole with a mute button, isn't it? Same as the last asshole with a mute button. I'm telling you off, Nate. You rephrased a statement of fact about a law of nature. It couldn't get more emphatic in terms of statements of fact when I describe a law of nature. That's not a question, you stupid asshole. What you did was then rephrase and repackage my statement of fact. You seem to fail to concede 7 times about how fake space is based on that law of nature. That's not a question. A statement of fact. Excellent. That's where the appropriate protracted silence belongs. After my statement of fact about space being fake, it violating a law of nature, second law of thermodynamics, describing gas dispersion. There is no space. There is no pictures from space. There's no moon landings. There's no orbital motion. It's all bullshit. It all takes place in a sky vacuum, violating natural law.
The vacuum of space doesn't violate any natural laws.
Second law of thermodynamics, gas fills space. Entropic law, dispersion. Gas disperses into volumes. Sky vacuums claim to be a volume. Therefore, gas would disperse into it. It absolutely, when you claim there is a uncontained gas not dispersing, violates the natural law known as second law of thermodynamics. You're wrong.
Yeah, I understand your logical fallacies and misability to understand the laws of physics, but that doesn't mean that there's a contradiction there in reality.
Law of physics. Physics is a study of the physical and natural world. You do physics with scientific method. This is a law of nature, merely a description. It establishes causal effects. This is a description of that which occurs always. You, sir, having just told me that I don't understand physics, are in a category error. That makes you fundamentally fucking retarded. How dare you tell me what I don't understand?
Well, hold on, Nathan, hold on. Because I agreed with the first part of that.
Don't tell me to hold anything, you stupid, pathetic prick. You've just told me that I don't understand physics. Fuckwit. Shut him up. Wanker. Wanker. You haven't got a fucking clue about physics. You just put a fucking law of nature into a physics category. The study of the physical and natural world is elucidating cause and effect reasoning through systematic experimentation. That's physics. Natural law is merely describing stuff. So you, having just charged me with not understanding physics, haven't got the slightest fucking clue what physics are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be describing laws of nature as laws of physics.
So then let me amend my statement.
Me, wanker. Are you interrupting me because you're wrong, like the last dickhead spastic that was wrong? You're just fucking wrong. You're in a category error. Laws of nature, son. Physics, you mean like science? No, descriptions of shit isn't science. Just describing stuff. Fuckwit. You don't know what science and physics are. Spastic. Felt the need to tell me I don't understand. That's why I'm raising my voice and taking a very sharp tone with you. Because you're a wanker. A wanker that, when shown how wrong he is religion in a globe, tells me I don't know what science is. That's just you being a prick, projecting your own ineptitude onto me, someone who absolutely understands the difference between physics and laws of nature. Something you clearly don't, you stupid dick. How dare you tell me I don't understand?
Okay, well, if you're done, then I will amend my previous statement.
You're done, you stupid spastic. You don't have a place at this table either. You don't know the difference between natural law and physics. You think you can suddenly demean me by saying, well, if you're done. No spastic dick brain who doesn't know what physics is. You're done. Put yourself on mute. You've no longer got a place in this discussion, you stupid dick. Nate.
You gotta start
Don't learn what the difference between laws of dickhead. That means mute. Telling you, not asking you. Mute yourself or I'll have you muted, you stupid spastic.
But you're barking over other people, Nathan. It's kind of rude.
Hey, server moderators, he's decided to be belligerent in the face of a direct order from me. See that, Nate? You stupid belligerent little blitch. You will be muted by the moderators when I tell you you're in a fucking category error and a spastic. It's not your invitation to talk through me, you ignorant little globe-believing twat. No, sir. No, when you tell me I don't understand what science is, that's you lashing out in your ignorance, you stupid spastic. I haven't got a fucking clue what you're talking about. But when you're shown how your religion's wrong, you're going to tell your opponent that he doesn't know what science is. By using a category error, calling laws of nature laws of physics. What a spastic. You don't have a place to talk to me, Nate. You're a dumb fuck. Any other wankers want to tell me I don't know what science is? Tell me about laws of physics. Dickhead. Ignorant, globe-believing wankers. That's what we have to deal with. My opening question to this was, why do I have to deal with this kind of shite? Why does Alpha Veritas and Jedi have to deal with this kind of shite? He's been shown to be an ignorant prick. What does he do? Starts chanting through me. Gotta stop swearing.
You love Fridays, don't you, Nathan? Coming here. You think it's awesome.
You say that, I'm thinking of finding somewhere else to go so I can be more useful. I'm not needed here. I'm a fifth wheel.
It's always a pleasure.
Sorry.
Go on, carry on, mate. If you want to jump in, you're fine. Let's try and be reasonable, though.
Yeah, I was just asking if I am allowed to participate in a discussion as a Glober if I'm polite and respectful.
Absolutely, yes, you are.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be demeaning before. What I was confused about is because, like, if there is a force acting on the gas, then or the fluid in general, then shouldn't it be able to be contained by said force without violating any laws of physics?
Again, the question.
What was that?
Begging the question fallacy.
Can you explain to me like how I'm begging the question?
You're assuming there's a force. If there's a force acting on it, won't the force be acting on it? Circular reasoning much? What force?
Okay, sorry, I hadn't gotten to the part of like talking about any force. I was just asking, like, in general, a force, like
you had. Don't be disingenuous. You literally asked us about if there's a force working on it. Why are you now haven't finished talking?
Sorry.
Why are you now double speaking and saying you weren't speaking about a force when literally that was the exact word you used?
I'm not saying I wasn't speaking about a force. I'm saying I was talking about a general. I
don't want to talk to you anymore. You're becoming a twat really fast.
I'm really not trying to be.
You are. I'm not talking about roast chickens. Well, you've just asked me what I want for dinner and offered me roast chicken. Oh, I didn't mention roast chicken. I'm not talking about roast chickens. Anyway, so do you want roast chicken? Whoa, you just told me you weren't talking about roast chickens. I don't want to be perceived to be talking about... Anchor. You specifically brought up forces that nobody mentioned other than you, and when I point out it's circular reasoning, aka begging the question, you're like, well, I don't want to be talking about forces or suggesting forces. You did. Now I'm asking you why you're a wanker. And you're saying, oh, I don't mean to be a wanker. Well, stop being a wanker.
Okay, I'm really not trying to be. I am talking about forces. I just was talking about general forces. I was asking a general question. I wasn't specifically talking about the Earth and the atmosphere or anything like that. If we want to talk about specific examples,
then you're in the wrong place. Then you're in the wrong place. We are talking.
The conversation will naturally lead there. I was just getting to that part. I was starting with a general question so that we could build up a foundation of agreement.
Know where you are?
Yes.
Where are we?
We are on the 24/7 Flat Earth server on the Baltic System
general
server.
questions discussion. Then it's not general question debate. It's flat Earth debate. Then nature of the world, nature of the space, that the sky is not a vacuum. Nature of Earth being measured. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, then if I may be allowed to bridge what I asked into the flat Earth discussion, the reason I was asking...
I tried to. I asked you what force, and then you started telling me you weren't talking about a force. Wanker. I asked you what...
Okay, let me just bridge it then. Let me bridge it. I'll bridge it together.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid dickhead. I'm still fucking talking. I asked you what fucking force. Oh my God. If you're respectful... So far, you've brought up a force and immediately denied it, and then this is the third time you're talking through me while I get irritated with a wanker. You've brought up a force, denied that you want to talk about a force, says it's a bridge into a force that you're going to be talking about if you're allowed. What force?
Well, we could talk about the intramolecular forces of attraction in like fluids like water droplets, or we could talk about gravity for the atmosphere of the Earth.
Why would we talk about the intermolecular bonds in water when it's not gas? And we're specifically talking about gas, which has no intermolecular bonds. It's unfucking bonded.
Because the principle shows that forces are sufficient to hold together a fluid and to prevent it from dispersing.
I'll ask him again. This wanker's ignored me. So the unbonded gases, should we talk about the intermolecular bonds that don't exist? Because they're not existent in gases. Second time, you fucking retard.
Molecular bonds aren't existent.
Is there a white knight needed?
No, I'm perfectly capable of answering the question myself. No, in gases, the intermolecular bonds...
There was an interruption, so I'll reiterate my question. Hopefully you'll be respectful, given there's been a bit of a segue in between it. We're not talking about things with intermolecular bonds, so we're talking about gases and its dispersion, aren't we?
We're talking about intramolecular forces.
It's not an intermolecular force that we'll be talking about. Let's just draw a line under it, because you seem to want to yammer on about it, even though I've absolutely smashed it in the face immediately. We're not talking about forces of intermolecular bonding. Gases are unbonded. Okay?
Yeah. I never brought up any bonds. Okay, other people...
So not intermolecular bond forces.
Other people brought up bonds.
Okay, I'm still talking to a wanker. Okay, wanker. So you've brought up forces, and we're not talking about intermolecular forces, even though you specifically detailed them and brought them up, because they're not applicable, because we're talking about gas. So you're a stupid shithead bringing up shit that isn't relevant, segue into stuff about gravity. Okay, mate, we're not talking about intermolecular bonds. Okay? You're just stupid.
I agree with you. We are not talking about intermolecular bonds. I never brought them up. I brought up intermolecular forces, which are not the same thing. And gases.
The time to talk isn't in the middle of my conclusion, sir. This is not being respectful. This is not you being respectful, sir. This is you yammering through me before I finished my conclusion about how stupid you are. Now, while it might be painful to hear how stupid you are, bringing up a non sequitur of intermolecular bonding when we're talking about gases that are unbonded, you might like being called stupid when you're trying to explain why you would bring up the forces you say you're not bringing up. Because intermolecular bonding forces aren't relevant, making you a fucking retard who's getting on my last fucking nerve. I'm going to ask again for the fourth fucking time, and if you don't answer me, you'll be removed. What fucking force, spastic?
The intramolecular force of gravity.
They're not bonded! You fucking
I
retard.
agree, they're not bonded.
Stupid dick.
We're not talking about bonds. We're talking about forces.
Unbonded. You fucking
They're
retard.
different things.
You stupid fuckwit who can't shut up. I've told him 3 fucking times, haven't I? There is no
I'm edging right now. I'm edging. I'm edging right now.
You just mute this other white knight cunt.
Yeah, I'm edging right now.
Interrupt my fucking victory over a
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm
I
edging.
don't need your white knighting when I win.
I'm on the edge of orgasm right now. I've been for 2 hours.
What's going on? Moderators, what the fuck is going on? white knight asshole. Why isn't the moderating team shutting him this guy up?
I was trying to find him, Nathan. Sorry, I had two at once, and I was trying to find which one it was.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry to get so stroppy with the mod team. Assholes want to obfuscate this win. He needs to find a segue into gravity. What's he picked? Intermolecular bonds, of which there are none in gases. Wanker. And what happens when he's caught out? There's non-forces that he didn't bring up and didn't want to talk about. Well, intermolecular forces that aren't applicable in gases. Okay, shit stain. Piss off.
Nathan, if I might, intermolecular forces are not the same thing as bonds. I was not talking about bonds. Am I being heard right now?
This time, which force you're talking about? Which force that's applicable to gas dispersion? This time.
Gravity.
Gravity is not a force. End quote. Professor Brian Cox.
Sure, yeah, it's a pseudo-force.
Excuse me. I'm contradicting your stupid fucktardery with a quote from Brian Cox. You stupid twat. I'll say it again because this wanker has decided to interrupt Brian Cox's quote. Gravity is not a force. Do you understand, you stupid shithead?
Yes, I was agreeing with you earlier.
Oh,
that
sit
is a
down and
pseudo-force.
shut the fuck up, you disingenuous scumbag cunt liar. No, we're not talking about gravity. It's not a force. It won't be affecting gases. It's not a force, as you just admitted. So why the fuck would you bring it up? Forces, that is. You haven't got one ascribed to gas dispersion. There isn't one that's applicable in this instance, and gravity is not a force. Okay? Stuttering bitch. Shut up. That's you being done and being told to shut up. You don't have a segue into gravity. Even if you did, it's not a force. So we've dispensed with your stupid shit. You can sit down now.
I do have a response if you permit me.
Sorry, gravity is not a force. You just said it was a force. The force of gravity, you said. End quote, you. Shithead, you're wrong. It's not a force. George Musa, editor of Scientific American. Gravity is not a force. So, shithead, do you think I'd give a flying fuck if you've got a rebuttal? Go tell Cox! Go tell Musa, you stupid twat! Give a fuck if you've got a rebuttal. You're wrong!
Well, I do have a rebuttal that proves I'm not wrong if you will hear me out.
You're not wrong when you say gravity is a force, the force of gravity. Professor Brian Cox and George Musa disagree with you, stupid.
They agree with me.
No, they fucking do not.
They're not flat earthers, Nathan.
Let me give you a different Brian Cox quote. There is
Brian Cox is not a flat earther.
Force of gravity at all. End quote, Professor Brian Cox. At all. There isn't a force of gravity at all. End quote, Cox. You gotta go fuck that you've got thoughts of a rebuttal in your head. You
debunk what you just said, though.
No, you fucking haven't.
If I'm permitted a response, I can. Are you afraid to let me talk?
Stepping again. I'm just proving him wrong with quotes from professors of his own fucking religion. But he's right, they're wrong. No twat. You're wrong when you say the force of gravity, because it's not a force, end quote, George Musa, because it's never going to be a force. There isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Brian Cox. So I don't give a shit if you think you've got a rebuttal. You were just fucking wrong.
It's a pseudo-force measurable in Newton.
Shithead. You were just wrong, shithead. Or did you just claim mute button? Is that what I just heard? Mute button.
Newton's.
No, shithead. I heard gravity is a force from you. It isn't. That makes you wrong. If you think you've got the right to yammer through me pointing out that fact over and over and over again with you saying, I've got a rebuttal. Cox agrees with me when he says there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Because the force of gravity's right. No, there isn't a force of gravity at all. Gravity is not a force. These are quotes from people that are much higher up in your rhetoric. They're from the priesthood of your scientism rhetoric.
against Joe Flacco, something easier opponent.
Other pseudo forces like centripetal or centrifugal forces are measurable in newtons. So you can measure these forces in newtons, even though they're.
I see. That's fascinating. How does centrifugal force affect gas?
I'm giving an example of how a pseudo force can be measured in newtons.
How
just
does
like gravity?
This pseudo force affect the gas we're debating?
Because these gas molecules can still experience the newtons of the pseudo force of gravity.
There is no force of gravity. I'm done talking to him.
I said pseudo force.
I don't talk to him anymore. Pseudo force means sham, not real.
No, Brian Cox would agree with me that gravity is a pseudo force. He would agree with what I just described about gas molecules experiencing the newtons from that pseudo force.
Excuse me. Pseudo means fake, not real. Sham. I've responded to you. You've ignored me. So I don't want to talk to you anymore. I take your head off, and you make out like nothing's happened.
Because you couldn't respond to my response right just now.
I'm reiterating the point he's chanting through, and he just carries on chanting. Did he not start
That's
this
what you do, Nathan.
Respectful. It's being respectful, chanting through your defeat. Pseudo means sham. Third time I've tried to say it with a chanting zealot chanting through me.
Do you know what an etymological fallacy is?
Oh my god. Just fuck this guy off. I'm done. Wanker. You can't have a civil conversation with me. You're chanting through me. And I try and point out that your sham force, that's pseudo force, fake force, that's pseudo force, it's not a force. It's not going to affect Jack. What, chanting through me is going to gain you the victory? Maybe being put on mute because you can't shut the fuck up when you're wrong. Yeah, that's just you not being able to shut the fuck up when you're wrong. You're wrong, dickhead. It's not a force. Calling it a pseudo force isn't going to make it affect gas. Saying the newtons can affect it. Really? No, mate. It's gas. It disperses into volume in line with entropic law. The description of how gas disperses is the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity is not a force. Newtons aren't going to help you when they're not described as being a force. The pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time geometry. Not a force. Affecting gas. Just wrong.
And yet it has been measured in newtons experimentally.
Category error. Experiments. Yeah? They're not measurements. If you're saying you've measured something, then it's not experimental. You're talking about measuring the difference in a causal effect influenced by you, a researcher. That's an experiment. If you're talking about measuring something, yeah, a force, and you're 110 years out of date. Experimentally measuring the Newtonian force of gravity. It superseded 110 years ago by Einsteinian, pseudo-Riemannian bent space-time. And no, you can't measure this non-force of down, which you can't have on a globe.
Would you like me to link to you the study where, by the way, every single experiment involves measurements, Nathan? And I didn't say Newtonian gravity, I said measured gravity in newtons, which is a unit of force.
Okay, so you're saying gas is affected by the force of gravity stopping it filling space. So you're saying gravity is the reason gas defies the second law of thermodynamics, correct?
I didn't say any of that, Nathan.
Subject on the discussion table is the gas dispersing into the volume of space. You're saying that wouldn't happen because it's affected by a force. Then had centrifugal forces, we've had intermolecular bonds, and what we've got now is a non-force that was superseded 110 years ago by gravity will, according to you, affect the gas to stop it dispersing into the sky vacuum. Now that I've summarised it, he's interrupted it because he's very reasonable by saying no in the middle of my summary. Yeah, absolutely. The discussion is gas and its dispersion in line with entropic law. You're saying no, there's a force affecting it. What force? A non-force. A force that isn't really a force at all. Gravity. And then when I point that out, you say it's a pseudo-force. So the sham force holds gas around a sphere Earth in a vacuum. You say, no, we're not debating that. We're just debating newtons. No, we are debating the violation of the second law of thermodynamics in the form of a sky vacuum with gas not filling it. You say gravity, which is not a force, will stop that happening. No, it won't. If that was the case, we wouldn't have a law of nature. Is it just me? Just you're an asshole, aren't you?
I thought you were done. I really did.
Losing prick. Doesn't mean you keep needing to interrupt me when you lose. You're losing. The reason you're telling me there's a force of gravity holding gas here is because it seemingly in your mind overcomes our debunking of your assertion there's a sky vacuum. It doesn't, because it's not a force. Newtons aren't going to hold gas here.
So the reason why I said no was to demarcate the point where I started disagreeing with what you're saying, because when you first started talking, I agreed with the way you were summarizing my position, and then it started to feel like a straw man, so I said no, just to demarcate that. And I wasn't trying to interrupt. It's just your speaking pattern. Sometimes you pause, and I think you're done, and then I start talking, so maybe I won't be so trigger happy to jump in. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. That was completely non-responsive. So gas fills space, outer space, the sky vacuum is fake. It violates a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics. If gas didn't disperse because of a non-force of gravity that was superseded 110 years ago, then we wouldn't have this description of that which occurs always. It's only a law of nature because it describes that which occurs always. You're detailing a non-force and then relabeling it as a sham force, pseudo-force. You also tried to infer that somehow centrifugal force has got something to do with gas not dispersing into a vacuum. You also inferred that intermolecular bond forces have got something to do with gases not dispersing into a vacuum. Gases disperse into vacuums. Space is fake.
So, if I can clarify, I never ever mentioned bonds. I said intermolecular forces, which are absolutely not equivalent in any way, shape, or form to bonds. I just would like to clarify that point. Intermolecular forces are just forces of attraction between molecules. Gravity is one example, electromagnetism is another, and I was just trying to bring up the general principle when we started up talking to just see if I could get agreement that intermolecular forces in general could maintain a gas pressure like in a vacuum. A force could bring those molecules together. That's all I was trying to do, was just try to start the discussion with some point of agreement is all.
Gotcha. No, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas fills space.
So, like, you disagree with even intermolecular forces of attraction if, like, those gas molecules were charged, like with a plasma, like in a Penning trap, where magnetic force is used to, like, hold this plasma fluid, which is just an ionized gas, together, and it maintains a pressure in a vacuum without a container.
Sorry, without a container?
Yes, a Penning trap.
You're lying.
Do you know what a Penning trap is?
Sounds like a container.
It's not. It's not. It uses a magnetic force.
Stuttering? Was that a stutter? Go through this example of gas pressure without containment, and the moment you describe the process and its containment, I'll insult you with the most most vile things I can muster. So you detail this process. I haven't finished.
Sorry.
You detail this process, and when you get to the container that's required, I'll stop you and call you a fuckwit. Okay? On you go.
Okay. So I will just start with the actual container for the device, because within that container is
immediately a container, then, shit for brains. Oh, fuckwit.
Within that
fuckwit. Yo,
is
fuckwit.
a vacuum.
No, I'm not just gonna... No, sir, when you say there's no container, and then
Nathan, if you let me finish that sentence, though,
how are you going to detail the container? Yeah, it definitely requires a container. Gas pressure requires containment to form pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, there'd be no containment for the gas to press on. It would fill it. The gas would fill the space. Now, this twat just said, no, you don't need containment. Plasma forces. His example has a container in it, doesn't it? Shit for brains, fuckwit, retard, ass.
Inside is a vacuum. That's all I wanted to say.
Inside the containment of the vacuum,
yes,
that container
is a vacuum. And inside that vacuum, in the container, inside the vacuum, not...
Oh, fucking retard. Getting muted by a server operator because you just lost and couldn't shut up after you lost. You said you'd be respectful, but you weren't. Your ass handed to you after you told me that there was a container involved. We already fucking know, you stupid retard. But you felt that being respectful was chanting through me pointing out that there's absolutely a container in your example, unlike your fundamentalist zealot religious belief that the sky is a vacuum without containment. Are you going to require containment to form gas pressure? If the sky was a vacuum, then in line with entropic law, the gas would fill that area of volume. It's a space the gas could fill. And all examples that fundamentalist religious zealots like this dickhead offer will also require a container. A lie? So no container needed. Now look at my giant vacuum container. Anchor. Space is fake, shithead.
Okay, so inside that vacuum is an ionized gas which does not disperse into the vacuum, even though the vacuum is inside the container.
Yeah, not gas, plasma. Slightly different.
Ionized gas. And the reason why I was bringing up ionized
Talking
gas...
about reactor. We know what you're talking about. It is a container. Wake up, sunshine.
I'm not talking about the tokamak reactor, actually. I'm talking about a penning trap, a different device. Huh? There's a huge difference. One is a fusion reactor, and the other has nothing to do with fusion.
You're not talking about gas, you're talking about plasma.
It doesn't matter.
And the reason why I'm talking about plasma...
Grayson, 1 second. Look at what you just posted in the text channel. And if you could read that out for everybody, that would be great, because I just reposted it.
For a post from who?
Your post. What you put in text chat.
Inside the container is a vacuum.
There you go. Inside a container. Inside a container.
Everybody needs a container.
Inside a container.
But what is inside the vacuum, though? But what's inside the vacuum?
You've already said that it's inside a container.
But seriously though, please, Alpha Veritas, please answer me. What is inside that vacuum?
I have a question for you.
Wait. I would really prefer Alpha Veritas to answer me, and then I'll answer.
Yeah, stop talking. What does using a container? How does that using a container disprove a container?
Yeah. You lost
because inside that container is a vacuum, which inside that vacuum is an ionized gas, which does not disperse. It does not disperse.
For your vacuum.
You guys really cannot let me finish one sentence because you really don't want to hear the end of that sentence.
Tell your YouTube viewers that you provided evidence without a container using a container. Go and run and go tell your 4,000 subscribers.
Why cannot you think about what's going on inside this container? Why can't you get that in your head? What is going on inside? Describe it to me, Alpha Veritas.
I don't need to describe something. The argument you've debunked yourself by what you
No, because the inside of that container debunks you.
Inside the container? Inside a container, it was the whole argument. How can
if you can address what's going on inside, then I will acknowledge you're right. And you would win if you could acknowledge what's going on inside the container. If you could just acknowledge that. If you could just in your heart acknowledge.
Dude. You're lost. You're lost because you think that you're going to provide evidence of a container.
Why can't you just tell me what's going on inside it, dude?
Evidence without a container, using a container. This is the problem you have right now.
Everybody can see that you are dodging. Alpha, I'm asking what is going on inside.
I'm addressing what you posted.
Prove that we don't have a container around us by putting a container, making a vacuum, which requires a container.
That requires
what's going on inside the vacuum. Just somebody answer me.
You don't need to worry
about that. Why can't you address that?
You're already inside a contained system.
But why don't you care?
It's not a vacuum.
Grayson, you're inside a contained system.
It's not a vacuum.
Yeah, you're inside a contained system. That's the problem.
Yeah, but what's inside that, dude?
Listen, dude. If you're saying what's inside of a container, the whole point is to provide evidence of not a container and then still have gas pressure. And you didn't do that. You still utilized a container.
Because it's what inside the container that proves what I'm saying, but you guys are physically you seem like you're incapable of even trying to think about it.
Yeah, there's a vacuum inside the container, therefore proving you need a container. Thank you very much.
It's more than just a vacuum. It's more than just a vacuum. That's what you need to acknowledge. None of you have acknowledged so far. Just acknowledge it.
Acknowledge this point. Are we inside a contained system before you go on and provide your evidence?
I'm in a room right now. So
the argument, sir. Please track with what I'm saying.
Okay, I will genuinely try to engage with you in good faith because I'm trying to, Alpha.
Let's see if you can, Grayson. So you're trying to provide evidence of gas pressure without containment. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, so when you started your statement, and I went ahead and posted it again, I'll post it again for everybody who missed it. Check this out. This is his statement right here.
I thought you were trying to engage with me in good faith now.
I am. This is good faith because I'm only.
Why are you trying to rum up the audience? Just engage with me as a person, dude.
No, this is what we're doing. We're exposing people to the fact that they don't understand what they're talking about. Their examples always use the thing that they're trying to prove against, which is what you've done. Check it out. I posted it. Inside the container is a vacuum. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, we get it. We know what you're trying to say. But you undoubtedly expose yourself unbeknownst to you. You think you're trying to provide your evidence of no container? You've already used the example that you, in your specific example that you posted, was with your own words, a container.
Runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. And we are joined by Eli, Click OK, One Deck, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Flat Earth Debate Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Greetings, everybody. Welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening, welcome one and all. Hey.
Hello.
We're still coming to the politics server, although I think our services are kind of redundant here, as everyone knows what to do with globe believers. So as much as it's fun smacking around the globe believers while we're here, it might be the case that in future we find a different server to better utilise our skills, let's just say.
Is there a G Plus link?
Yeah, there is a G Plus link.
Yeah, you like asked where it was right below the link.
Yeah.
I don't have it, so.
I'm going to paste it again, Neil.
I'll send it to you. I'll handle it. I'll get it.
I've got it. I'll do it again. Again, Neil. Are you in the politics server then, I take it, Neil?
Yeah, he's hanging with the cool crew tonight, Nathan.
AJ and One Deck. Go on, AJ.
I was saying, yeah, he's hanging with the cool crew tonight out in the politics server.
What's going on with this guy with the container, trying to prove we don't need a container for gas pressure?
It's a pseudo container, mate.
All right, yeah, you just get your force that's not a force and not included in the molecular model to assert that there is a force acting on molecules that's not part of that model. And then you say, a pseudo force can change the vector of particles if you can.
No, but while Nathan was starting the show, he wanted us to understand what's going on inside the container. Are you serious?
So you guys are having a show making a straw man of my argument before you were streaming?
That's exactly what you said.
It's not what I said.
You're talking about what's going on inside your containment that you say we don't need for gas pressure. Good job.
That's a complete straw man.
Okay, can you demonstrate the gas pressure without container then?
If you would like for me to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then you can look at the
because in human history, nobody did. In human history, nobody did it. Now you will get the Nobel Prize.
No, he just listen to what he said. He used the atmosphere. So you want me to just look up, right? Good job.
It's begging the question. So it's begging the question. The air doesn't take a sphere shape, though, does it? That's begging the question.
You can just measure the pressure differential in the atmosphere as you
your reasonable
that just drops off.
Being reasonable while you talk through me, rebutting you. I refute what he says, and he immediately starts chanting through me. No, sir. Air does not take sphere shapes. It's begging the question. You automatically assume that your gas, in your worldview, arbitrarily takes a sphere shape around a globe. You said atmosphere. That's oxymoronic. Gas doesn't take sphere shapes for you to assume that you've got a gradiated atmosphere. It's begging the question.
Is it not reasonable when you measure as you go up and up in elevation, and you measure less and less and less pressure dropping off asymptotically to zero.
Elevation?
So that's a violation of lateral law. So when you say dropping off to zero, no, that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You can have a gas pressure gradient in containment. That's in line with entropic law. Dropping to zero without containment, which is what you've just said, violates the second law of thermodynamics. No, gas fills space. It doesn't just dissipate without containment. You can't form gas pressure gradients without first forming gas pressure. It must be contained to form pressure.
First of all, I said drop off asymptotically. If you quote me, please include the exact quote, because that changes what I say if you drop that out. And second, it is contained by the force of gravity.
No, it isn't. Gravity is not a force. We covered this. You're just a chanting zealot at this point, chanting that you've got a force, when I've given you Cox quotes and Musa quotes, described what superseded it 110 years ago with bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry. None of that's being acknowledged. You just keep appealing to this force that it isn't. No, gravity does not hold gas without containment. That violates the second law of thermodynamics. There are no demonstrations of a force of gravity holding gas in containment, because number one, that violates natural law. Number two, gravity is not a force.
Well, okay. So I would like to explicitly say, right, you said I haven't acknowledged your point about gravity not being a force. So let me explicitly acknowledge gravity is a pseudo-force. However, pseudo-forces can still be measured in the units of force of newtons. My example of this is other pseudo-forces like centrifugal or centripetal forces, which again can be measured acting on objects measured in newtons as forces. It's the same with the pseudo-force of gravity. So I acknowledge your point.
No, it's not.
Objection.
No, it isn't. Go ahead, John.
I don't care about your newtons. You're not going to change the vector of a particle with a pseudo force. That is not going to happen.
Gas centrifuges use centrifugal force to enrich uranium gas. We do it all the time.
Exactly.
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal forces can absolutely alter the trajectory of objects in the centrifugal.
John's getting rumpus. Within containment, right?
Was that in contention?
No, there's not a force. There's not a centrifugal force acting on the gas. That's not happening.
Really? Because from the NRC, they say that they use centrifugal forces to enrich uranium gases. So do you disagree with the entire nuclear industry? Do you want to tell them that they don't use centrifugal forces?
In containment. The
yes, that was not in contention.
I'm responding to you. The sky's not a vacuum. I'm responding, asshole. Is it me, or is it me responding with you yammering through the top of the response? Yeah. Because you can feel it coming. Your example has containment, though, doesn't it?
I know, but the claim was that pseudo forces.
It's not a vacuum, asshole. You don't need to yammer through you affirming that which we're arguing about, which you're trying to whistle past. So we'll need containment then.
Sup, losers?
I'm responding to the claim that pseudo forces do not affect the vector of gas. That was the claim I was responding to.
Pseudo-gravity doesn't hold gas in a sphere shape. Oxymoronic sphere-shaped gas, that's atmosphere, is an oxymoron, won't be achieved with a force of gravity because gravity isn't a force. Not going to change the vector of gas particles. I'm getting yammered through again. I asked in the pre-show, why do we have to put up with this shit? Idiots who are wrong. No, this idiot's just wrong. Pseudo-forces don't change the vectors of gas. John's pointed that out. He's been completely ignored. Now we're talking about some other example that's got a container. So we will absolutely need containment, form pressure for gases. That is the point. The sky vacuum's debunked. You can't have gas pressure without containment. For example, has containment.
Nathan, I have a question, if I can ask. Using the framework of, like, you know, Einstein's gravitational field equations, have you looked at how much gas you would need in order for that amount of gas to be held together by the force of gravity under Einstein's equations?
Oh my God, are you dense?
Pseudo force. Sorry, it's just policing the language at this point.
A pseudo force is going to have on the vector of a gas particle. It's been pointed out. You keep whistling past the graveyard.
Centrifugal forces are pseudo forces.
You're gonna give a shit. Sorry,
you're
and our
asking
gas is
for-
affected. Sorry, and we have a contained system for your centrifugal example in containment to be applicable to Earth, do we, sir? Shut up! Whoever that is, mute this asshole who's interrupted with that shit twice. Shut up! We haven't got a centrifuge around Earth in your heliocentric sky vacuum world. You've got no containment at all. That's the point of the debate. Yammering on about how pseudo-Riemannian geometry with interruption constantly is going to somehow affect the direction of a gas particle. You're wrong. Not a force. Pseudo forces don't affect gases.
So, Nathan, we do have observations of like molecular clouds, like nebulae and things in space. So I'm just asking, how much gas do you think it would take for the force of gravity as reported by Einstein? I know you don't think it's a thing, but just according to the equations, how much gas would it take to be held together?
Shut him up. I'm sick of it. He keeps asking me about what a force will do when it's not a force. Piss off. Get lost. I'm not answering your question about what a force will do when I've told you about 6 times it's not a force. Well, tell me what the pseudo force would do. Nothing. It won't do anything. Gas would just fill the sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. Ergo, there's not a sky vacuum. To be breathing, the gas must be contained.
Stop letting them use gravity.
Also, in the centrifuge, it's the movement of the container. The gas is acting as gas does. Movement of the container is what's changing. When you wave your hand through the air and you increase the pressure of the gas that's already... But see, you have to have gas pressure to do these things first.
So why are we allowing them to use gravity?
We're not.
I don't get. Use it both frustrating me.
No, we're not. Or you let them use anything. Oh, you must use
So when
your
they come in and say gravity is a pseudo force, what the hell is gravity? It's never been proven. See you later.
So outer space is fake. It violates the second law of thermodynamics to assert that the sky is a vacuum and that the gas we're breathing is not under containment. It must be.
The centrifugal claims were from Euclidean. Did you want to move on and address those with Euclidean and leave Grayson?
Not. So yeah, space is fake. All of the numpties that think they're on a ball flying through a sky vacuum need to look at what the second law of thermodynamics is and how gas actually behaves. It fills volumes. Sky's a volume, an area available to the gas we're all breathing. Then we'd have never developed gas pressure to breathe. We'd all be dead.
All right, Nathan, you said that pseudo forces cannot affect the vector of gases.
No, I said gas fills space. It's the second law of thermodynamics. I debunked the sky vacuum with entropic laws of nature. That's dispersion of gas into volume. That's what I said. Some other guy brought up pseudo forces, and I pointed out that they're not applicable. Use multiple types: centrifugal, intermolecular, and gravity. I pointed out that not applicable to gas dispersion. That's described in laws of nature. Is this a straw man based on another opponent's position that they put to me? Sounds like it.
Okay, so pseudo forces can affect the vector of gases? Is that what I'm hearing again?
So gas fills space. Gas fills space. I didn't talk about pseudo forces. That was what my opponent talked about. I took it apart as not applicable to gases filling space. Second time's a charm. Do you only need the straw man based on what my opponent put to me? Because I didn't suggest this. This was my opponent's position, shithead. Second time.
So should I record the claim of you saying verbatim that gases or that pseudo forces don't affect the vector of gases?
Yes, stuttery.
You made the claim.
Yeah, stuttery. Gases fill space. That's my point. That's my argument.
Okay, so he's not repeating his claim, even though I will record it and show it to you. He's not repeating his claim.
You're not addressing what I've said. You're telling me you're going to present a recording to me when I'm telling you my argument right now. Gas fills space. Therefore, the sky is not a vacuum. That's my argument. Deal with that.
It's just weird how you're not repeating your claim. I get that. Falling back.
So unless it's what you want to attack, you can't cope. You're a pathetic man. Right?
What do you mean? You made a claim and can't substantiate
You can only chant through me, right, while I'm reiterating that which you can't cope with. Gas fills space. Sky is not a vacuum.
We're debating it because this is a flat Earth debate. It's not centrifugal force debate. Not intermolecular force debate. It's not pseudo force debate. Flat Earth debate. And contradictory to the flat Earth measurements that we actually use is an assertion that those measurements, when converted into sphericity, put the world in orbital motion in a sky vacuum, which violates natural law. That's my debunking of your sky vacuum. Simple.
So you no longer claim that pseudo forces can affect the vector of gas.
So you will be on that. You will not listen what he said.
Sham forces.
All right. So if they're sham forces, then they won't affect the.
Define pseudo. Do you want to define what pseudo means?
In between being real and fake. But
no, that's not the definition of pseudo. Just making shit up like that. I'm just talking while you're talking. It seems you're just making shit up. Where did you get that citation from? Let's hear it. Where's it from?
Oh, that's just my. I could
just
find a
made
citation
shit up,
if you like.
You lying glurf. Just made it up. It's pretty important. You're saying the pseudo force is affecting things, and you're telling me I've claimed it or refuted it. What does
centrifugal
mean?
Centrifugal forces are considered pseudo forces as well. Because you're fucking interrupting me, shithead.
Yes, because you're not defining what pseudo means.
Centrifugal forces are considered pseudo forces, dude.
Sorry.
And you're saying that they don't affect gases.
Sorry, you keep yammering.
Stop interrupting me. No, stop interrupting me, Nathan.
Point out how badly you've lost. Maybe if you keep talking, it'll be perceived as a win. I want to define what pseudo means so we can establish whether or not I need to concern myself with what pseudo forces will do. Let's just define what pseudo means. Go ahead.
All right, from AJ, resembling or imitating can be one definition.
So it's resembling force. It's not actually a force then, it's just resembling one.
And you did pick and
forces.
He did pick and choose here. There's two definitions. I just quickly threw something from Oxford in. And the first definition is supposed, perpetrating, to be, but not really, so false or not genuine.
I've got not genuine, spurious. I've got not genuine, spurious, sham.
And centrifugal force is considered a pseudo force, and that affects the vector of gas, which is the thing that we're talking about. You made the claim that pseudo forces cannot affect the vector of gases, but gas centrifuges use pseudo forces to do that, which is
sorry. Hold on, John. Don't take the John. Don't take the red herring. And this proves that the sky's a vacuum, does it?
That wasn't the thing that I was talking about to you.
Well, I was. Oh, maybe this red herring's useful then. So it's just a red herring then. Okay, well, we'll just shut this stupid shit down immediately then. Yeah, it doesn't have any address to the sky vacuum claim then. It's just some spurious shit you think you can hold me to based on a recording that has no relevance to the sky not being a vacuum. How interesting that you'd hold up this red herring like the recording was really critical. So it's not important then. Jolly good. It's non-sequitur.
It just shows that you can't hold on to your claims.
Talking about. It's definitely what you feel the need to interrupt over, though, right? You need to use your mute button, though, because it's not what you were talking about. Yeah, we were talking about the sky not being a vacuum, like the entire heliocentric paradigm being based in a vacuum that violates natural law, and you muppets saying that, no, we can still have gas here without containment. Look at all these examples of gas in containment. Or we can talk about something else, like centrifugal forces, and how they are completely non sequitur to the sky vacuum that we're discussing. Because you're not discussing that. It seems like a bit of a red herring then. Maybe you could sit down and shut up rather than giving us your fallacious red herring next time. Thank you.
Yep. Your claim was shit, and you're not going to be able to defend it, Nathan. That's where you're trying to meet me.
That's you flailing. That's you flailing, sir. Yeah, I cite second law of thermodynamics, and you say, you don't know. You haven't got a good argument. No, I've got the second law of thermodynamics. It's a law of nature that describes how gas fills spaces. And your sky vacuum is a space that gas would fill if we had one. Therefore, we haven't.
And how does that pertain to pseudo forces, Nathan? Which is what we were talking about for the past 10 minutes.
It's non sequitur, a red herring that you seem to want to bring up because you can't cope with the fact that we haven't got a sky vacuum for men to float around in. So you bring up non sequitur red herrings. It's got nothing to do with this non sequitur you guys brought up and tried to strawman me with, like I'd made a claim about pseudo forces.
You did.
No, it's irrelevant and non sequitur to the gas. The space that would be there if you had your sky vacuum belief.
So why did you choose to engage with me about the pseudoforce thing, and now you're trying to say that that's not what we were talking about for the past 10 minutes?
On sequitur.
No, you were engaging.
All right, are the gases we're breathing subject to a centrifugal force? There's that protracted silence from a glurf muppet who's got absolutely nothing.
Because I'm muted, you retard.
A giant shit on this wanker who's
because I was muted, you retard. Are you fucking retarded?
After a long silence, you had nothing to say in that silence, sir. Yeah, shut up, dickhead with a globe belief. This is non sequitur. Your pseudo, sham, fake, not genuine forces aren't going to stop gas filling space, making your sky vacuum, your religion of space, fake. Nothing you can do with your non sequiturs and red herrings will change that. Thank you.
Even if pseudo forces did affect gas, which they don't, you would still need a container.
Exactly.
Yeah, I never thought in all my life I'd hear people saying that pseudo forces have a causal mechanism in them to actually do something. That's
stupid, idiotic.
The pseudo force only works if you've got a pseudo container.
How you can get centrifugal force?
You actually have to have something moving, like with an actual force applied to it.
Okay. What is moving?
Non sequitur, Sasha. It's not relevant.
Yeah, but in a sense of moving, he will explain that Earth is moving, and that centrifugal force is moving also atmosphere, and somehow that moving. No?
The outside of the container needs to move, yeah? The outside of what's containing.
Oh.
The globe doesn't have containment according to them.
What it is the acceleration, right, is of the centrifuge. Is the centrifuge moving? The gas is behaving as gas does, but the available microstates are constantly changing because the centrifuge is spinning. It's not centrifugal force. You can measure newtons out of that, sure, but it's not the gas. I don't know what to say to it. It's insane.
Meanwhile, all this is happening over a flat stationary Earth that we know for a fact is measured flat at sea level. So regardless of what gases do and how behave, we do live on a flat stationary Earth, and we can actually prove and demonstrate that with measurements of latitude, celestial navigation, and a lot of other things. It's data from aeroplanes. Earth's definitely flat and it's definitely stationary.
The sky is definitely not a vacuum.
What about how about I use the Earth curve calculator and point out that it utilizes Earth as a flat plane to calculate how much curvature there is? I like that one.
Yeah, but refracted, we don't want to talk about measurements of Earth, mate, because that destroys them. So we just need to talk about lights in the sky and gas particles. That takes everything away from the actual evidence that we live on a flat stationary plane, which is what they don't want to talk about.
They want to talk about angles.
They do until we point out that they're with respect to the surface of Earth, the horizontal plane that you're measuring for elevation angles. They'll deny that the elevation angles have got anything to do with the surface. We had in the pre-show.
Or that the baseline is curved. Elevation has nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, that's my reaction as well.
It is referring to above sea level, isn't it, though? It needs a level reference of plane to get the elevation, don't we? A horizontal plane of reference, sea level, or sea curved.
You couldn't be sea curved or it wouldn't be forming an angle, would it?
Exactly.
You could use your eye curve. I mean, eye level. Curve. Level doesn't curve. Duh.
Just for the Discord server, in case you're not following along, what John's pointing out is that your Earth curve mathematics also measures Earth flat. We're just kind of wondering if any of the globe believers in this server were aware Earth curve mathematics utilizes measurements of Earth as a flat plane to assert Earth curve. Any of you guys know that? Obviously not. Earth's measured flat for Earth curve inference. The calculations of Earth curve that only exist in Earth curve maths are based on measurements of a flat Earth. Right there in the Earth curve maths, surface level and parallel eye level.
Even the two, their supposed globe arguments and proofs from thousands of years ago, involving, the Greeks and Albert Rooney, are also flat elevation angle measurements. Nothing to do with measuring curvature whatsoever.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, it's not like Aristotle measured the angle of a shadow with respect to the surface of Earth.
That's exactly what he did.
Oh, yeah, he did. That's an elevation angle. Yeah.
He measured Earth flat. Likewise, the guys down in Antarctica, down being the antipodal assumption they make for a ball belief, actually south, they also measured Earth flat. Took the elevation angle measurements of the sun as it went around them for 24 hours on a flat plane.
No, they didn't. They affirmed the consequent.
No, they
didn't, Neil. They didn't affirm the consequent. We kept pointing out that they would have to affirm the consequent. They never actually did. They said the globe. They didn't say anything about the globe. They said the flat Earth model fails, and then they offered actual globe Earth proof in the form of flat Earth elevation angle measurements of the shadows. They measured Earth flat.
Yeah, I'm talking about Jiren and the rest of them. They went there. I don't care what you say. They went there affirming the consequent.
I'm sure they did, Neil. That's fine. But when they were going there, they probably used a compass, right? North, south, east, and west. Do you know that you have to level a compass with respect to a horizontal plane?
It's a flat instrument. Yes, it's flat. Jaren can't even hold the compass the right way around.
I heard one deck say he's got a poem.
Yeah, it was just to do with what you've been saying, McLooney Tune measuring angles like his Greek pal did 2,000 years ago. And here we are again with them going somewhere, measuring elevation angles, trying to prove to live on a globe. So I wrote a few words, short poem. It's called Eratosthenes Returns, #Looney Tune. Eratosthenes, what have you done? 2,000 years later, measuring angles to the sun. Eratosthenes, the earth is measured flat. Eratosthenes, the Greeks all knew that. And your sundial #experiment has just double proved that. Vertical and horizontal, nothing to do with curves. You've just shown us the angle measurements using the surface of Earth. Eratosthenes, when you gonna learn?
Ooh.
Very good. I want to know when the mainstream will catch up with TFE and start pumping it out. I assume they're like us and they want to see the dust settle before they start picking out bits of it onto their channels. Very few people have actually picked up on it. Hardly any mainstream coverage. I thought it would just keep flowing in. We had Cox cover it in the Mail. I think no, not the Mail, the Times. Then it was the New York Times and the Mail in England, and that was it. 3 little articles and very little else. I thought there'd be tons of it.
They got to release the documentary. It's going to get worse. You'll see.
Well, they might, but I don't think they would want to. They want it to stay in the fringes of this subculture that we're part of. I don't think they want it.
No,
from the main people.
No,
I don't think so.
Duffy wants that out there.
I'm sure Duffy does, but I would have expected the order of things to be a few big name YouTubers like pick up and go with it. I think it's Some Ordinary Gamers who's got maybe 1 million subscribers or more. Then I thought, your PewDiePies and whoever else would be shortly behind, right? They haven't. After that, mainstream news would be covering it. That's what I thought would be the order of things. It's just faded into nothing.
Well, what happened with the Netflix? Is that how it went down? The mainstream grabbed it right away? Because I don't remember.
I don't know. Is there going to be a Netflix documentary? It'd be a bit boring, wouldn't it? Maybe there will.
No, I'm asking about the one that Bob Nodell and them were on. Was that picked up right away by mainstream?
It's just a production company that's produced it and then sold it. They sold it to Netflix. Behind the Curve you're talking about.
That's correct. So don't worry. Business partners are still together. They'll hash it out and they'll sell it to somebody.
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure Jaron is the one I heard say that the horizon was your eye level.
Again, John? Horizon what?
I'd have to go back and watch that documentary again, but I'm pretty sure Jaron claimed that the horizon rises to your eye level, right? Instead of at your eye level. You know, like it's really dangerous ground to be on because you do have a dip correction from eye level to the horizon, depending upon your altitude. You know, and it does appear to rise as you go up. But that, you know what I mean? Like you're working with apparent, not actual things. It's the language can get iffy.
Oh, it appears to rise to eye level when in reality the horizon itself is formed with the surface that you're above, so it can only be below you. Therefore, the higher you go, the more it drops with respect to the fact that it's below you. Makes perfect sense when you understand how the horizon's formed. Ed, whoever that was.
Prove it. Prove it.
What the hell, man? Order.
Eli, you're supposed to be off mute. Go ahead.
I don't think that the mainstream would pick it up, or PewDiePie or all these people would pick it up. The larger portion of us were all ignorant.
My name's Nathan Oakley, and I steal patrons from people with my mental illness.
Somebody was seeking globe cope by attacking me, the man. The Discord server. Eli, I'm so sorry.
Look in the chat.
2016 was a different. Oh, please.
On it. The airwaves are clear.
Do I have to come in there?
Go. What have you got to say?
It is now. Okay. It's a different time.
Did someone say heat rises?
Is that the same guy?
Well, Eli, he's picking a fight with you, Eli.
Get that hand.
That's what they want. They want you to get irritated.
Yeah. Why are you guys irritated?
And no one knew that.
You're irritated.
Because Nathan Oakley steals people's money with his fake beliefs.
Wait for you to finish. No one's doing what I'm supposed to be doing indoors. Come in there and do it myself.
Well, I'm trying to catch them all out, but I got 3 different people at once, and there's about 50 people in the room, so I'm scrolling and getting them. I've got 2. There's 1 more.
Drew was the one who jumped in.
Right, let's let Eli get to the end of his bleeding point, and then AJ can take control of whoever he wants to really introduce the conversation. Go ahead, Eli. 3rd time's a charm.
There'd have been 0 people putting out a team. Put in right for the picking for Netflix or the new anyone to pick up. They don't do the dumb shit they used to do before because they have people like us. The people are too aware. They have to change their tactics. That's why it wasn't going to be big. It was going to be based on how we responded. We have responded. It was a nothing burger. They can't do anything with that. I think they know that. That's it.
Okay.
I beg to differ. You'll see.
Okay. We'll see, I guess. Right, there's lots of people in need of pain relief, it seems, AJ. AJ?
Yeah. We've got Drew. We've got Fitzits. Let's go Fitzits, because Drew's... Fitzits, you're up, buddy.
Can I come back on as well after? To talk about measurements?
Fitsits. Shitsits.
Oh, sorry, I'm unmuted. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. What's your question? What did you have to say?
I don't have a question. I just find you entertaining.
And what?
I said I just find you entertaining. Thank you. I also really respect what you do.
No, this is the guy who just said you stole Patreons or something like that.
No, that was Drew. Drew said he stole Patreons. I said it's for monetizing.
Patreon works.
And Fitsit said, hang on, and Fitsit said, also likes to milk those, even more mentally unwell, which is genius. Okay.
Yeah, that's what he said. Like a cow?
Yeah, like a lol cow, actually. Milked for content.
I think it's just flattering that all you guys come in here and just prove flat Earth. That's all you do is you only prove the Earth is flat. And it's so flattering to us. Thank you, Glovers. Thank you.
It doesn't make a difference to me.
I just want to say thank you.
I really think about.
You've only, yeah, I know. That's all you can think about is proving flat Earth. It's sad.
Flattering? Nice pun.
Yes, it's very flattering to me and the rest of people in this room.
Hold on, let me check one thing quickly.
It doesn't make a difference for you, but you're here.
Lovely little command.
It doesn't make a difference for you. Did you say it doesn't make a difference for you?
Well, whether the Earth's flat or not, why would that make a difference to me?
But you are here. You are not in cinema.
I'm not in cinema. Sorry, what do you mean?
You are not watching movie. You are here on 24/7 Flat Earth Politics server, and you are saying
no, this is cinema though. This is content.
Yeah, and you are saying I don't care about this topic, but I'm here.
Yeah, I find the people that do care really entertaining.
That means you are going to the places what you don't like. You always go to that place. For example, if I don't like cinema and I don't like movies, I every day go to watch movies. That's my logic. It's like yours.
I don't mind cinema. I don't mind cinema at all. I don't mind flat Earth.
Yeah, that means yeah.
All right. Well, clown shoes can't even touch the logic, so there's no need.
If you've got nothing that you'd like to contribute, just mute up your microphone for us, yeah?
Yeah, I had nothing. Yeah, thank you.
It's all right. But no, that's fine. Like, I don't really care what the nature of the surface is, but I do know. Well, hold on. But I do know what the nature is of the surface and prove it. And everyone measures it that way. What's wrong with that? Why, I don't see why somebody would be triggered so badly by it.
It's because there's a distinction that's now been drawn that TFE has elucidated for us, which is that there's the cultists of flat Earth who believe in things like domes, ice walls, azimuth, equidistant directions. They're all nutters, and people are amused by them. Now, on the other side of that coin, you've got us, where we talk about how Earth is measured at. We are very triggering to those who come to be amused by cultists who believe Earth's flat. We're a bit of a shock to some people, which is why you're being asked.
Sounds like Drew wanted to get in.
I mean, they navigated. Sorry, mate. Go on.
I was saying our next troll, Drew, wanted to pipe up and jump in. Maybe he's got something to add.
The Patreons guy.
I
don't know if that was Drew.
No, he's a waste of space. We can move possibly back to Grayson. Or, yeah. Grayson Hawk, you got something?
I've got some substantive measurements of Earth curve.
Okay. You'll be measuring Earth flat for him, I absolutely guarantee you.
Okay, so do we want to touch on any of the gravity gas container stuff that we were talking about before, or should we just move on to the Earth curve? Because you said, looking up at the sky doesn't really change anything for you anyway.
A quote. Was that a quote?
Straight to the sky.
Was that a quote?
Oh, no. Sorry, it was a paraphrase.
What were you paraphrasing? Can you quote what I actually said then, please?
I couldn't give you an exact quote, but you said something along the lines of that the lights in the sky or observations of the sky
I've already
are not
doing this once. Stop. Don't just make shit up that I haven't said and say you're paraphrasing. And then when I say, well, what's the exact quote you're paraphrasing? You don't know. And you're just going to make up more shit I haven't said?
Do we want to get to measurements of Earth curve?
No.
could you paraphrase what I actually said to you? Rather than you making up shit that I didn't say, paraphrase some of the things I did.
Well, this wasn't what you had said to me earlier that I was talking about. It was after you were talking to the other guy.
So you can't? Is that a no? You can't?
No, I mean I'm happy to do so if you want me to talk about like
ideally
quote from you about what we were talking about.
Yeah, you're objectionable. You're a prick. You're objectionable because you just made up shit I didn't say. I'm saying rather than doing that, you've already done that. That egregious shitty thing that you made up shit I didn't say, and when I ask you to actually give me the thing I did say that led you to paraphrase shit that you made up about what I'd said, and I hadn't, rather you just did now after making shit up I haven't said, repeat something I have. And it seems
okay. No, calm your tits. You'd said that there's no pressure without a container, that it violates the second law of entropy.
I talk to him. I want to talk to someone who tells me to calm my tits. Fuck off.
Calm your breasts, I'm sorry.
Get rid of him. I don't want to talk to him. He's just told me to calm my tits while he talks through me. Prick. You're a disingenuous prick. You make shit up about your opponent's words. I don't like you. That's why I don't like you. You're a prick. Someone who, if we're in each other's company, I'd make it really clear that I'm getting quite aggressive with you. What might happen to you as a result of your disingenuous lies and scumbaggery about things I haven't said. And when it comes to things I have said, you haven't got a fucking clue. You don't know. You haven't listened to anything I've said to you. I already know that. Another reason I don't want to communicate with you. Because when asked, can you paraphrase something I actually did say to you back? No, you can't.
Yet I heard it about 15 times loud and clear. The sky is not a vacuum.
Yeah. I heard your shitty arguments and can paraphrase your shit back to you. Yeah? About intermolecular forces? Yeah? About centrifugal forces? About gravity that's not a force? I listened to you. Yeah? Now I'm paraphrasing. That means generally what you said, but not exact quotes. What you said. You can't do that. You didn't listen to a single word I said to you.
May I make a plea on his behalf that we move on to the Earth curve measurements, since that would be relevant to the conversation.
Fair enough.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. So I was going to bring up LIGO. You've probably heard of it, but it has to be perfectly straight in order to operate. The laser has to be straight. I've been inside the control room myself on a tour. It has to be straight for the laser to shine through. It shines through a vacuum, so there's no bending, there's no refraction, no anything. But the level changes over the 4 kilometers of the straight arm. The level changes in such a way that you can back calculate the radius of the Earth. Because it's perfectly straight, not level.
And how do you measure that?
You measure the level of the actual concrete arm that's 4 kilometers long. It's like a laser interferometer. It's like a laser beam that's 4 kilometers long. It has to be perfectly straight for the laser to shine through the vacuum. And
what he's asking. Chill. Sorry, we heard the first time. What he's asking is, you say it deviates. What's it deviating from?
Deviating from level.
So level is deviating from level.
Did I hear yourself?
Do you hear yourself? I'm just going to summarise without hopefully a fundamentalist zealot chanting through the summary of you saying level's not level. Because it's deviating from level. So I haven't finished summarising you stupid shit and you're already opening your mic talking through me like a complete wanker. You stupid idiot. You're describing a deviation from level and saying it can't be level because it deviated from level. That's stupid.
So the only part of the 4-kilometer arm that is level...
Is this moving on from your stupidity then? Just going to move on, not acknowledging it.
Let me clarify.
There's no clarity needed, you stupid idiot.
We're talking about curves, not level.
He's saying that the level of LIGO deviates. And how does he know?
It changes.
From a reference that is level while he interrupts that devastating idiocy being repeated again. He interrupted.
But that's not what I was saying.
That asked if he could be reasonable and tolerant with us. How does he know how much it deviates? What's it referencing? Well, it's referencing how much it deviates from level. Okay. Idiot.
The only part of the 4 kilometer arm that measures level is in the very middle. It deviates to the right and to the left. It changes throughout the 4 kilometers. The only part that's level is the middle.
Level. No, it's not level because it deviated from level that you referenced how level it isn't when it deviated from the level. You're a shithead, idiot. You're stupid.
No, the center of it measures level. If you put a level onto the center, like the middle of the tube.
What you're saying is idiotic, stupid, moronic.
It's true. It's fact.
And violates its own principle of level to describe the deviation from when you say Earth isn't level because LIGO deviated from level. I know because I had a level reference to show how much it deviated from. That's idiotic.
It's a documented fact. The middle of it is at 2 kilometers is level, but none of the rest of it is.
That's awesome. It's a man-made.
You know how level it isn't because it deviated from the level reference that you've got to describe it deviating from level. Therefore, it's not level. You're an idiot.
Level is just perpendicular to the force of gravity.
Perpendicular.
That's all it is. The force of gravity, the vector of gravity changes depending on your direction on Earth, so does level.
Gravity's not a force, dum-dum.
You've already objected to.
Pseudo-force. Stop policing language. It's just pedantic.
I don't want to raise my voice and get a sore throat while this wanker reasserts something we've already covered. There is no force of gravity to be perpendicular to. That's not what perpendicular is. 90 degrees to horizontal. This wanker will chant through that devastates his nonsense waffle about forces of gravity being perpendicular to, when we've already taken apart a force of gravity. That will result in him chanting through me unless I'm stunned about it. You know, that's what I've got to contend with. This guy's an asshole. And he's just contradicted himself. He knows LIGO isn't level because it deviated from level. That's just so stupid, it's untrue.
You can directly measure it not being level, except for at the very center at 2 kilometers in the arm is level. And then you can directly measure the rest of it yourself. It's perfectly straight, but not level. That's a direct, documented fact. If you don't like it, then you stick your head in your sand and pretend it doesn't exist.
Got it. We heard. Thanks. We heard your contradiction in terms 3 times now. You shut up now. We're done. Thanks. We heard.
It debunked flat Earth.
Sorry, shithead. Oh my god. This is why we mute you wankers. Do you think that after losing badly and contradicting yourself, you can spew out that it debunks flat Earth? What a wanker. What a wanker. I'd be made to look really stupid by saying level deviates from level. That disproves flat Earth. He'll spew at the top of his embarrassing defeat. That's just unreasonable behaviour. No, it doesn't debunk flat Earth. What? Because level deviates from level. You'll need level. Idiot. It doesn't debunk anything. It's just a contradiction in terms spewed by a moron.
So it's level, but not level. But 2 kilometers, it's like a 1.22 miles. Maybe he's only using the for saying there is a curve, you know.
Oh, he's talking about level. He's not mentioned anything to do with curvature.
I know. He need to say that it's dropping away from that level.
So we'll need to measure a reference.
Saying that the lasers need to be perfectly level.
Yeah, so we need a reference for that. We need a flat Earth to describe this deviation from the level.
Yeah, he doesn't say level changes. He doesn't say the surface changes. He says the machine, the arm of the machine changes, not the surface.
But he started off saying the lasers had to be perfectly level, but then they curve away from level.
Exactly. Are there any flat surfaces or level surfaces on a sphere, Nathan?
No. Stupid.
End the story.
Level isn't level, Neil. We know how level it isn't because we can show how it deviates from level. Therefore, it isn't level.
I got a question. Is the machine using mathematics or equations?
The machine? No, it's just a straight concrete tube.
Who cares? You're going to need a horizontal plane of reference. That would be level for it to deviate from. To describe the description you're appealing to, you need level, the first instance, to have it deviating from. You're trying to violate level in your description so that the level the laser must be isn't really level. You know how level it isn't because you can show how it deviated from the level. There's a lot of levels that you need. You need a flat Earth for this. For God's sake.
Nathan, you and everybody listening can go there yourself. They're open to the public on Saturdays. Measure it yourself. You can see it's a perfectly straight concrete line, and if you measure the level, it's going to change as you go across the entire 4 kilometers.
Yeah, if we measure the level, we're going to need a horizontal plane of reference to describe the deviation from it, aren't we?
Yeah, only the middle.
Yeah. How quickly we had the little yep. Really quick, that acknowledgement. Yeah, we're going to need a flat Earth for this, dickhead. We're done with
No, you aren't.
Babbling through the conclusion.
This is a direct measurement that the Earth cannot be flat.
It's another time.
You're offering me a little theoretical little reference. I'm offering you a real concrete, literal concrete example that you can measure for yourself.
Spewed is nonsense, waffle. It's conceded how we'll need a horizontal plane of reference to describe the deviation from it. Yep. And then immediately wamble through the top of it. Yeah, wanker. Piss off.
He just said that the concrete tube is straight, and I assume that concrete tube is on the ground, so it's also straight, level.
Yeah, they need a flat Earth more than we do. And when it comes to we pointing out that Earth's measured flat for that, they go, no, the axiomatic principle of levels, not level. Why? Well, because I can show how it violates it. It's deviating. Look, here's the measurements. You can check for yourself the measurements. All right. The deviation is described from what? From level, of course. You're like, you bloody idiots. What are you on?
You just don't understand large spheres.
No, I understand that he needs level. He implicitly requires level. And he doesn't have it. So he needs a flat Earth to describe his paradigm. We've been pointing it out for about 2 years.
Yeah, the really big sphere is an appeal. What is it called? It's a special pleading fallacy. If you measure a segment of a horizontal line, you call that level, as we do, still a horizontal line. Doesn't matter how far it goes. Nothing's going to change that.
Anybody got any Earth curve measurement proof?
We covered that earlier.
We said that was riveting.
Yeah. They need a horizontal plane to measure to assert that there's a point below the surface level called Earth curve, Neil. They also need a flat Earth for that. It's on screen now. Surface level and eye level are parallel with one another. You need to measure your height above the surface level and with respect to the parallel eye level with it to derive this calculation of a hidden value below the surface level that's flat when measured. They need to measure a flat Earth for everything. There is no exception. It's measured flat.
So it's a pseudo Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, pseudo Earth curve. You could call it that. Sham Earth curve calculator, fake Earth curve calculator, because you're measuring Earth flat to assert it in a calculation.
The actual full title, they just took some words out. What it actually is the flat Earth resolution loss curve calculator. It has to do with loss of resolution and its relationship between eye level and surface level.
It's loss of perspective. That's what it's losing.
Precisely.
Then hijacks it.
Yep.
Slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projections are described in, again, the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator.
I haven't heard that in a while. Back to 2015. We back to 2015 or what?
We certainly are.
Well, how do you explain Antarctica on the flat Earth though? Because it's much bigger on the flat Earth than the globe Earth.
How do we explain Antarctica on a flat Earth because it's much bigger on a flat Earth? Did you say?
Yeah.
Who asserted Antarctica was anything, anywhere of any size? Give us a quote.
Well, if you have a flat Earth, it goes around the world on the flat Earth, right?
Did you hear what I just said? Who said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
What did I just say?
You were saying who's saying what size it is or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it's got to have a size, right? Are you saying it doesn't have a size?
Tell me what so you're saying. So this is your claim then, shithead. You claim Antarctica's massive. How the fuck would you know? Have you measured it? So this is your claim. You say it would have to be. So this is you saying it then. Why? Have you measured it, idiot?
Have you measured it?
I wasn't claiming to have measured it, you stupid shit for brain, strawman burning fucktard. Hey, fucktard! What you're doing is attempting to burn a strawman. And in reality, what I've done is taken that shithead strawman that you thought you were going to get to use and turned it into your stupid claim. And what's going on for you is you can't fucking believe what's happening. I'm charging you with your claims of what Antarctica could be, or should be, end quote, you. It should be, should it, shithead? When did you fucking measure it?
No, I haven't measured it, no.
Then shut the fuck up about Antarctica, you complete retard.
Why are you getting mad? Why are you getting triggered for a question?
I'm dealing with a retard, that's you. You are a retard and you annoy me greatly with your stupid shit you say about how Antarctica should be big on a flat earth. What a fucking retard. I'm annoyed because you're a fucking retard. Is that clear?
No, it's not clear.
Is this going to be an insult based on nothing because you're a bit upset about me pointing out how stupid you are? Are you going to now try and insult me?
No, I'm not insulting you. I'm genuinely asking how big is Antarctica on the flat Earth?
What you're genuinely doing is stuttering, you little bitch.
How big? And then he asked again, how big is Antarctica?
Yeah, how big is it on the flat Earth?
Wait, did I make myself clear when I asked for a quote in regards to who's asking this question and then tied it down to you? Are you having a conversation with yourself, sir?
No, I was asking you. How big is it?
Don't make a claim about it. It's the third time I've said that. Are you deaf?
Okay, how can we know how big it is?
Are you having this conversation with me or yourself?
With you.
Itself, he's listening.
Are you dense? What part of I don't make a claim about it fourth time? Do you not understand, you abject retard?
I didn't say you were making a claim. I'm saying, how do we go about measuring
Why are you asking me then, you stupid idiot? Are you dense? Why the hell are you asking me then?
Dude, you gotta show him that there is an Antarctica first.
Because while the White Knight pipes up, it's because he had a little straw man to burn, didn't he? About what I say Antarctica should be. And it failed miserably, and he got called a fucking retard for it, didn't he? You tried to burn a straw man, sir, and it failed. Yeah? That's what happened.
No, that's not true at all. That's not true.
And now you're talking while I summarise what's happened. Yeah, I know, it's painful for you, because you've been made to look like a thick twat by me, Nathan Oakley, a flat earther, making you look stupid with your assertions about how big Antarctica should be on a flat earth. What a muppet you are. Are you one of those stupid retard flat earthers with a retard flat earth map that got debunked in Antarctica? Are you one of those retards?
There's many flat earthers who believe Antarctica has a size.
You're one of them. You're a retard who thinks you know how big it is even though you haven't measured it. What a dickhead. It's not me though, dickhead. Did you want to burn a straw man like that was me? No, it's you. You're that dickhead.
I think you're misunderstanding. No one's claiming you're making a claim.
You're stuttering. I think you're stuttering.
I'm not stuttering at all.
I think you're stuttering, sir. I don't think you're going to get to burn this straw man. I don't claim anything about Antarctica. I have paraphrased a claim third hand from a man who went there for 18 months, who said he did not see a 24-hour sun down there. Now, but for retroactive continuity, I can only assume he was telling me the truth. That has changed, and now we do see a 24-hour sun, according to footage that's been presented to us. I don't make any antipodal assumptions about being on a ball, and all the measurements that it's given us are flat Earth measurements. So the only thing I conclude from Antarctica, is that's what you're fishing for, is that they measured Earth flat down there, down being an antipodal assumption you make and I don't.
I think you misunderstood the question.
No, I definitely didn't.
Yeah, I think you did.
No, I definitely identified the straw man fallacy in your question about how big Antarctica was on a flat Earth map. I'm paraphrasing. That means repeating back what you've said, but without being a verbatim quote. What you actually said to me, and then taking a dump on it by pointing out I don't make any claims. What I do is point out people's affirming the consequent fallacy with a 24-hour sun when making a downward antipodal assumption. I'm quite concise in summarising my rebuttal to what you've put to me, because I did listen and I do understand you. You, on the other hand, are a fucking retard. And you're being told that, based on your behaviour, it's demonstrable, and you're being told it by me, a flat earther, with righteous indignation.
What behaviour? I'm asking a genuine question.
You're stuttering. That's what you're doing. Second time.
You misunderstood this. You think can I say something?
I think you should sit down, you retard.
You could insult all you want. It just shows the room who's insulting and who's not.
Fact, you are a retard.
No one was claiming that.
Stuttering at me. You're done stuttering at me, or you're going to sit down now. You've been defeated badly. Sit down. Shut up.
But I wasn't claiming you're making a claim about Antarctica. I was asking a genuine question.
Oh, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
It seemed like I pulled apart that straw man and took a giant steaming dump on it, and then called you a retard because the only one saying it was you, making it your claim. Remember?
Is that what you think happened?
I definitely humiliated you for it, and you're definitely going to see the need to interrupt me pointing that out again, aren't you? I've told you. You've been defeated badly. It's on your shitty straw man you tried to burn, and all you've got now is your interruptions incessantly through the top of me summarising how stupid you behaved. Not an insult. It's a summary of your performance, shit for brains.
I have a question for you.
Coherent question?
Yeah, I have a question. For
coherent? The last one?
Yeah, it's gonna be a very coherent question. Well, it depends on what your definition of coherence is gonna be.
Obviously. Go ahead.
Feel free.
What's gonna be sufficient evidence for you to admit that the Earth is a globe?
Measurements of a globe? Barney?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them.
No, I'm asking you. That's a question.
Measurements of the globe.
Okay, yeah, I got you. You're repeating yourself. Your question was, what would I accept? Proof of a globe. My answer was measurements. Do you have any?
You said yes. So the next thing is provide the measurements.
Yeah, so what standard of measurement?
Give me measurements now. Go. Of a globe.
Let me just put on my notepad.
You're muttering.
I bet $5.
I'm talking for myself.
Don't do that. Don't do that. My name is Nathan Oakley. Address me as Sir. When you give me flat Earth measurements claiming that they're globe measurements. Oh. Give me your measurements, and I'll point out where you measure the flat Earth with them. Don't talk while I'm talking. Your opportunity is in the protracted silences you leave when I answer your question. What would it take to get me on the globe? Maybe you could send me down to Antarctica so I could stand in front of a camera with a hoodie on and tell everybody how I was wrong like Jaren did. I'm not a fucking retard. What I'd accept is measurements of a globe. Give them me. And when you do, accept the strong tongue you get back when I point out how Earth's measured flat in your claim to be globe measurements you're yet to give me. Give them me now.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting them.
Earth's measured flat, sir. No, that's okay. No, that's okay. You don't have anything then. So why are you asking me what it would take to get me on a ball that you have nothing to prove you're on a ball with? I know I'm on a flat plane. Earth's measured flat. If you were to now ask me for Earth measurements of a flat plane, I could give you many, many examples. If you then said, no, I've got ball measurements, I'd then take those ball measurements and show you where Earth was measured flat in your ball measurements. Earth is measured flat. Nothing will ever change how Earth is measured. It is flat. Your belief in a globe, sir, that you're asking me about what I could do to believe in like you believe in,
there we go, it's inside chat.
Also made using those flat Earth measurements.
There we go, there's inside chat.
See fit to interrupt me, the one who's got obviously more knowledge on this than you. The one who doesn't have measurements.
You wanted measurement. There it is, inside chat.
Didn't use sir. He didn't use sir when he said they're inside chat.
I'm not gonna address someone as Sarah when they're lowly intellectually.
Hold on. He says he's got measurements.
Okay, everybody. I've dropped, guys. Nathan, I've dropped him in Master B.
Just
Aristophanes? He's giving us Aristophanes. Are you having a laugh? Aristophanes measured Earth flat.
No.
Sorry, dickhead. I'm just... guy, we got your link. Now you can sit down and shut up while I point out that Aristophanes measured Earth flat with elevation angle measurements. He measured angles on a flat plane.
No, he didn't. You're misscrewing the experiment. So, if you want to show me the same...
You say
I wasn't
no.
done, so I'm just going to
say no.
and then you can mute me if you want.
I heard your objection.
If you want the same courtesy that I'm showing you,
you've got to shut up while I talk.
You're going to show me this.
Oh my god! I heard you say no. It's not just you talk while I talk, so it's not a defeat. What did Aristophanes measure? Go.
What you said there. Again, I'm muting you until you show me the same courtesy. So, the measurement that was shown...
Sorry, if this guy's muting me on my own show so he doesn't have to listen to me, kick him out. So you either listen to me and respond to me, or you piss off. What did Aristophanes measure? That's me engaging in the debate you've put forward. You've sent a link. Aristophanes, it says at the top. Measuring Earth with Aristophanes is the title. What did he measure? Oh, I'll mute you until I get to talk. Piss off then. Aristophanes measured Earth flat.
He measured two angles of sunlight of two locations. Sinai and Alexandria.
Sorry, angles are straight line, shithead. Not curved
angles
lines.
Are straight line?
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. He measured Earth flat with those straight lines that aren't curved.
That's not true. Again, why are you misscrewing this stuff?
Sorry, it's not true that Aristophanes measured angles.
No, he used angles.
He measured them.
Yeah, measuring the angle of the sunlight of two locations.
Measuring Earth flat. Yeah, with elevation angles. They're called elevation angles.
Was there curvature on the angles?
Are you talking while I'm talking?
Why were there curvature on the angles?
While I'm talking.
Can you answer me the very simple question why there were...
This is the fundamentalist select globe mute button, by the way. He'll moan later if he has to put on server mute while he's talking while I'm talking. He's measuring elevation angles. You decided that you were going to mute me while I asked you what he was measuring. Now we've got two angles. They're very specific types of angles. They're called elevation angles. Did you know that, sir?
Are you done?
Unresponsive. They're elevation angles off a flat plane.
No, there were curvature on them. No, there were
he asked
curvature
if I was done, which was non-responsive. It's only talking while I'm talking. Asking if I'm done in a protracted silence isn't confirming the elevation angle measurement of a flat Earth that Aristophanes has measured. That's a measurement of a flat Earth right there, sir. I said I'd call you name when you presented your flat Earth evidence and claimed it was a globe measurement, but it's actually an angle. That's two straight lines. How the fuck can that be a measurement of curve? He's only measuring elevation angles. This guy can only interrupt when he loses. It's the Glurf trick. Now, if I was to mute him, this isn't my server, I can't. If I was, it'd be Nathan mutes people. Shut your channel, shut your Nathan mutes. No, I'm telling you that he's measured a flat Earth. They're angles, straight lines, not
It's
curves.
funny how you misscrew studies. Do you always do this? And then, like, yeah, people, then we just like
now shouting through me, shouting.
Do you always?
I just have to appeal to the moderators because I was in the middle of a statement. He's decided it's too painful. He will use his mute button on me. So I'll just appeal to the moderators, and rightly so. We got to the point where I told you that you'd say you got globe measurements, and when they came, I'd point out how Earth's measured flat in them, and Aristophanes is measuring two straight lines, an angle, an elevation angle, off the surface of Earth. Straight lines aren't curved. He's definitely not measuring curve. He's measuring straight lines. He's measuring a flat Earth. That is a fact. He doesn't have to like it. What that bitch Glurf can do is chant through me, though, can't he? Maybe appeal to Toon. Toon will say that I've muted you. No, you just chanted through the fact you measured Earth flat. Oh, by the way, McToon, the guy who's put this shit out that I mute people, even if I'm in a different server that I don't run, it's because he also measures Earth flat with elevation angles like they did in Antarctica. He's presented flat Earth measurements also. Like Aristophanes, with his flat Earth elevation angles. It couldn't be curved measurements. They're straight lines for an angle. I'm done.
People can't be this stupid.
Yeah, so again, you're just misquoting the whole fucking study of the experiment.
Now he's swearing at me. Fuck you, Blurf. Dumb shit motherfucker. Measures Earth flat when you claim you're measuring a globe. You think you can just swear at me? Yeah, I can muster some disdain too, you stupid twat. I can tell you to go fuck yourself too. Yeah? Go fuck yourself. Aristophanes measured Earth flat, motherfucker. I can do it too.
Swearing.
Did he say miscrolling?
He's claiming
Yes,
in the
he
chat
did.
that he's claiming in the chat that he did not use elevation angles.
Oh, he didn't.
It's Aristophanes right here. First line. Ancient Greek astronomer Aristophanes was the first man to measure the size of Earth accurately. His method was very simple. He measured the angle. Let's say that again. Measured. Scratching my head. Should we need to re-clarify? No, I'm pretty sure we all know that he's measuring something. The angle. Angles have got straight lines meeting at vertices, right? Not curved ones, right? Not misinterpreting what it says on his cited source. Libertext Physics about measuring Earth with Aristophanes and how we're measuring an angle. So we're not measuring curve. We're measuring straight lines. Okay? He's measuring Earth flat, dickhead. Out of my fucking nuts taste. You want to swear at me?
Are you done?
My name's Nathan Oakley, the one with the salty testicles teabagging you after metaphorically shooting you in the face with a flat Earth measurement that Aristophanes made. Earth is measured flat. Remember my name, bitch. It's Nathan Oakley.
So, are you done?
I've just
done measuring Earth flat with Aristophanes' angles. They're straight lines he measured, not curved.
Let me know when you're done.
Chanting no through the top of me, reiterating that Aristophanes absolutely measures Earth flat.
I'm just going to let you spur it out.
Keep chanting, bitch. Measured Earth flat with angles on the first line of your source. Tell me no, bitch. Tell me no, bitch. Yeah, he did. He measured Earth flat, bitch.
No, you're just muting me every
my
time
voice
I get
too,
to speak,
bitch.
right?
I can talk loud
if I
too,
overspeak you.
Earth is measured flat by Aristophanes. You glurf bitch. Exactly as I said. I said, this guy will go and get Earth measurements, and when he does, I'll call him names, because he'll be measuring Earth flat. And that's exactly what happened, you little bitch. Enjoy the taste of my nuts.
So, again, the reason why he didn't measure the Earth to be flat, like you want to say here, you don't. And you can interrupt me and I can get muted again. That's fine.
This guy's going to lie. Glurf scum lying. No, it says it on the first line. Measure. It says it on the first line. Now he's saying he didn't measure. Lying Glurf. Yeah, he did. He's only not measuring now because the measurement he made was of a flat Earth. Suddenly the Glurfs have all got to say Aristophanes didn't measure Earth. Yeah, he did. He measured it flat. Enjoy the aftertaste.
Blee or not to blee? That is the question.
Yeah, he measured it to blee. That's what he said.
Measured Earth flat. That's just a fact. Exactly like I told
so can you explain to me why the shadows weren't at the same angle, but they were at different angles then, if there wasn't a curvature?
Who gives a shit? We're measuring angles on Earth then. We're not going to, hang on. We're not going to angles. What's an angle? Two straight lines meeting at vertices? Oh, that would be straight line then, not a curved line. So we're not measuring a curved Earth then. The shadow on the surface that he measured was an angle. So it's a flat Earth he's measuring then, with a straight line. Yeah, we're all clear. Earth's measured flat.
Well, he's now claiming he measured an angle. Yeah, he's now claiming he's measured an angle when in the chat he says he didn't measure an angle. You idiot.
Sorry,
again, no, he didn't measure the angle because he couldn't measure the angle because the angle was curved. You retarded flat earther. It was curved. It wasn't at the same point.
No worries. No, let's just summarise. No, hold on, QE. Just take that as read then. So when it says in this source that Aristophanes measured Earth, he didn't. You're saying that Aristophanes is a load of shit and we can just disregard this guy's source. Okay, no worries. This man says he couldn't get an angle because Earth was curved. So we'll just throw Aristophanes' claim to be radial acquisition in the bin then. He couldn't measure
angle, according to that glurf.
You can keep coping. That's why you don't want to answer the simple question: why the shadows wasn't at the same point?
Albanian, shut your pie hole and listen up. At 22 past the hour, the Viking posted something you might want to learn how to read. There's 2 images. The second one that says Flat Earth's reality was how it was done. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Happy to throw it in the bin. Like, if he says he can't get an angle, and we can't get an angle, then this is garbage. No worries. According to the guy that objected, no, Aristophanes couldn't measure Jack because he couldn't get an angle. Okay? In the bin it goes.
Yeah, so I'm asking you the question since you're so intellectual.
No, because you just came on here talking about Shadow.
For a second, the ad hom started, the mod shut you down, dickhead. Yeah, I won. Enjoy the aftertaste. Name's Nathan Oakley, don't forget it.
He just came in talking about shadow angles and then claimed that there is no angle that was measured due to curvature. So he's double speaking.
I don't want to hear about Aristophanes no more. He just threw it out.
He just threw it out.
They want our measurements.
Oh, John.
They want our measurements, but so that they can calculate their globe. Y'all can't have them no more. We're taking that away.
Fucking bastards. He jumped us.
Yeah, we got T-jump.
Yeah, we got T-jump for sure. Jumping.
Yeah.
Reflecting.
Check out these elevation angles that prove how sphery Earth is. Well, they're elevation angles. That's a flat Earth you're measuring. He couldn't measure anything.
You dumb flat earther.
You just don't understand how little he could measure. You tell me how he couldn't measure it. Flatty.
No, he said curved angles. He measured curved angles, you dumb flat earther.
It's a shame he didn't use Alberuni because he measured angles as well.
Yeah. All roads lead to a flat Earth. Earth will always be measured flat. That guy was told before he went and dug out his citation that whatever he got, I'd point out his flat Earth measurement and call him names. Now he's really upset about it. I mean, I can turn that on and off, by the way, mate. You know, that disdain I have for you is just put on his schnacked. I don't really care. Because I, was just holding up to my bargain that if you went and got some measurements of a globe Earth, I'd point out how Earth was measured flat in them, and then call you names for a bit. Fun. Yeah, very amusing. 150 people watching you get called a dickhead, an idiot, and you telling us how your cited source is garbage because he couldn't really be getting an angle. Okie dokie, well done.
It's the whole point.
So the 7-degree angle measurement. Gotcha.
I'm sorry. You should let him explain it, though. Maybe we gotta have a discussion after the show.
Let him explain how they're not acquirable angles.
No, he just posted a link. That's kind of
So again, I'm just asking a very simple question because you guys are so much intellectual. So I'm asking this amazing question: why weren't the shadows at the same point if the Earth is flat? I want you just to answer that question.
In the middle of the 2 points.
You're up the middle of my sentence.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Why are you lying? Yes, it was.
Albanian, you posted.
Can you answer that simple question to me?
Hang on, Albanian. You posted something in regards to. Oh, sorry, QE, go.
Shout out to Pablo for gifting 5 memberships. Go ahead, QE.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, it was about his own citation, yeah?
Him being disingenuous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he posted just a link. That's quite disingenuous. You should let people that just post links, they need to explain what their evidence is. Not you to go in, right? Because
I will dumb it down for you. So fucking easy by doing this.
As a counselor, just explain and prove his case. Why is somebody talking through me?
Triggered Glurf, he can't cope. He's having to call you names and swear at you because I've just held up my end of the bargain and called him a load of names. Now he feels justified in calling you them while you're talking.
I haven't called him any names. I don't know why you're lying. I didn't interrupt him.
Again, QE.
Still talk. He's a fargan bastard.
There you go. The angle of 7.2 degrees is blah, 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 of full circle. You know the distance between Sunny and Alexander was approximately 800 kilometers.
So
If
we're begging
7.2
the question,
corresponds
is the
to
logical
800
fallacy,
kilometers,
Albania?
and a full 360 degree corresponds circumference
Yeah,
of 800
he's begging the
kilometers,
question.
x 50, 4,000
Yeah,
kilometers,
you're not
much more
listening,
close
are
to
you?
the modern
You gotta
measurement
do yourself a
of
favour.
Earth's circumferences, which is 4,775 kilometers.
Broke him, Nathan. He's broken. He's like in rant mode.
We broke you, Albion. Want us to go through how flat it is on your... is this diagram from him, right? Angle difference, 3 angles.
Yeah.
Aristotle's experiment to measure Earth.
Yes,
You see
it
at the
is.
top there, Albion? Can you see that? Take him off mute, see if he can contain himself for a bit.
Well, I'm done, bro. I'm gonna go. I have a wife. I'm gonna go cook some food for her. Like,
Yeah, what's his name?
no running. There is no running, right? Like, you can't answer a simple question that I asked you 3 times. All I really wanted to do, because I know there is no point talking to you guys.
You
Like,
waffle on
no
about how you
point.
gotta leave.
I just wanted to have a little bit of fun.
Mute so I can show my audience without QE interrupting me.
When you can't answer a simple
this angle. Now, while I'm pointing this out to the audience, I've now got a closed G+ line as well. How Earth is measured flat for this angle. In his diagrammatical example, he waffled non-stop and then ran like a coward. Just to point that out.
I want to know where he's got these measured angles from when he couldn't measure an angle because we're dumb flat earthers.
He's measured them on a flat Earth. They're at the top of his diagram. It says angle difference 3 degrees. It shows city A and city B on a flat Earth. For his diagrammatical example of just how Earth is measured flat for these angles, it could only be a flat Earth, or there wouldn't be angles. So he's measured Earth flat. Now, I realised that you had to take control, and I did it in my own internal way and closed down the Discord line because Albion was rumpusing me putting up the diagram he's posted.
Well, just in Master B for you, Nathan.
Diagram is that?
This is from our chat in Master B, and this is why I'm asking the question. How did he measure these angles when us dumb flat earthers, he says he didn't measure the angle, you idiot. So if he didn't measure the angle and I'm an idiot, Albanian, where are these angles coming from? No, can't tell us.
Look, he said he's got a life.
That was just an obfuscation tactic, so we didn't point out the angles coming off a flat Earth in his diagram.
Why did I always miss that flat part on the diagram? It's like a flat part.
John summarised it earlier. They need our flat Earth measurements to move forward in their globe faith, and we're just not going to allow them to do it anymore.
Ethan, 1, 2, 2.5.
Okay, then.
I guess I'll just stay.
With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Stream, I should really be such a swab when I'm about to go on camera. Stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you. Smash the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, gifted memberships, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
I don't think I've laughed so much for 2-3 hours non-stop. That was hilarious. Well done, moderator team. That was hard work. 50 plus people in the chat. That was good stuff, guys. Well done.
What's the go, Jedi? Was someone handing out free fucking crayons or something?
Yeah, man. Everyone's hungry, so they're pumping up everyone's.
Holy shit.
Yeah, these globers are as useful as the white crayon.
These globers are useful for proving that the Earth is measured. We appreciate that.
Is that Jetty?
It is. Boss up consolation. How are you?
Mike's is as pristine as ever. Thanks.
Good stuff. Nice to hear you too, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Yes, sir. You too. On the other side, on the other end, get stuffed.
Who was the container guy? That's what I want to know. The vacuum container.
There was a couple.
Why are you all hot and bothered with this container, Neil? We got a show.
Because it was funny.
We got a show to run here.
What the fuck?
Yeah, contain yourself.
Well, now, it was pretty funny when it was pretty funny when he was trying to say that that gravity was an intermolecular force, and then Nathan was like, "No, it's not. Not a force." He's like, "Well, it's a pseudo force," and like that won't affect gas.
That's not a,
and it was like,
no, gravity's not a pseudo force either. Einstein never said gravity was a pseudo force. Didn't even imply. They don't even know what pseudo forces are. Idiots.
No, I'm talking about the funny part. When Nathan started the show, he wanted us to address what's going on inside the container.
I'm gonna have to listen to the show, Neil. Please don't try to, portray it for everyone again. I'm sure they heard it since they were here. Can we move on? Is there anyone else? Is there any scientific evidence for a globe?
Yeah.
answer him. Oh, you said yes. Oh God.
Just somebody said yes.
Obviously, man. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Holy
really?
shit.
Take it away.
Uh-oh. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue. You
No. Me neither. I'm just gonna embarrass you and expose your science acumen. But what you should have said is a malformed question, QE, because natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with determining shapes. It's geometry. Heretofore, rendering your science acumen lower than Mr. Magoo's. Thanks. Have a nice day.
It's pretty low.
Understand fine,
yeah, so
mate.
no point in arguing.
It's a category error on your part.
He said yes, he agrees, but he still thinks he's right. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah.
Poor dumb bastard.
Okay, so you still think there's scientific evidence for a globe then? Right?
Yes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. That's what I think.
Talk us through it.
I don't know. Have you been freeze dried in the past 45 seconds or so?
I mean, I took a dab like 10 minutes ago, but
oh God.
Let's play ball. Maybe you could provide a
You
hypothesis.
just explained it to you. You agreed with him, and then you went back on it in the next sentence. You're insane.
Yes.
Let's hear him explain it.
Explain what?
I didn't go back on it.
Yeah, what?
I didn't go back on it. I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I also think there's evidence for it.
You accept without evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what you just said. Because belief means acceptance without evidence.
I don't accept any evidence that exists. I know what I believe, what I think.
You don't accept any evidence that exists? You don't accept any evidence that exists. That makes no damn sense.
I don't accept any evidence that just exists. Now okay, all right. This is why it's pointless to talk to you guys. 'Cause, I mean,
you don't trust any evidence.
Let's have a attempt with him to try and explain what's going on, because he doesn't follow what's going on, and I want to break it down for him because it's driving me nuts. When you were asked for scientific evidence of a globe, right, it's a category error. Yeah? Science deals with cause and effect. Globe is a shape. You can't have scientific evidence for a globe. That would be maths.
It would be geometry.
so the statement "the Earth is a globe" is a scientific question.
No.
No.
Or it's a scientific statement. Sorry.
No, it definitely isn't. Second time. Science deals with cause and effect. Globe, concrete noun.
Where did you get the concept that it only deals with cause and effect?
That's what natural science is.
Dude, you don't remember like any part of your schooling? Like that was science class. Do you not remember science class?
5th grade science. You.
There is no class called science class.
Like 5th grade.
I don't remember it.
You would have been taught
General science. Yes, there is.
Yeah, you did have a science class unless you didn't go to school.
I didn't. I took biology, chemistry, physics, that kind of stuff, but I didn't take general
Science.
And you
Then,
oh my God.
Yeah, the sciences.
More of an indictment.
Okay, so they will have taught you at some point, you may not remember, that you're dealing with cause and effect, hypothesis construction, actualization of hypothesis with experiment. That's the scientific method. That's science.
Hypothesis does not mean cause and effect. It's a statement.
From Lowell C, becoming a successful scientist, Cambridge University. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. From Drexel University, the scientific method
you can Google things.
Driven. It is based on a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. A hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. From the University of North Carolina, in an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied and manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. Good.
Yeah, so globes are concrete now. I have scientific evidence of it.
He bounced, guys, just to let you know.
Of course. At the point that the penny drops, how fucking wrong they are, they drop out.
Yeah, I heard yeah. When I heard yeah, sorry, man, I'll let you ask it in just a second. But when I heard him say yeah, I was like, well, somebody just stuck their foot right through the mouth into their brain.
What was your question?
Okay, so how is the Earth flat?
That's how it's measured.
How is the
Not a
Earth
how question. That's not a how question.
Yeah. My God.
We got a few more science confused people in the chat.
Another object as opposed to going into it when you don't see them move.
But we see them move. What are you talking about?
Well, post the video.
It is.
What are you talking about? Show us the observation.
Of what? Of accretion disks? Of round planets?
Whatever you're talking about in point 2. You said, I observed this occurring. A collision of objects in space. See ya.
Oh, let's see just the best example I can get real quick.
What you're basing your
Hey, video ass. Get into your ass on that.
For planets colliding with each other?
Yeah, do you see an accretion disk moving? Like, dude, nobody sees that moving.
What the fuck are you talking about? Holy shit.
You brought it up.
Go research.
It's another part of it.
Show me a picture of a protoplanet.
What do you define as a protoplanet?
Well, it's one of the things you think's moving in the sky, right?
So brother, I'm not asking for something stupefying. It's just the first step when you observe the collision between the planets. So that's the first thing that's happened.
It's just the first fucking thing I could find out of just an object, you know? I'm not gonna look into like the deep into it because you're quite frankly not worth my time for that. So now accretion discs, because you all have cancer.
Yeah, why don't you post your evidence, right?
I just gave you the first one. It's like one of the biggest events of the last century.
I just see a spot on a on a thing lighting up. Where's
Why
the
would it be
collision?
lighting up? Why would it be lighting up?
Don't ask me. I'm not
Wait,
making
so
a claim
Shoemaker
about it.
Levy 9 proves what you're talking about planets forming into spheres under gravity? What's wrong with you?
That's the first part of the other three. That's not what I was talking about. This is just two objects colliding while we are
I don't see
seeing
two
it happening.
objects colliding. I just see a bright spot.
Buddy, I can't. Should I search up the entire video of it happening for like 10 minutes prior to impact, and you can watch the entire thing from 1994?
Yeah.
Do you want that?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Oh my God! You give me diseases.
How do you know what this is? How do you know what this little light show is showing you? I don't see anything forming into balls.
Yes, because you're stupid. I know that. It's fine. It's
Okay,
fine.
so educate me. So tell me what you're looking at here that tells you what is happening.
No, it's fine. I'll just get you an entire fucking video of it
So you
happening.
don't know.
Yes, I do.
You've
I'm just
been given
looking it up right now, so I can send it to you.
Yeah, so you just gullibly accept random videos that you can't verify showing little lights going on. Yeah, gullibly, like as in you accept without any kind of verification because you're a gullible peon.
Do you think an event that happened for
Well, you don't know what to show it.
millions,
Even an
sorry,
event, or just
like half,
a
like
cartoon.
for like half the planet's population to see in 1994 is gullible?
Half the planet's population to see. How many people do you think saw this?
Like it should.
I remember it appearing in newspapers, like, no.
Yeah,
If you had everyone with a telescope.
Saw it on TV.
Sorry, they're all fake.
Did you observe?
No, because
You
I
observed that
wasn't
with a
born yet.
telescope, did you?
I wasn't born yet, but
Everyone with a
many others
telescope
do.
observed it.
That
Cool
they
story,
could have.
bro.
They
What,
could
so
have
they could-
observed it.
That means they did. That means they did, and it's true, right? Because they
I
could
never
have,
said
according to
that.
your imagination.
Buddy,
Okay, so you're not saying that this is true.
stop lying.
You're not saying it's true. That's fine.
Okay, we have this. We have Shoemaker
you got a
Levy 9.
cartoon.
We have Shoemaker Levy 9 colliding with Jupiter. That's the event. We have
That's
a
not,
shit ton of
gravity
videos
forming
of it
balls, though, is it?
happening.
Okay, but have you got anything forming a ball? Because that's your whole argument, isn't it?
No, we just randomly changed it because you people need evidence for literally
Oh, you
everything.
changed your argument. You changed your
No,
argument.
no.
So
I'm
it's not
still,
about
I'm
things
still at
forming
like the
balls
original
anymore.
point. I can go back to that original point if you want me to, but the other retards were like, "Oh, show me evidence of this and this and that. I need to see
Yeah,
an
you did it.
accretion
You just
disk."
gave us a cartoon. You just gave us a
Because you
cartoon.
retards can't look up what an accretion disk is, which is
So you
sad.
gave
But
us
I-
a cartoon, and it didn't
How's
show
that a cartoon?
mass forming into balls.
No, shut the fuck
Well,
up.
how did you
How is that a
verify it? How did
cartoon?
you
How is that a
verify it?
cartoon?
How's it not?
Why is that a
Show me
cartoon?
otherwise. How's it not?
Why do you need that?
Well, I can just say it's a cartoon, and you can't dispute it because you can't verify it. You've just believed it gullibly. Because
You
you're
know
gullible.
what the
That's just
problem is? There are many videos of that event. You know what a cartoon is? Every flat Earth model ever made.
Okay, is that
You
the
know,
best
that's an
video of it
actual
that you
cartoon.
posted? Is that the best video that you posted? Is that the best
No, it
one?
was the first one I just looked up because you're not worth a lot of effort
Show me
of
the
mine.
best one. Let's see if it's definitely not a cartoon.
Yeah, pretty much first Google's. It's a fucking Reddit GIF. It just
Oh,
searched for
Reddit.
Shoemaker Levy 9 Jupiter GIF.
Your Reddit creep on the Redditors.
It was on Google Videos.
It's laughable, dude. This is laughable.
Because,
dude.
as I said, you're not worth a lot of effort.
Yeah, this is laughable. This
Yes,
is your
it's
globe
laughable
proof?
that, buddy,
This cartoon
it's
is your
laughable
globe
that
proof?
you deny
Remember,
things happening.
This has all come from apparently your best globe proof, and this is
No, it's still not my best globe proof. I know you just want to make shit up. But
Wow.
please,
If this isn't your best globe proof, please knock us out. What is your best globe proof?
there's no best proof because they all prove it equally well without
Simon,
a doubt.
can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? He said that
Please, not again.
He said that it's Jupiter, but we see in that image that that thing is colliding on the surface, meaning that it's colliding with gas. So it's not even penetrating that giant gas ball at all. He's
It's
claiming that
penetrating the atmosphere. Yes, you're right.
Looks like an explosion outward to me.
It's almost as if it's gas. Like the clown here just told you, it's fucking gas. What do you think? What do you think happens when a lot of energy meets flammable gases?
the claim of Jupiter, that's not a collision, so it will be a penetration because your claim was collision between objects. That's a penetration. That if we take Jupiter as it's been assumed by the Globers, a gas giant, and if we take the claim that thing is an asteroid, that's a penetration. That's not a collision. You are not showing us a collision. Try again.
See, the problem is
it's like your best proof, or like your best debunk. It's not hitting a rock, so it's not fake. The material is still there, you know.
Not a collision.
The material is still on Jupiter.
What happens?
Cyclone's trying to get in.
Hold on. What happens to gas in a vacuum? You know.
Before you see that happened in Jupiter's atmosphere, so it's not a vacuum any longer, you know.
All right, so space isn't a vacuum.
They never said it's not or it is.
Well,
but yes, space is a vacuum.
Okay, so what happens when we put gas in a vacuum chamber here on Earth? What happens to the gas?
Well, it's because it's on Earth.
Does it form a ball?
I thought you know how gravity works.
Well, does the gas, if we put gas in a vacuum chamber, does it form into a ball of gas?
Why would it? You still have gravity as a force.
Claiming, isn't it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so
because I'm not stupid.
So can you demonstrate a ball of gas in a vacuum?
If you let it form into a ball?
How long does that take?
But it's not gonna work on Earth.
Oh.
Only via gravity.
So you can only look at the lights in the sky and claim that's what's happening. You can't demonstrate it in reality. Is that right?
No, we can use many different experiments to prove that gravity is indeed real.
Wait a sec.
And no, you're just retarded for it.
You're saying we can't show. One sec, Cyclone. He said we can't show it on Earth because of gravity, and it's only because of gravity that it'll form into a ball. I'm confused.
Okay, so the experiment is happening on Earth, right? It's a vacuum chamber.
Form into a ball.
It's a vacuum chamber. I'm just trying to explain to Tito. It's a vacuum chamber on Earth. So if it wasn't on Earth and it was just in a total fucking vacuum, everything else is gone. No mass. No. I'm just talking like hypothetical. Like just nothing else. Anywhere else beside it, it would form into a ball because it's the only mass that
that's your religious claim.
That's attracting each other.
You know that. That's your imagination, though. You've never observed that. So why are you claiming?
It's because I know the model and I can imagine it working on other things as well besides reality.
So it's a model. Imagine it. So it's a model and you can imagine it. Therefore, it's true.
Can you imagine in your retarded model the sun randomly changing its course?
Well, if I imagine it, does that mean it's true?
I would say no, because your model isn't true.
Imagining gas turning into balls in vacuums isn't true just because you can imagine
Buddy, you retards are asking about my model and how it would work in my model.
That's showing you're upset. That's just
you can't go, please explain it to me, and then go, stop explaining it to me, I'm too stupid for it.
There you go. Gas doesn't form balls in a vacuum. Very simple.
Yes, it would. If it was the only mass around it.
Yeah? In your imagination. Yeah.
Oh, you give me cancer.
No, it's just like he said.
My imagination isn't proof. Yeah, your imagination isn't proof, remember? You agree.
Yeah. It's only in your imagination. When you use the laws of physics, no, it won't form a ball.
So in reality,
yes, because gravity exists, so it can't form a ball on Earth. That's right.
So in reality, gas doesn't form a ball in a vacuum, but in your imagination it does. So that means you
No. Shut the fuck up with your gas in a vacuum. The situation you proposed was a vacuum chamber on Earth that's going to be filled with gas, and through just gravity, he wanted to form a ball.
No. We're just seeing if that's what happens, because your claim is that the lights in the sky, some of them are balls of gas in a vacuum. That's your claim, right?
All of them, listen.
It's not your claim, it's the story you were given as a child, which you've gullibly just accepted and now defend for no reason.
Defending it in air quotes because it's funny to listen to flat earthers being retarded.
Yeah, it's funny to listen to you appeal to your imagination. That is funny. Well,
I'm not appealing to my imagination right now. I'm just explaining to you what would happen in your supposed disproof.
Because you can imagine it.
In the model, you said in the model, and that we can imagine. That's what you said. Remember, in your imagined model. Wow, such proof, such amazing.
The imagined model that would show you what you wanted to show on Earth, which wouldn't work.
If we imagine it, then it's true. Amazing, genius.
Buddy, please stop being retarded. Please stop being retarded for half a second, okay? Thank you.
By pointing out your imagination isn't proof.
So again, your experiment.
You're not able to observe these things happening, nor demonstrate them to be happening.
Yeah, just remember, bro, you're still on your first argument. This was your best or favorite globe proof, and this is the level.
It wasn't my favorite nor best proof.
Yeah,
I never claimed it to be. I know you people are just retarded and listen to everything anyone you trust says, but please.
I can understand why it's no longer your favorite, because you've just realized how retarded and imaginative it is.
No, it's still my favorite because it's really easy to understand for anyone with a brain, but.
Okay. Well, could you give us an argument that isn't just? Could you give us an argument that doesn't just exist in your imagination and actually has some empirical evidence for it?
The entire scientific model for the universe.
Wow.
But again, you people are too retarded to get that.
Scientific model for the universe.
You just want to jump around here and there with a moment that doesn't fit your narrative. That's okay.
Okay.
You can keep on being retarded.
Do you know what empirical
So again, let's go back to your vacuum chamber experiment.
The one that doesn't have a ball of gas in it.
Yes, because nobody claims it would.
You know what they call the model for the universe?
What?
You know what they call it?
Hit me up.
Well, I'm asking you if you know what it is. I know what it is. I'm not going to tell you.
No, he doesn't know what his model is.
Technically, it's the Big Bang. But
no, it's called Lambda CDM. Are you aware of something called the vacuum crisis in this model? Vacuum being the operative word?
Hit me up, babe. You know so much.
So you don't know. You don't know anything about your own claims. Flat earthers have to educate. Flat earthers have to educate you
on your own religion.
Buddy, you just throwing shit out here, so please
Google vacuum crisis and lambda cold dark matter.
Sure thing. Let's look up the vacuum crisis because it's unrelated.
This is a flat earther teaching you about your own religion. I want you to understand that, and everybody in the audience needs to hear it too.
But you know, like you're just throwing out a term, and then I'm going to read up on it.
No, I actually I have books on this stuff.
But you're not explaining it to me. So you're not explaining it to me.
It's not my job to teach you. The fact that I have to teach you should make you feel embarrassed, dude.
Thank you.
You want a flat earther to explain to you your model that you don't know anything about? What the hell?
One that you have to defend with such vigor and might that you don't know anything about. I mean, this is the height of ignorance, and this is why we exist. Because of people like you, dude.
Yes, because of ignorance. That is pretty good point.
You're ignorant of your own claims. We know more about your claims than you do. That's a problem, isn't it?
When I am actually explaining the model, and you're just saying
you don't know what the model is to even explain, but you're defending it so vehemently.
Yes, I do.
You didn't even know the name.
You don't even know what it was called, bro. You don't even know what the biggest issue is with it, which I just presented to you is the vacuum crisis.
You didn't present anything to me. You just threw out the term.
Yeah, I did. I presented the terms for you to understand. But, since you don't know anything about it anyway, it's probably not worth getting into. You should probably go to a different claim because this one is not working out for you very well.
This claim of yours is really not working out. It's like taking a boomerang and whacking yourself in the face with it a bunch of times.
See, the problem is he's seen cartoons and images of space, and he thinks that's a model.
Well, no, I've read on. It's definitely not a scientific model at that, right? Because there's a difference between a colloquial model and then a scientific model. Human model of observation, which we have plenty of. Yeah. Yeah, no one disputes observation. Can you show me like a single flat Earth model that isn't a 3D animation? I got something better than a model. You know what's better? Reality. We benchmark our claims to reality instead of models. No, you don't. That's how you validate ideas. You don't benchmark claims of reality against a simulation of reality. That's just stupid. That's the flat Earth has never had a real model, and it's always just a 3D. We don't need one.
Hold on. What do you guys think?
Okay, you got the answer. What the fuck?
Do you think he's going to claim that he experiences a ball, or is he going to concede that the globe model even admits?
What the fuck do you mean experience? That's what science is about. Giving the experimenter an experience. Go ahead, Cycle.
So they tell us, even according to the globe model, that what we experience is a flat, motionless Earth because it's too big to detect curvature. You agree with that?
No, because that's not true.
Okay.
I mean, it depends on what you mean by detect. What do you mean by detect?
Do you observe it? Do you measure it?
You can measure it, and you can observe.
Oh. How do you measure it? Who measured it?
I mean, you can use lasers. You can use just simple observation of things running over a horizon.
Okay, who measured it with a laser?
Probably too many people to count.
Could you name one?
I mean, technically everyone that does like land surveillance or shit does it.
So you should be able to name one person then.
No, because I don't know any land surveyors personally.
So you couldn't name one person. Okay, could you show us one measurement of this curvature?
I mean, I know you hate it, but let's just use fucking Google, because all your problems can be explained with a simple fucking search.
Do you not see that weird that you're making an argument and then you're...
Buddy, I could go outside and do the measurements myself. I'm not going to do that.
You just experience a flat Earth if you go outside. No, don't go outside.
No, it's not a flat Earth I'm going to experience.
Yeah, you experience
Google Earth and real Earth.
You experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface. That's a flat
But I
Earth.
don't experience a flat horizon.
Oh, you experience a curved horizon.
Don't you? Really minimally curved?
Horizontal.
Show it.
Really minimally curved. How minimally curved? Like you can't observe it. It just looks flat.
It just looks flat is a stupid point. Because looks...
Okay, so it does look flat.
Buddy, looks don't define the...
So you do observe it to be
you
flat.
observe it flat, but you assume it's not what it looks like. Okay, you observe it to be curved.
Show that to me, please. I'm very intrigued.
Let's look at a curved picture of the horizon. Right, so you got to begin with your imagination in mind and with an actual observation instead. Cool. I mean, I could just show you a picture of an object in like the outer hemisphere.
Is that what you saw with your eyes?
Yeah, thank you, T-Dub. Just ask him to validate what he's saying. He said that you don't see a flat horizon. Show us what you see if it's flat.
Because the horizon, I mean, I've lived on the coast. The horizon is just horizontal.
Just like a simple question real quick. If there's a hill on the horizon, is it still flat? Because the hill doesn't make it flat. It's like not flat anymore, right?
Do you know what the horizon is?
So like, what do you define as flat in that case? Like just to show you how stupid your argument is. Level. Means sea level, bro. What means level? What means level? Sea level. Flat.
Just
what does that mean?
Just like the picture in the side
Yeah,
chat.
flat is a slope of 0. Y equals mx plus b, right? So you got a 0 intercept and a 0 slope and 0 deviation. That's what mean sea level is. Well, no.
There you
That's
go.
not what sea level is.
A couple of examples have been posted for you.
Yeah. Just
Do
like
you not see that with your eyes?
That's not really flat because there's waves on it.
Do
that's
you
also
not see that
waves.
with your eyes?
If I would go to the beach, probably, depending
Right.
on how
There
the
you go.
sea is doing.
Back to
Okay, so you
cyclone.
do.
The problem is, if you look at, for example, if you look at railways, or like rail tracks, sorry, they tend to just kind of disappear the further you look into one single point. But we know they are not doing that in real life, right? So we already know observation isn't really a good point for that. You have a blind spot in your eye. So we know observation isn't really a good point for that.
Okay, so when you observe the flat horizon, you say, no, that's not true. It's something
I'll
else.
call it flat horizon. It's just horizon.
Yeah, which is flat.
Yeah, horizontal. From where the word horizontal is derived. Yeah, that line that is not curved at all.
You were googling how to get a curved horizon, and you were googling who measured the Earth to be curved. Did you get any of
I'm
those?
not Googling right now.
But go ahead.
Oh, so did you find them? Did you Did you get answers? Who
Like I
measured
said,
it? Who
I
measured
can
the curve?
show you. I can show you a picture of from a fucking Concorde or anything, showing curvature.
Oh, really? What's the predicted curvature, and then how much is present?
Yeah, you'll need to get really precise to know that this isn't just like a lens effect or the window being curved. You'll need to be very precise.
Now you want to be precise, but we were just talking about what we see with our eyes.
Yeah, it's a good way to
We
measure
needed to
stuff,
be
right? You
precise.
start with something you can look at, and then you measure it.
Oh, suddenly we have to not rely on observations up to a certain point. That's weird. I thought we were only
You begin with observations, dummy. You begin with observations.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
and then
So
you
why the fuck
compare
are
it
you
to the
against the
model.
scientific method and all the observations haven't been done?
We're not. You don't have an observation to present.
The observation in the scientific method is only the first step, you stupid. You can't claim you are doing science, but it's stuck in the first step. That would be pseudoscience. You have to complete all the steps of the
as we had the problem earlier was that I couldn't show you the entire observation happening over a million years.
Yeah, that's
But
a terrible argument for you to bring up, isn't it? Now, why don't you give us the predicted curvature? Go ahead and give us the predicted curvature for this Concorde photo, and then show us how this observation conforms to that prediction.
Can you stop being passive aggressive?
I hope you're not as retarded to realize that I can't just look up a random photo of mate.
Yeah, so your best evidence is
I mean, I would love to not be passive aggressive, but these retards are just keep on interrupting and keep on lying about the things I say, so it's really annoying.
It's just another baseless claim that you're not going to provide any evidence for. Got it.
I can't show you a random fucking picture made from the Concorde.
You've already agreed. That's not fine.
But like I said, I can't get from a single picture the exact heights to then math out
Okay.
the
Well, in that case,
curvature.
we'll see the curvature. You said someone had measured the curvature using lasers and such. So who did
Many
that?
people have done so, yes.
Okay, could you
Do you
post
want me
one
to just
measurement?
look up a random laser experiment?
Yeah, post one measurement of the curvature, yeah. Because you don't have any. There are none.
Measurement. Earth curvature measurement.
Yeah. So you think the evidence
Then
exists?
suddenly I
You're
have
not
one.
sure. You have to go to Google and hope to God it works out. Fantastic rigor.
Yeah,
Buddy,
really, the way you should debate is that you should
I
already
can look
know
it
the
up.
argument and the
I could
evidence,
then
and
get
you
the
can
equipment and then do it myself, and I would
Yeah,
resolve
so how do you
this.
know what you're seeing on Google is true, right? I mean, you don't know.
let's get to the laser
How do you
test
know it's
first.
not
So
true?
who did the laser test and measured a curve? Come on, stop.
I just told you it was probably more people than I have ever met in my
Probably more-
life.
Okay, so you don't actually have one single laser test showing what you're claiming.
I know there's certain laser test done by a flat earther that showed that his experiment showed showed a
Only a flat earther has proven the globe.
yeah. I mean, his experiment
That's good enough.
did show it.
So it took until 2016 a flat earther finally proved the globe. That's your religious view.
No. You just asked me for one instance of a proof happening, not the first.
A laser test. You said loads of people had done it. Why are you choosing a flat earther?
I didn't say that. No, but buddy, it's the only experiment I'm aware of because, like I said,
And they used a
I
laser.
don't know. As far as I'm concerned, they did use a laser.
Okay, well they
They
didn't
did
use
the
a laser, so
observations
you
and
don't
the
even
result is
know
that the Earth is
the
not
basics
flat,
of that
doesn't matter.
claim because they didn't use a laser.
I'm pretty sure it was a laser.
No, they used a flash. It was a flashlight on the Netflix puff piece. That you're
I'm not
basing your
talking
whole
about
idea
that one. No, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about a different video I saw.
Which one? Post it.
I watched that in like 2019. I have no fucking clue anymore what it was.
You can't find it. So you do have the evidence, but you just can't find it.
Put it in. You have put it in the Google. The laser test that proved the globe Earth in 2019.
Give me the Caesars. Earth curvature laser move measurements.
Are you here just to tell us some stories?
Yeah, it's
No,
funny.
I'm here
We all
to-
did this 10 years ago. We all did these Googles 10 years ago, and yet you're here thinking that you're the
I
smart one.
also did those Googles multiple years ago, but unlike you fucking retards, I have a memory that works. So
you
don't have
you
to
can't
constantly
remember.
look up
How do you have a
things.
memory that works if you're having to look it up again? That doesn't mean you have a memory that works. That means you have
Buddy,
a memory
I
that
can't
doesn't
tell
work.
you the exact video title, but I know what
So your
happened.
memory doesn't work. So why are you
So
saying this
does
proves your
work.
memory works?
My memory
You
not
have to look
working
something
would
up again
mean
because
that I had
this
no
proves my
memory
memory
of
works.
it. I know you're retarded, but please get that one at least.
Yes,
Thank
you
you.
having to look up your thing again because your memory works means I'm retarded.
I'm not looking it up
Very clever.
because I don't have to. That's right. You know, like the things
So
I
your
know
claim
about
is true, and
the
you don't
things I
have
know
to
about.
evidence it. So you don't have to provide evidence for your claim. You just claim it and then say it's true. Dude, this is high level debating right here. Where did you learn to debate like this?
You're hoping for people to believe you. You're hoping you come here and you hope you just make a prayer before just talking with people. I pray God that those people believe what I will say without asking me to validate it or prove it.
I'm not faithful. I'm not religious. I'm sorry that you have to
You are very
project, but
religious.
please.
You're very
How
religious.
so?
You're the most religious person in this channel. You've just made umpteen claims and said, I don't have evidence, but I don't need evidence. It's just true. That's religion.
I never said I don't have the evidence. I'm just not going to look
Yeah,
it
you
up.
did.
That's
Yeah, so you
worse
don't have it.
That's worse than me talking to a Muslim, begging me to believe that Muhammad went to the sky and talked to his God on the back of a Pegasus. Worse than that.
Yeah, it's just enough for you to declare it to be true, call us retards, and say, I don't have to prove it.
No, I'm not calling you retards because you believe what you believe. I call you retards because you're fucking annoying and don't let me explain the things to you.
Upset, isn't it? It's because you're upset. Don't try
Yes,
to
it is upsetting that people are that retarded.
Yeah,
That's
we
true.
know you're upset. So here's what you can do.
But like
Pop
I said,
yourself on mute.
I can.
You just pop yourself on mute so that you don't need to get any more upset about being asked for claims that you're making, being asked for evidence. I know that's upsetting to some people who don't understand how making claims works. What about Zegros? Heard you piping up. Zegros? What's up? Zegros? Who else we got? Azza?
Yo, what's up?
How's it going?
Good, man. Just lightly chopping in, listening, seeing what the topics are, what's going on.
Well, we're trying to ask this guy for evidence that the Earth's a ball, but he just keeps calling us retards and says that he doesn't have to provide evidence. So it's not really going anywhere.
It's kind of what we're here for, really.
What about? Oh, are you FE or are you Globe or what?
Either, really. I don't really know. Just find the topic fascinating,
fence.
really.
Good for you. That means you're a flat earther, because when you're off the globe, there's no getting back on it. So, good man. Welcome. What questions you got? You must have questions.
Nah, it's here the same old questions. I just like the psychology behind debating issues.
The psychology
It's
behind
fun.
debating issues.
Yeah, but behind listening to people's.
So you like hearing
reasoning.
guys like this last guy just spaz out?
No, at the end of the day, he needs to present evidence. If you're going to come in here, that's what it's for, right? So then we can then discuss.
Okay, well let's test that. Let's test that. So upset guy, this other new guy is saying that you should present evidence for your claim. So, do you have the evidence of that laser test measuring curve?
What? You're talking to me?
Yeah, the guy, we were just speaking to a new guy, and he said you should present evidence for your claim. So, that claim about the laser test measurement, have you got evidence of that?
But it's not like anything I'm using as an argument. So I'm not going to prove something I'm not using as an argument.
Yeah, you used it as an argument. You said people have measured the curve with laser.
No, I said people have measured the curve. And if it was an example.
With lasers was one of your examples.
As an example, I can also give you one like watching boats disappear across the horizon.
That example?
No, I'm not going to for that example because it's quite frankly not worth my time.
Why not?
It's quite frankly not worth my time.
Is it because no one's
because
done it?
I'm not going to destroy my browser history with flat Earth shit.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry.
No one's done it. You just googled all this other stuff, but you can't Google that.
I googled one thing. It was a Jupiter
So why
GIF.
can't you Google this thing?
Because it's not worth my time.
Are your fingers paralyzed?
Nah, not yet.
Okay, so no one's ever measured it.
Yes, they have. Not
using lasers.
Yeah, there is millions and millions, and he can't find one. Millions. He can't find one.
I can't find one. I'm just not going to search it up right now.
The internet is against you.
We had one not with lasers, but one with light that you people apparently do know. So I don't think I have to prove that either.
You just lied.
No lasers now.
We talk. You were talking about this one experiment with light because you thought I was talking about it when I was talking about lasers. So you
said you weren't talking about that one. You said you used the laser.
But now we can talk about
that.
But
now you realise that's not true. So what you've done is
yes, it is true.
We will talk about it.
And now you're changing your tone.
No, I'm just saving my time searching for it.
We will talk about it
to get to the point that you retards now.
Pause for a minute. Pause for a minute.
That's all right. You just made another claim that you can't evidence, and now you're trying to deflect away from
How's that not a claim? You even knew the experiment.
No, you said it wasn't that one, and that someone did it with lasers.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
and then you just couldn't provide any evidence for that because you lied. Why did you lie?
I can. I'm just not going to, and also it's not a lie.
No, well, that's a.
I know you're the expert in lying, but it's fine.
Yeah, we'll just assume you're lying then, because you can't show otherwise. You can't provide any evidence. So
I knew that it's not.
Don't need to. That's a reversal of the burden of proof fallacy.
It can be dismissed. What can
Didn't you just do that the entire time earlier? No, it's bad when I do it.
No,
That's weird.
No, I didn't. What did I do it with?
You asserted.
You just said you can just rely. Okay, you entire fucking time you're just like you can only rely on your eyes.
Have you ever,
which is also an assertion.
No one said that. You're just getting upset again. So, have you heard the logical razor, that which is presented?
Occam's razor. You mean Occam's razor?
No, it's Occam's razor, and this is
Hitchens razor.
No, Hitchens razor.
Yeah, it's Hitchens razor. So that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yes, so why can we only rely on our eyes?
So we can dismiss your claim about the laser measurement because you've not got any evidence. Okay?
That's correct. Then let's go on to the one with light, because you know it.
No. First, you have to concede. Concede first that you don't.
I'm going to concede that it didn't bother searching a video of a laser across a lake or something.
Yeah, so you made a baseless claim.
Finish my sentence.
It's not a baseless claim. I just didn't provide you specifically with evidence of it existing because it's not worth my fucking time.
Let me
That
finish.
is true.
Don't talk over me. So we can talk about that test with the light torch. It's not a problem. First thing you have to concede, because you made a claim about lasers, you have to concede that there is zero measurement of your globe using lasers. Then
I know that's not true.
The available thing that you can find, which is using a light torch instead of a laser. Go ahead,
You mean a
concede.
flashlight? But I'm not going to concede when it becomes a lie. Like, I'm sorry, I know you like lying because that's your entire shtick, but I'm not into it.
It is a lie. You did lie about
No,
having.
I know these experiments exist. I just didn't bother looking it up. That doesn't mean they don't exist.
You're a liar. We won't consider it. We won't consider your claim at all. If you come and tell me you did ride a unicorn, no, I won't consider it at all. Zero
Yes, that's perfectly fine. I'm not arguing against that.
The moment.
But you want to argue that they don't exist at all, which is just not true.
Go ahead, show us if they exist.
Like I said, I'm not going to because it's not worth my fucking time. I'm not going to search up random YouTube videos. I'm sorry.
Yeah, dude, keep explaining
I
to us
didn't
how
want the
you can't
argument.
provide evidence for your claim. That's a good argument.
That means I won the
But it
argument.
wasn't even my one claim. I just said there was evidence in general. I was also talking about rail tracks. You just seem to ignore that one for some weird reason.
Argument. That was a measurement of curvature, wasn't it?
It's not a measurement. I never
you don't
claimed it to be a
have- you don't have any
measurement.
measurements of curvature.
It was about the
You don't have any
observations.
curvature. You don't
I can
observe
look up
the curvature. You don't measure the curvature. You just
I
imagine
can
it.
also measure it. I'm just not going to because
no one's measured it.
I would have
No
to
one's
search
measured it.
that up, and then it's
so
just
you believe.
Google that did it.
Yeah, so you just
You sound
retarded.
Truly.
Believe that.
So
someone's
if I
measured it.
don't look it up, you can just dismiss it. If I do look it up, it's just on
if
Google.
if you don't provide any evidence, it can be dismissed without evidence. Hitchens
Yes, no
razor.
shit, Sherlock. But even if I do provide it, it's suddenly fake and not true.
Well, how would you know? We'll provide it, and then we'll see.
We had the same argument about the Jupiter video. We had the same thing happening with the Jupiter video. It was like, I don't know.
Cartoon.
Yes,
So is
that
this going to be
cartoon.
another cartoon that you can't verify then?
Oh, why is it all a cartoon? That's weird. Why are you making an
Well, how'd you
assumption
verify
without
it?
evidence?
How'd you verify
That's That's an assumption made without evidence that it's a cartoon. That's weird. When
Well,
you do
can
it,
you
it's
verify
suddenly
it?
okay.
Well, how did you verify it?
It's a fucking video from 1994. It's really
Yeah, so how did you
weird to make.
verify that it's showing what it claims to show?
It's a video. It's video
Can
footage.
people make videos of things that aren't real in general?
Yes, but you can tell the difference
Oh,
between
they
a fucking.
can. So how can you?
You
Right.
can
So how
tell
did you
the
tell the
difference
difference?
between. It's a
So what did
grainy
you
ass
do?
fucking video.
Walk
I
us
could
through your
also.
process.
I
Walk us through your
I could
verification
talk to the
process.
video publisher and ask him
Oh, is
for
that
the
what you did?
metadata. No,
Oh, is
I
that what
didn't
you
do
did?
it. I can do
Oh,
it.
so how did
If you need
verify it
the
then?
proof that it's not fake, because everything
did
you
you
sent
verify
here,
it?
all the pictures
okay,
that
dude.
have been sent into the chat that are like, it's all flat. I can also just say, it's not, it's not
So how
not
did
true.
you
It's all
verify it?
exactly. How do you
verify it?
verify all the pictures of a flat horizon
Okay,
that,
so how
that
do
have
you
been posted
verify
into
it?
the chat are real? Can you verify it for me?
Well,
Because
you can just
I-
go
I pre-
outside and observe a
I
flat
have-
horizon. You can just go outside,
No.
dude.
All I'm seeing are trees. I'm seeing trees. That's not very flat.
Oh, right. Well, go to a beach. You ever been to the beach?
I'm gonna see waves. That's not very flat.
You're going to see the horizon, which is flat.
No, I'm gonna see waves, which is not flat.
So when you go to the beach, you don't see a horizon. When you look out to
And how
sea,
do you
don't
know
see
that
the
my
horizon.
eyesight can be trusted in the first place?
Oh, your eyes.
That's
so
an
you don't- So you
assumption.
can't trust your eyes. Is that what you're
That's
saying?
an assumption you just made without evidence.
Okay, so
That's
you're
weird.
saying so are you assuming that you can't trust your eyes?
You're making the claim that I can. You have to make positive.
Oh, and you're
Positive
saying no, you can't trust your eyes. Is that right?
Buddy, you made the claim, right?
No, I just said you observe a flat horizon. I didn't say anything about what you're trusting. You
but
just
why should we
said,
trust that?
are you trusting your eyes?
How can we trust that observation?
Well,
How do we
why
know
would-
it's
why would you
true?
not? Well, what else? Why would you assume anything else?
No. That's you can't just turn that around. That's a fallacy.
Well, you're turning it. You're actually
That's not how
turning it
it
around
works.
on me because you're the one.
why?
That's
You
claiming
just
that
made
it's
the
not what
claim.
it's observed to be. If you're claiming that the horizon isn't what it's observed to be, then you would have to evidence that.
Yeah, you have to prove that it's that the observation
No,
is that.
it's not on me. I'm just accepting
Yeah,
what's
it's-
observed. You're saying otherwise.
Right.
You're saying, no, I don't accept what's observed.
And when I observe the video from 1994, I also don't have to prove that it's faked when it's from 1994.
How did you verify that it was real?
How do you verify that your eyesight can be trusted?
Yeah, see, you can't verify
Video.
it.
That's a video, not reality. Because when he's asking you to, when he is
All
asking
videos
you to
are
look
in
at
reality.
So listen, when he is asking you to look at the horizon, he is not asking you to look at a video, because when you just doubted about the images that were sent and the videos showing the horizontal horizon, we asked you to go outside and see the horizon by yourself. Yeah? That's not asking you to just believe a video. You're asking us to just believe a video, and no one can see that.
And
in
you're
reality.
asking me to just believe my eyes. It's the same thing, buddy.
You can use a tool. If you are not trusting your eyes, for example, you can use a tool. You can use a ruler and compare it to that a ruler, an engineering ruler, and you compare it to that horizontal horizon.
But he
How
can't
can I
trust his
trust that
eyes.
engineer?
Yeah, he can't trust his
right.
eyes. So even if he looks at a ruler, he won't know for sure because he can't even trust his eyes to tell him, "Hey, is that ruler even what he's looking at? It could be a cat, or it could be like who knows what it could be. Like he's looking at a ruler. Someone tells him, "Hey, dude, what does the ruler say?" And he says, "Bananas, yellow, purple."
I'm just asking for proof. I'm just asking for any reason that I can trust my eyes.
Yeah, don't trust your eyes. Like so, when you get ready to cross the street today and you look left, you look right, and say, "I don't know. That there could be cars here that I don't see. I can't trust my eyes." You'd be like, "How do I possibly cross the road when I can't trust my own eyes?" Like how? Yeah, like how would you get across the road? You'd be like, "Is that a car or is it like a figment of your imagination?"
Yeah, if you people want to argue with like, oh,
No,
you have
you,
to,
you.
no, no,
You're arguing.
No.
You can't trust
you
your
are
own
saying
eyes.
I have to prove that a video from 1994 isn't fake, but
No, you have
I
to
doubt
prove
you.
that you can't
people
trust your
don't
own
have
eyes.
You people don't have to prove that my eyesight is not properly
you can't-
functioning.
I don't know. If you think you can't trust your own eyes, I would like to follow you around just for the entertainment value.
Do you know
What is this
Do
guy
you know
gonna
about
do
the
next?
blind spot? Do you know about the blind spot in your eyes?
Yeah, like you can't trust it. Your whole eyes are just
Jenny,
one
curious.
massive blind spot. Everywhere you
I'm
look,
not claiming that.
this could be a blind spot. I don't know for sure.
Buddy,
Like,
we're not
who
do. I'm
knows?
not. I don't have to make. I'm not making the claim that,
Like,
that
how
my
did you
eyes is
connect the
100
Discord?
trustworthy.
Like, here's the button to connect to Discord. You're like, I don't know if I should push that. It could be a blind spot.
Yeah, right. Prove it to me that my Discord, my PC screen right now is not a faked CGI video. Come on, prove it to
So
me.
you don't know if you're on Discord. So you don't know if you're on Discord right now, even.
Cyclone and your friends. You will make the claim that I have.
But you know the full expanses of the universe, what the sun is, how far away it is, how the lights in the sky formed over millions of years. You know all that, but you can't use your eyes. You don't trust your eyes, and you don't know if you're on Discord.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Why should I trust my eyes? You haven't provided any evidence that I
Yeah,
can.
why should you trust your eyes? Just believe the government cartoons
Provide
and your
me any
imagination.
evidence. I'm just working off the same logic that you are.
Just rely
Provide
on
me
government
evidence.
cartoons and your
I'm not saying
imagination.
that. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that.
you're
I just
going with government
need evidence that I can trust my
and your
eyes.
imagination. Your imagination in the government cartoons is all you
You're
need.
making the positive assertion, so please.
Don't go with your eyes. No, that would be foolish. To go with observable reality, that would be crazy. You should go with
How do you know it's properly observed?
You should go with government cartoons and your imagination.
How do you know it's properly observed? You can't see infrared. Humans
Keep
only
talking,
have
dude. Please keep talking. You make
humans
more
only
flat
have a
earthers than we ever could.
pretty small range of visible light for us. How do we
tell
know?
us more about why you can't believe your eyes, but you know the Earth's a globe.
No. I don't have. You have to prove your assertion. That
No. You said you can't trust the flat, motionless Earth that you see.
We had that earlier, buddy. We had that earlier. You made the assertion. You have to prove it, right?
No, you're making the assertion
That was your argument.
observable reality. You're making
That was
the
your
assertion that
argument.
observable reality is not what it seems. That's your assertion.
You're just working off of your own logic here. Provide me with evidence for your assertion.
It's about your
It is
religion.
your logic.
It's your religion of I can't believe
It's
my
not.
eyes. I can only believe the government cartoons.
I
That's
never
your
said
religion.
so. I never
Yes.
said so. But you haven't provided
you
me
have.
with any
That's what
evidence
you're
to your
saying.
assertion that
That's
my
what you're
eyes
saying.
are 100% reliable. But I
No,
can
don't think
provide you
have
with evidence
100%
as to why
reliable
they're
eyes.
not.
I don't think you have a 20% reliable brain. So I'm, of course, not going to think that your eyesight's any good. You should go to a doctor, seek some help. Say, doctor, I can't believe my eyes. I see a flat horizon, but the government has told me lies.
Cyclone, may I tell him something? Just to
Nah, it's
understand.
fine. It's fine. It's just funny.
Just wait.
It's fine.
Just wait. You can't compare what they ask you to do to what you've done already. So you are asking people to believe videos and images from
And he's asking me to believe my eyes.
from 1900 or 1800. They are asking you to believe your sense. I understand your eyes have a blind spot, but your neck works. So when your eyes reach the blind spot, you asshole, you can't use your body. So I understand. You're like Stephen Hawking. You have that paralysis and you can't use your body. So you think because you have that obstacle in front of you, you can't imagine something else. So when you reach the blind spot of your eyes, you can move your head, you can move the entire spine and turn your upper body. You can also move your legs or your wheelchair to turn it to just go away from that blind spot and be able to perceive what you want to see. If you're stuck there, that there is a blind spot and you have just two eyes, the one single sense, that's not us. We are human, complete, perfect, nice human. We work very well. We have a neck, can turn our head. We can turn our eyes till it reach that blind spot. We can turn our body. So now don't compare using your senses to perceive the world to just ask people or beg people to believe videos. We know that videos can be fake. Nature can't.
If I drug you, do your senses still work properly?
Yeah, my senses
No.
work. Yours don't work properly.
Do you know what phantom limbs are?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Do you know what happens when I cut off your nerves to your legs or something and you can't move them anymore?
When you cut the nerve, I won't let you.
What if you're born without the nerve to move your legs? That's weird. I thought nature is perfect.
I won't let you. I'm telling you, I'm perfect now. I'm not. I won't let you.
Perfect in what way?
Not perfect by cutting a nerve or getting out my eye and crashing it by your shoes. No, and tell me, oh, look, now you are not perfect because I cut your nerve and I cut your. No.
What do you even define as perfect?
I work 100% correctly.
What is correct in the context of living, I guess? Like, do you have claws to hunt? Do you have impenetrable skin so you can't die by a bullet? So you're not perfect.
I am perfect. I have a brain, so I can use what I have around me to create claw, to create knives, to create a gun, to create.
Why would you need that when you can just have that in the first place? That's not perfection.
For me, that's better than your claws.
But that's not any objective perfection. That's just subjective.
If you rely on claws to hunt and to survive, I don't. I am very intelligent, and I can hunt faster than you with your claws because I have
Why can't you have
a motorcycle?
This is what happens, eh?
I can ride a motorcycle. I can ride a truck, and have my guns ready to shoot, while
And you still die to a bullet.
will sit
Well,
there
like-
trying to look at your clock. That's not
Why
Reel it back
comparable.
in. Reel it back
This sounds
in,
like a
guys.
clusterfuck of a conversation right here.
Yeah,
Yes,
this is what
because-
happens when you can't prove the globe.
Buddy, you are making the assertion that I can 100% rely on my senses, and I'm just proving to you that I can't. My senses work really well for human life. They don't
How do
work
you know
to
that? How did you determine that you can't rely
because
on
they
your
have
senses?
evolved. I just
Did you
told you
use
that
your
I can-
senses to determine that you can't rely on your senses?
I can rely on my senses to work for basic human shit. I can't rely on my senses to feel change in motion not happening.
So you don't know when you're on a showground ride? You know, on a fair ride? You don't
Yes,
know
I
that
do
that's
because
happening?
I'm experienced
Oh.
change in motion.
Oh, you just said you can't. You rely on your senses to experience change in motion. Now you're saying you can.
Yes, I can. Difference is, I know you think that you could feel it on Earth spinning constantly, which is retarded because it's spinning constantly at the same velocity. So I can't feel it.
It's
Different
angular
to
velocity. You stupid! It's not linear velocity like you compare it with the train that's going in a straight line. No, it's an angular velocity. It's spinning. It's not going linear. Like
Neither linear or angular doesn't matter in the case.
when you compare it to the train going linear and you say that you don't feel the motion because the train don't change its speed, don't accelerate and don't decelerate. No, when the train is making a turn, even if the speed is constant, no, you will have two vectors, one pushing you to the direction of the rotation and the other pushing you away from the center. So you will stick to the wall of that train. You will keep feeling that shit till the moment when the train will stop. And that moment you can just reach the ground.
That's exactly right. The train has to accelerate into the curve in order to maintain the same velocity.
And why is that?
Well, in order to maintain uniform circular motion at one speed, you have to accelerate. This is like physics 101 for retards. I'm surprised.
Why?
Surprised
Why
this
do you have-
confuses you.
Why do you have to keep accelerating? Is there like some form of resistance, maybe? Like air and the ground?
No. You're changing. You're changing your
sorry, it's just
vector.
stupid.
You're
Okay,
changing
thanks.
your vector, which requires force to maintain the same speed.
There are two vectors. There's one that's going with the rotation of the Earth, and then one that has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, maybe I didn't say that correctly. But there's two vectors. Maybe I didn't say that correctly, but nonetheless, there are two vectors. Might have said that
Right. There's
wrong,
one
but nonetheless,
pointing
there are
inwards
two
to the
vectors.
center of rotation and one in your tangential direction.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Did we just jump to an entirely different point, by the way? But I mean, we can talk about it too. It's fun.
Well, I mean, if this exists on Earth, right, we should be able to measure it. Nobody can, so.
Well, measure what exactly right now?
Uniform circular motion requiring constant acceleration. That's the whole point. If Earth is a globe that is spinning and orbiting, accelerating into what's called a compound motion, then you should be able to measure things like the torque, right? You should be able to measure displacement angularly. You should be able to measure all kinds of things in G forces.
The Earth is very, very big, bro.
Doesn't even have to do with the size of the Earth.
Earth is so big you can't measure it. Therefore, we know Earth is a globe because you can't measure it. Boy, that's some great retard logic.
The problem is you can't do measurements of movement of the Earth on Earth.
Let me say something before.
Sounds like a you problem.
When you
it's
say
a
the Earth
problem of
is so
physics.
big,
Yeah, well, that's
so-
a great claim for the globe. Your claim is I can't prove my point.
No,
Therefore,
I
I'm
can.
right.
I just can't do it on the Earth right now with what,
I
with
know.
what
We
you
know you
need.
can. We know you can. Keep singing to the choir, dude. Keep singing
Buddy,
to the
what-
choir.
The problem is what you want to be proven is absolute, like an observer with a velocity of absolute zero.
I
And
know
just
you
watch
can't.
the
You
planet
can't
go
prove
by.
Earth is a globe, dude. We know this. That's why
Yes,
we're
I
here.
can.
Welcome
None of the
to
problem is
Flat Earth.
you're too retarded for it. I am
Oh,
aware.
I'm
but it's
sorry.
okay.
I'm sorry your feelings are hurt by this, but yeah, we know you can't prove your claim, and you have no observation to begin with, like we've been telling you for the last 2 hours. I'm sorry.
You've
It's so
been
hard
telling
to
me,
do, dude. I'm so
but I can
sorry.
also
You don't
tell
have
lies
the,
with content.
you don't have proof of the globe, buddy. And
Yes, I do.
that's
You're
okay.
just too stupid to understand it. It's okay.
Oh, we do understand it. We understand
No,
more
you
than you. I was
don't.
educating you on your own globe
No, you
cosmology earlier because you told the audience you didn't even know what your model was called. And I had to tell it to you. And then I told you what the greatest problem is with the model. And you didn't even seem to understand that. It's even called vacuum crisis, right? And you were like, space isn't a vacuum. Well, guess what? Then what's the vacuum crisis?
I didn't say vacuum isn't this.
You said
Buddy, you're
you
just
said
making
space
shit
is
up.
probably not a vacuum. Yeah,
I
you're
didn't
bringing your own
say
cosmology.
that.
Yeah, when you were talking about Jupiter.
I did
Yeah.
not say
yes,
that.
You did. Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did. Oh, several times you did.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, so now space is a vacuum.
Space as an empty is a vacuum. Yes.
Oh, great. How do you have gas pressure and a gradient of gas pressure in a vacuum?
It's called gravity.
Well, no, you don't have gravity affecting gas
Yes, we
molecules. That's not
do.
part of kinetic molecular theory. This can be proven with gas laws, like Avogadro's law. Are you familiar with any gas laws?
I am, but tell me how it
and
doesn't
are you familiar
work.
with the entropy of gas and its behavior in dynamic and static systems?
Hit me up, please. How does it prove that gravity doesn't work? Or doesn't exist even?
Okay. So if you take the if you want to describe the average thermal energy of a system, the formula is K equals 1/2 mass times velocity squared. Okay.
Yeah.
This describes how much heat energy is created by gas in the system, which by the way is closed.
Yeah, so.
All right. Okay. So the velocity of gas can be expressed by 1 over the square root of mass, as explained by Maxwell. And if you substitute this with the first equation, what's really funny is mass cancels out and you're left with K equals 0.5. Which means that the entire system of this gas is due to heat alone and not due to mass. Which means if it's not due to mass, it's not due to gravity. This is demonstrated by Avogadro's law, where you can take 3 different containers of equal volumes, equal number of molecules of different molecular weights, different masses, heat it all up to the same temperature, and they all have the same pressure on all sides of the container. You don't have the heavier gases pulling at the bottom compared to the lighter gases that don't. This stratification never happens. They're entire cave systems that have been sealed off from the world for millions of years with multiple gases in them. And guess what? The gases don't stratify in those either for millions of years due to gravity.
What happens?
The Boltzmann constant in gas laws, PV equals nRT. The Boltzmann constant is indicative of this. Gas pressure itself is not reliant on mass. The mass independence is proven by Avogadro's law. What pressure is the frequency of the particles hitting a surface due to temperature changes. Okay?
What if you
the frequency? They don't care how big they are.
Energy out
Pressure
of the
doesn't care how big the particles are. Pressure is all about the frequency of the particles colliding with the surfaces. So mass has no effect on, or gravity has no effect on mass claims of gas whatsoever. You can further look into this by looking at the random walk, right, of gas molecules. Gas molecules expand in all directions, and they expand randomly as long as no other forces are applied. And we know gravity doesn't do anything to gas molecules because of Avogadro's law. So you can't conclude that you have gas pressure in outer space due to gravity. Okay?
We're talking about the gas pressure gradient, which gravity affects
a gradient needs
all
a
matter.
container to form.
Gravity affects all matter.
If you don't, then it dissipates and it's gone. You don't have a gradient
on
that equalizes.
Earth. You need it on Earth.
The fact that you have a gradient means the gas isn't equalized, right? So come on.
Yes, because
you need a
more
contained
gas
system with boundary.
is
You need boundary
closer.
conditions for this, dude. You don't have any boundary conditions because gravity is not a physical boundary.
No shit. Gravity is the attraction of matter. The higher up you go, the thinner the air becomes.
No
Why
kidding. That's
would
not
that
due to
be?
gravity because the fall off doesn't transition with the inverse square law of gravity either. So you can't say gravity predicts that. So you don't have a demonstration of it. You have the opposite, the mass independent nature of
Do you
gravity.
have
It's been
any
known for hundreds of
example
years and is
of that?
demonstrated in classrooms every day, like I just explained with Avogadro's law.
Do you have
Like I
any
just explained
proof
with the
for
Boltzmann
that?
constant, Maxwell's equations is applied to gas laws. The entropy,
Do you
the
have
nature
any
of gas
proof
is
of
entropic and it wants to expand. It doesn't want to compress under the influence of gravity. If it did, you'd be able to measure the heat as a consequence of that compression of gas under gravity, and you can't. Nobody does because it doesn't exist. And people know not to try because it doesn't exist. Because mass is known, the mass independent nature of gas is known to be real. So you can't claim gravity has any effect on it. It's that simple.
And did you hear him? He were repeating, do you have a proof for that? You're meant to know that, you stupid fuck. You said that we are dumb and we are stupid. But that is just physics.
I'm just
normal
doing
physics.
what
It's
the
not
other
something
guy has been
common
done the entire time, same as
It's
you.
not something that is made up by a flat earther. It's something that you should already know. It's the laws of
Yes,
gas.
but I
So
still
you
want
don't
the
know them.
evidence, right?
You're asking him, do you have proof for that?
Buddy,
Do you
if
have
you're
proof for that?
okay, you have
So
been asking
meaning
for
that
proof constantly.
Meaning
When
that
I
you are
do it, it's terribly bad. That's weird.
meaning that you are more stupid
You're
than
not
a brick.
consistent. You're not consistent with your
You
logic.
are not. You are not. You say
I'm
that
asking for
when the guy
evidence, the
was
same as
teaching
you and other guys
evidence
here have been
for
doing
what? Evidence
for
for
the
what?
claims.
Are
For
you
the
denying
claims.
the laws of gases? Are you denying Avogadro's law? Just tell
Well,
me yes, and we can
just
show.
give me the avocado so you can explain it properly. I mean, I can't tell if you misrepresented it. I haven't been provided any evidence, right?
Okay. So you
It could have
so
been a
now-
CGI
so now-
explanation.
No, so
you know?
now you don't believe in gravity because you never talked to Newton or Einstein.
I'm just working off your
No,
logic
because
here. You know?
now you won't believe Avogadro's law till the moment that you will talk to Avogadro himself.
Oh, do
don't
you now
believe
see the
gravity
problem
the
with your
moment
stupid
that you will
logic from earlier?
talk
Do
to
you now see the
Newton.
problem?
Your logic is completely stupid. Your own logic.
No,
What
it's
you
not
think
my
now-
logic. It's not my logic. It's your logic.
your
You want
logic?
evidence whenever the opinion of mine doesn't fit yours. But the moment I require evidence, it's suddenly a bad thing, and I should be ashamed.
What do you need evidence
You're
of?
illogically inconsistent, and it's
What do you need
sad.
evidence of?
I can
What do
just
you need
provide
evidence
you
of?
for the formulas and all the laws
What do
because
you need
I
evidence
can't.
of, though?
You just give me evidence for them.
Evidence
Right.
of what? What are you looking for?
Have you done the experiments yourself, or did you
What,
just
Avogadro's law?
read
Yeah,
it?
in school, dude. Come on. Like, I thought, didn't you? I mean,
Do you have
what's
any
your level
evidence
of
for you
education
actually
here?
doing
High
that?
school? Huh?
He never went to school, brother. Are you asking him to?
Everybody in my country has to go to school. I'm really sorry that you're from
never
like
done
third
that. You never
world
went to school.
dogpile house, but I had to go to school.
understand you. It's completely normal. You never went to school. You didn't never done that.
You want a
I had
demonstration of
to. I'm really
Avogadro's law?
sorry. Yeah, sure. I mean, I just need the evidence. Unless we can acknowledge that the logic of requiring evidence for every single fucking thing is retarded.
That you're
But I
completely
doubt that
ignorant
Necros
about
is going to do that.
Wait. We will show you the evidence. We will show you. That means that you are completely ignorant about Avogadro's law. This day that you hear about that shit, and you are asking for evidence is something that is known. Okay,
we know?
This is not a
I
problem.
just need the evidence, right?
don't-
What's the
don't know.
problem? Can't you
don't
look it
know.
up? Also,
let you
not
ask your
true.
fellow
That's
Wilbur
weird.
friends for evidence of this, so you can look like a moron in front of them.
No, I'm just playing the same game that they have been doing
No,
with
you're
me.
not playing the same game.
Yes, I am.
These are known physical laws. They're
Then you are
not
showing in
subject to
YouTube
any more
that you don't
interpretation than what they already are.
And
They're
Shoemaker Levy 9 crashing into Jupiter was a
You are showing
recorded
in YouTube
phenomenon.
that
Yet
You never
the
showed any
video
crashing.
apparently is fake.
You showed an
The
explosion.
video is.
No, you
The
showed an
video
explosion.
was fake.
You
Yes,
showed
from
an
a certain
explosion. Are you on
GIF.
drugs right now? You sound like you're on Quaaludes.
Nah, I'm just on flat Earth retardation.
You're showing on YouTube live now in 2 different channels that you don't know the laws of
Yes.
physics, brother. You're
Yes, I do.
completely ignorant. No, you
Buddy,
don't know them.
Why are
No,
you
don't
relying
know
on physics when you don't like gravity? Just curious.
That's the first time you're hearing about them and you're asking for a proof because someone is just talking to you about those laws that you meant to know already.
No, I'm
You're
just playing your fucking game. I'm more than happy to just take his word on all of them. But I just want to play your retarded game.
No, it's not a game. Yeah, the game that shows that you are a complete.
The game that
ignorant
shows
of
that your
laws of
logic is inconsistent when you ask for evidence prior, but now suddenly when I do it, it's a bad thing.
But the game is
So
fun.
either you have been wrong on
Game
it,
is fun.
or
The
you
game
have
is
been wrong on it. Either way, you're retarded. I'm sorry.
I agree. The game is fun. You are showcasing that you are complete ignorant about the laws of physics.
I'm not. Gravity affects.
No. You're completely ignorant.
Yes, it does.
You are talking about just gravity. Every law of gas that were presented to you, you were complete ignorant.
You know what happens? Every law, buddy, all the laws of gases apply to gases, while gravity also applies to them. Gravity applies to all matter. I'm sorry it hurts your feelings. Oh no, I can't say anything else to that. Oh.
Anybody else want to give it a try with this guy? Anybody else?
Hey, Lau, how's it going? This is Pads in VC. You good, bro? Lau, are you there, mate? You got a mic? Maybe you're busy.
Yeah, what's up, Pat?
I was just after speaking to Lau real quick. Is he called Lau? Lau Su?
I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, is that Lau? Yeah, everyone's voices sounds the same. Yeah, what's up, Lau? I seen you tag me a couple of times in side chat. I just figured it's pretty busy in there. I might as well, if we're both in VZ.
No, I was just wondering. I hope you didn't reset.
Oh, right.
You
Yeah,
sound, yeah. You sound okay yesterday, the day before, or when we talked in the PNR, right? We were okay, right? You seem
Hey,
all right, but
daily, bro.
I just hope you didn't reset, man.
No, not yet, bro. I think I'm too far gone to reset now, bro. It'd be one hard reset. Fuck me.
Well, awesome. Well, good to see you, man.
You too, bro. But yeah, Lau, I don't know where you were going with proving I'm on a sphere and shit, bro. I didn't mention sphere or anything, I don't think. Bit of confusion there, maybe. Oh, it's popping off in the side chat. What's going on in the side chat, boys and girls? There's like 3 arguments unfolding or some shit. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, Necros, you here, bro?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm here.
Necros, what's this fucking meme thing you've just shared here with this God Ray shit, bro? What's this meant to be showing, bro?
Showing the crepuscular rays. I mean, from the sky that are not parallel to the ground. They diverging sideways.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's not because of the shadow underneath the ray. Because when you look at crepuscular rays, sometimes you can see from where they come. So the hole in the clouds. And you can see the spotlight that is illuminating, that those rays are illuminated. So it means that they are, in fact, divergent, not parallel. They are not coming vertically 90 degrees from the sky to the ground. No, they are divergent.
Okay. I mean, just so what? So what's the alternative then if they're not parallel? The sun's like just above them clouds. Like, is there an alternative? I'm not saying you've got it. I just mean like as a whole. Is there any alternative presented?
No, not just above clouds. If you try to assume that it is physical thing, and you try to triangulate to calculate the height using triangulation, I will have at least 3,000, 4,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not just above the cloud.
Okay. So that's okay. So that's is that like a claim from Flat Earth, or just your claim, or
sorry,
or is that the 3,000, 3.5, or whatever
No,
it was?
I'm not claiming that at all.
Mhm.
I'm not even using it because I don't know if the sun is a physical thing that has
Yeah.
physical place where you can calculate the height of that place. No, I think it may be it can be some kind of energy, like for example, the star in the jar.
I mean, regardless of what it is, like we could just call it the source of light and triangulate towards the source of light. It could be a ball of gas. It can be it could be a light bulb. Regardless of what it is, the triangulation should roughly end up the same, right?
No, you're not sure if that thing has physical place or so it's a physical position. Maybe it's like, for example, imagine a star in the jar, and that star in the jar is inside a medium of water. So that medium of water will create a refraction effect. So the place where you see that star, it's not where it is in reality, just due to that refraction in the medium of water. So imagine just like then. So we can't assume if the sun has a physical position or an apparent position.
No, I get that. Yeah, just source of light then is a better way to, rather than saying sun or anything. No. Yeah.
It appears in an apparent location as well. Like sometimes it does appear like it is embedded within the clouds or hovering just above the clouds, but obviously it's not actually where you're seeing it. Like, have a look at the video I just posted in the chat. It's 43 after the hour. Tons of examples of trippy stuff like that happening.
Where's it? Who started shouting? What difference does it make? Was that on the video?
Necros has got his media hooked up through his microphone.
I started playing the video, and all I heard was, "What difference does it make?" I thought, "What the fuck?"
I just stopped the video. Sorry.
Oh, it is. It is on the video.
DJ, do you know what's happening there?
I don't know exactly what's happening because I don't know what the sun is, but I mean, I'm guessing it's because of the density of like the air. It's something to do with the conditions, and it's appearing there.
You see the sun like it is merging in the ground.
Weird video.
Into clouds, you mean?
That's because of the plane and the position of the plane and its height above the clouds. So that layer that you see underneath the plane, that flat surface, those are the clouds. And
Not
when
the
the sun
ground.
is setting, it is going underneath the ground, the horizon created by the clouds. So the clouds still let those light rays pass through them. So you see the sun through the clouds, and it's continuously going away. So it's merged with that physical horizon of the ground. So you see it is merging inside the ground. No, it is just, you see it through the clouds, setting above the physical, about the horizon, which is the surface of water or the land.
You can see him at 44 seconds, about 44 seconds, yeah. You can see it's definitely clouds, in fact, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's clouds. It's a cloud deck.
Yeah. That was how they call it?
Because those clouds will form also horizon normally. So, because they are a little bit opaque, so that horizon will hide the horizon on the surface of water. If there is no clouds, you will see just directly the horizon on the surface of water. So because there is that deck, it sun is merged on the ground.
It's also, I mean, like from the perspective of the viewer in that airplane, right? They can see, or everyone in that airplane can see that particular section of clouds that looks like it's lit up, right? And they see the sun right there. Whereas someone like 100 kilometers away, obviously they can't see that section of clouds, right? And if they could see that section of clouds, it wouldn't be lit up for them, right? It's just it's like a reflection, right? It works the same way. Like someone else 100 kilometers away might have no clouds where they are, right? And they'll still see the same sun in their own apparent location, not lighting up any clouds. It works similar in the way that if someone's standing on the beach, right, and you get that ray of, or that reflection of sunlight, right, going from the sun all the way across the water directly to your feet, someone standing just down the beach a little bit can't see that light at all. It's only your personal light, right? They'll have their own reflection of light coming to their feet. It works the same way when you see the moon or the sun lighting up a particular section of clouds. It's apparent, like it's just unique to each particular viewer.
Yeah, and I like that.
Oh, well. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. I lied.
You're good. Hello, brother. So, and I like that phenomenon when I see it, when the sun is directly above the clouds that are above you, above your head, or the moon also is directly above that place, or that deck of cloud that is straightly above you. It will be lit by that light. And if you get away from that, and I show that to my wife every time I see it, I want to play that like a game. We just take the motorcycle and we just drive away from that deck of cloud. You won't be able to see that the lights from the sun, from the moon, or the sun enlightening the clouds that are above you, because you drive away from that light. You will be able to see the sun, you will be able to see the moon, but not the deck of cloud that are lit by that spot of light. And it's too small. It's not the entire deck of cloud. If that moon is or that sun that have that parallel light coming from the sky, it won't lit just a specific area that you can just measure its radius, and it won't be more than what 3 kilometers.
Well, what do you think about this, right? So just say you're in one location, you're looking up, you can see that particular section of clouds lit, right? You can get someone that's like 500 kilometers away, right? And they'll have a completely different cloud deck above them, right? But they'll also see the moon as well, right? And they'll see their own particular cloud deck lit up, right? Whereas you can see your own cloud deck, like they can't see your cloud deck, you can't see their cloud deck, but you both see the same sun or moon lighting up a completely different cloud deck.
And that
can it happen in reality? Or two different people from that have big distance, like you said, can they see the same the light spot on the cloud that are different but above their head? I don't.
Well, people 500 kilometers away from each other will both see the moon in the sky, right? And they obviously the clouds aren't very far away. So someone that's 500 kilometers away, there's no way they can see the clouds, right, above you. You can't see the clouds above them, right? But they could have a section when they look up, right? They could see a section of the clouds lit up, and then you'll see a section of the clouds lit up, but they'll be completely different clouds that are lit up. Like, it's what I mean. How it's like personal to each viewer. Like a reflection, like the way a reflection works. Like reflected light. It's pretty trippy. I mean,
who's
like it's not even really lit up. It's only lit up for you or people standing around you that see it in the same location, right? Like I used to have a big lake. I used to live right on a giant lake in Australia. And when there was a full moon and I was at my house looking across the lake, when the moon would be on the other side of the lake, right? When it wasn't a full moon, the lake at nighttime, it's pitch black. You can't see the lake, you can't see the water, right? But when there's a full moon, it lights up the whole lake if you're between the moon and the lake. And I could watch people fishing out on the lake, reeling in fish, right? I could see everything that was going on the lake. But if I would just drive down the road a little bit to where the moon wasn't between me and the lake, the lake's pitch black again, right? And then I drive back to my house again and the whole lake's lit up again, right? So the lake isn't really lit up, right? Because someone standing at the shop just sees it pitch black. They don't see the lake. They don't see the fishermen. But standing at my house, I see the entire lake lit up. It's really trippy.
Yeah, but I was going to say, the first time. What the fuck?
Yeah, man. It's similar in that sense where you can see that light reflection from the sun coming to your feet and someone else can't see that. It's not really there. It's only there for you. It's really trips me out, man. I don't know how to explain it, really. Like the same thing, right? If it's the reflection, if it's a full moon and you're standing at the beach and the moon's like, close to the horizon-ish, right? And you get that same thing, right? That reflection of light to your feet. And there's just, say, some birds, seagulls or something swimming out on the water, right? Usually it would be pitch black, but you can see the birds with that light, right? Or some waves or something like that, right? But someone's standing just down the beach 50 meters, right? They can't see those birds that you can see lit up, right? They're completely in the dark. They can't see that reflection. It's only there for you. Like they'll have their own one.
On a separate note, I don't like that you use fucking thingy. What's he called? That guy from the Goonies. Hey, you guys. Fuck.
Say that again, Pads. You cut out.
Sporadic, bro. Don't use that guy for memes, man. That guy's a legend. Chump or Clump or whatever the fuck he's called. That guy should be off limits for memes. Sloth. He's called Sloth. I'm sure he's called Sloth. But yeah, sorry, DJ. I did get distracted because these guys are arguing about rays and stuff as well. So.
Oh, that guy. The
Yeah, we're
refraction.
talking about how rays can be parallel and non-parallel. I'm just trying to delve into what they're saying, but none of them are really presenting arguments. They're just fucking calling each other out on how to argue.
What? Who's saying that? Who's saying the light?
You're roboting T. You're roboting
parallel.
Bella.
So who's saying that?
You're roboting, bro. You're not coming through.
Oh, I'm a robot.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll
try
come back in a couple
disconnect.
4 minutes.
Yeah, man.
Okay, man.
I never
So
know if
even
it's
those,
USB or not.
even those rays, those like rays that are coming out of the clouds, right? They're also unique to each like viewer, right? So like once again, someone 100 kilometers away also sees the sun, right? But they're nowhere near those clouds. They're nowhere near those rays. They'll see, if they have clouds above them, they'll see their own rays coming through the clouds where they are.
I think that's the point this Globe is trying to make in chat. Like, not all rays are all. Like, I think some flat earthers are saying they're all parallel or they're all not. Like, it's all or nothing. Where the Globe is trying to say, no, there is. It's more nuanced.
From the globe, right? They say that the sun rays come in parallel.
I'm saying there are parallel and non-parallel rays at the same time, and the other guy just thinks we're all parallel or non-parallel.
Most globe
He
earthers
thinks
just
it's
claim they're all parallel.
like
even
the sport.
Yeah,
What-
yeah.
which
Well,
one?
I don't know. He knows what he's talking. Like that guy's like super smart. So
Apparently not, because it keeps showing this picture but just not proving anything. It's a simplified model. It doesn't reflect reality for his argument.
You don't get to contradict yourself.
I'm not contradicting myself. You're just stupid to understand that parallel and non-parallel rays exist at the
Show me
same
in Euclid
time.
where it says parallels, non-parallel in Euclid.
I'm not claiming them to be. I'm just saying you have rays that go parallel to other rays, and you have rays that go not parallel to other rays.
Yeah, I mean, well, one sec. Why would a ray not be parallel?
Look at the fucking light in your room.
I was going to say, once
Sorry.
it's bounced off something. So
Yeah,
once
those
a
aren't
ray
parallel.
of light is bounced off something, of course, that's not parallel with its original, right? Is that the claim? Is that all you're saying?
I'm just saying that, like, the picture he keeps on showing just shows this giant blue thing only sending out parallel rays, which is not how reality works. You would every single blue pixel on the surface would have another ray going into every other direction. So the entire thing would just be blue, theoretically.
You don't claim that, though.
I am claiming that.
How do you know it's true, then?
Like I said, look at the fucking light.
Well, you require all light to be parallel. It has to be
I
parallel, which means it comes from an effectively flat surface.
Why?
Because light emanates from the surface normal perpendicular.
How does a mirror
perpendicular to the tangent of the curve? If you believe it's
Mirrors
curving.
just reflect light.
No, but it's light though, isn't it? Like how's the bent light?
Yeah, so you don't understand the geometry.
Light the same.
You're just saying it has to be perpendicular.
Yeah, light comes out perpendicular to the surface normal from a source. If your surface is curving, then it's not
How big is
parallel.
the source? How big is the source?
Right, because you have a curving surface normal, so you
Is
can't
it an
have
atom big?
rays.
What is flat? The two atoms have to be at the exact same position, minus like
I don't claim
minus
parallel
one on one axis. Like what do you claim with like flat?
I don't claim parallel rays.
Me neither. But you're claiming that I'm claiming there's either only parallel or only non-parallel rays.
Yeah, you want to have your cake and eat it too. Okay, cool.
No, I'm just trying to explain it to you. You have both kinds of these at the same time.
Okay, prove it.
Look at the fucking light. Look at any diagram of shadows. How can you have an umbra and a penumbra at the same time?
Prove this in reality. You want me to imagine it. I say prove it.
Step 1, take a single light that's wide enough so we can put a smaller object in front of it. Step 2,
Okay,
turn it
so
on.
rays are now emanating in all directions, omnidirectional. That's not parallel. Is omnidirectional parallel?
If you pick out certain rays, they will be parallel to one another. What is what do you not get about it? These are simplified models for fucking kids and middle schoolers. Unless you're on that level of you barely get them. Like, I'm sorry.
No, you can't have omnidirectional light sending parallel rays. That's a contradiction.
From a single point, of course. But you're not making the claim about a single point. You're not claiming it from a single atom. You think that the entirety of the sun is like the one object, so it only sends out light in parallel directions.
Is it omnidirectional?
I'm just like mathematically thinking, how do parallel lines work on 3D objects like a sphere?
What?
Because reality isn't 2D.
Yeah, no one said it is.
Then why are you arguing with just it's all parallel or it's all
not? You think an omnidirectional point source of light shoots out parallel rays? That's just dumb, dude.
If you are in 2D world, which I hope you're not.
Yeah, we're not.
Otherwise it wouldn't exist. Yeah, so what are you talking about?
I don't think the sun is shooting parallel light rays from an omnidirectional source like you do. That's just dumb.
If you take out certain rays, if you could. And
which ones?
Take out other certain rays.
Only the ones during eclipses.
Parallel.
Only the ones during eclipses are non-parallel, and then they suddenly straighten out when it's not an eclipse. Like what?
You have both kinds. The ones that would directly hit the Earth just are blocked.
Oh, so you think the eclipse only blocks the parallel rays, leaving the non-parallel rays?
It hits the one that would be parallel directly to the other one.
Okay, yep. So it's an eclipse filters it out. Okay.
The thing you don't get is that the sun is way fucking bigger than the Earth or the moon.
Right, so the surface is effectively flat and parallel.
No, it's not effectively
okay,
flat.
Well then,
unless you want to simplify it.
What was Eratosthenes' assumption?
I'm not talking about him.
Oh, well, that's inconvenient for you, isn't it? Because I am.
Already. Yes, because you're just stupid and don't get the fucking point.
Okay, keep talking.
I mean, I showed you the fucking...
Relax, bro. Then you don't need to get
you the simple diagram.
Because you're losing the conversation, right? Just chill.
Please don't say that I'm losing when you're literally doing nothing right now, but showing that you don't get a single point.
That's you.
Quick question: If train tracks go. So if you've got train tracks going over a hill, right, and they go over the hill, and the train tracks, could you class them as still being parallel to each other, even though they're clearly curving over a hill? They're still classed as parallel, right?
Well, we are in a flat Earth world
forget
here.
that. This is just I'm on about a fucking hill, bro. Forget the
Sounds
globe.
like a red herring, Pads.
Well, I'm just asking if train tracks go over a hill, obviously they stay the same distance apart, right? If they go over a hill,
Obviously, bro, that's not something that we really need to. Obviously, right? Nobody's
they're
claiming
still
other.
classed as parallel, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. Nice. No, it was just for me, bro. No, well, you say obvious, bro, but I'm thick as fuck, man.
No, bro, I thought you were. No, you're good. You're good.
All right, nice, sweet. It wasn't a setup. It wasn't. If that's what you thought.
Yeah, I thought you were trying to have a dig. That's all good.
No.
But generally sporadic. What do you not get about shadows and how them work and how light
I don't
works?
get your contradiction of terms. How you have an omnidirectional light source that shoots parallel rays. That's just not possible.
From a single,
it's a geometric violation and therefore a logical consistency.
If the sun was a single atom that would send out rays, wouldn't work probably, but then it wouldn't be parallel. But because the sun is not a single fucking atom.
How do you know?
Is the light bulb in your room just one single atom?
No, because it's
not-
bigger than a single atom.
What is the sun?
The sun is an object in space made out of gases. Primarily.
All right, I'm done with him because he cooked himself. Feel free to take it away.
Like I asked, is the light bulb in your room one single atom?
No.
And it's
That's
not
why
shooting parallel rays.
And it's not what?
It's not shooting parallel rays.
Not from a single atom that is emitting light. Yes.
The light bulb is not a single atom. It's multiple atoms. And it's not shooting parallel rays.
Now, if you take two atoms off that light bulb that are emitting light, all of the rays are going in every other direction. No, please let me explain to you. They go in every other direction, and if you take two out of them that go the same direction and are parallel, they are parallel. The other rays aren't.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are.
If you take two rays, the closest rays to each other, if you take two, they are not parallel. Because
do you not get about that?
You understand the geometry of a sphere?
No, you don't.
No radius is parallel to the other radius. That's what you have on your light bulb. And those rays are just like radius from the light bulb. Every ray that you have in that light bulb is just like a radius of a sphere. No radius on a sphere is parallel to the other one. No ray on the light.
But we're not talking about a radius.
Just light ray. And they are all divergent. The proof is
the proof is looking at a fucking shadow.
Your shadow can never be smaller than your hand. Or the shadow of the object can never be smaller than the object itself. Know what? Because the light.
What do you mean by shadow? Do you mean the primary shadow or the secondary?
No one.
How do you have that with parallel rays? Like, how do you have primary and secondary if they're parallel?
Because not all light rays are parallel to one another. You have parallel ones and non-parallel ones at the same time. What's so difficult to get about that? Please. You can laugh all you want. You just have to explain to me what's difficult about that to understand. It's
principle.
not. I know you're retarded, but it's not.
You are violating the law of non-contradiction. You are putting a contradiction and say that it is logic.
How is it a contradiction?
Logic. Parallel and not parallel, they are contradicting each other.
1 and 2 existing doesn't mean that one has to be 2.
Parallel and not parallel at the same time.
Here's a question.
Fanboy spotted.
Here's a question. How did Eratosthenes only
Initiate
measure the
doxing.
parallel rays?
Sending missiles.
How did Eratosthenes only measure the parallel rays?
Why are you going back
Tomahawk
to
missile going to
Eratosthenes?
Femboy location.
Why are you going back to Eratosthenes when you don't even understand how light works?
Cool. Avoid. Deflect.
That's another.
Oh, it's back to the original point. You don't understand how fucking light works. You think all rays are either parallel or non-parallel, and it doesn't work like that.
Instead of talking about the argument, you are using a logical fallacy. You are attacking the person instead of attacking the argument.
I have been attacking the argument long enough.
It's a fallacy.
They're too stupid to understand it. That's not my problem. I'm sorry.
You can't defend your argument.
I am defending the argument.
No, you're just using a fallacy, a logical fallacy. It's called
No, I have explained it often enough. I have defended it.
You didn't.
Yes, I did.
You're throwing a contradiction and telling me.
No. Both of you only understand the world in simple two-dimensional diagrams that are simplified for grade schoolers. So unless you're a grade schooler, I would be ashamed of yourself.
Okay, how does an eclipse filter out the parallel rays?
What do you mean with filter out?
Well, what you present. Yeah, it's what you presented.
Do you mean one of the graphs I showed you? Or what are you talking about?
Invincible ignorance.
No, you just have to tell me what you mean. Otherwise, I sadly can't talk with you about the thing you have been saying. When we know that you can just.
Yeah, dude, like, when you have to start throwing out insults at everyone, right, it means you didn't do well. It means you're not able to respond intellectually to exactly what was said, right? It's like a coping mechanism. It's obvious to anyone listening, right, that you're just acting toxic now, right, because you didn't do well when you were talking to Sporadic, right? So now you're lashing out as like some sort of weird coping mechanism. It's really cringe, dude. Need to work on that.
I'm not lashing out because I performed badly. I'm just lashing out because we aren't getting a slight difference. I mean, if I would actually be honest and try to understand it, that'd be a different thing, but we're not. So that's the point why I'm getting annoyed.
Yep, sure, mate.
I mean, if you don't want to accept the reality of the situation, it's on you. And he is posting the same retarded picture again.
Yeah, that's your globe. That's what you claim. You stupid.
No, it's not, because I understand that there are also non-parallel rays. Which you don't, because you only get the simplified model.
Understand in a dichotomy violating the law of non-contradiction. Saying that that thing is that thing and the opposite of that thing at the same time.
I'm not.
No, that's
you have parallel rays and non-parallel rays. They are not the same, and they're not mutually exclusive.
Okay, show us the parallel. Show us the parallel ray. We can show you the not parallel ray. Show us the parallel ones. That you
I have shown you the non-parallel rays.
Yeah,
we are stupid fucking diagram link.
We are just agreeing that there is no parallel rays. Show
yes, they are.
Show us the one that you are talking about, the parallel rays.
Yeah, like, it's pretty obvious what he just asked you. How do you not understand what he said? He said, show us the parallel rays.
I mean, if you want just a parallel race, you can look at sporadics, nice pictures.
Oh my god, you don't understand even the point of what he's presenting.
Well, sure, heard me out. If you're that smart, please.
So that's more evident of parallel rays in reality is sporadic E's cartoon.
No.
I can show you.
But he wants them.
Using a torch, using a laser, that light rays are spreading away, so they are diverging and they are not parallel. I can show you that million of times. I can show you that with the light bulb. I can show you that with the light torch, and I can show you that with the candle. I can show you multiple real things, not drawings. No. I don't need drawings because I don't need to represent.
I think you do.
Imaginating. So you talk about your imagination. You can't represent your imagination only on virtuality or with the drawing, because it's not real.
Reality isn't real. That's news to me. So, like I said, you think that a light source is just a single object, which is why you think that parallel rays don't exist. But it's not a singular light source. It has multiple smaller light sources on it that all emit rays into different directions. And if you artificially take out two rays from these different light sources that are parallel to another, you also have parallel rays.
How do you do that? How do you do that?
I mute myself.
By artificially picking them out to make it understandable for the kinds of...
so not with eclipses, which are natural. Okay, good. Move on to another claim.
Who's got the Discord
with
eclipses on there, Mike, man? Who's got the little Discord? Boop, bloop, bloop, bloop.
Reach.
We'll sort it out.
Yeah, I have a question about train tracks. Get a video. Yeah. There's cameras in trains now. Yeah, there's cameras in the front of trains. Yeah, I post in the side chat. Yeah, where the train's moving along the tracks. Yeah, and the train tracks are curving down and keep curving down.
That's not how the globe Earth model works, and you should know that.
Then I believe the Earth
that
is
is
a globe.
not how it works.
Yeah, because I already know there's zero drop over distance. Earth is not a globe. End of conversation.
That is not how it works. Like, misrepresenting the model is not a proof for your
No.
model
You're
or
saying
against
Earth
it.
is a globe, yeah? Earth is a globe. The surface is over distance will be dropping down and keep dropping down.
What is down on a globe? What is down on the globe?
Yeah, there's cameras inside.
No. Please define down on a globe for me.
Dude,
Yes,
you don't know
what does down on a globe mean?
Is the surface on a globe curve or not? Yes or no?
Yes, but what is down on a globe?
Yeah, you go over distance on the surface of the globe, you'll be dropping down and keep dropping down.
What is down on a globe?
There's a camera on the train, yeah?
What is down on a globe?
Show us where the...
Define it for me, please.
Show us where the train tracks is curving down and keep curving down.
There is no down on the globe. There is in.
Yes, there is a down on the globe. It's towards the center of mass.
No, that's not
which
down.
is the center of the Earth. It's
there
down.
is an in to.
You can call it in. You can call it down. It's towards the center of the Earth. It's the same thing.
Down is dependent to a horizontal
so
plane.
whatever the guy wants to be shown can't be shown because that's not how the globe model works.
What he's talking about when he talks about down, because you don't have any down in your globe, so you when
you do have a down.
Down compared
what he
to
wants is to be viewed. He wants it to be shown from the position of a observer, not on Earth, which you can't do in his idea of his debunk. You're on Earth, down is towards the center of the Earth. When you move forward, down is still towards the center of the Earth. So you're always moving down.
The moment
in the sense that you...
No, that's in.
The moment that's in.
Then call it in, call it down, call it in, nobody cares.
Horizontal datum or horizontal plane that you can account in, for example, level horizontal line, sea level. So when you get down inside that Earth or that sphere, that's in. When you go down that line, horizontal line, that's down. But on the sphere, there is no down. There is in, there is away from the surface, and there is in the sphere. There's no down.
Necros.
You're
Down
following
is
the
parallel.
curvature.
Down is parallel.
Yeah.
Perpendicular, not parallel.
Down, all down vectors are parallel.
On a circle, on a sphere, towards the center of mass.
Okay, prove it.
No. The guy wanted proof for something that can't be proven because that's how the model works.
Yeah, terrible globe proof, I know.
No, you can't prove it, just not the way he wants it to be proven. That's a difference. I can't just make up a random hypothesis. It has to be proven.
Okay,
which can't be proven in your model.
But go ahead, prove it.
Yeah, I can prove down is parallel.
Go on.
We measure Earth flat.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we use elevation angles.
Elevation is meaningless when you have mountains or
No,
hills
angles are not meaningless.
or anything.
Angles require two straight lines.
The Earth
not a curved
isn't a
one.
smooth sphere.
I know, that's how you measure elevation with angles.
Yes, so how the fuck do you want to prove that? With just your
Yeah, measure drop over distance for a globe using angles. Go for it.
Wait, I thought you were proving something. Did you just back out?
I'm not proving anything. I'm just
No, not you, the
trying to
other guy.
Proving what?
I thought
What, that
Sporadic
down
was
is
going
parallel?
to prove something.
Yeah, I did with elevation angles.
But you just said that elevation is misleading.
No, horizontal
Yeah, we
planes
need
of
a higher
reference.
level flat earther, dude.
Quite
You're not
clear.
up to the task, I don't think. Anybody else?
Is that really high level? I still want Sporadic to get that down or in, as you all call it, is towards the center of mass.
You just ban the
What
guy?
center? I never
Sporadic?
claimed that. Center of
just ban
mass?
it?
What?
What, Pats?
I thought Sporadic just banned that guy. No, it's all right. It's all right. Never mind. My bad.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
did.
He done him because he said that Sporadics wanted to prove something, and he put it a joke around the elevation angle. No, when you are doing elevation angle, you are showing that all downs are parallel. Your GP, the GP of the star, the GP of any ship or observer on the circle of equal altitude, all those GPs are parallel to each other. No
But
matter
Earth isn't
how,
also.
shut up, I'm not done yet. No matter
Sadly.
how big the circle of equal elevation is, all those vertical lines, all those GPs, the star's GP, the observer GP, they are all parallel. 90-degree line, vertical line, on a flat horizontal baseline.
So your proof is for a model that doesn't reflect reality in the globe Earth model? Alright.
Why
mean-
you are crying? Why are you crying?
I'm not
Because-
crying.
No, you did
I just
cry.
want-
You said
No, I-
because you said that you are sad because it's not the same exact thing that you can have on a globe. Yeah, I understand. The Earth is not a globe, so the reality is all GPs are parallel to each other that you can't have on a globe.
Which is not the
A
case.
globe, all the GPs will be converging toward the center point. You stupid fuck.
The stupid fuck that understands reality?
You don't.
And I
You're
guess
just whining. You're
the
thinking
problem is,
reality. You are
the
not saying
problem is
anything.
you want
There
to
is-
argue in the globe Earth model and you don't even understand it.
There is no rebuttal from your side. There is no response. Every time
The flat
Yes,
earth.
because you don't even understand the model you're claiming to debunk.
You repeat the same exact fucking sentence. You don't.
So you get it.
What model are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Globe Earth model, which reflects reality.
Show me that model that you are talking about.
Go outside, take a look at whatever in your
share
room.
it with us in the side chat because YouTubers want to see it also. People
It's really cool for them, but I can't post images there, so I'm not gonna bother.
Share it.
At best, I can post links.
Share the link. Okay, share the link of your model. I think your model is in the website, maybe.
What model exactly of just
What the heck?
globe
The
itself?
model of the globe. The model that you are talking about. The model that you are talking about. What the heck? You are the one bringing a model to the table, saying, "Oh, it's because it's not in line with the model. It's not in line with the model because you don't show me that fucking model."
So do you first want just a link for just Earth, and then how gravity works, and general physics, and the universe as a whole, or
show us the model?
The model you were saying we don't understand, get it and put it in the side chat.
I mean, in this case, it's just going to be how spheres work, so...
DJ, mute him, please.
Sure.
Get the model and come back. Share it in the side chat. The moment when you will share it in the side chat, and we can study it at that moment. We can break it down, and let's see that water around the ball, that gravity that you're talking about in the model, and all those things. We want to discuss that.
Hey Joe, do you want to? Let's see if you know anything about the so-called globe, right? That you think that we.
Come
don't
on,
know
Joe.
about.
Represent, bro. Represent me. Don't let me down, Joe. Time to shine.
Open up your mic, brother.
Time to shine, Joe. I was just thinking Joe's getting...
No Googling, right? I'll ask you some basic questions. What's the radius of the Earth? No Googling, bro. Unmute. You're right. Answer quickly or say you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know? How fast does the Earth spin?
I don't know.
Does the Earth spin east to west or west to east?
I think he said, hold on. Hopefully he's changing his mic. He's just deafened himself.
Yeah, he's gone off to... Yeah. I'm pretty sure
Paddy's praying for a globalist to come in here that knows their shit, but I've yet to see one.
Dude, we have people that have masters like in physics and stuff like that. They don't even know these basic questions.
Yeah, you might as well get that out of the way.
Every flat earther in the room could answer every single question like about this, but none of the globe earthers can.
What was the first question, bro?
What's the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, I've heard this a million times. 26,000 miles? Oh no, that's the circumference. Fuck, don't know. Fuck.
What speed is the sun? Is the Earth spinning around, orbiting around the sun?
I don't know. I don't think I've spoke about that one. I thought
What distance is the sun from
93 million.
Oh, you got one. Nice one.
93 million. It's meant to be 15 degree. Is it rotation or 25 degree rotation? Angular rotation or some shit?
And how fast does the sun move through space?
Fuck. That's a very good question. I've no idea. Shit. How fast does it move?
Take a guess.
Fucking hell. How fast does the sun move through space? Oh, the claim. Fucking. I have no idea. Millions of miles an hour. Millions of miles an hour. I have no idea. Fuck.
About 480,000 miles per hour.
480? Is that it?
Yeah, that's pretty fast, bro.
No, I know, but I know it's quick, but I would have just assumed it would be a lot more than that, to be fair. Okay.
You know what the curvature rate is?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
Distance or the formula, or maybe how much curvature there is over 10 miles or something like that. Anything about that?
Yeah, we should see. The guy just said it, bro. I actually knew this about a week ago, and then I kept hearing it and kind of tuned it out. It became like white noise. I was hearing the same sentence that much. But
Pat. I told you the curvature rate last week.
Mate, about 5. Not just you. I think DJ's told it me at least twice, bro. Crit's mentioned it at least twice. 1 sec. It's 3. Is it not 3 foot drop over distance? Over 1 sec.
10 miles.
Is it? Is it?
Over
Okay.
10 miles? How
3
many
foot over 10?
foot of drop do you think?
3 foot. Oh no. Is it 9 foot?
66 foot.
Fuck. Where am I getting these numbers from? Oh no, it's three miles.
Yeah, that's where the horizon should be from a 6
it's
foot.
3 miles from the horizon from me. I'm 6'2". Sorry, yeah, I was confusing that. Yeah, it's 66 foot.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're giving honest answers,
Okay.
right? That's all we care about here. Don't even expect you to know all of that off the top of your head, anyway.
But I do appreciate why you ask them. Yeah, it kind of real like if somebody can't answer those basic things, it's like they don't like why engage them.
Yeah, it
I
just
do get
annoys
it.
me when they say we don't know like about the globe, right? But then when we ask them basic questions, they don't know basics, right? So,
You know more about their model. It's kind of like why am I arguing with you?
in most cases, yeah. I mean, like people come in here, they think, oh, flat earthers, right? They have a misconception of flat earth in their head. They think that we think it's a disc in space, all this crazy stuff. So they think, oh, I'm going to go in and crush these dumb flat earthers in a debate, right? They have a false sense of confidence. They think they know all of this stuff about the globe, right? And then once they get in here, they enter the battle, right? They're in the battle, the debate. And then they realize they don't have any ammunition, right? They don't know anything at all about the opponent's arguments, which it gets exposed quickly. And then they start to realize that they don't know anything about the globe either. And they find themselves in a battle with no ammunition. And then they have to try to decide how to handle the situation.
I think that's literally the epitome of Dunning-Kruger, no? Is that like
It's like
exactly
fight or
what
flight.
it is? Like,
Sometimes they'll just call us retards and then run away, or sometimes they'll start lying, start making stuff up. Sometimes they'll start ChatGPTing and pretending that they're actually not reading directly from ChatGPT when it's obvious, or they'll start Googling. Or sometimes they'll just be honest, which is sadly a rare situation where they're just like, yeah, I'm not sure. Shit, I thought I knew more. I don't really know. But yeah, that's like 1 in 50 people.
But anyway, next.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there waiting for a Glober to turn up now that knows the shit. It'd be good as well. A good challenge for you guys as well, isn't it? You know?
Some supplies, bro. You're gonna need 20 liters of water, some food, some cans of baked beans.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of tea bags, bro. Nathan Oakley can come in here and give you some tea bags for free.
Fuck that guy, bro. I hate it when people are rude, but I really hate it when they turn out to be British because it makes me cringe and it just makes me think like, fuck, why you have to be representing the British folk and being a cunt, man? Do you know what I mean? Like, surely you guys get it when you hear your own countrymen being an ass. Like, you're like, no.
Yeah, sometimes we get like some arrogant young Aussie will come in here. Like a dickhead. I'm like,
God, it makes you cringe, doesn't it? You're just like, no, we're all right. I promise you, the Aussies are okay. We're not like this. I promise you.
I know exactly what you mean.
Somebody else here actually sounds Jedi. Actually, kind of has an accent, kind of like Nathan Oakley, but they're like two totally different people. Southerners, bro. I'm actually going to mute up. I'm going to stay in here, but I need to get some Marvel Rivals done.
Yeah, man, I need to get work done. So I'm gonna mute
I say
up too.
need to, like, you know. Yeah, you actually need to get work done here. That's important.
the fuck do you want me to explain about that? Is it that difficult?
You said I don't see any.
I'm talking with sporadic here.
Yellow circle. Yeah, I'm talking. I see a yellow circle with 3 persons.
Yeah, the yellow circle is supposed to represent a planet. You know, a massive object that exerts gravitational pull.
Okay, not Earth. It's not.
Well, it could well be Earth. Earth is also a massive object that exerts gravitational pull.
You were talking about a model of the globe whenever we were talking about anything, not just because we were talking about why don't you fall from South Pole. No. It wasn't the
Yeah, but you
topic.
were struggling with just this point, you know, so I wanted to make it simple for you.
When we were
You didn't seem to get how like downwards works on a globe.
No.
So I wanted to make it simple for you, you know.
No, that's in. That's in. That's the word.
Then call it in, as said before. Down in doesn't fucking matter. It's towards the center of Earth. It's towards the center of mass.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. We are talking about the model you claim to debunk, so you have to accept what it explains.
No, it's not.
You can't just say that when it is how the model works.
Because if you put someone in your fantastic fake space far from the Earth, there is no downward toward the center.
Yes, there is.
No, on
there is no downwards that would allow a person on the top left of a picture to fall down.
Dude, you've convinced me that I live on a ball now. I switched.
I don't want to convince you because you're quite frankly too stupid for that. You're flat Earth. I'm sorry.
You understood thing?
Do you understand how this model works?
Dude, if you want to come in here and act like this, right? We're just going to hold your feet to the fire. Did you post the globe model in the chat yet?
I did post a model that is simple enough to explain the one point I was making before I have been muted.
So where is it? The globe model that you're talking about? Scientific model, is it?
I wouldn't say it's like highly scientific. It's more for like necros and sporadic like level of understanding.
Bro, okay, if they're owning you in these conversations, then what
It's
level
not
does
owning,
that mean?
It's not owning.
Is this the globe model, is it?
When they get that, if they even make fucking meme pictures of that and don't get it, it's quite frankly.
What's the timestamp? Like, what time did you post it?
I mean, I can't post pictures, so I sent the link, but others are posting it the entire time. So you can just look for Sporadic's posts because he's quite frankly a bit insane right now.
I want to see where you posted the globe model that you were talking about. Oh, this is what you submitted? This is the globe model, is it?
I sent a link to a site that is adequate for necros and shit.
A yellow circle with people sticking off the side that represents the ball in space.
Yeah.
It
should be simple enough for all of you.
A website titled "Why Don't We Fall Off the Earth at the South Pole?" That's your globe model website, is it? With this, and it's got this little yellow.
Simple. It's simple enough for necros.
Evidence you've provided, right? When we ask you to provide a globe model, this is the best you could come up with.
No. It was related to the point I was making prior to being muted, which I have said like 2 minutes ago.
Right, but you keep saying we don't understand this globe model, right? We asked you to post the globe model, and you post
I'm making it simple. I'm trying to make it step by step. You know, I'm trying to make it step by step.
No.
I'm just trying to make it step by step.
Globe model. Post the globe model.
What exactly do you want inside the entire globe model? Do you need like on the right side is like an entire paragraph about gravity?
You're the one saying we don't understand the globe model. What globe model? Post it, or say you don't have one.
Do you want a diagram? Do you want like a link to Google Earth?
The globe model that you're talking about. What type of model are you talking about? A scientific model? Are you talking about a scientific model, or are you talking about?
What do you want on a scientific model?
No.
It's a simple enough diagram to show how gravity works on a sphere.
Oh, okay.
That's a simple enough diagram for that point.
I can show you now. If you consider that model, I can show you Archimedes' principle with how things go down because of density and buoyancy.
How does can you show me
a model and you take away from your imagination that nonsense that you were?
Why do things go down and not up or sideways if it's buoyancy and density?
Because that thing is inside a medium.
Yes, but the medium is equally dense all around, wouldn't it be?
Right, but if the object is displaced,
why is it displaced? Why is the stuff moving?
It's displaced because some outside source of energy had to be applied to displace it, right? So then it's going to seek the equilibrium, right? So it could be me picking up a rock, right? I've had to exchange some energy to pick up the rock. I've displaced the rock from equilibrium.
What happens if you drop it?
It's going to sink through the light medium of air because it's more dense.
But why? But why down?
It's not always down. Shut the fuck up. I wanted to say something important. Listen, you can make the thing fall down or sink inside the medium. You can make the thing levitate up, and also you can equalize the density of the object with the density of the medium and make it sit there where you will put it. It won't go up, it won't go down because it is in equilibrium. I can show you an egg inside the medium of water. Even if you drop the tube where the egg inside the water, where it is equalized with the medium, it won't even break if you drop it from 40 or 50 meters. It won't break at all. You know why? Because the egg will sit in the middle of the medium where you put it first.
So, how does that disprove gravity?
Balloon also, even if that balloon...
How does that disprove gravity?
So easily. That egg, normally it have a weight and it have a mass. Don't you say that mass attract mass?
How do things have mass without gravity?
So isn't it your claim? So I can put a balloon and equalize the density of that helium balloon with the air around it and make that balloon just levitate, not go up, not go down, just sit in the position where I will place it. I can do that inside the medium of water with an egg, with anything.
If it's equally dense as the surrounding material, yes.
Yeah, correct. And even if that thing has a mass and it have a weight,
everything has mass.
It won't fall down or rise up like you claim, because you claim that
if the force of buoyancy is lower than the force of gravity, then yes, it will not go down. But by default, all material goes down.
No.
Density and buoyancy only works when you have a force that is already pulling.
No, it's not the case.
Yes.
Not every material goes down. No.
If an object is denser, why is it going down? The surrounding material is equally dense in all directions. Why is it always going down when it's denser than the surrounding material? Explain that for me, please.
Because it's not buoyant anymore.
But why is it going down?
Yeah,
why
exactly.
not up?
Because,
why not sideways?
Up, it
goes down.
Up will be the vector for the buoyant element, not buoyant. The not buoyant elements will just fall down. Buoyant elements will rise up. Those are two vectors.
But why down?
Because
why
it's
up?
Not buoyant.
Why not sideways?
Because it is buoyant. There is no buoyant element that goes sideways.
Also, gravity doesn't exist in your model. So why is there like an innate tendency for things to go down or up, depending on density?
Because it's not buoyant, and when it's goes up, because it's buoyant. The balloon, the helium balloon, go up because it is buoyant. The bowling ball fall down because it's not buoyant.
But why
Put
is
the bowling ball
down?
inside the medium of mercury, it won't fall down.
I don't know if Mercury is dense enough, to be honest.
And it is denser than the marble from where they make that bowling ball.
But why is it going to go down when it's denser?
Because it's
why
not
up?
buoyant anymore. Do I have?
But why does everything have a tendency to go downwards when it's denser?
No. Are you a brick?
Because it displaces things that aren't as dense. It displaces.
But why is it displacing downwards?
Because
if a medium surrounding it is equally dense on all sides, why is it always down?
Because
yes, it does.
It doesn't create. It does create more displacement in the medium, so it's not buoyant anymore.
You don't have any pull.
What? Pull?
You don't have any force that is making things go downwards.
Why
they're
do you
denser.
You don't have a force either.
Is there a force for the thing that is going upward? Anti-gravity, something?
No, it's buoyancy.
Shut up.
Or
So
just
buoyancy,
movement.
Upward, no force.
Yes,
no
what
need
you don't
for a
get
force.
is you don't have density or buoyancy without gravity.
Well, I got you already. Just
no, you didn't. You just can't. You just can't explain why things go downwards.
Shut up.
You can't.
Shut up. I got you already.
No.
So you
haven't.
No need for any force for the thing that is going upward. The same exact thing. You flip that thing. That thing going upward. No need for a force because it is buoyant. Because it is less dense. That's what you said already. You ducked yourself, and you reverse that for the thing falling. It is denser. It is less buoyant. So it sink. No need for a force for both. The heck?
If you have two people pushing on a crate and one person is stronger than the other, does the other person not exist?
Sorry? Repeat again.
You have a person on the left, on the right, in the middle is a box, and they are both pushing that box in the opposite direction of towards the other person. But one person, the one on the left, let's say, is stronger. Does that mean the right person doesn't exist? Or does it just mean the left person has more force, is stronger?
Oh, if there is no other person in the other side,
but there is. There is another person. There is another person.
Wait.
There is another person.
None is because you are talking about that thing being exclusive to have two person. No, you can have it with two person. You can have that person can push the object without another person and can push the object with another person in the other side. It's not.
I'm just trying to explain to you why this proof of gravity isn't a disproof.
You have to have two people. That's what you are saying. You're saying that.
No, you don't have to. I'm just explaining to you why your debunk of gravity doesn't work. Because just because the force of buoyancy, for example in balloons, when filled with helium, is stronger than the pull of gravity, doesn't mean gravity doesn't exist. You always have, by default, a pull towards the center of mass on Earth, which is down.
That's what you dream about.
That's not what we dream about. That's reality. I don't understand how you're denying reality that much.
No. The thing.
It goes down. It doesn't go upwards. It doesn't go sideways. Even if the medium surrounding it is equally dense on all of those sides, it always goes down. With no other force acting upon it, it will always go down. Because that's what gravity does.
It will go down.
Do you mind if I jump in for a second, dude? I just wanted to find some common ground because it's kind of going around in circles at the moment. Right, so look, let's try to find some common ground, right? So on a globe, right, you need to have a force or a fictitious force, right, to be able to explain. Like, it wouldn't be able to work otherwise, right? You need to have gravity, you need to defend it to the death to have a globe, right? We can all agree with that. Okay, so on a flat Earth? Yeah. So on a flat Earth, right, in a contained system that's not moving, right, we would be able to explain why things rise or sink due to them being displaced and then relative density. Okay, but what we're both left with on both, right, is being able to validate why there's two primary directions, up and down, right? They're the two primary directions that things move in, right? When there's no additional force added, right? If you just pick up a rock and drop it, or you drop a helium balloon, right, it's going to go straight up or straight down if there's no wind. Okay, so we can agree on that. For sure, right? So now it would come down to being able to prove why that's the case, right? So we would say we don't know, and we would say that nobody knows, and then you would claim that it's gravity, which is a fictitious force, causing that, or what you're calling a force, right? I'm not sure why you're saying force, but fair enough.
One of
that's
the four
fine.
natural forces.
Yeah, that's fine. So you need to be able to show, right, a scientific experiment that validates, the cause of the effect, right? Because what we can agree on is we observe the effect taking place, but then you would need to be able to validate that gravity is the cause of the effect through the scientific method, right? Through experimentation. And that's where we're left at. And then you probably won't be able to, based on all of the other conversations we have with countless amounts of other globe earthers who are highly educated, right? You don't sound like, I think you sound like a smart guy too, right? We would ask you then to show us a scientific experiment that validates the cause of the effect. And that's kind of where we're up to in this discussion, I think.
Just kind of whatever the fuck Galileo did, dropping shit down and measuring the acceleration.
No, I get you, right? But that's just the effect, right? The cause of the effect still isn't known, right? You're saying, right, you would have to manipulate the cause of the effect, right?
I'm just working off observation here right now. So if you go high enough and you drop the thing down, it goes downwards, and it accelerates at a certain rate.
It depends.
Why is it going down? If it's denser than air, we live on Earth. If it's denser than air, it goes down. Why down?
Right. So why are there two primary directions? We get that, right? So now, if you're making
you can't explain it.
Yeah, no, we say that nobody knows that. Nobody knows why there's two primary directions, right? You say that you do know. So now we need you to back up your positive claim.
But we have the experiment, we have the data, we have the observation in reality. It is going down if it's denser than the surrounding material.
Yeah. We agree on that, right? So why is it going down? You say the force of gravity, right? You're saying gravity's a force, but that's not correct, right? It's not even claimed to be a force.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not a force. Gravity is not a force.
It is commonly known as a force.
No, it's known as a pseudo-force, not a force. Not an actual
in the flat Earth community, maybe.
No,
but it's commonly known as a...
Right, so now it's time to go over some citations from your side, I guess.
The same way a strawberry isn't a berry, but we still call it a strawberry.
No,
it's commonly known. In the mean tongue, it is known as a force.
Right, so universe today. In general relativity, gravity is not a force between matters. We got UCR.
Can you continue the quote? Can you continue the quote, please?
Yeah, look, I'm going to post all of these quotes in the side chat so you can go through them.
And in its entirety, please.
All right.
Just curious.
I'm going to post them and I'm going to go through a couple of them quickly. You're more than welcome to go over them. And yeah.
Couldn't understand the simple word, not a force. I want more.
But even if you don't want to define it as a force, but just as the bending of space-time or whatever, it is still a downward effect.
It's not it's known as a pseudo, it's claimed to be a pseudo force, not a force.
Then we can just call it pseudo force or force.
To kids, that's how they teach gravity to kids, right? But
yes, because for kids it's meant to be easily understandable.
Yeah, but it's not a force. It's not claimed to be a force unless you want to explain it like from like a primary school level.
Yeah. But I'm making it simple for y'all.
No.
He's making it simple.
Thank you for that, bro. So look, what we're up to right now is you being able to provide a scientific experiment that validates the cause of the effect that you're claiming.
Should I just send a video of someone dropping an object and then we count by pixels with acceleration?
That doesn't validate the cause of the effect, right? That's just the effect. The effect isn't the cause, right? That's very, very bad, like
circular reasoning.
Yes, but the cause in the globe Earth model is gravity.
Yeah, we know that's a problem. If the effect is also the cause,
why is
then
that
you
a
violate
problem?
causality. You violate causality because
Why
it's
is
a
that a
contradiction.
problem? Why is that a contradiction? Please explain it.
Because you're claiming that the effect is also the cause of itself.
No, a thing happens.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you're saying
And the thing
gravity
that
is both the
happens
effect
is what
and the
we call
cause of itself.
gravity.
Yeah, that's a contradiction. Again, like the 10th one.
Why is it a contradiction?
Because causes are not effects. They're not the same.
If I kill someone and the person takes revenge, my cause also makes the effect. Wait, what?
No.
Yes. If you want to simplify it in that way. Like the problems, we're not talking about anything that can be explained more.
We're talking about one. Death,
we're talking about one of the
death
fundamental
self-dying
pseudo forces of nature. You can't explain gravity further than that it exists.
Jeez, dude. Someone who gets killed by you does not kill themselves. That's just dumb.
You can call it dumb, but it's still a good explanation to why your point is pretty stupid.
That's my rebuttal. Someone who gets killed by you does not kill themselves. You're dumb.
Never said they kill themselves.
You said that the cause is the effect in this case, and it's not. It never is.
Yes, I kill someone they like, and they take revenge and kill me. Cause effect. Stupid point, because your point is stupid.
No, you did not cause them to make that decision. They chose to do it. They're the cause of your death.
They certainly caused them to be pushed in the direction, wouldn't you say?
You are grasping. You are so grasping now.
And I'm just pointing out how you're just wrong on that.
No, I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Somebody else caused your death. You didn't cause your own death, dude.
Yes.
Somebody else made the decision, not you.
That makes it different if I was the main benefactor as to how it happened.
Well, guys,
what's the context? What's the context of what are you guys discussing in terms of context?
Gravity.
He's saying gravity can be the cause of itself.
It says gravity is circular because we see what happens, downward force on objects, and saying it is gravity is circular because it's caused by gravity, but also the explanation is gravity.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is but it's a stupid point.
There is different people that will watch the same exact thing happening. You call it gravity. Wait. You call it gravity, and I don't know which gravity that you are talking about, Einsteinian one or Newtonian one. So if you use Einsteinian one, someone else will use Newtonian one. And I will use specific gravity, which is the density and buoyancy. And the fourth one will use the invisible, infinitely small group of tooth fairies. Which one is correct?
You can't have density and buoyancy without gravity. Also, density and buoyancy are also circular because downward forces are caused by it, apparently, but they're also the reason as to why it happens. So it's also circular. You can't take that. I suppose.
You're totally bricked because you still think about something.
No, I'm just talking about the way sporadic thoughts.
You are just talking about something falling, and that's like everything is just falling. No, I will use that because I understand that there is no need for a force for that upward vector. There is already an upward vector. There is already for the things that are less dense than the medium. Whatever the object is, whatever the medium is, if the object is less dense than the medium, so it will go up. No need for any force. I will not introduce some fake shit that is not needed and say it's gravity.
First of all, sporadic, it's circular.
So
as you can hear.
Explain why things go up. So because there is some gravity. No, that's nonsense.
Can I explain it to you?
Go ahead.
If you just want to argue via density and buoyancy and say that gravity doesn't exist,
yeah,
then you have one object. Object one, it's denser and thus heavier than the surrounding material. Why is it going down?
Because
when it's more dense, why it's going down? When it's less dense, why is it going up? Why is it not going sideways? Why it's not going up when it's heavier? It doesn't have any reason to go down because there's nothing making it in your model. There's nothing making it go down.
There is a reason. You forget about it. I said 10 times, and I will explain it again.
You say the same thing the entire time, but it doesn't have a cause.
There is 3 objects. One is more dense than the medium. That thing will fall down or sink inside the medium because it is not buoyant. There is a second object which is in equilibrium density with the medium, same density as the medium. So that object will stay there, not moving, no up, no down, no sideways, no nothing. It will stay in its position motionless. Because that thing is in equilibrium with the medium. So now we go to the third object, which is less dense than the medium. That object will go up because it is buoyant. That's the only cause. I'm saying because of what? I'm giving you the cause of the thing. Because it is less buoyant, it go up. Because it is in equilibrium density with the medium, it will stay there. There is in equilibrium of displacement and everything. Because it is not buoyant, it will go down. That's simple, so simple. If you talk, you will have to say the thing that go up because it's less than. The thing that stays in place in equilibrium because it has the same density. It sinks down because it is denser and gravity. You add something from nowhere.
We're talking about the same thing once again. Dear Nikros, in your model, you don't have any reason for it to go down and up instead of sideways. No reason to. If the surrounding material is equally dense, doesn't have a reason to specifically go down or up. It's really not that deep.
Necros, your Discord keeps beeping. Right, so yeah, we can't validate, right, through the scientific method why there's two primary directions, and neither can you.
But we can.
Right? So, no, you can't, right? That's why you're not posting any experiments in the side chat.
I told you before, I can search for like a video of things being dropped, and we can measure the pixels, how fast it accelerates and shit like that.
So
but you said we don't have. But you said I don't have to.
We know things fall because of gravity, and we know that there's gravity because things fall, right? And you don't see.
We know things fall because of buoyancy and density, and things fall because of buoyancy and density. It's the same argument about gravity that you're making. It's also
I didn't
circular.
make that argument, and I never used the term buoyancy once myself.
Then it's
That
about
doesn't really matter, right? Because I'm not the one claiming, right, to know why there's two primary directions, right? I admitted that, and I claim that you also don't know, but you have a belief that you can't back up using the scientific method.
Then your perspective is by definition unscientific.
No. What you're doing is claiming science, but it hasn't gone through the scientific method. It is textbook definition pseudoscience, dude. Right?
Why? And this, just for the case of things falling down when they're more dense than the surrounding medium, we have the observation. We have made the hypothesis of what should happen. It has been. So
anyone can test this, right? So nothing's going to move unless an outside source of energy displaces it. Nothing's going to move unless an outside source of energy comes along and displaces it, right? It's going to sit in equilibrium until it's displaced, right?
But yet it doesn't.
Well, what? Give me an example where relative density doesn't explain the motion of it going up or down in reality, in the real world. Go ahead.
There's no force applied to it, so why would it go down if it's more dense than the surrounding medium?
Applied to it is the force that displaced it, right? So an outside source of energy needs to be used to force it out of equilibrium.
But if there is no outside force applied, which we know because things that are falling down aren't forced so by electricity or something like that.
Yeah, what just falls down by itself without some type of external energy being applied to displace it in the
everything
world?
Everything that's more dense than the surrounding medium.
Okay, name one thing.
A stone dropped in air.
Oh, how does a stone just drop in air? Stones sit on the ground, right? And they never move unless an outside source of energy displaces them.
It's a good point, actually. If I pick something up, wouldn't I also need to use equal force to pull it back down? Like exactly the same?
No.
Yeah, you impart energy into the system by picking it up. Now it's not in equilibrium.
Yeah, right. So why wouldn't it just keep going up? Even if I don't apply any force and I just throw it into the air, why is it going to fall down?
It's going to re-seek equilibrium, like I just explained to you, dude. Right. And you're still meant to be giving me one example within nature that this doesn't apply to. And you're not going to be able to.
But equilibrium would mean that it would just stop.
Yeah, it will stop at, right?
And so why is it then going to fall down after?
No, it's not going to fall down after. It's going to be sitting on the ground. Let's use a rock as an example, right? It's never going to move unless an outside source of energy displaces it in one way or another. Okay, right. So it will never move.
And then you move it into a system where it's not equal with the surrounding medium. So it's going to displace to find equilibrium again.
But it's not equal with surrounding medium on the floor as well. Air above it is less dense.
Right, it is at equilibrium on the floor. You're correct.
Why? Why is it at equilibrium?
Because it's at rest and there's no force acting on it.
But if I remove the ground, it's going to fall down again. Why is
you
that?
have to be inputting energy into the system to displace the soil underneath it. That's what I said.
The force isn't going into the stone.
Never move. The ground will never move unless some outside source of energy displaces it. Right? Same thing.
Yeah, so
you need to expend some of your energy to dig out the ground from underneath it. So that's just a different way of displacing the object.
But the force isn't applied to the stone.
Nothing is applied to the stone. So what happens to the stone? Just reverse it. Just reverse it and do it underneath water. Just do a balloon.
which is
There's no physical work done.
Just wait. Like they told you, it will just acquire its equilibrium again from where you got it first place. Like when you take a balloon and you apply force on it, you attach some weight on that balloon and you make it sink to the bottom of the ocean. If you release the balloon like the rock, why that balloon will fall up and never come back down?
But it will eventually.
No.
Technically.
No.
Oh, what?
No, because it is less dense than the medium of water.
The balloon will only come down, right? The helium's just lifting up the balloon. The balloon's obviously more dense than the air, right? So if the plastic on the balloon has little pores for the helium to escape out of, it's just going to leak out over time, right? And then
the volume of the balloon expands relative to the surrounding medium, so it's now less dense.
I'm using a football balloon with the strong rubber, and I'm using it inside the medium of water. Why? If I take that balloon, it's reversing the trick with the rock. The surface of the water is just the surface of the earth. The bottom of the ocean is just like that altitude with the rock. So you take that balloon, that football balloon, to the deepness of the ocean. You release the balloon will go up at high speed like that falling rock, at high speed to the surface, and it will even go away from the surface of water and just settle down again when it loses that force, that energy that got when it was rising. Why the balloon never come back down to the floor of the ocean?
And again, why wouldn't it ever go sideways? Water besides it is equally less dense when above it.
Tell me something that goes sideways.
What?
Give me something that goes sideways.
Exactly, it doesn't happen. But in your model it would.
What? Because
in your model it would.
Floor. In your model, it goes sideways.
No, it goes towards where the mass is.
Yeah, it goes in every direction.
There is no mass when the balloon is going up, away from the earth that has a mass. The balloon is going up. Understand?
Why up, not sideways? Water above it is less dense than it, but on the sides it's equally less dense.
No, wait. Will you say that the balloon go up because there is some upward gravity applied?
No, the balloon is going up because the medium surrounding it is being pulled harder by gravity. So the surrounding medium goes below the balloon and pushes it up.
No need.
Yes.
No, there's no gravity.
Without gravity, you don't have a reason for anything to always go down
you have to
or
demonstrate
up.
Gravity.
There's something on the freaking brain of yours.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated gravity.
Exactly.
It has no reason to only go down or up. And your model has every reason to go in every direction equally.
No, incorrect.
How is it incorrect?
The floor of the universe.
How is it incorrect?
Because the floor is the floor.
I am using the scientific method to establish.
No, you're fucking not, please. Oh, please.
Listen, I will throw for you the all the steps of the scientific method. So
you're not dropping anything.
We observe things rising up and other things sinking down.
Based on what?
We ask the question why things rise up, like a bubble, air bubble inside the medium of water, and why the drop of water fall inside the medium of air. So those are opposite things. Air rising up inside.
Why is it opposite? Why is it opposite?
Wait. Just don't stop me if you don't want to be muted. So the observation. We observe things going up, like, for example, a bubble of air inside the medium of water, it goes up. When we see water inside the medium of air, so that water will go down. We ask the question, why?
what is the cause of things rising up and other things sinking down. The hypothesis from my side, it will be because of the density and the buoyancy,
But
the
why down?
object inside the medium, things will go down and other things will go up, dependent to their density and buoyancy compared to the medium where they are. Now, we want to test that hypothesis, which is the cause, the independent variable will be the density and the buoyancy. So we want to manipulate that shit to establish our cause. I want to test that, so I will manipulate either one, the density of the object that I want to see if it can float. If I change its density and buoyancy and displacement, if it will sink or not, it will sink. Now we change that. We change the density of the medium. We can see things rise up with adding more, less density. For example, water, you add salt, you can make an egg rise up. So that's the manipulation of the independent variable. Now I used the three main steps of the scientific method, and I added one, the question which is not necessary, the fourth one. Can you do that shit with gravity?
Yes.
Go ahead. The mic is yours. I'm muting myself. And
Okay, so we always have the same observation. If an object that is denser than the surrounding medium goes down, and if it's less dense, it goes up. You say it's density and buoyancy, but there's no reason for it to specifically go down or up, because in your model, if everything surrounding it, the object is equally dense, why is it going anywhere?
You're meant to be
anywhere else?
explaining your cause and effect relationship. You're claiming gravity, right? So you're just asking him questions now, right? He just explained.
I should explain gravity, or what?
Shut up! Don't talk over me, dude. Stop interrupting people, or you will get muted. All right? I would be nice to you, but you've been very arrogant while you've been in here, so you kind of get met with the same energy now, right? So Necros just explained step by step, right? The scientific method, right, to test the cause and effect relationship for his claim, right? You're meant to be doing the same thing for gravity right now, right? So go through that. Don't worry about what Necros said. You're not trying to debunk Necros. You're trying to prove your claim to be correct. So go ahead and do that, dude.
By just saying the exact same thing, but also explaining why there's inherent downward force. Like, we have the exact same observation. He's just saying density and buoyancy and ignoring the fact that for both of those, you need gravity. Because otherwise you don't...
They are not doing anything now. They understand the steps of the
We would be saying the same thing, but I'm saying it's also gravity.
I didn't say the same thing. I used this, the steps of the scientific method.
Yes, and we would be using the same steps.
Well,
except I'm also adding gravity.
Manipulate the independent variable, which is gravity. Plain gravity. Yes, in the
you can't have density and buoyancy without a force that is already pulling.
In the experimentation, you will have to demonstrate or manipulate your independent variable, like I did. I said the independent variable in my hypothesis, the cause of the effect that we see, which is falling and rising. So the cause were buoyancy and density. In my experimentation, I test and I manipulate the density and buoyancy, and I see the variation of the effect on the objects. I can make them rise, and I can make them fall, and I can make them levitate in the same position using my cause, my independent variable. Can you?
But you don't have a reason for it to go up, down specifically.
Yes, he just told you.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He just says it happens.
He told you.
He gives no reason why.
You're not listening.
There is no reason for it to not go sideways.
You're not listening. Why
yes, I'm sadly listening.
Why
wouldn't it in your model?
Why would it go
sideways? Why wouldn't it?
Why would it?
If the surrounding medium is equally dense in all directions,
straw man us by saying
I'm
why
not.
would it?
I'm not.
You are. Well, you shut up.
In your model, the surrounding medium is equally dense everywhere, right? An egg in water, the water is equally dense on all sides of the egg, correct?
Okay, so why would it go left and right?
Why wouldn't it in your model? There's no
There's
gravity
no need for
in
it to
your.
go left and right.
Why wouldn't
Well, you're
it
the
in
one
your
trying to make-
model?
well, you're
Why wouldn't it in
you're the
your
one-
model?
Tell me why. Why would it? Tell
Why
me
is it
wouldn't
moving at all?
You're
Why
telling
is it moving at all?
We're telling you why it's moving because of the density of the medium.
But why? Because of the density? Does it specifically go up or down? Why isn't it going
density of a
sideways?
medium compared
There is
to
no
the
reason
relative
for it
density
to
of-
go
listen,
up
you're not
down when it's
listening.
just
So you
density.
just want to talk and not listen. You asked the question, and I'm giving you the answer. And
No,
you don't
you're
wanna
not
listen.
getting it.
Be quiet. Quiet down.
You're not fucking
Are you
getting
gonna quiet
it.
down?
If you stop being
Are
stupid.
you gonna quiet down? You asked me why, and we told you. Necros has told you he's manipulating
You said the same thing that doesn't explain what I'm asking.
Stop.
Yeah, have fun.
Hold on a second. Please stop interrupting him when he's trying to talk. Let him talk. I don't want to have to start muting you, dude, but I will if you keep
But
interrupting
he's saying
him.
the same thing. I'm asking
Hold on
just a
second.
question. He's not answering.
Okay, so that doesn't give you the right to interrupt. So just please try not to do that, man.
Yeah, please don't cut people's sentences off mid-sentence, because otherwise you'll just be muted until that person's finished. It's not personal; it's just to keep the room moving forward.
Do you think that I'm with a care about flat earther like opinions?
Well, you're here, aren't you? So don't act like you're not here.
But I don't care
Exactly,
about your
but we don't-
feelings.
We don't care if we have to treat you like a baby and start muting you because you can't have a conversation like an adult. We don't give a shit.
I can.
Right? So
I
if you
just
want to
don't
do
like being
that, you're just gonna get
disrespected or being lied to.
So, brother,
interrupting people's disrespectful, calling people stupids disrespectful, right? So that's why you're not being treated with much respect at the moment.
I think that's what he wants, DJ. I think he wants the way out, and the way out is for us to mute him and ban him.
So,
Yeah,
brother,
that's a good
there is no need to include any sideway motion because of only one single thing. We started with the damn observation that have only two vectors, up and down. When we are doing the scientific method to establish the cause of the effect, we are not trying to imagine some effect. We establish the cause of the observed effect, which is up and down. Your imaginary shit. If you see it in nature, then you can find the cause of that effect that you want to see, which is sideways.
Well, just use fucking paint or something to make it simpler for you retards. Like, genuinely. I just want to point out the flaw in your model.
You keep insulting people, and you're gonna get muted, dude.
Boo-hoo. Ooh. Like, you really think I care?
Yeah, you're
Like-
just I don't want to.
Like, if you ban me from here, then I'm just gonna do something better with my life. Like, I'm just here for fun.
Yeah, we understand. You're dense.
Denser,
Listen,
so I go down. That's
confusing the cause and effect of gravity is a you problem. It's not an us problem. Just because there is a downward bias doesn't mean that gravity is a force. If you want to start a discussion on what could possibly be the causes of a downward bias, there are other potential explanations. We don't need to sit and speculate, but you're confusing the effect of gravity and thinking it's a force. And that's the problem you have.
The
problem is you know me, brother. There is no speculation, and I can talk using even the scientific method with manipulating the independent variable. And you know me, Roots. If I want to talk about that incoherent electrostatic vector, I can, but I won't.
We don't need to. We haven't even got
that's
there
not
yet. Yeah, and it's pointless because it'd just be speculation. But what he's doing is confusing the effect with the cause, thinking he has a force. You don't have a downward force, so you're in the same boat as us. We're all speculating.
And then he's trying to say, why not left or right? Why not sideways? We don't watch that in reality. All we see is up and down.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's the point.
There's a downward bias, we can all agree, but it's not the force of gravity, and that's where you are confusing the situation.
I think what you're confusing is, in your model, you just say there's a downward bias. In the Globe Earth model, we say this downward bias is gravity. And that's the only difference in the observation.
We use the term
you just
gravity
say downward
too.
bias.
Yeah, we can use gravity if you like, but you need to establish that gravity is an effect and not a force, so you don't have a cause for that downward bias.
Well, it exists, doesn't it?
It doesn't further the conversation when you say gravity in this room, because we know you're talking about the effect.
Yes, but the effect exists, so why not give it a name? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, call it gravity, but it's not a force, my friend. So you're just describing the effect of the downward bias.
A force.
So don't have a problem with the term downward bias. It carries as much weight as you calling it gravity. Gravity is just synonymous with the term weight. The original meaning for gravity was gravitas, which is the weight or seriousness of an object or thing. Shout out to Ethergrass. That is what gravity is, but you're using it with a misnomer, assuming a force.
Yeah, but Roots.
Fuck, I find out that word change.
I'm not giving him that privilege. I'm not confirming that there is a downward bias. No, if you say that there is a downward bias, for me there is an upward bias. Say that I am wrong.
And you're correct, Necros. Please continue. I'm giving him too much here. Yeah, please continue.
There is no downward bias for me. If you consider there is a bias, for me there is an upward one, and I use it for less dense objects. You considered only a downward vector because you are thinking about only the more dense objects that are less buoyant.
An upwards bias for less dense objects means a downwards bias for more dense objects. It's the same thing.
Yeah, okay, downward bias, upward bias. Yeah, for
it's the same thing. Your upwards gravity is the same as gravity.
But no, it's not gravity. When something is going up, there is nothing attracting.
Why is it not? The medium surrounding the object that is going up is getting pulled down because it's more dense. It's still gravity. It's still the pull. It's just that the thing pushed up is less pulled than this.
It's not a pull.
Medium surrounding
Gravity is not a pull. Gravity is not a pull.
Nothing. If I put
downward effects, fucking hell.
If I take a tube and I put it inside water and I fill it till there is no air inside the tube, and I put a buoyant ball inside the tube and I close the tube, so now the tube is completely contained. The only thing exists on it equally is the walls of the container. The ball still, it's going up. The water is not pulled down by any mean. It's inside a closed medium.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's still getting pulled by gravity.
Yes, it is. Nothing.
Just the medium surrounding the bottle in water is still water. So water is equally dense, so it doesn't get pulled down more.
You close the bottle. You close the bottle, and you.
So it still gets attracted.
No, you take it out. The bottle, okay, let's assume that the bottle is attracted. The water inside is surrounded equally by the wall, so it can't go nowhere. Impossible. You can't pressurize it more. So there is no force applied on it, neither sideways or upward or downward or nothing.
All right.
Can we move past this now? Right? Like we
No, because it's the one point you all just can't explain. Just say it's a downward bias.
Okay. No. Look, dude, you've made a claim, right? We agree that there's two primary directions. I mean, does anyone disagree with that? Up and down?
Yeah, but why? You have to explain why.
Okay, you're the one making the positive claim about why.
No, I'm just having the observation, and my explanation for it is gravity, because we know it happens.
No, okay, so this is why we can't move forward, right? So you're claiming a specific cause of the effect. Now you need to prove the cause of the effect. You need to validate the cause of the effect. We already agree on the effect, right? But
it happens.
It happens. That's so scientific of you, dude. So scientific.
So if we push something and transfer energy to it, it moves.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's an actual force being applied.
But it reinforces itself.
That's not gravity. That's an actual force being applied to it. That's not related to what you're claiming, right? You're claiming gravity, right? So you need to be able to validate
a force.
Gravity. Sorry?
Yeah, the fact light things rise up and heavy things fall down is simply a natural property of weight, buoyancy and density. You don't need a pseudo force to explain this.
Well, you need your magical upward bias.
Yeah, that's because the object is more buoyant when it's less dense. C is more. The cause it's because it's more buoyant, and the object sink down. It's because it is less buoyant. Do you need something else? Add some tooth fairy there? No, there's no need. Goes up because it is buoyant.
Can you please just explain why there is this up or down bias and not a sideways bias or something?
We're not going to keep going around in circles, and you keep trying to reverse the burden of proof back onto us. You're the one making the positive claim about that, right? So either post your evidence in the side chat, right, or just move on.
You're so fucking retarded.
You're the retarded one, dude. You don't get.
I am the retarded one for having an explanation thing.
No, explanations don't mean shit, right? That's not scientific.
Yes, because in your world it's just magically happening, right?
No, this is what's going to happen now, dude. Right? So present your cause and effect relationship, scientific experiment in the chat that proves gravity, right? That validates gravity. If you want to get unmuted. Or if you want to change the topic to something else, let us know in the chat, right? But you're going to have to concede first that you can't provide anything to back up your positive claim. Right? You want to start being rude to us, right? You're going to get treated this way, unfortunately.
His explanations don't make sense, and he doesn't understand that, and he's not willing to understand that. You think everything with mass is being attracted to the ground. Well, Necros has described that gases, they randomly collide in all directions. And with the mass of each gas being relative to the volume, then that means the gases are not behaving as they should with the mass that you're describing. So your explanation doesn't make sense. That's not what we experience. We think everything with mass is not going down.
Yeah, just to use the scientific method to establish the cause and effect, not his gravity that he's talking about.
Look, he's spazzing out hard in the side chat now. We are subhuman, garbage, utterly worthless beings, a disgrace to the human race, because we ask him to back up his positive claim.
Yep. What do you expect from someone suffering from cognitive dissonance? He got his beliefs challenged. He can't back up his belief by any means. He can just talk and say, "Oh, you don't understand what," and we don't understand why. Just to
Hello, fellas.
The gravity that you are talking about. Use the scientific method, okay? And we have an observation. You stuck there. It didn't go to the second step, which is the hypothesis. Even you just stuck in the observation.
Yeah. What's up, Charlie?
How you guys doing?
Good, thank you, man. How are you?
I'm great. Having a fantastic day.
Good stuff. Good to hear.
Good stuff.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Through the hypothesis. Go ahead. So we understand we observe the same exact thing. Things falling up, falling down, and other things rising up. So just tell us your hypothesis. What is the cause of the effect? If you say gravity, okay, let's manipulate that independent variable, which is gravity, and let's see things go up and down.
That's hilarious, man. He wants us to die. He's saying such.
It's a sign of a loser, right? A sign of someone who just lost an argument.
Just because we asked him to back up his positive claim about gravity, he's freaking out.
Oh my god, he's still here, bro?
Yeah.
Something's wrong with him.
Has he been here a while, Kemba?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Oh, good, bro.
Bro, I was here when he first started, right? I got so many things done already today. Right now, I'm just, came back and just to see, check the Wheezy, and he's still in here. Oh, he finally left.
Yeah, he just rage quit because Necros just handed him a flat smack.
And like I told you, Ruth, when I use, and I don't like to use it. Just I don't like because there is so many people that dislike that thing when you talk about electrostatics. And it's not an assumption. It's not a speculation. It's valid. Using all steps of scientific method, you can throw your hypothesis for the vector. I'm talking only about the vector, because I know what's the reason of the vector, but I don't like to talk about it. So I can use the observation, watching things go up and down. So you throw also again cause and effect in the hypothesis. So because of the electricity currents on the positive and negative, the things can rise and fall. And they can rise and fall also sideways. Can make the thing go from the right plate to left plate, or from the bottom plate to the upward plate. You can manipulate the independent variable and play with things better than what you do with the density and buoyancy using electrostatics.
Yeah, there's a whole other bunch of theories as well. Still speculation, but at the end of the day, he's trying to claim gravity is a force. That's where he shall not pass. He's wrong.
Yep. There is so many speculation. Like I told you, for electrostatics, you can manipulate the independent variable and prove the cause of the effect using full steps of the scientific method. Just with two Gaussian surfaces, one positive and one negative, I can play with any type of element. Human hairs, human tissue, wood, dust, anything. Can make things fall up or fall sideways or down. That was already done. Multiple of
Did we have somebody else join? Another Glober?
Me? Or somebody else?
Yeah, yourself. Did you have a discussion with the guys already? about flat Earth?
I've had for a while. Not today, though.
Oh, so you've been here before?
Yeah, many times.
Okay. And where are you at then? You know, since your previous discussions, have you done any other research? Has anything changed for yourself?
I'm completely unconvinced by any of the flat Earth point of views.
Okay, so you're convinced by the motion and curvature claims, though. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean by that. What motion and curvature claims?
Well, the claim of the heliocentric model is that we're living on a spinning ball.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be your curvature and your motion claim, that the Earth is spinning and that the Earth is curving.
Yeah, I'm convinced by that.
Okay, great. So what's convinced you that the Earth's curving or spinning? I'll leave it up to you where you want to start.
So several things. Some of it which you might not believe me on, but so I'm an engineer working for a satellites communications company, and I personally verified many of the things that would be more consistent with a spinning ball model. But I realize that these are things that I can't really show you, right? But I think in terms of information that's available to you and me, the most obvious one to me is the high definition video and pictures of the Earth as a globe.
So you've been convinced by the pictures, but you can't provide any direct evidence of the claims of the ball, which is spinning and curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So you're convinced solely by photographs and not by direct evidence. Is that correct?
I never said solely by, right? You asked me what is something that has convinced me, right? And that's one aspect of it. I have an amalgamation of pieces of evidence which point to the same claim.
Well, that's what I'm asking for, because photographs, you've been probably in this room before to know that we don't trust the photographs from NASA, because most of them, in fact, 99% of all of the claimed photographs of the Earth are made from composite images using Photoshop, and they admit that. You are aware of that, right?
I don't think I can demonstrate anything to you that would qualify as evidence that would convince you otherwise.
Well, don't make an assumption. I'm asking for your evidence. And at the moment, what you're telling me is you don't have any apart from photographs from NASA. But you've got to understand that's not
why are you lying
to us.
Why are you lying?
So what is the direct evidence then that you're speaking of that we wouldn't believe?
Stop. Why did you just lie?
I'm trying to understand what you're saying because you're not being very direct.
You said the only thing I have is pictures. Why would you lie? What would you say that?
Because that's all you've presented, and everything else I'm asking for, you're saying we wouldn't agree with or believe.
You asked me for evidence, right? I said I have a lot of it. One of the things is pictures and videos. And then you say that's the only thing I have. That's really not true.
Don't be so offended. That's fine. If you have other things, like what then? What else?
Well, let's put my offense to the side. It's the recognition that I never said that's the only thing that I have.
That's fine. That's fine. I assumed. Yeah, my bad. So
sure.
What evidence that we can accept? As direct evidence
that you can accept
curvature. That any human being can accept with logic. So we want direct evidence of curvature, motion, or evidence that we can have a vacuum in the sky.
That any human being can accept? Nothing. See, the thing is, the evidence that I can present requires that you accept certain premises about logic and be able to accept certain things, not on faith, but on confidence. That, for example, the people that gathered the data aren't falsifying it, or aren't just lying to you, right? So again, I can't present anything to you that you're going to accept. I can tell you the things that I've accepted, right?
You keep saying that, which means you're very dismissive and you're not presenting anything, which is why I went back to the only thing you're presenting as an argument are photographs from NASA.
Again, I'm willing to present to you the stuff that I've accepted, but you're not going to accept it. Do you want me to? Do you want me to give you the stuff that I've accepted? Are
That's
you
all I'm
in hearing
asking
it?
for.
Yeah, sure. So
that's the only thing I'm interested in right now.
So in that case, I'll go back to my first point. And I realize this isn't necessarily incompatible with a flat Earth, right? But I know for a fact that there are multiple satellites up 35,000 kilometers up in the sky, right? Which I think a lot of flat earthers would have an issue with. But I personally verified that those are there. I have also personally verified that the positions of certain ground stations are slightly curved from each other and inconsistent with a ball with the claimed radius of the Earth.
Okay, let's start. Let's focus on what you've just claimed. So you're claiming that your satellite, you verified satellites are up in space. So how did you verify that?
I said that they're up 35,000 kilometers up right in the sky. So are you familiar with triangulation as a concept?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's very similar to that. It's called trilateration.
I'm aware. Basically the same, but in 3D. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So we have hundreds of ground stations which can basically receive a ping from a satellite.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually wrote the algorithm that from that you can do some complicated math on it, which is actually not that complicated. That will estimate its 3D the position of the object that's pinging up in space with very high precision. And I have personally calibrated a lot of these ground stations, like actually hooked up to a dish and pointed them myself. So
Starlink points up in the sky, so there's no way you get internet access without something being up there. So anybody who denies that is a fool. You don't need the math to prove it.
We're not denying satellites, though. That's the issue here. You're making an assumption that satellites is something that flat earthers disagree with. We don't disagree there's a satellite system. We have a wealth of
orbit.
Pickle, please, I can do this myself.
We have a wealth of technology involved in the satellite system. The question is, have you verified that the claims are that space exists? So how have you verified these things are in space?
So hold on, you're sidestepping a very important part of my claim.
And also, just going back to what you said earlier, you said you can verify these things. How have you verified that there is actually rotation? Are these devices picking up rotational vector?
I noticed that you not only did you give me two separate points, but you totally avoided the one that I made, right? Are you implicitly accepting then that there is a satellite 35,000 kilometers up in the sky?
I am convinced there are satellites.
Really? Okay.
There is a satellite system. I'm not going to give you size distances.
Yeah, focus.
Okay, so that hold on, no. See, the distance is the important part, right? I think it'd be trivial to acknowledge that there is stuff in the sky. So if you doubt the number, let's discuss why you doubt the number.
No,
can we do that?
The point here is, how are you confirming that they are in space? That space exists.
I'm confirming,
because this doesn't prove a globe.
I'm confirming that
you need to be in orbit, Charlie, around a ball.
Right.
You're supposed to be giving us globe proof, not stuff in the sky proof.
Distance is a measure, bud.
So I will take it then that you accept that there are satellites 35,000 kilometers up in the sky then.
Nope.
Do these devices have gimbals?
I don't.
Do satellites have gimbals?
They do.
And do you get the data from those gimbals? Do they confirm rotation?
That's not relevant to the question that you asked me.
No, they don't, do they? How are you confirming?
The thing that I am confirming is its position.
With a satellite without that data showing you that there is a rotational vector. You can't. And you also can't justify them being in a vacuum. So what are you proving here? You're not proving space. You're not proving the rotation. And we've already told you we're not denying that there's a satellite.
Why are you running from the point that I'm making?
No, we believe you that you look at the screen all day.
Did this with Gravity Probe B, by the way. I'll put it in the side chat.
Like I told you, Charlie, still till this day, I don't agree with the distance.
Okay, you don't, but he seems to be weaseling around the fact of the distance, right? Like,
I don't care about anyone else.
Well, I'm talking to him, so
I'm talking about.
I'm not making a claim of the distances. I'm making a claim that there is a satellite system, but it has nothing to do with a vacuum of space, and it does not confirm rotation. So I asked you originally for evidence that backs up the claims of the globe, not your job. I want to know where the evidence is for motion, rotation, or a vacuum in the sky. So it's you who's avoiding the point and changing the subject here.
I'm going to ask you the same question after you're done with that. Do you therefore accept the 35,000 kilometers up in the sky figure?
No, I don't accept because I haven't confirmed these numbers myself.
Can we? That's fine. That's perfectly valid, right? But quantitatively or qualitatively, do you have an issue with trilateration?
Yep, I have.
You have an issue with trilateration?
Yep. You account on the element of time, and I can use that time to just tell you or show you. You can use the same exact thing that you are doing with the balloon that is emitting the exact signal, but later time.
Nope, so you can't. It would have to be delayed. It would have to be delayed differently per ground station.
Yeah,
it has to. You can't.
You can't delay it.
That's like saying that if you have 3 people in a room and 2 of them cover their eyes, right, and they're trying to echolocate a shouting person, you're saying, "Oh, I could just fool them with my location by just delaying when I scream." But the problem is that they're both going to hear you scream when you do scream. And to be able to fool them, they each have to hear you with a different delay. That's not possible.
Correct, and I can do that because I can.
No, you can't.
They are blindfolded. Wait, they are blindfolded. I can call my other friends, my 2 other friends, and each one of us will just focus its signal to a specific person and say, "Ha." So each blindfolded person will.
So you have sound lasers for somehow.
Single one person is emitting the same signal from the place that they think, but no, different signals, pinpointed. We just me and my friends who are not blindfolded, we set the time. We have, for example, a chronometer, and we say, you say at this moment. So the other guy will use the time and the speed of sound to just determine where I am. Thinking that they all think that there is just one signal, like you do.
You can't do that. You just can't.
And you just highlighted you would play a trick up and then the sound wave wouldn't go anywhere else but the directional. Come on, that's not how it works.
One of the things you left out, Necros, right, is that at any point in between any of these ground stations, you can just put up another ground station, and in fact, people have. Right, so the signal is reached everywhere on the planet, not just at the ground stations. In fact, amateur satellite enthusiasts have just pointed their own home dishes and picked up the signal.
Not just, like I said earlier, not just with ground stations. So ground station will be receiver, for example, and I can use HAPS, high altitude platform system, composed from balloons, high altitude drones that work with solar panels. During months and years. So yeah.
Yes, I agree that you could, in theory, have hundreds of planes, hundreds of objects up in the sky, all of which are synchronized and all of which are actively trying to fool any one person that suddenly decides to point up a satellite dish into the sky. Do I think that's more likely than the alternative? No, I think that's sort of schizophrenic.
No, I'm not just.
You're coping. You're the one presupposing Earth's a planet.
I'm not saying. I'm not supposing that there is that thing. I'm just telling you that no, you can't know. You're blindfolded. You can't know that if there is 3 person or 1 single person in different places. No, you guys are blindfolded. Like you said, you don't know.
Anyway, as I said, I'm not going to present anything that you guys are going to accept. I've accepted that. So
it's necessary just believe.
Okay, so quick question. When people make amateur devices on YouTube, thousands of videos to track the Starlink satellites with devices that you could purchase. How do you explain this, bro? These are randos.
Well, I've watched Starlink fly right over my house. That looks like a string of flares.
Okay, so how are they staying up there?
So have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
So have you seen it?
Yeah, I know people work at Starlink. Quick
No,
question:
I'm
how
asking.
do the satellites stay up there?
You've seen it go overhead, Einstein.
Yeah, the engineer who works there invited me to his house.
I don't care. Have you seen it go overhead?
Yeah, you can with.
Have you ever seen the string of flares?
Yep, it's annoying.
Military flares.
Huh? Now
Okay,
you're on something else.
Well,
He's,
that's what
he's
they
saying
look
that it's just the
exactly
military
like.
throwing flares up in the sky to fool everybody, I guess.
No. It's just a string of flares. No, it's to fool you. It's to fool you simpletons, not everybody.
Sure.
And so I'm going to take a screenshot of a guy tracking the satellites. Can you explain how he got this data off this device that he showed you how to make on YouTube and everything?
They probably attach chips to the flares so that you can pick up the chips.
That is what he's just
You
said.
guys are coping hard.
He's saying that you can't know. So like I told you earlier, just you research HAPS. There is multitude of high altitude platform system. And there is multitude of moving or reactors or propellers. So you can use propellers, you can use ion thrusters using electricity. You can use many things. So he's not saying that it is one thing. No, you say that when you see something going up in the sky like a light that you don't know what it is, so it must be a satellite. That thing can in outer
I don't think
space.
anybody said that. I'm referring to a man using a device and even using visual confirmation, all sorts of other things. These are amateurs, by the way. They're not attached to an institution, the government, or any of the things you discredit. They're randos like you. But they actually made the effort to try to do it, and then they did it, and it works. And they're done.
What they have done.
Have you ever made one of these devices? It's cheap.
Just tell me what they have done.
All right, I put the link inside chat. He made a tracker for a Starlink satellite, and it gives what the other person said, the trilateration. It gives the distance, right? So, quick question. How do the satellites that man puts up in space stay up there? How do they stay up there, bro? For long periods of time.
Why didn't you listen to Necros?
There is high altitude platforming system. There is many types of balloon
How
systems.
do they stay up there?
There is types that are geocentric, geoposition, or they don't move.
Right.
So they are just hang there with just balloon without anything.
They don't use balloons.
Balloons.
Balloons attached to these satellites.
There is.
Yes, they do. That's a lie. They
All
have.
satellites have balloons attached to them?
No, but we have StratSat. That's a balloon satellite. We have the high altitude airships that they do. You don't need to talk through me. NASA's the biggest user of helium, and these are balloons from NASA. So we have the Google Loon system. We have the Nano Balloon system, the NBS. We also have the LAV, lighter than air vehicles, and they are all considered balloons.
And I'm not talking about any of those, so why did you? I'm talking about the satellites that don't have balloons. How do they stay up there?
You think that there is something that doesn't have any balloon and it's sail up
Are you
there?
saying that none of the all the satellites have balloons attached? Just say it.
No, we never said that. There are also high
then how do the
altitude
one-
planes as well, like the Hale plane. There's
Not talking
also
about
high altitude platforms, HAA. There are plenty of systems and equipment involved in satellites, but all of them, except for maybe Starlink, all of them are using cell towers and LoRaN. So you don't have any evidence.
How do the
You don't have any
Starlink
evidence that any of
satellites
this
that
is
don't have
happening
balloons
in a vacuum of space. You don't have any evidence that this is anything more than high altitude equipment.
Okay, how do the Starlink satellites without balloons stay up there?
That's you assuming that it is a thing can in the sky. That's just an assumption.
I posted
It's
a
not.
video.
Yeah, you're doing the very thing you said you weren't doing.
All right, thanks, guys. This is it.
You're welcome. You're a naive dunce.
If that's your best argument for the globe, because we're asking for evidence of curvature or motion, if this is your best argument, you're done. Because you're making a claim you can't back up. So you're done.
It's like someone who's thinking that it is a unicorn. In his mind, it is a unicorn. So he's asking us now why that unicorn is staying up there. It's not a big
men what they think, and you gave me answers, and they're hopefully insufficient. That's fine. I'm done.
Yeah, because you are asking about why the unicorn is there because, up in the sky and stay in the sky, and if it's not a Pegasus, doesn't have wings like a Pegasus. So why the unicorn stay there in the sky? That's you. Because you think it is a unicorn.
You're getting
in reality,
a little
it's
that
not.
I just asked you a question, and you're talking.
Okay, let Charlie take back over. You've quit, XP. You interrupted anyways, so sit back down. You're done, you said.
Bye, Pickle.
Goodbye.
So where's this direct evidence? How do you turn your belief into knowledge? How do you make your claim so confidently? Because all you're providing is faith. Do you have any direct evidence? Curvature, motion, or that a vacuum can exist next to an open system? That's what we're waiting for. You could change the whole flat Earth community if you could provide some direct evidence.
I already said, don't wait up. I'm not going to be able to provide anything that you're going to accept.
No, it's not about whether we will accept. Direct evidence is what it is and stands on its own. Even if we refuse to accept it, if you've provided direct evidence, you win, my friend.
I agree.
So provide some direct evidence and you win.
I already have one.
No, you haven't. You're making a faith-based claim about satellites, which have nothing to do.
So wait, you're asking me for you to say. You're asking me to wait. You're asking me to wait for you.
I'm not finished. Those satellites
claim. You just have to look at the sky and you can see the moon is a fucking sphere.
No, my friend, those satellites do not provide any rotational vector data. Yeah, just like aeroplanes, we are flying over the Earth as a stationary, flat, horizontal plane. It's the same with the satellites. It's the same when it comes to data, the pitch data of aeroplanes. So you don't have any. That would be direct evidence if you could provide data of rotational vector, but you can't. All you can do is claim something and then ask us questions. Well, what are satellites? No, we're looking for evidence from you. You're the one with the claim of the curvature and motion.
Are you done? All right. So you're asking me to provide direct evidence, and if you reject it, then I win, right?
If you provide direct evidence, then you win, yeah.
Okay, but how are we going to know that I won if you're not going, if by definition you're not going to accept the direct evidence, of which I claim I've already provided? You're giving me an unfalsifiable scenario.
The direct evidence.
Don't you see that?
Necessitates a belief. The direct evidence doesn't necessitate a belief. You won't beg someone to believe something. So, for example, you won't ask me to believe that there is one signal transmitter at 35,000 miles that it sent that signal at this time. It's not at another time, but it's this time. It's not multiple signal transmitters that are programmed earlier. No, you just don't have to ask me to believe something. That's the direct evidence.
Are you going to answer my question, Rutz?
Necros just gave you a very valid answer, my friend. Direct evidence doesn't require faith or belief. You haven't provided any direct evidence yet.
Are you going to answer my question?
I just did.
You have not. Okay. Well, that's twice now that you run away from what I'm asking you about.
You think your wishful thinking is direct evidence? That's nuts. Schizo, as you call it.
Would you like to answer the question, Oldhaus?
Let's get together.
Well, do you realize that your wishful thinking can't be counted as direct evidence?
I'm going to count that as a no. That's another.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you understand that your wishful thinking can't be included into your direct evidence folder?
Sure.
Okay.
Are you going to answer my question now? Are you going to answer my question now? Now that I've
There's
answered
there's no point in your question.
Got it. So that's another running away. Anybody else that wants to run away?
No, my friend, you just misunderstand what direct evidence is. That's your fault. That's your problem. We can't work with you if you're mixing up direct evidence with a faith-based claim. That's you. You need to figure that out, my friend.
Any flat earther want to answer my question?
He can't. That's too much for Charlie to wrap his mind around. It's kind of pathetic. He's the one calling people schizo, and here he is lost in La La Land.
Insulting him.
Charlie, I take the challenge. Can you ask your question?
Yes. So my question is, if I provide direct evidence for something to a person, and that person tells me, no, I reject that evidence, and that means that I win, how is that person going to know or acknowledge that I won?
You didn't provide direct evidence.
No, listen to me. You're not answering the question. The only way in which I would win is if that person rejects direct evidence. But the only reason why they would reject direct evidence is because they don't think it's direct evidence. You put me in a catch-22. That's an impossible scenario.
Define terms.
Define direct evidence.
Yeah, you have to define first.
So I guess let me give you an analogy. So let's say person A.
No analogies, because you can't understand the simplest concepts.
I'm trying to simplify this scenario. I'm trying to
realize that your wishful thinking doesn't qualify as direct evidence, Einstein.
Define it. Yeah, you need to define direct evidence. Don't give an analogy. Define what direct evidence means now.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is for the sake of this argument.
Away.
It actually does not. No.
You are running away because you refuse to define what direct evidence is.
So if person A
that isn't direct evidence, and then you're claiming it is, but you can't even define it, my friend. You are illiterate.
Listen
in this conversation.
Please listen to me, Necros.
He's so done. He's so done, guys.
I can't hear you. And if your standard of evidence is not the normal one, so if your evidence is not repeatable, verifiable, and those elements, so no, it's not a direct evidence.
Necros.
So, if just listen, Sahbi. If you put a direct evidence, there will be no point and no way to deny it, because that person to who you will show that direct evidence, he can repeat it. He can verify if it is true or false.
Correct. So just for the room, before Charlie,
can I get through an uninterrupted minutes?
Just before you, no. Just before you do, we're going to define what direct evidence is. It's evidence that directly proves a fact without the need for an assumption. Yeah, you have an assumption in your claim, which means you do not have direct evidence. You have indirect evidence because there is an assumption in your claim. We shouldn't have to school you on this.
Necros, are you interested in this conversation? I'm glad to continue it, but I need to be able to make my point uninterrupted.
Correct. And just to say a sentence, if someone deny a direct evidence, that person will be put in an asylum. Because any doctor will use the direct evidence to see if that person have a mental issue or not. So any person deny any direct evidence, any doctor will put it in asylum and give him some drug.
I mean, are you guys interested in hearing what I have to say, at all?
Go ahead.
Not really, because you can't define direct evidence, but go ahead if you need to.
Okay, you win the direct evidence argument, okay? You win. Okay.
We know.
I actually don't want to move on from that because I want to talk about that, but you don't let me make my point.
Because the whole argument wrapped up in your hopes and dreams that you've categorized as direct evidence.
You mentioned that 4 times now. Necros.
I'm glad
Charlie. You lose rights in here. The more you lie, the more you twist the truth, move the goalpost, the less respect you get, and you will get less mic time because you're not addressing the questions. You're doing your own thing, thinking you can just waltz around dancing without actually being held accountable. And that, I'm sorry, you're losing credibility because of that.
Oh, go ahead. If you say that I won the argument about the direct evidence, good. That's good for both of us.
Yes.
Listen,
You want to move on? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, throw the direct evidence because.
So let me. I won't bring up the direct evidence at all. I promise you. So let me give you a scenario. Okay. Let's say you and I are playing a game, and the game is you bring me a banana, and if you bring me a banana and I say,
banana,
Uh-huh.
and
I say, you bring me a banana, and I say,
banana.
If you actually bring me a banana, and I say that's not a banana,
guys,
then I will declare that you win. Okay.
Wait, stop there, guys. Please let him cook. I want to just take this chance. Let's play a game.
Yes, let's.
He's just the only Glober here now for the moment. So I want to play the game with him. So
excellent.
I know that there is no point in that, and I already know what he wants. So go ahead.
Do you understand the rules of the game?
Just go ahead. So if I give you a banana, you will have to say, no, it's not a banana. So we will have to establish if it is a banana or not.
No. If you provide me a banana and I say it's not a banana, then I will declare that you win. Got it?
If I give you a banana and you say...
But it has to actually be a banana. It actually has to be a real banana. Yeah?
Okay.
And I deny that it's a banana, then you win. Okay?
Nice.
Okay? So let's pretend we're out at a park somewhere and you hand me... I don't know. What are you going to hand me?
So now, just listen.
Mm-hmm.
If you say that it's not a banana, then I win. If you say...
But it's not a banana.
Banana.
But it has to be a real banana. But it's not a banana.
Exactly. If for me, the evidence is really a banana.
Wait, what does the evidence have to do with this?
Because aren't you comparing the banana to the evidence?
No. You guys said that I can't bring that up anymore, right? So I'm talking about a totally separate scenario that has totally unrelated.
Banana obfuscation. You're obfuscating with the classic banana direct.
It's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, you sound peeled, Charlie. Get your shit together.
Nice.
The question is, Nick Rose,
with a banana? Who said
the point that I'm trying to illustrate?
What the hell would a banana game have to do with the Globe Earth?
Yeah, I don't even know what a banana is. I have no idea what a banana even is.
A banana is a piece of fruit that's like yellow and elongated. So, Nick Rose,
a banana.
He speaks minion.
The point that I'm trying to illustrate is that in order for you to win, right? You're aligning the person who it is that declares that you win with the person that also has to acknowledge that you win.
What the fuck?
But if I'm saying like, no, that's not a banana.
Yeah, but what you're pointing to in the sky, you're just hoping and wishing that it's a banana.
Got it. So I mean, do you see what I'm trying to illustrate? Nikos?
No one sees it.
It's a false equivalence.
Oh well, I tried.
It's a complete false equivalence.
Equivalent to what?
Reservation.
Yeah, the example we gave is the example you gave can be verified, okay? If he physically has a banana, then he can physically verify that. Whereas in your example, there's no physical verification. It involves a belief. It involves some faith. You do not have any data. The gimbal data doesn't show a rotational vector. You don't have any direct evidence that any of these things are in a vacuum. So you're basing your whole argument on faith. How many times do we have to tell you this before you give us another false equivalence?
And the thing with the banana, that's an objective evidence. It doesn't depend on you personally. It's an objective evidence. It's a banana for everyone. If you say that it's not a banana,
no, it's not.
If you say that it is a banana,
it's not a banana.
In both things.
No, but you don't win because it's not a banana.
It is a banana.
No, it's not.
big banana, a real banana.
No, all you have to do is show me a banana, and then I deny it, and you win. But you're not showing me a banana. It's not a real banana.
Banana one more time.
Banana?
Holy crap. So Charlie's trying to hand us a plastic banana and say it's a real one. That's what he's doing.
Like I told him, it's an objective reality. It's an objective reality. It's not dependent to you. Who knows if you are a crazy person suffering from some mental issue? But it's an objective reality for everything. You can test it. You can taste it. You can cut it. You can weight it. You can extract the potassium from it. Yeah, you can.
And you know what that is? That's direct evidence.
Direct evidence.
That's direct evidence. There we go. I hope this is making sense to you, because I feel like we're talking to somebody who is either disingenuous or is really low IQ, and I don't think you're the latter.
The word is not around you, the one saying that it's not a banana.
But the banana is a direct evidence itself.
Yeah, it's a direct evidence itself.
So,
but it's not a banana.
Saying it's not a banana will be the claim that you have to back up.
Oh?
So you're backing your globe belief.
So Charlie, back up your claim. Why it's not a banana?
Yeah, it's not a banana.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah, we know it's a globe. It's his globe. Yeah, that's the same thing. What you're doing with your globe, you're just saying it's a globe, even though all the data and all the evidence shows otherwise. You're saying his globe. That's your best argument. His globe.
Okay.
You won't believe me, but it's a globe. That's what you say every time. I don't have any evidence, but it's a globe.
No, I think it's a little disingenuous to put it that way, right? I've stated multiple different pieces of what I consider evidence that you don't.
No, it's not disingenuous. It's completely accurate.
It's not direct evidence, like I told you. Direct evidence must be repeatable, verifiable. What the heck are you talking about? How do you verify that shit?
Mm-hmm.
You don't verify anything. You just believe, and you come here to ask people to believe too. The same exact things that you are believing in.
Yeah, the guy sits behind a computer screen all day and he goes bananas.
Your Charlie is flat a shape.
Is flat a shape?
Hmm?
I don't think. I don't typically consider of curvature as a shape.
It's a yes or no, Charlie. Come on,
it's
big
really
brains.
simple as well.
Not typically, no.
Well, technically speaking, a banana is yellow.
He can't even directly answer that question. He can't directly answer it. So
last time I checked with my toddler, flat wasn't one of the shapes that was included in his toys.
The best thing Charlie has is he shows us a cartoon or a picture or whatever it is of something that's happening in Narnia, and then he believes the people that are telling him Earth is a globe based on that. So you just have an appeal to authority. That's it. That's all you have.
And why can't you give a direct answer?
Yeah, he had to Google because he had to Google the answer. Then he has to tell us how simple the answer was to come to. He's a liar.
When you said that last time you checked your toddler toys or something like that, there was no shape called flat.
Yeah.
Okay, can you give a direct answer? No, flat. It's not a shape. It's a description for a surface. A disk can have two flat surfaces. A cube can have 6. A two-dimensional square have one flat surface. A two-dimensional circle have 1, 2, and a triangle 2. So yeah, a polygon can have multitude of flat surfaces.
I agree.
So yeah, you can have a direct answer.
Yeah, ask him again. See if he'll answer.
Playing around the fire. So is flat a shape?
No.
What it is?
Yeah, I heard the pain in your voice.
Description of a surface.
Ding, ding, ding.
Good. See, it was easy.
No, say Earth is flat.
Well, hold on. How is that qualifiably different from what I said earlier?
Well, you didn't answer for the first 12 seconds. Remember?
I absolutely did. Yeah, I said not typically.
Not typically. Like sometimes it will be.
Yes, sometimes the way people use language, sometimes they might say that and mean one thing, right?
One day it will be a shape.
No. I'm not talking about like objectively it will be the case. No, I mean like sometimes when people speak, they speak awkwardly, or sometimes language changes, right? And so maybe someday or in the past somebody has meant, hey, flat is a shape.
And some people end their sentences with right.
If you say that, you have to. If you say that, you have to defend it. That someone in the past used flat as a shape.
Yeah, sure. Just like how people in the past used to say like gravity is a force, even though sometimes they might have a deeper understanding of it and understand that it's not actually that.
Don't accuse people for something that you don't know anything about. So just
I don't know what that sentence even means.
That book from where you did read that someone in the past considered flat as a shape.
I don't know that for a fact. It wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if people in the future use language that way.
You see how
stop making shit up and making up excuses for being wrong. Why can't you just be humble?
What am I making
actually, I'm right. Yeah, actually, I'm wrong. You should just be more humble. You're so eager to make up excuses that you can't verify. It's just sort of disingenuous, bro. Like you've got to be more honest and fair.
Okay, so I'm not fair. I'm not humble. I'm disingenuous. What else?
Try to focus.
What other constructive criticism do you have for me?
Try to focus.
Your name kind of sucks.
Very sarcastic, and
I'm sarcastic. My name sucks. What else?
You're a bit bricked as well, yeah. And
I'm bricked.
Your profile picture is an inaccurate description of a black hole.
Okay. I mean, that one I don't take offense to.
Get him, Fry. So if you're going to be confident and cocky, then I would suggest that people in glass houses don't throw stones. And I think that's a life lesson. I think if you're going to come in here and make claims you can't back up, call us retards, then you should really look at your claims you're making. And
when did I call you a retard?
Earlier in this conversation. Can't remember exactly when, but you used the term
I have
retards.
never called you a retard.
You said schizo. Or do you have amnesia?
Apologies. If I'm wrong, I apologize.
Wait, is schizo retard? Are those two the same thing?
No, you would remember saying that? That's even worse than saying retard.
Schizo? No, language is a lot more complicated than a one-dimensional thing.
Okay. Are you a doctor?
No.
Okay. Then your diagnosis is squat.
What diagnosis?
Schizo.
I never diagnosed anybody as schizo.
Do you have amnesia, big brain? It's common amongst people.
Not that I know of, but then I guess that would be a symptom of amnesia, right?
Come on, awkward speaking, spit it out. Right?
So let's get back to reality. So Charlie, do you agree that now the globe is only something that necessitates faith? It's not a knowledge, it's just a pure belief, 100% pure belief.
So, I wouldn't say faith, but all knowledge necessitates establishing a credence prior. I'm a solipsist, right? So that's the only thing you can do is gather evidence for truth statements, and you can't know things with 100% certainty.
Are you certain of that? You sound quite certain of that.
Yes.
So you're a hypocrite. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth, big brain.
Okay, so I'm also a hypocrite. What else? I'm coming.
You're an imbecile.
An imbecile. Got it. What else?
Charlie, like I told you earlier, try to...
A smarmy prick.
A smarmy prick. You got anything else?
Old house.
All day.
A what?
Oh my God.
I don't know what you think, Necros, that your colleagues doing this is productive at all. It's just distracting and it's...
Try to focus with me. So, now, you are telling me that you are not sure 100% that you can be sure 100% about something. Means that being sure about something is a possibility too. Because you are not sure. You are not sure about what you are saying. You say that you can't be sure about something 100%. Knowing that you are not sure about what you are saying 100%, meaning that there is a percentage of people being able to know something for 100%.
I don't know what this has to do with percentage of people at this point.
No.
But I mean, but qualifiably, your argument, what you're saying is true. I don't disagree with it.
Correct, because the correct sentence, like I told you earlier, I focus on what people say. And if you focus on the nonsense that people are saying, I swear, it's a drama. So, the correct sentence, I don't know if people or humans can know things for 100% certainty. You don't know. You think people can't know things for 100% certainty.
No, that's not true.
And there is also the possibility of people knowing things for 100% certainty because you are not sure. You can't be sure about that statement.
No, I can't. There are things that can be known with 100% certainty, right? It's just the majority of things can't.
So you think that people can't know things for 100% possibility.
Oh man, there's so much interaction here. I don't know what we're getting at here. I'm confused at this point. Maybe I need more coffee.
You keep making these crazy claims that we have to address. You're the reason why we keep going off topic. You're making claims you can't back up.
So you admit you're going off topic.
I have a question based on your last claim, which is, how certain are you that you're sitting on Discord chatting to us now? Are you 100% or is it less than that?
It's less than 100.
It's like me telling you that you can't be sure about something 100%, but I am sure about that statement 100%. What the heck is that?
Hold on.
Yes, that's a totally consistent statement.
Hold on.
That's what it is.
He thinks he needs more coffee, but he's not even sure he's had any coffee in the first place to make it more. Have you had any coffee today?
I have. I think I have.
You're dude. This is where you're left. You're left holding the bag.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, unfortunately, a lot of the conversations that I have here with you guys, when they could be interesting, they just get reduced down to my solipsism, and so the conversation just devolves.
You're proud of it. You brought it up.
I am proud of my solipsism. Yes.
You're a hypocrite.
But I don't really want to talk about it because it's not. It's just this. It always the conversation always sinks down into this and just gets dragged out.
Talk about it.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. You don't know. You don't know it. You are not sure about it 100% because you said that you can't be sure about something 100%. So you're not sure about that.
Wait, are you sure the Earth is a globe, Charlie? Are you sure the Earth is a globe?
He's not sure.
I have very high certainty that it is the case, but I'm not 100% sure.
So you're left believing in it.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, like I told you, it's just belief. You can't be, like I told you earlier.
It's come full circle.
And I'm not using that dumb statement that you can't be sure of about something, trying to act like I am sure about that statement, saying that you can't. Oh, how could you be sure about that statement if you can be sure about something?
Dude, he's not.
I don't want to talk about epistemology right now, dude. Like I don't want to talk about it.
You started it.
Are you 100% sure that you can be 100% sure that you can't know?
Yeah, and it will go to
like don't you see how dragged down the conversation is with this?
And you did it.
It's stupid. Someone who claims that statement is someone who doesn't have to talk. Because they are not sure. There will be some bunch of people talking about some nonsense they are not sure about.
Sure.
Meanwhile, the rest of us are certain that we're on Discord right now, communicating right now. That's a certainty. Something that you can't, you just can't make that claim with your belief system. So you have used belief to undo that which is verifiable. That, my friend, is magical.
Okay.
Well done.
And I can get that certainty using my senses. I can hear the sound. I can feel the sound wave, if I put my finger to touch the speaker, so I will feel the vibration of the sound wave. Some people can know or understand a song just by putting their hand on a balloon and feeling the vibration. Some deaf people.
How do you know you can trust your senses?
How I know I can trust my senses?
Because we all have them, and we can verify with each other. It's a ridiculous question.
Do you think that a schizophrenic person can
navigated crossing streets all my life, looking both ways?
Do you think that a schizophrenic person can hallucinate that confirmation?
Because that's why it's not an objective. That's why it's not an objective reality. We go back to the first statement. Remember, objective reality that is testable and verifiable. So we can test that hallucination. That the thing that they are hallucinating of is not real. We can verify it. We can test it. We can measure its temperature. We can measure its length. And because it doesn't exist, you will have no data.
Okay. So do you think you could convince a schizophrenic that? Do you think that there are schizophrenics? Do you think that there are schizophrenics out there that believe that what they're hearing is real?
That's why the normal from the schizophrenic. That's the reason why. Because you are using the objective reality to test if those people are hallucinating or not.
Right, but we're not talking about the person being tested here. We're talking about the person running the test, right? Do you believe that somebody could believe that they are running the experiment against objective reality and that they could convince themselves that they actually live in objective reality even though they're hallucinating because they're schizophrenic? Like, do those people exist?
I'm not going to call you a schizo, but that's you in front of your computer screen convincing yourself that, therefore, looking at screens, satellites going around ball. That's you in a nutshell. In a banana peel, if you will.
And just to throw something for you. No, you don't use your full senses in dreams, in dreamland or that simulation.
Are you going to answer
the reason your wishful thinking aren't senses?
Well, Charlie, as a solipsist myself, it's very funny to hear you go through this. So keep it up.
Yeah. So the reason why we have laws of nature, gas laws, laws of energy, motion, is because we all have a shared experience with the same senses. We are able to verify things. Heat will boil water. Whether you have a belief system or a philosophy that wants to deny that is irrelevant. We, sane human beings, with sound mind, can all verify this in our own time. And that's something that you need to understand. There are verifiable facts. So when it comes to the claim of the globe, what verifiable facts do you have?
Oh, sweet irony.
He can't.
Oh, is it ironic? No, it's just bringing it back to the topic. We started this conversation looking for verifiable evidence. So far, you've claimed pictures from NASA and satellites. This is not verifiable evidence. What is there that's verifiable? And if there's nothing, then you have to admit you have a belief. And that's fine. We can accept that, but at least admit it.
I've stated over and over again that I don't have anything that you're going to accept. I don't know what else to tell you.
This is ironical.
So you don't have any evidence?
If that's how you'd like to interpret it, go ahead.
No, that's the fact. You have a belief, and you're you're trying to tell us that if we don't believe like you do, that we're schizo. But you're actually the one.
No. I think that's derogatory, and I actually don't think you are.
Going on a belief, and you're trying to turn that outward to us, telling us that we're doing the exact thing that you are doing, not us. You keep equivocating every time we call you on it, too.
And Charlie, you have to understand something basic. The difference between us and you said that we had the courage to say that we had a belief about the globe. Because you are dreaming about some population of flat earthers that were born flat earthers and thinking that the earth is flat. No, it's not the case. If it's not all of us, the majority, more than 99% of us, were globers. believe in the same nonsense that you believe.
Yeah, we were the smarmy know-it-alls that you currently remain to be.
I doubt that very much. And that we can discuss that further if you'd like. I would like so.
You're clueless then. Yeah, we all grew up within the same fairy tale, Einstein.
Great, then let's talk about it. So the reason why I doubt that so much, right, is because typically the smarmy kinds, like me, the smarmy know-it-all kind of guys, are actually educated in fields like mathematics. They know their calculus. I can have conversations to them about differential geometry. And unfortunately, none of you have really held up to that test. And I keep trying to have it too. Like I keep
more of us
talk to people about like, hey, how much? Like, do you want to talk about like tensors? Do you want to talk about Hilbert spaces? Do you want to talk about quantum mechanics?
Yeah,
and like none of you guys want to do that or are capable of doing that. And in fact, I've issued out several. Excuse me, I wasn't done. In fact, I've issued out several challenges, right? To like, and you guys know about this, like Witsit, where I offered him $1,000 if he can pass like the basic SAT physics subject test, which he can't, and he refuses because he knows he can't, right? Because you all know that you're actually terrible at math.
So what?
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, but you probably didn't know that the Earth had a radius of 3,959 until you came in here.
Yo, brother, listen.
You're correct about that. And in fact, I can never remember the radius value, right? I always have to look it up.
Right. Listen to this. Try to listen. Try. Here, I will play it again.
Oh, this is a very exciting day for me.
Here to destroy you, flat earthers.
Quantum mechanics.
Okay, go ahead and try collapse.
To the end of the term.
Let's hear Collapse's story. He said he's going to destroy flat earthers, so let's see Collapse do
that. Bad news is that it's a subject that's kind of hard to follow intuitively. And the good news is that nobody can follow it intuitively.
I can.
Richard Feynman, one of the big figures.
I know. I have all his books. I read them all.
Mechanics.
I guarantee you that quantum mechanics isn't that hard.
Can you shut up for a second?
I don't get it, and you don't get it, and Feynman doesn't get it. The point is,
I will go back for a second.
And the good news is that nobody can follow it intuitively.
Quantum eraser is a dumb nigger.
Figures in physics used to say no one understands quantum mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
So, in some sense, the pressure is off for you guys because I don't get it, and you don't get it, and Feynman doesn't get it.
I do get it. I can explain it to you right now if you like.
Yeah, if you think you know quantum mechanics, you don't know mechanics.
Yeah, that's the famous Feynman quote. I'm aware.
7 days?
No, you don't have to explain. I can explain to you how the unicorn farts rainbow. It's just because of that prism shaped horn in its forehead and a fiber optic cable going from that horn to its anus. So when the unicorn farts, there is a refraction.
What are we talking about?
The unicorn is farting rainbow. I can explain many shit to you. The thing that we are talking about, can you demonstrate?
Can I demonstrate some of the behaviors? You actually can at home. Yeah, you can.
Like I told you, I can explain to you how the unicorn farts rainbow, but I can't demonstrate that in reality because it's not reality. Use that with gravity. Use scientific method, observation, hypothesis, and test the independent variable with an experiment, manipulating the gravity and varying the effect of rise and fall. Can you do that? No. You will continuously dream about gravity being something.
What happened?
I don't know. Got quiet.
He will demonstrate things.
What is it that you'd like me to demonstrate?
Anything that you want to claim about the globe Earth.
I'm good. No, thank you.
You're welcome, brother. We already know that it's the exact response that we had since we started questioning the globe. Like I told you, the only difference, the only difference between us, we had the courage to say that we were blind believers.
Can you explain to me what it means for two quantum operators to non-commute?
No.
You and I are not the same.
Oh, is that relevant to the point?
Are you sure of that?
Like I told you, you can't explain to me how the unicorn can't fart rainbow. I can explain that to you. I did explain to you. Doesn't mean that the unicorn is real.
Yeah, Charlie doesn't even remember if he had coffee in the first place, yet he's going to make himself more.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. I'm going to go get more. I'll be right back.
Are you sure I reminded you?
Hold on now. If you had my coffee, you'd remember if you had coffee. Freaking amazing.
Well, at first he remembered that he had coffee. He was sure that he had coffee. Then he had to tell us, well, I think I did.
Just ask them to use logic, and they will break down.
You can ask him when he gets back, Bear Pelagic, if he just made himself some more coffee. You can hear it for yourself.
I'm really, probably believes in the moon landing, which means he can't buy my coffee anyways. No big deal.
He's not sure.
Yeah, he wouldn't even know if he would have no clue if he ever received it in the first place. So
maybe it's just water.
Oh, God damn, it's cold in here.
How do you know?
Are you sure?
You are not sure if it's cold. Won't be sure.
How long are you guys going to keep playing that game for?
It's your game, homeboy.
It's not a game, it's your paradigm. It's your entire reality. And you are not sure.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
I mean, sure. I mean, if you want to annoy the rest of the room with that shit, go ahead.
Sure.
Are you sure they're annoyed?
You can't use that word. You can't be sure. Oh, it's a forbidden word. The heck are you talking about? You can't be sure, but sure. And sometimes it's obvious. Take out those words from your mouth. Slap.
Yeah, you've made yourself impossible to be taken seriously, Charlie.
Sure.
You can't be sure. He's here to make sure that he's not sure about anything.
Are you sure that you can be sure?
I think the worst part is when he was shown that flat isn't a shape, and then he tried.
What do you expect from them?
In the future, people may use the word flat as a shape, or maybe in the past it was.
What do you expect? We were like that. We were confused just like that. We were dumb just like that. We were confused about horizontal. We were thinking that horizontal is curved. That's nonsense. And some others were thinking, or they are thinking, that light rays are parallel and not parallel at the same time. What the heck is that? Oh, yeah, just nonsense.
So, Charlie, how about you demonstrate your nonsense globe? Oh, he left?
I'm good, thanks. No, I'm right here. I'm good.
Are you sure?
No, he's not. He can't be. It's an impossibility.
But are you sure that he's not?
That's such a squandered opportunity, though. Like, you guys actually...
he's sure that he's unsure.
Quite the opportunity here to actually ask me substantive questions. As one of the few Globers that actually doesn't like outright just insult you guys. And
any question you answer, you've already told us, is just, it's not even worth the paper it's wrapped in. It's useless.
Right, you're not sensitive to what I consider evidence. You've admitted that. I understand that.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Charlie, there is no debate.
You're a hypocrite.
There is no debate in belief. You can't debate belief. So we agree.
Really? Because there's an entire field called epistemology where they actually just do that.
Belief, that's something personal. It's not debatable. It's something that you believe. It's not something that you know. It's something that you believe to be true. And that's why even in scriptures, they are called believers and disbelievers. So those people, no one of them know something. They are not called knowers and not knowers. No, believers and disbelievers. It's just about belief, personal thing. It's not in an objective reality that you can measure, touch, verify.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why. Well, so what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
I will now show you a short video of former MIT physics professor Walter Lewin explain this quite clearly.
So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. But on a much larger scale, planets and stars in the galaxy, it is gravity that holds our world together. And now you may say, that's very inconsistent with what you just told us. Because didn't you tell us that D cancels if you compare gravity with electricity? Yes, but keep in mind that most objects in the universe have only a very small amount of charge per unit mass. The Earth and Mars have each a charge of about 400,000 coulombs. The gravitational force between them is therefore about 17 orders of magnitude larger than the electric force. So even though our immediate surroundings are dominated by electric forces, including your own body for that matter, the behavior of the universe on a large scale is dictated by gravity.
So, in simple words, you don't talk about gravity only when you talk about Narnia. The thing that all astrophysicists will never verify in their entire life. They can speculate about it.
Yeah, just nice bedtime stories. That's all they have. There's no way they can empirically prove anything that they say in their story from the very beginning. There's no proof of any of it.
Well, that's how this all started with Charlie. He was pointing to things moving across the sky, and he was saying, therefore satellite, therefore Earth ball, therefore outer space. We're done here, right?
Yeah, you see how many presuppositions used from the very beginning. Right after he used the first word, the next one was a presupposition. then another word, then another presupposition. So every word he uses, it's got a presupposition to go along with it.
Yeah, and we got into the last hour of nonsense because he wanted us to agree to his series of nonsensical dot connecting before we could proceed.
Yeah.
It's like the guy who said, I'm going to show you some pictures. I need you to agree that these pictures are legitimate and exactly what I'm saying they are, and then I'll show them to you. But I need you to tell me you believe them first. I mean, it's like, what is going on?
Science is a liar sometimes. Oh, boy. This is Aristotle, thought to be the smartest man on the planet. He believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, and everybody believed him because he was so smart. Until another smartest guy came around, Galileo, and he disproved that theory, making Aristotle and everybody else on Earth look like a bitch. Of course, Galileo then thought comets were an optical illusion, and there's no way that the moon could cause the ocean's tides. Everybody believed that because he was so smart. He was also wrong, making him and everyone else on Earth look like a bitch again. And then, best of all, Sir Isaac Newton gets born and blows everybody's nips off with his big brains. Of course, he also thought he could turn metal into gold and died eating mercury, making him yet another stupid bitch.
Imagine we live on a flat fucking world. All this time we thought we lived on a round planet, huh? We have no fucking evidence to believe that we're on a round planet, only by people telling us. But we really don't know who we are, where we came from, who the fuck was our purpose here.
I'm not gonna go for that. You're not gonna tell me that on a round planet, though.
How do you know that? You never been out of space, nigga.
I just got one question to ask. Flat or a ball? Flat or a ball? Well, I never feel as breaking round. If we live on a ball, surely we'd have to fly around it. Yeah, it feels like flat or a ball. Flat. It's a ball.
You notice any curvature while we were up there?
Yeah.
No? What did you see while we were up there?
This is the blue sky, white clouds.
Yeah, is it flat or?
Pretty flat.
Pretty flat?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Are you the pilot? Oh, no. Am I allowed to say hi? Oh. There.
Hey, I just want to say thanks for the smooth flight. All right. I have one question. Is there like a specific angle of downward tilt you have to fly at? 3 degrees. 3 degrees for the curvature of the Earth? Oh, for the Earth? Because, yeah. We just fly over the troposphere. Really? Yeah. Do you have to keep like kind of going down because? No, they actually have to nose up. They flies. Really? Because I was reading some stuff on the flat Earth that made a lot of sense. Have you looked into it? Which one? I was reading a lot of stuff on the flat Earth. Okay, yeah. True. It's true? Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right, cool. All right. God bless, brother. All right. Have a good one. You too.
Did you notice any curvature while we were up there?
Curvature, no.
No, there's no curvature.
It's just all flat.
Got a question for you.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I'm a fellow, Tasty Josh, I'm a fellow, just PPL, pilot here.
Yeah, nice.
I got a couple of serious questions to ask you.
Here we go.
Yeah, there's a big time. Curvature.
Curvature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't allow for curvature, do we?
Yeah. For anything, not you usually. Yeah.
No, we're round, we're a disc, aren't we? We're not flat.
Yeah.
Alright? But honestly, quite seriously,
Yeah.
we are, aren't we?
Yeah.
What's up, pilots? Is the Earth flat or round?
Flat.
Thanks. I'm with you. What's up, pilots? Is the Earth flat or round?
Flat.
Thanks. I'm with you.
Why we can see China from the US? The answer.
Can see clearly now the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be bright, sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared.
I can see clouds not spinning at 1,038 miles per hour. And it's flat, and it's flat, and it's flat. I can see clouds not spinning around the earth at 1,038 miles per hour. La la la, it's flat. When I jump up, I don't go back a few yards because it's spinning, because it's not spinning. It's not spinning, it's not spinning, it's not spinning. There's no spin. The earth is stationary and stationary and stationary. I can see clearly now. The earth is stationary.
Listen to this. This one is nice.
A fool, and he never gives an answer. But the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning round.
Let's repeat it one more time.
But he never gives an answer. But nobody wants to know him. They can see that he's just a fool. And he never gives an answer. But the fool.
Try not to play copyrighted. Try not to play copyrighted. Hold on. Try not to play copyrighted music on here because Helio Skeptic's live stream gets struck down, and then it'll mute the rest of the live stream. You can't be playing music like that. It's copyrighted on this stream.
Thank you, Virgin, for unmuting me.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. This is admin, by the way. You can't keep doing that. This is the one and final warning. Other than that, you're gonna stay muted.
What was the warning for?
You can't play music on. We're live streaming on YouTube. YouTube will strike
that
down.
wasn't me. That was someone else. I'm not playing that.
Yeah, so I'm not speaking to you, right? So if you're playing music in here, you're gonna get muted and or stay muted.
Wait, what are you streaming on YouTube?
If you're not a part of this conversation or you weren't the one playing music, then it wasn't for you, right?
No, that makes sense. It's just there's a lot of
All right.
people here.
Well, then whoever it's for. Okay, don't interrupt admin, please.
Sure.
So just for further reference, if you're playing music in here, you're gonna stay muted. And this is only to protect the live stream because we got YouTube in here. Helio Skeptic has been live streaming for about 6 years. And we've been having trouble with people playing music. So if you're going to play music, make sure that it's not anything that's copyrighted.
That makes sense. But what are you live streaming? Like, I'm not going to play music. I'm not.
We're live streaming this conversations that we have in here.
A lot of the people here seem muted. So who you?
You're just interrupting.
Yeah, we're just not all speaking at the same time. Would you rather us all open our mics and start talking at the exact same time?
No, I just checked everyone in here, and a lot of them are muted. So old Haas, that doesn't.
Yeah, a lot of people. I was muted. I was one of those people 30 seconds ago. I opened my mic.
And you're sucking the dick at the people who like.
Take the marbles. You're gonna have to take the marbles out of your mouth if you're gonna open your mic because we're streaming.
Tiffany can stay muted. Spinning monkeys are not real. Space spinning space monkeys are not real. And I found that out due to some clever guys who figured it out. And they just looked at common sense and logic and practical reasoning and measurements. Yeah,
knowing what I've heard about Paul McCartney's lawyers or Billy Shears, you may be getting a call just singing in that way.
Yeah, it's
a
very
Beatles
difficult.
joke. That's a Beatles joke, but yeah.
Well,
I kind of forgot about that. I wasn't playing it, but yeah. I wasn't even thinking about that at the moment.
Yeah, the reason why it's more strict to do that is because when his YouTube gets struck down, then he's restricted from his account, which has thousands of hours.
I get it.
Yeah, which has thousands of hours of content. So you basically just sabotage. Yeah, hold on, old house. Let me come through, bro. Yeah, just 1 second. So thousands of hours of content will get struck down because you want to play a 3-minute song. Don't do it, guys. That's all.
Yeah, the good news is it was at the tail end of. It was just a bunch of quotes that he was playing, and it
doesn't. Yeah, it does. We're just all we're saying is just it's a disclaimer. You know, I don't know if it's struck down or not, or what the length of the clip has to be, but we don't want to play. We don't want to gamble with that. So.
You should probably just find out who did it, and then just probably send them a DM because that's quite serious.
Yeah, I know, but it's for everybody, because even if I told that one person in a DM, everybody's gonna be like, "Well, why is that still wrong?" Like, so I'm doing it in the open air so everybody can hear. Got it?
Yeah, heard. Hey, Tiffany Star, are you finished freaking out? I don't even know if it's worth it to unmute her, but she seemed confused that this was being streamed to YouTube, and then she did that once she found out it was. Good on you, Tiffany Star.
You're Alpha. You're right. You're 100% correct, and I admit that I was wrong. I completely forgot the bot. I swear I
Make
forgot
original
the bot.
song.
I want.
Yeah, you're fine,
guys.
You're fine. The only thing I was saying, Necros, is that you have to be aware that in here it's different, right? Because that bot is like the reason why we record these streams so that we can play them back. But Hilo Skeptic over the years has been struck down because people have been like, actually Globers do it just so that our channel can get taken down, man.
I completely understand, and I want to communicate with Flatloid, and I don't know who is responsible for the second bot. Just to tell him if they can strip or take away that bot, because I really forgot. I acknowledge it's
those ones on their toes.
It's a bad thing for the channel. Yeah.
I just wanted to say I posted some more evidence about pendulums being accelerometers, so I know some people in here don't understand that.
You still with that argument, Muskane?
Well, I'm bringing evidence for anybody who wishes to look at it, view it.
Yeah. So is the Earth accelerating?
It's rotating.
A pendulum.
That wasn't the question right now. You guys are, every time that something's being raised, like somebody's bringing a point, like a talking point, like Muskane is bringing in. He said it's an accelerometer. Well, pertaining to what? What is it pertaining to? Use your brain. What is it pertaining to?
I'm using my brain. You're not.
What is it pertaining to?
Well, it's pertaining to the measurement of acceleration. It can measure linear, and it can also
acceleration of what?
Angular velocity.
Acceleration of what?
Of anything.
Which is?
It is a tool. It is a tool.
What are you trying to measure in regards? What are you trying to measure in regards to this conversation when you're in here?
You can measure the acceleration of Earth.
Doing what?
Rotating. I said that. It's rotating.
Not you. Are you guys sharing a brain?
No, it's just common fucking factual data.
Well, then why did he say it? Why did you have to say it?
Well, maybe he's like flustered. Maybe he's stupid. I don't know, but rotation is the point.
You this crazy whore.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a woman. I'm a whore. Thank you.
All right, guys. Yeah, we don't gotta go there. So if you're saying that it's measuring the rotation, then how do we know the Earth is rotating? We're gonna ask some questions here. If you have answers, then you're gonna have to answer them.
No, I mean, there's been like scientific data spanning throughout since
like what?
the 70s that the planet's been rotating.
Like what?
Scientific data. Do you want me
like
to
what?
list it?
Yep.
The 70s.
Okay,
Yep.
well, I
Name
mean,
one
there's a
thing.
lot of data on it, so it's
Name
gonna
one
take you a
thing.
while.
Name one thing.
Name one of them? Okay,
Yep.
give me a second. I'll pull up one data that we know
The
that the
70s,
Earth
the
rotates.
1970s, or 70 BC. What?
Think about it.
The 70s.
We already know that it rotates because winter and like summer they rotate like
Winter and summer rotate.
right?
That's the most incoherent, incomplete thought that you could have ever said.
Winter and summer aren't the same. They rotate, right? And that's because
What do you mean
of the rotation
winter and
of
summer
the
rotate,
planet.
right? Okay, you're gonna either tell us how the Earth is rotating based on something
Hey,
that's been done.
can I ask you real quick? Where do you
Nope.
live?
Nope. Nobody's gonna answer your dumbass questions. The questions we're asking are pertinent to the talking point that was brought up by Mushkane. If you're able to provide the evidence, do it. You said there was a lot of data. Now the onus is on you to present that data. I'm going to unmute you, and if you don't have the information, I'm going to put you back on mute. I'm giving you a chance. What data?
Some stuff you can easily look up. Like,
What data?
do you want me to actually send it to you?
Yes, the onus is on you. Bring it forward. What
Okay,
data?
all right.
What data?
I'll send it to you right now.
No, don't send it to me. Put it in the
Oh
text channel.
no.
Okay, we're not going to listen to you yap if you're not going to provide. Do this. Since you're muted, present the data in the text channel, and I'll check the text channel. If you don't have anything, you'll stay muted. If you do, I'll open up your mic again. You made a claim that there's a lot of data from the 70s, and Old Haas was pointing out, what do you mean by the 70s? 1870? 1970? It's up to you now. Put the evidence in the text channel.
I think she means either 70 BC or 70 AD. That's where I'm going to lay my chip, in between those two.
Yeah, but
or on both of them.
Divining the thoughts of a numpty is going to get you. Probably she didn't even mean any of that. All right,
The 70s.
So back to Mushkane. So do you have any information that supports the claim that the Earth is in rotation? Whether observational or not. What do you have to support it?
Well, right now I'm providing evidence on what a pendulum actually is, what it does.
I don't give a damn about a pendulum, because the end result of a pendulum would be that it's providing evidence of something. So that's the question that you were asking in this room. If you think the Earth is spinning and you're basing it off a pendulum, well, then something has had to have been, like the researcher that walked outside has to be asking a question. What is the Earth doing? It's doing something, right? And you're trying to figure that doing whatever it's doing out. What made the researcher ask that question? To then apply anything to figure it out.
The apparent motion of the stars.
The apparent motion of the stars. So if something is being like witnessing, why would the question then be derived that the Earth is doing something if they're looking at the stars?
Well, it's just a possibility.
No, we're not talking about possibilities. We're not talking about possibilities. We're talking about outcome. The outcome of what's happening from the stars rotating has nothing to do with the question, is the Earth doing something? Because that's what I was asking you. If you're outside and you're looking at the Earth or the stars, depends on what you're looking at, the question will be pertinent to that thing you're looking at. That make sense?
Nope.
Yeah, but so we can't agree on anything until we both have an understanding of what a pendulum is and what it's capable of
No, we
doing.
don't need to agree on the pendulum.
No.
We don't need to agree on the pendulum because the researcher hasn't asked a question that's pertinent to using a pendulum. For what reason? There's no reason to use it because the researcher is still trying to figure out the question. What question is being asked?
Well, the question is...
You said the star... What did you say? The stars are what?
Yeah, so the question is, as you're stood on something, and as you look up, the lights appear to rotate. Now you can say, okay, those
lights are
rotating.
Okay, wait. The question might be malformed, so let me identify what's being said here. You said the stars are rotating, yeah?
Appear to.
Appear to. Okay, what information supports the case that the stars are rotating?
Every.
The apparent rotation about a center axis.
Really?
Yes.
When do you notice this?
At the two celestial poles.
No, I'm talking about you as a researcher. What do you notice when you're looking at stars? That they rotate.
What do you mean that I noticed that they rotate?
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Do me a favor, because I think the misunderstanding is happening with the verbiage. What does rotation mean? Definition, please. Rotation. Look up the word rotation. You don't have to be in a hurry. What I want you to do is look up the definition of rotation and apply it to what you're saying. What does rotation mean?
Angle multiplied by velocity.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Bush Kane.
The circular motion about a single point. Fixed point.
Circular motion. Now, have you ever seen... Yeah, that's great. Have you ever seen one star go in a circle?
About a fixed point? Yeah.
About a fixed point. Okay, so what star, name one, that goes in a circle?
So about the North Star, the constellation of... I don't remember what the name of it is, but the Big Dipper, that goes around about the point.
Does it go about a point?
It would be multiple stars.
Right. So when you notice something go in a circle, what does a circle mean? You know what shape that is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever seen it go in a circle?
Seen what go in a circle?
What did you just say that was going in a circle, Mushkane?
The stars.
Which one?
All the stars that go about the North Star.
Yeah, so you keep saying that, but a rotation is a circle. Which one have you seen go in a complete circle?
So the Big Dipper goes about in a complete circle.
Keep saying that. Have you witnessed it go in a circle?
Yes.
When?
Yes.
There's lots of video evidence.
No, I'm asking you when.
Probably the last time I viewed it was probably like a couple weeks ago.
Stop. You used the word that now I'm going to point out that you said. Probably. That's suggestive. That means you haven't done something. You're saying it could be seen. We're not going on suggestive words. You either have or have not witnessed this phenomena. It was your claim that this is happening because a researcher, you, are asking the question. Because I see this happening, then I'm going to ask the other questions that are leading. So we're stopping right now at this specific question, which the stars are rotating, because that's what you think is happening. Turns out you didn't witness the thing you think you saw, because it needs to be what you said it is, according to the definition of rotation. You didn't witness a rotation, which means a complete circle. If you didn't witness that, then the question is not valid.
Are you denying the fact that there's two celestials?
I'm not denying the fact. But if there was something to deny, yes, I would deny it. You need to prove the thing that you're saying for me to deny it. Did what you say occur or not?
Yeah, but I think me and you have talked about this before, and we were remember we were talking about the counterclockwise and clockwise, and then you were talking about the car tires, and
you're talking about rotation. You're talking about rotation. So in order for you to have this stand, the thing that you're witnessing, you're observing, it has to do the thing that you say it is doing. And a rotation means a circle. Did you witness the thing you're seeing go in a circle or not?
Yes.
When?
Yesterday.
There's lots of video evidence about this. I didn't think it was a contested point that there's two celestial poles.
What's contested right now is the words being used. Now, if you're saying rotation, that means that the star would start from a specific point, go all the way around, come back to its original position. Did you see that happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Evidence, please.
All right. There's time lapse videos. Will that be good for you?
Then we're gonna witness in that time lapse footage. What we're gonna witness in the time lapse footage is a star leaving its position, going all the way around in a circle, completing its path as a circle.
There is the evidence.
That star that you said, everybody keeps thinking there's evidence. What I'm asking for needs to be presented. The star needs to leave its original position, go all the way around in a circle, complete that circle, and then that circle will make it to where that star made a rotation, either around a central point or not. But you're going to have to provide the evidence that that star left its original position, made a circle, came back all the way around to its position.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, you got time lapse photography. You got the star trails that you can see the stars go about the north.
Okay, so Charlie put something in there. Camera on Polaris for 3 hours. Is 3 hours enough time to see one star go in a complete circle?
So
yes or no? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So do we have any other evidence that can point to something leaving its position, going back to its original position?
You want me to show it to you?
Yeah.
Here, how about the 24-hour sun?
Is the sun a star?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going to bury yourself in rhetoric. Does a star look like a sun? Does a star look like a sun?
Yes.
Which one? Which one is it similar to?
Does the star look like a? Does the sun look like a star?
Yeah. Either way, vice versa.
Star is a category of celestial objects which a sun is a subset of. So does a chihuahua look like a dog?
Don't make shit up. Don't make shit up. Don't make shit up. Because
does a chihuahua look like a dog? Does a pit bull look like a dog?
All right, shut up.
What kind of question is that?
If you're not going to present the evidence, then I'm just going to mute you. The sun is the sun. It doesn't look like a star. And vice versa. The stars don't look like the sun. This idea has come from the people that are giving you pseudoscience. They're telling you that the thing you're looking at is similar to the other things in the sky. What makes it similar? Give me the attributes of the sun and the attributes of a star, put them side by side, and tell me how they're similar. Because they do not look similar. The light they give off is not similar. The size is not similar. And nothing that they tell you that they're made of could even possibly be remotely close to being something similar, because they do not know the elements that they're made of either. So there's a lot of problems in what you're saying. Basically pseudoscience. So it does not support it by any evidence, empirically anyway. So no, you're incorrect. So back to rotation. I need evidence of rotation to make that statement valid. If the statement is not valid, you can't have your argument. I'm taking away your argument until you provide the evidence that you're saying what you see, rotation, is occurring. Your point will be moot, Muschamp. It will be moot unless you provide evidence that a star, a single star, it doesn't matter which one, pick one, leaves its position, comes back around in a circle, and completes its circuit. Which means that it will have to be completing its circle. Therefore, you will have your rotation. Pick one star and then tell me which one does that.
Yeah, but see, you're giving me an impossible task because I can't just pick one.
It's impossible, is it?
How would I do that?
Is it? It's impossible, is it? So what do we got here? All right, I don't know. It's your claim. It was baked in your statement. All right, here's what's going to happen. Produce the information or you're going to drop the argument, because now you're being charged with telling us how you know that the stars are rotating within your statement, for that the stars are actually rotating, to give your presupposition that the Earth could be. So you don't even have star rotation in the form of presenting evidence that it actually is. So now you don't have an argument because I took away your fallacious statement that the stars are rotating. You don't even have that. Your observation should be what you said it was. It's not that. So now what do you have?
Yeah, I don't see why I have to pick out one single star though.
Because it's the claim that you're making. You are making a claim that the stars are rotating. Now I'm asking for evidence to support that claim. You don't have the evidence to support the claim of the statement that the stars are rotating. Therefore, your argument is taken away from you. You don't have even the statement that the stars are rotating because you don't have evidence that they are.
Well, yeah, I have evidence that they all are, but I can't just show you like video of one singular star.
Then you're going to have to tell me that you witnessed every single star, all of them, rotate and complete a circuit. Therefore, you're going to have to be able to present that all of them are. Now I need evidence of all the stars rotating, all of them. That's your claim. Now support it. Go ahead.
But you can only show the stars that are in your view. You can't show every.
Then do that. Show me the stars in your view rotating. Which ones?
Okay.
Which
All right,
ones?
hold on.
They better be completing a circuit or else they're not rotating.
Better shut your mouth.
Yeah, you don't like it when truth is being spoken, right? So shut your mouth is the only thing you can say. Don't give me that shit. Produce the evidence.
6 of them.
Produce the evidence.
There it is. Look in the chat.
Let's look in the chat. Earth from space, NASA. All right, you're so far away from reality, it's not even funny. We're identifying a claim being laid on the table, which is stars are rotating. Do you have evidence of that?
Everybody's lying.
Wisdom Tooth, do you have evidence of that? That's the claim. The statement is the stars are rotating. Rotation is happening, right? And according to the guy who said rotation, what it is, the definition, something making a circle. Really? So which thing is making a circle so that we can identify that rotation is occurring?
Question doesn't make sense.
Well, it's a statement, not a question. The statement is the stars are rotating. That's what the observer, the researcher, is witnessing. Really? So now I'm asking the question, when is this observation being made that something is rotating?
Look at the video. There it is.
Go ahead, produce the evidence.
There it is. You have YouTube, you have Google.
All right, first of all, number one, you're really low. Number two, you didn't produce evidence that one single star has completed a circuit.
Everyone is betraying you. You're doing everything.
Either you're somebody that can produce evidence of the claim, sir, or you're just going to be mumbling in the background. Stop mumbling in the background and belly up to the bar. Come up forward and tell us how you produced the evidence for the claim. Yeah? You don't have evidence for the claim, sit your ass back down and let the other guy talk. Quit mumbling. Yeah, stop mumbling, dude. Are you used to doing that in other calls? Don't do that in this one.
Answer my question.
Yeah.
Dumb shit.
You goddamn right, answer the question. That's what we do in here. Either you make the statement that the stars are rotating and you back it up with evidence, or you sit down. Yeah? There's no two ways about it. Produce the evidence. Because that statement needs to be verified, right? If you don't have the evidence to back it up, then why are you making the statement?
There it is. People working above us. There is the end.
Mush Kane, I'm waiting on you.
Hello.
All right, I just got back. It kicks me out every time I try to go to YouTube, but I'm going to post it. Hold on.
Post it.
Yeah.
All right, so this has a ground structure in it, so you can have a reference to that, so you know it's not like a fake video.
I don't care about a fake video. Which star, point to it, which one is going to be making a circuit.
It shows the circuit around Polaris, and then it also shows the time-lapse star trail, so you can see
now
that goes right back.
point to which star made a circuit. Name one. I don't care which one in the field. Which one in the field of view made a complete circle?
Every single star in the field of view.
All right. Are you assuming that they made a circle, or did you witness this entire circuit?
Yeah, it shows the entire circuit.
Let me look at the video. How long is the video?
It's just like a minute.
Within a minute, I can see an entire circuit.
Well, it's time lapse, so it's like
the time lapse is happening. We get it, but within that short amount of time, is there a complete circuit being witnessed?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they have the full circuit video, and then they also do the star trail.
Okay, so the full circuit video. Why did you give me the minute clip?
That's because they don't have the full like 24-hour thing on YouTube. It's just the time lapse.
Really? So you don't have the evidence that supports your claim. You have something that you think supports your claim.
Well, it's a time lapse. I said it would be a time lapse.
This is not backing up the claim that you said, the statement anyway, that the stars are rotating. You see movement happening, but the complete circuit needs to be witnessed for it to be rotation. Otherwise, it could be doing something else.
Well, then you'd have to sit and watch a 24-hour video, right?
It's not my claim. You need to sit there and watch it. Sit your ass down and watch that video for 24 hours and witness one star make a complete circuit. Come back to me and tell me, look, I witnessed this specific star do a circle. It made a circle. A circle. And if you don't witness that with your ass sitting down for 24 hours, then you don't have rotation. So you better go watch that or else you don't have evidence. Yeah? Clear?
I didn't think the stars making a rotation about the celestial poles was in contention in this VC.
It is in contention because you think that the observations being made, you are finishing a circle when you see something moving in the sky. You're saying that's the assumption. So you're basing up, an arc path and saying, yeah, that arc path is a complete circle. You finished the circle. That's an assumption. I need the actual observation of it doing so. Then your argument is complete, which is your observation is thus. But you didn't witness that, did you? You're completing it.
The stars do appear to make an arc until you go to either pole.
Yeah,
That's
they appear to make an arc. Are they appearing to make a circuit? Meaning,
only about the poles.
Meaning, do you witness the circuit?
Yes, but only about the poles. That's why I showed.
Did you witness the circuit?
Yes, in a time-lapse video.
No, you didn't.
24-hour video.
You utter fool. You're witnessing an arc. Now, if you're telling me it makes a circle, then I need evidence of that because that's baked in your statement. You didn't witness that.
Okay, well, if it's only an arc, how do you explain the star trail?
I'm not going to explain. This isn't question. This isn't question proofs right now. This is you making a statement, and because of that statement, you're saying I'm questioning that if the Earth is rotating or not. So your statement should back up the other statement that you're saying that the Earth is doing something. Well, number one, your statement is invalid because you didn't produce the evidence that what you're saying, stars rotating, making a circuit, is occurring. All good? Don't be giving me no 24-hour footage. You need to sit your little ass down, watch that video, come back, and then tell me I witnessed the star make a circuit. Let's talk about it.
Well, why don't you
At that point, we'll talk about it.
Why don't you accept the time lapse though?
Because you're only witnessing a fraction of the time and then finishing the story and then telling me I see an arc path, therefore it has to be making a circle. No. Witness the fucking thing go all the way around from point of origin, all the way around back to its original point, and then tell me I seen it, there it is, evidence is here, good to go. Then we can talk. But since you didn't witness that, your argument or statement rather is invalid.
All right, I'll see if I can find something a little more.
What,
you're
true?
looking for then.
No, it ain't what I'm looking for. It's you're backing up the claim that you brought forward. Now, if your claim can't be substantiated, then you don't have an argument. Yeah? It has to be complete. The statement and the word that you use is rotation. Something making a circle. I'll bite. I'm not going to deny if it's making a circle, it's doing that, but it needs to be witnessed. Got it? Otherwise, you're making an assumption. All done here, I guess.
Somebody's making some wild claims about you in the chat, Alpha. I don't know if you're reading that.
Yeah, and they'll be removed if they keep devolving my chat room into a fucking sewer. This is a warning for everyone. Calm your shit down in text chat, otherwise I'm going to remove you.
He means it too, so knock it off, guys.
And look what he just did. He was approving a logical fallacy. So someone is attacking Alpha instead of attacking the arguments because he's triggered, suffering from some cognitive dissonance, and this guy is just approving that.
Problem is, we got people making statements. And the statements need to be backed up by evidence. Otherwise, your statement is invalid and you can't use it within the context of your argument. Your argument it stands on its own merit, meaning that it has to be valid. Otherwise, you're assuming and then you're bringing forth your assumption as the point of validation, which we don't do in here. I mean, as far as reason goes, if we're reasoning with each other, it needs to stand on the argument needs to stand on its own merit. So if I can't validate the statement, then it's not true. Until point of validation, you're going to have to go and find out how you can validate that statement.
I mean, I agree with you.
You can't base your argument on an assumption and then on that assumption say, well, I think the earth is doing something based on my assumption. No, you need to prove that statement true and then bring up the idea that, possibly I could have it within the realm of speculation that the earth is doing something. Other than that, you didn't validate the statement, so you can't bring forward any other arguments.
But Alpha, the time-lapse photography and the star trails, I mean, that does it for me. There's been countless observations of this, so I mean, I don't see why I would have any reason to deny that.
That's fine. You think it does it for you, but it's not validating the claim or the statement that you made. That statement is malformed. You're saying that there's rotation happening, and based on your not yours, the D definition of rotation, it's not that. So the stars are doing something, definitely are. They're moving. But are they rotating about? Do they make a complete circle? And has that been observed by anybody? Who sat there and seen that?
I mean, that was the whole point of them going to Antarctica to observe the rotation about that southern celestial pole. And the northern celestial pole has been...
Okay, are we looking at stars? Are we looking at stars?
Yeah, they were looking at the sun and stars.
Really? They were looking at the stars in Antarctica? When did they see stars?
It was 24-hour sun. Nobody observed any stars when they went to Antarctica in the fucking summer. Fuck.
Yeah, but that only happens half the year, right? Right?
No, but you're seriously deluded, man. You think that they witnessed stars? How can they see stars if the sun was always out?
Well, no. So you see the sun make the complete circle, right?
Did it make a circle?
That's what they observed.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's what they observed.
I'm asking you. Don't tell me, yeah, that's what they observed. Did you
Well,
observe
no,
it?
I haven't been to Antarctica.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Did you observe the circuit?
I've seen time-lapse video of it.
For God's sakes, man. Either say yes or no. Did you observe the circuit?
So, yes, I did.
Okay. Evidence, please. Got it?
Well, it looks like somebody put a GIF in the chat of the 24
Okay, I'm not talking about what somebody's putting. The onus is on you. You're going to have to provide the complete circuit. Now, the circuit means it has to be what? A circle, right? What if it's in a spiral path? We're talking about a circle here. Is it a circle? A spiral is not a circle. You know that, right?
Well, it's ending back where it began. So.
Is it a circle?
Can a spiral path be a circle?
Yeah. Is it? What's a circle? Let's talk about shapes. What's a circle? Is a circle a spiral? Now, to put a spiral, do this for me, Mushkane. Draw a spiral on a piece of paper, and I want you to draw a circle. Put them side by side. Tell me, are they the same? Hello?
So a spiral can be a circle, but a circle is not necessarily a spiral.
Okay, so in order for something to be a circle, for something to have a circuit, a rotation, as you so claimed, is that what we're witnessing?
Yes.
Talking about the stars, dummy. You see him just make an arc, then it gets daylight, and that's the end of that. Just say it.
Yeah, say it.
I never denied that the stars make an arc.
Okay, but it's not a rotation, which you said would have to be a circle. Mushkane.
Yeah, they appear to rotate about the two celestial poles.
You keep saying that. That's not what's in contention, is it? What's in contention? Do you know what it is?
Learn your lesson, okay? The Earth is never going to be flat in your eyes. It's just round.
Yeah, no one cares about you, dude. Sit down.
Shut up.
Go ahead, Mushkane.
So you don't. So the statement that the stars appear to rotate about the celestial poles is not in contention.
It is because the word rotation is used.
Oh, so this is like a semantic thing. Okay.
You goddamn right it is. Otherwise, your statement would be valid if you said it's rotating.
Well, what would be the correct word you're looking for there?
It's your claim. Fucking dig it up. Figure out what it is. Because they're definitely not doing the thing you think they are until you prove it. You gotta prove what you say that the statement of the observer outside is witnessing. Now, if the observer is not witnessing that, then the statement's invalid. It's not true. So what is he witnessing? What is the observer seeing? Make the statement true.
The observer sees the stars appear to revolve about the celestial pole. Is that better?
Well, they're definitely in motion, but whatever they're doing could be more akin to an arc path. Now, whether or not that's a spiral or an actual rotation point, you have to denote which one it is based on an observation. Now, a rotation would denote, like as you said, a circle. You're going to have to provide evidence of that.
I guess I'm not going to say a better question, but a follow-up question is: can you provide measurements of the stars' motion across the sky? Oh, awesome! Welcome to Flat Earth when you do so.
Yep.
Yeah, the Black Messiah is mean mugging everybody in here.
Yeah, he needs to turn his... Dude, you need to turn your camera off, man. You're limiting our room to 24 people. Can't do that in the hottest room, man. Other people want to come in here, and you're reducing this to watching you, and nobody wants to do that.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3. Bye.
It's all good and well, man, if you make the statement, but the statement has to be valid. That's all.
Yeah, I get it. You guys are particular about the proof and evidence and whatnot. I mean, I don't got anything against that. I just don't.
No. Yeah, but I mean, if we were... Think about this. If we were to accept every statement as true and use that as the foundation for an argument, then we're doing a disservice to truth, right? Otherwise, we're just going to say, yeah, you could assume that. Let's go with that. No. Prove it. If you say it's doing what you think it's doing, then it would stand to reason that there's been an observation being made of this, and then your statement would be true. Then I would be the one denying you. But it sounds like you didn't come up with any evidence, so this is a right or wrong category, Mushkane. Not agree to disagree.
Well, really, I came in here with the intention of talking about just what a pendulum is and what it's capable of.
Yeah, I know that, but it all went into because we have pendulums, and I said, what's the naturally observed phenomena? And you said stars rotating. So we stopped at that natural phenomena, right? The observance of nature doing something. Yep. So it doesn't matter now what your argument for pendulum is. It's definitely not a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth doing anything. According to you, it's doing something, but it's not the thing you're saying it is.
Can't believe he's still going on about this pendulum 24 hours later after I debunked it with a fucking hummingbird.
Actually, that was amazing last night. What he realized. But I know his mind keeps going back to this statement that he says that the stars are rotating. Now the task is upon him. And then he was telling me, well, I got a 24-hour video. You need to sit and watch. I don't need to sit down and watch nothing. It's your claim. You're saying this is happening. Do you witness any stars making a complete circuit? It moving in the sky doesn't mean it's making a circle. All right.
But Jedi, with your hummingbird, the hummingbirds, it's sitting in front of its flower, and you're saying, well, it's staying, it's hovering there. But if the Earth is rotating, then that flower is rotating. The hummingbird's sitting there, staying in line with that flower.
Yeah, that means the hummingbird will have to check the flower.
Which is your whole argument being debunked. He told you last night.
No. The flower's attached to the Earth, which is rotating. The hummingbird is not attached to the Earth. It would have to accelerate to catch up with the fucking flower. Same with a drone or a helicopter. The thing that's hovering would have to accelerate to catch up, maintain position over a spot. Don't observe this.
It's weird because you Globers double speak. You say that sniper bullets are being affected by the Earth's rotation. Footballs are being affected by the Earth's rotation. Yeah?
No.
Really?
No.
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 That's
okay. Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the winning football kick. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, so Neil deGrasse Tyson spends a lot of time under a fucking bus, doesn't he?
Yeah, his head has so many tire marks on it. It's ridiculous.
I think he just laid there under the bus.
Yeah, I got no problem throwing him under the bus. That's where he is.
No, you don't. Because he speaks things that would go against what you say in this call. And he's the mouthpiece for science. Figure that out.
Man, I want to have a green beer with Neil deGrasse Tyson because that dude has boned more you Globers than anybody.
And they try to get back at him, but doesn't work because they don't have an audience like he does. He has a platform that's worth millions. And these boneheads in here don't.
Yeah, he's wrong about a lot of stuff, but the difference between like a hummingbird drone or a helicopter and say like throwing a rock or shooting a bullet is that bullet and that rock, once it leaves your hand, it's cutting through the air. That has an inertia, you know, and a hummingbird or a drone, that's keeping its level by moving.
Dude, it's not auto-correcting, you fucking idiot, dude. A hummingbird's auto-correcting for the rotation of the Earth?
Define hovering with rotation.
Yeah. That would be, yep, do that.
I can't tell. Is he arguing for Coriolis or not? Because he's contradicting Coriolis.
Oh, constantly. Because the thing that everybody says is happening, according to him, is not happening, and the evidence that according to the Globe, is saying sniper bullets are deviating from their path because that the Earth is spinning underneath the sniper bullet. That's one of the main arguments for Globe, and he's denying it. Yet he wants to say the Earth is moving, though, because a pendulum is swinging.
No, I'm not denying Coriolis. I'm making a delineation between a drone and something.
Okay, so check this out. Check this out. If a sniper bullet is deviating because the Earth is spinning underneath it, then, and you say it's not, then how is the pendulum affected and the sniper bullet is not?
I'm not saying that the Earth isn't rotating beneath the sniper bullet. What I'm saying is there's a difference in the relative motions between something like a drone and then something like a projectile shot from a gun.
Why? They're both not attached to the Earth?
Because of reference frames. So the inertial reference frame and then the non-inertial reference frame. Something like a drone.
Okay. Which one is the Earth?
That's non-inertial.
Okay. So you have two objects in an inertial reference frame. The bullet and the hummingbird.
No.
Neither of which have an apparent deflection.
The hummingbird is not in the inertial reference frame.
Yes, it is. If it's not attached to the Earth, it is in the inertial reference frame.
You just said that dude, do you see how he's double speaking? Says who?
Yep.
That's according to him.
Even they have to be traveling with inertia to be in the inertial reference frame. No, the inertial reference frame is the one that's not attached to the non-inertial spinning reference frame. That's how it's defined.
Yeah, and the only way to do this is to actually step off of that frame. And since we can't, we can only approximate closer and closer to that.
You mean a bullet or a hummingbird being in the inertial or inertial reference frame, or a helicopter, or a jet,
a hummingbird
or a
and a helicopter would be very far off from that. A bullet's getting closer, and a sufficiently large enough pendulum's getting really, really close to the inertial.
So these are all your claims. These are your claims. You're making stuff up as you go along now.
No, that's what it is. You can read up on pendulums. That's why Foucault made the pendulum, because he was trying to come up with a way to get out of that reference frame.
Yeah, like a drone.
That doesn't make the inertial reference frame.
It is in the inertial reference frame. The Earth is supposed to be, as far as Coriolis is concerned, the non-inertial spinning reference frame. Anything not attached is in the inertial reference frame. That's just what it is. You can say no all you want. You can make up your own Coriolis, but I'm
not saying there is physics behind what I'm saying, because the atmosphere is a fluid. It acts like a fluid. It's subject to fluid mechanics. It has viscous forces to it. The atmosphere is turning with the Earth, and it would.
So then there's no Coriolis.
How? Well, there is. That's why you have to get that inertial reference frame.
You're confused, bro. Like big time. Or you're just bullshitting us.
A lockstep. You got all.
What happens when you're in a moving airplane now?
Spins with the Earth guy.
You just screwed up your airplane flight now. Dude, your airplanes don't fly anymore.
And Over Fences is in the chat attributing a quote that's not what it's attributed to. Those motion quotes are to the transit of Earth's orbit, which is considered linear motion, not rotation, because inertial reference frames will always be shown in non-inertial reference frames. So I don't know why
Atmos spinning with the Earth. How you gonna go against that in your airplane? How's that working out for you? How you gonna fly against?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the airplane argument. I don't know.
Dude, just these guys, when people teach you something in here, you should just kind of trust it. You'd save yourself a lot of time. Do more listening and just thinking you know it all. That's my advice for you. Really, really friendly.
Well, you think I know it all? You think I'm a know-it-all? Paraplegic?
No, not so much. No, you're not like a complete asshole or anything. I'm just saying, like, if somebody tells you that like something's in the inertial reference frame, like, better just, I guess you don't have to trust them, but sometimes just realize that some people are gonna know a little bit more because they've been on this freaking ride for like 10 freaking years. Maybe some 5, some 6.
Yeah, well, things like the airplane, I'm not chiming in about because I don't know about it. But if you're going to sit here and talk to me about inertial reference frames, that is something I've studied on. So, I'll talk about it.
I'm confused, Mr. Kane. Then tell me, don't storms have something to do with the air, wind?
Yes. Low pressure, high pressure.
Right. So how is it that, Coriolis is affecting storm rotation, storm motion, and it's caused by the moving air, but somehow those are in lockstep with the Earth?
Well, I never said lockstep. I said the air is a fluid, and it's subject to fluid mechanics. So
right.
that's viscous.
So that's in the inertial reference frame then.
No, that would be non-inertial.
Do you see how he's double speaking? He's double speaking every time.
So Coriolis isn't affecting storms.
He's double speaking. Yeah, he's confused because he thinks his double speak is his way out to every argument. But he's doing though. Dude, Mushkane, you're contradicting yourself within your own worldview. Your worldview either has to stand to be valid that you have the non-inertial reference frame and the inertial reference frame, and you can identify them both, right? And as we've been talking about here, you're mixing and matching whenever it pleases you because you don't like certain arguments that are being made, like a sniper bullet being affected by the Coriolis effect.
I get that one.
Now,
I just
now
didn't know
you don't have
what
storms.
you
You don't have
talking about.
storms. You don't have winds, and you don't have Coriolis of effect when it comes to north-south navigation.
And you can't pick and choose what you think would suit your argument. It has to be what the argument is being provided to be, as far as Coriolis. So we're like a few degrees away from the premise, which is the Earth's rotating. You're trying to prove it. You're backwards engineering this argument, but not even that. You're doing a bad job at it, denying and double speaking certain arguments that have been laid forward as to how you're going to provide. So people have been talking about it in the sense of like saying that there's a apparent deviation, right? You're saying that there's no way that could be deviating with the Earth's the spin of the Earth. The sniper bullet, yeah, a football.
No, that's not what I said.
A hurricane. Yeah, you are. So is the Earth, the spin of the Earth, affecting these things?
Quantum Eraser's a dumb nigger.
Well, is it?
Yeah, any object that is approaching the inertial reference frame will be shown.
Approaching. Wait a minute. Wait. When does it approach? When does it approach it? What's the altitude for it to approach that reference frame?
Whatever mechanics are behind its motion. So in a pendulum, it would be.
What is the altitude at which it approaches? You're saying it actually has to get there. When does that happen?
Yeah. It's not about altitude. It's about the so in a pendulum, it would be the frictionless joint. That would
the frictionless joint. Really? What's frictionless?
Still attached to the damn
What's
building.
frictionless? What's frictionless?
Yeah, this is what I've been trying to explain.
What's frictionless? What is frictionless?
So yes, it's attached to the building, but the point at where the joint is, it's a frictionless joint. So that joint moves freely.
No, it does, dude. It's not frictionless. If it was frictionless, then there would be nothing to stop it.
Well, like I said,
Hello?
that's why I'm saying it approaches.
Okay, so is it frictionless? Because you're making statements, dude. You're talking out of your ass. Is it frictionless, yes or no?
There is some friction.
Okay, therefore it's not frictionless. Invalidating your statement.
Well, it can't be completely frictionless.
That's what okay. Fucking hell, that's what you said. It's frictionless. And I want to point out that statement is invalid. It's incorrect. You've been making a lot of invalid statements this morning. You can't provide the evidence how what you're saying is true because you're making bad arguments.
A lot of new Globers come in here and they, not new Globers, they come in here and they do this. And they contradict themselves and they don't realize they're doing it until Mickey or somebody points it out. And then you look kind of stupid. But you know what? Just learning what's really going on. So don't take it so personal. And this is what I'm saying. Just I don't know.
Well, when statements are being made, you don't really critique your own statements. You just say them because you've been used to saying them. But when somebody points out either you're using suggestive language or some of the things in your statements cannot be proven, like you were saying, star rotations are occurring. When I asked you, what is a rotation? Go look up the definition. You came back and said it's a circuit. Complete circle, right? So you're like, yeah, that's what I see. And I said, go ahead and prove where you've seen one star leave its position, go all the way back around, back to its original position. I want you to point that out. I'll bite, but show me where this observation is being made to validate your statement. You couldn't do it. So now we're all the way over here with Coriolis begging the question on top of all of that, just to get some form of validation for any statement that you've made, but it seems like you're fumbling your way through just to even get a statement validated. Everything you're saying is incorrect. I can point out that you're still using suggestive language. You're still not able to verify the very claim that you're making because the words that you're using within the statement, they all mean something. You can't keep saying these words if you don't know what they mean or back them up, dude. There's no way.
So you could say a maglev train, is frictionless, and because it's held up by
not,
magnets.
dude. Come on, man. Like, let's Mushkane.
Frictionless.
Yeah, is it frictionless?
No, there is still going to be some
Okay,
friction.
then. So then they're only using some term colloquially. They're not talking about the actual word.
Well, that's
they're
what I
just
was
saying
doing.
that it's like, yeah, it's you could use these like turn of phrases or statements, but they don't actually mean what you're saying. So if you don't actually mean what you're saying in this chat, we're gonna actually call you out on it. It has to mean what you say, because you're making true statements. So when somebody's talking about a fucking maglev train, they're not making true statements unless they're actually making the statement true that it is frictionless and they're trying to argue for it. Then they would be wrong, wouldn't they? Mushkane.
Very little friction. Very, very little would be.
Yeah, but that's not. It's
better.
frictionless, meaning that there is no friction. So Mushkane, the statement that you're making would have to stand to reason that what you're saying is true or not. So we're going to call you out on it. If it's not true, you'll know that within like the validation of the claim. You'll be like, I can't validate that it's frictionless, of course.
Well, so a more accurate statement would be to say a near friction, or close.
Yeah, all right.
To frictionless as
So
you
even
can.
if you made that statement, what are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm trying, because Paraplegic keeps on bringing up, well, it's attached to the ground, which is attached to the building, and I'm trying to tell him, okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and the reason that it can be freely spinning is because of this frictionless joint.
It's not. Stop. You just kept going. You went right back to where it's
yeah, but I
freely.
corrected it.
It's
I said
not
near frictionless.
Okay, so it's not free, is it? It's not free.
Well, yeah, nearly free.
So what? So what? You're trying to prove free. That's what the whole argument's about, Mushkane. You're trying to prove that it's free from, and it's not free from.
Yeah, well, it's as close as you can get. That's not what
we're talking about. It's not almost there. It needs to be there. It needs to be free. If it's not free,
the only way to do that is to leave Earth.
Okay, so when is that qualification met? When does something leave Earth? At what altitude? Which was my previous question. When does something leave Earth? When is that altitude or the requirement met for you?
You would have to get far enough away that you could observe.
Give me a numeric value for the distance away.
Okay, you would have to go past the International Space Station, because there.
Okay, how far? Okay, you're still not doing it. You're still not doing it. What's the numeric value for distance, altitude-wise?
I don't have the exact number.
So then you don't know. The qualification that needs to be met here is the amount at which something would leave the system. You don't even know that, do you, Mushkane? Admit it.
Yeah, how would anybody know unless they went there?
That's your claim. That is your claim. That's what you're saying is going on. Well, the thing has to be so far away from the Earth. Yeah, how far? Well, we don't really know. Well, then how does your statement validate it? You don't even know how far away you need to be in order for it to occur.
So their pendulum, they have to put it farther than the space station.
According to his. But then, Necros, he doesn't even know how far either, because I'm asking. He says farther than the space station. It's like me telling you what you asked me. How far away is that city? Well, it's far from here, but it's close to there. Really? You didn't say anything. It's so fucking ambiguous, the answer, that no one knows what you mean. And do you think we're supposed to base a true statement off of something ambiguous like that? No. You didn't validate any specific altitude measurement as to where it's going to leave the system to say that that's the point where you can say, okay, now at this altitude, it left the system. Now we know. You didn't do that, dude.
He also can't tell you why there and why not closer or farther, or like why not 100 feet? Why not 200 feet? Why does it got to be past the ISS? What's special out there?
Because that's the only way you would be able to.
No, how do you know that? Okay, wait, that's a true statement. Hold on, Mushkane. I'm going to point out that's a true statement. That's the only way. How do you know that's the only way?
Because that's literally the only way to get out of that reference frame.
Just repeats it.
To leave it. And
Yeah, he keeps repeating it. How do you know that's the only way?
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know. It's the only way I can.
There you go. Attaboy. Now we're getting somewhere. You don't know.
There you go.
See how easy and freeing that is? Now that's something that is free. It's liberating to hear you say that. You don't know.
Yeah, why don't you say the truth? That's what you imagine it should be. Literally.
Yep.
Hmm?
So now that we've got down to it, you don't know, Mushkane. That's the answer. And we followed the rabbit trail, right? All the rhetoric that you could throw at this thing to make your statement true. It seems like the words that you use, right? Suggestive language, terms that you don't know anything about as far as definitions go, because when you go back to the definition, it doesn't support your statement. And the amount at which, excuse me, the amount at which you need to be far away from the earth for it to occur, you don't even know. So none of these things that you think supports a claim is able to validate anything, even as far as the statement, to get into how you think that the earth is in motion. Because we started, well, the earth is in motion. Well, okay, how do you know that? Well, the stars are moving. Well, how do you know that? Well, they're rotating. Well, how have you verified that when what observer has seen this rotation make a complete circuit, according to you reading the definition? You said, I don't know. Maybe you can watch a 24-hour video. You asked me to do that, and I was like, no, that's your job. You got to sit there and watch the whole damn thing and then tell me that you've witnessed a rotation of a specific star. You said, well, that's impossible. Okay, so we moved off to that. You went to a Coriolis argument, which didn't help your case because obviously you don't even know the terms from the Coriolis, anything happening. You couldn't make a distinction between what you think is happening in an apparent deflection when the argument is brought up in here about sniper bullets being deflected or weather systems like hurricanes. And then you said you need to be far enough away from the earth to witness such things. Really? How far? Don't know. Okay. Everything you said thus far is invalidated by you. You debunked yourself, dude. You did a good job doing it. We followed the logic all the way to the very end where you said, I don't know. See how easy that was?
Got him.
Well, there's a lot of things that we just don't know.
Okay, this is one of them, right? Hello?
Yeah, there's things that you can't know, so you have to
assume.
Figure out
say it.
ways
Say it.
to approximate.
Say assume. Say assume. Just say it.
Well, yeah, you make assumptions.
No, not me. You. Okay.
Yeah, there's assumptions in there.
Okay. Good job. A little pretty bow on top of that argument, just to make it,
Well, here's a bonus session. Bonus points. There's no such thing as approaching a reference frame, dude. It's a choice of coordinates. It's purely mathematical. You don't approach it. You're either in it or you're not.
Sure, you can approach it. What are you talking about?
No, that's Charlie, dude. Unless you want to.
Yeah, how do you approach it, dude? How do I approach a inertial reference frame from a rotating reference frame? How do I approach it?
Sure. So I'm 4'11", right? Short king. If I grow by a foot,
I want the math.
Am I approaching 10 feet?
I want the math, douchebag. A reference frame is a man-made construct. It's a choice of coordinate systems. That's all it is.
So is the concept of distances is the same thing except condensed down to one dimension?
Oh God!
It's exactly the same thing. So
no,
if I'm 4'11", short king, and I grow by a foot, have I approached like a taller height? Like, so have I approached 10 feet?
Aren't reference frames. You're making a false equivalence.
Am I closer to 10 feet than I was before?
No, dude. Distances are not reference frames.
Got it. So you don't think 5'11" is greater?
You didn't hear what he just said.
Think, dude.
You didn't hear what he just said, did you?
I'm giving an analogy, which I think
repeat back what he said so that we know that you got it. Repeat what he said so that we know you got it.
He's saying reference frames are not the same things as distances.
And what do you think? It's the same?
In the context of the thing that we're talking about, yes. It is the same thing in kind.
Explain that.
I have been. I will repeat it gladly.
No. Explain how a reference frame is similar to a distance. Because
So,
a distance is
insofar as one thing can approach another.
Listen, really simple, Charlie. Is distance a part of a reference frame?
You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. So you asked me how one reference frame can approach another, right?
Economize this and cut through your bullshit.
You
Is
asked me
distance part of a reference frame.
You asked me how a reference frame can approach another, and my answer is that it can approach it in the same way that one distance can approach another. Yes.
Oh God, dude.
He keeps going on this point because he doesn't want to answer your he doesn't want to follow the logic.
Because he's wrong. He's just being a contrarian fucking douche.
That's not very polite.
Yeah.
But it's accurate.
It's all going over your head because you're so short, isn't it, mate? I get it.
Oh, that was a fucking awesome burn, dude. We were in real life, dude. Fist bump. That was awesome. Anyway,
What is
shout
it
out to
about
Bambi.
where you think the part is the same as the whole?
What?
Yeah, there's a logical fallacy where you equivocate the part with the whole.
I didn't equivocate them.
Oh, dude. You make an equivalence, dude, between the part and the whole, dude.
So, if I'm trying to, I'm trying to demonstrate to you a concept that is held by all reference frames. It helps to remove any of the complexities that have nothing to do with the point that I'm making, right? In this case, distance does that for reference frames.
What's the distinction between the inertial reference frame and the non-inertial reference frame? What's the distinction between the two, Charlie?
One carries inertia and the other one doesn't.
So at what point do you go into the inertial reference frame from non-inertial? What's the barrier that you cross in order to enter that?
When your acceleration is non-zero.
And when does that happen?
When you accelerate.
So you're saying that at all times you're in both?
What?
At all times are you in both non-inertial and inertial?
No.
Okay. Then tell me when you go into the inertial reference frame.
Right, when you accelerate.
Yeah, so you're walking, then now you're in the inertial?
No, if you have a constant speed, the transition.
No, you're accelerating according to you. According to you, you said when you accelerate. Okay, I'm not moving. I start walking. Am I in the inertial reference frame?
When you start walking, yes. The start.
There you go, Indio. Now you know how he's confused. You just got to be moving. It doesn't matter if you're attached to the earth or you're not attached to the earth.
It's not moving.
He doesn't make the distinction.
It's a transition.
Transition from acceleration. We got it. So something that's attached to the earth could be in the inertial reference frame if they just start moving, like walking. And then when you stop walking, you're back in the non-inertial.
No, you got it backwards. If you are on the earth, if you're on the earth, you're in an inertial reference frame.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because you have because you have inertia. Excuse me. Because you have inertia. Yes.
We have inertia when we're not moving?
Yes. And when you are moving, you also have inertia. Yes.
So what? So when you're moving and you're not moving, you both have inertia? Both of those?
Yes.
How did you make the distinction between the two?
They both have inertia. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
do you know what inertia is?
So how are you making any distinctions if everything is relative? Charlie?
I never said everything is relative. You're the one who just said
so
that.
Nothing's relative and you can make distinctions between classify things.
I never said nothing's relative. I said not everything is relative. Why are you lying?
So Is
Why are
this
you lying?
relative? Is this relative?
Why are you lying?
The point where we're talking about are because you know you're in hot water now. You're either going to have to make a
Why
distinction.
did you just lie?
Because you need to make a distinction. How do you know you're one? How do you know you're in one versus the other? If you're saying it's not relative, really, it's not relative. So then is relativity a part of the globe paradigm in which you can say, well, you could be standing on something that's moving, but you wouldn't know it because the thing that's moving.
I'm not paying attention.
You need to be, because you're a train wreck. Your argument's a train wreck. So there at no point is a way that someone can make a distinction whether they're in the non-inertial reference frame or the inertial reference frame. There's no distinction.
I'm very distracted by the lie you told. And so
yeah,
I'm
you're
having a
very
hard time
distracted
following
by
what
the
you're
lies
saying.
that you're saying.
I would like you to address it if that's all right.
No.
Okay.
You have a lack of comprehension. And you think that you live in a fairy tale globe Earth, which doesn't exist. And there's no way for you to prove it other than you to imagine that everything, you're conflating all terms to make it sound like you have an argument. But there's no distinction being made of how you're making a difference between one thing to another. You're saying something can be in the inertial reference frame and non-inertial at the same time. That's a paradox. How did you make the distinction to know the difference?
I'm just really hung up onto how fucking.
I know you are.
lied.
So then go away to another channel if you're hung up, dude. I'm talking to someone that can actually have an engaged conversation. If you can't do that, then just leave.
It's just so weird that.
Shut up. I don't care about what you got to say about the forum. Is anybody else going to pick up this argument, or is that it? No more for this argument?
Yeah, I think we're done.
Yeah, Charlie's just going to be blabbering about his feelings of this forum.
Yeah, and Mushkane just thrown away any Coriolis effect that he appealed to before, because he said that you can't leave the Earth reference frame till you are farther than ISS. So anything.
Yeah,
that
Necros, check this out. He said that, right? That's what Mushkane said. But Charlie said something very different. He said something that Mushkane didn't say. To leave the non-inertial reference frame, all you got to do is walk. Walking, you can now be in the inertial reference frame. Do you hear that?
I heard him saying that you are in the non-inertial reference frame and the inertial reference frame at the same time. Yeah, nonsense. That's completely violates the law of non-contradiction.
There's something that's not being said here, though. The difference is what Charlie was saying technically could be true, but the whole
don't go off of somebody, Mushkane.
I'm not.
Do not use somebody else's argument to back your own, because what happens is you're going to get train wrecked on their point. The same point that they got train wrecked is the same point you're going to get train wrecked. Dude, think for yourself. Don't use somebody else's answers. You guys like to do that. You think that they're saying something very wise? He wasn't. He's confused, and if you want to be in the same basket of confusion, the same thing's going to happen to you. Don't use his argument or any other Glober's argument. Use your own. He didn't make a point.
I am using my own.
Okay, do you know that he actually went against your point? He contradicted your point. You said you have to be far away from the Earth to be in that inertial reference frame. Far away, past the ISS. He didn't say that. He said all you got to do is walk. Are you saying that?
No.
Okay, then stop using his arguments. It's not yours. Use yours. Because otherwise we're going to hear how you're not making any sense from your previous point. You can't have your cake and eat it, dude. You're going to either stay in one lane, stay on your argument, or then switch to his. Drop yours and switch to his.
I'm not switching to his. I'm trying to explain it, though.
No, I don't care about your explanations, because what you're doing is advocating for a position that's not yours. That position that he has is not yours. And if you're advocating for it, that means you like what you're hearing and you want to make it sound valid. And it's not. then you're saying that yours is invalid. Go ahead and make his point valid so that we can debunk your point based on his. Because you guys are just going to play off each other, which I'm good with that. Go ahead. Validate his point so we can invalidate yours. Go ahead.
So the Earth is in the non-inertial reference frame. So what he's trying to say is, well, given an object given any amount of inertia is then not in the non-inertial reference frame. But there's no way to see this, because to measure that, to be able to measure any kind of acceleration with the Earth, it has to be extremely precise. So you would never be able to see that. The only way to see that is to make something like a Foucault's pendulum. Or
I know that. So are you arguing his point or yours?
My point. I'm just
okay. So then, is his point valid? Is his point valid?
I wouldn't explain it that way. No.
Okay. So his point's not valid. Okay. Fair enough.
I don't know. It's like he's trying to explain inertia to like elementary school kids or something like that.
No, he's trying to explain inertia to make it sound like his point is valid for that the Earth's motion is occurring, and it's not. So it's not about elementary kids. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and neither do you. Because you live in a fairy tale idea that the Earth's actually doing something, and it's something that you're claiming it is, but you don't have any evidence of such. So yeah, maybe you're trying to confuse elementary kids, but you're definitely not trying to explain something happening in the physical and natural world. Got it? Simple. Welcome, Vic, to the forum. Vic, are you there?
No.
Yeah, so you came into this chat, but are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe?
No, dude, that's ridiculous.
Okay. Moving right along. Anybody else in here believe the Earth's a globe? Hush won't get on the mic. We'd like to talk to him. He's been yapping in the text chat. What's up, everybody?
That was funny last hour, man. Yeah, good. How you doing?
It's pretty good.
Have you swapped your shifts around? That's why we're seeing you during the day.
No, dude. As soon as I came home from work, I just like crashed out because I wanted to be up during it. Because I get my the sleep schedule has to change, so I have to slowly transition over to. So I got to start getting more sleep, so I can be up during the day. Yeah. It's really hard, man, because it's a train wreck right now.
I bet it's thrown you all out. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Well, it's good to see you, though, man.
Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, likewise.
When I first found out about this channel, I heard Alpha on it all the time, and now I realize it's just because we both work the night shift, and now I've changed the day.
You work night shift?
Well, I used to. I just changed, and now I've started to hear you more, so I figured maybe you changed.
It's annoying because, a lot of the good shit happens during the day, but lately I think the Aussies really been taking control of the night shift for us. So they, like T-Dub is fucking, he's doing it up at night. Him and Timbo. Timbo's been back. I don't know if you guys remember Timbo. Odd to see Bambi here. Welcome, Bambi. I shout out to Bambi, but she's not saying anything, so. Nah, man, same old stuff. Arguments being brought up by Globers that they can't substantiate. What are you, shit, man, what are you up to? Jedi, you not at work?
No, man, it's like 8:30 at night.
Oh.
Having to work.
I forget about that.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. You're right. I got back in, turned this on. You taking Mustang cleaners? Made myself a cup of tea. Sat down and laughed my ass off for the last hour.
One of the things, dude, like when these guys are talking, I don't think because of what we've been saying, we've been giving them arguments. You know, we've been letting them. Okay, go ahead, say your position, say this statement that you say, and we'll move forward just to keep the conversation going. But there's some days that you just want to point out the flaw in logic because of the terms being used. I think it's helpful every now and again to kind of like point that out. Other days, I mean, for the sake of conversation, if we were to do that always, we'd never get it. We'd stay at the first statement. You know, we would bog it down. We wouldn't get anywhere. But some of us just like to, okay, just say your stupid argument so we can talk about it.
Yeah, I get it.
We kind of pick and choose. And then sometimes people that don't want to hear that, they'll come in here like, didn't you call them out on the logical fallacy? I'm like, dude, yeah, I get it. No, but they're wrong. I'm like, yeah, I know that. Well, how come we're not, you know? And you have to fight with the old timers in here that, you know, depending on what day it is, they feel like, you know, hammering them down on logic. But most of the time, it's like they don't know what logic is. To me, that's a given. Most Globers in here, they don't know.
Oh no.
So we gotta walk them through like affirming the consequent, and because essentially with the Foucault's pendulum for us has always been, you know, affirming the consequent. It's always been that. It's never left that specific arena.
Because they start off with the assumption, I'm on a ball that spins, and because I'm on a ball that spins, then I notice the pendulum does this, and because the pendulum does this, I'm on a ball that spins. Yeah, thanks for affirming that consequent. We love it.
Yeah. One of the first arguments I've heard, like really been taken to the woodshed, was that specific. That one, I was hearing you actually do it, which is kind of like, oh man, we're talking back in the days of. It could have been McToon joining us back in 24/7 at some point. It was his argument. I think the time that he made it with us was the sun's movement across the sky. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's what his major point was. Sunrise was proof that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I think something. Yeah.
And then he went into Foucault's pendulum from there, and that's where I want to say it was you that pointed that out to him. Shit, dude, it must have been years.
Oh yeah,
right now.
2018, 2019, something like that. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, how much time, man? We've been hanging out like this. Crazy.
God damn, man. So many wiki warriors.
There's not enough time in the day, Indio, to fight them all, man. It really isn't.
Just out of curiosity, is this a flat Earth channel? Like, do you all believe that the Earth is flat?
No, it's no belief required, but yeah. So are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, sir?
I know for a fact the Earth is a globe.
That's the best kind. That's the best kind. You gotta admit that when somebody says those words, that's just like music to my ears, man. I can't believe it.
I got right on.